Vhumad God Chapter 3391 to Chapter 3476. After the walls of the Great Sage Tower absorbed the blood of the Xikong family experts, they suddenly lit up and formed terrifying blood-red patterns. Then, they turned into lightning and charged over. Boom, the blood-red lightning danced in the air and cracked. Then, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Eight-Wind Palace screamed. They were directly split open, and countless lightning cracks appeared on their bodies. The others, such as those from the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple, felt their scalps go numb. The blood-red lightning around them kept rushing over, as if it had turned into a blood-red sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. The Grand Ancestor had appeared. Our great sage had appeared. The Xikong family members were covered in blood and pale. Many of them had already fallen to the ground and were twitching. However, when they saw this scene, they were incomparably excited. Their hearts were fanatical. The great sage had finally appeared to save them. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that the great sage was not completely dead? The expressions of the surrounding experts all changed. A few of the sages even shouted coldly and split open the terrifying lightning. Then, they quickly charged over. At the same time, the statue of the great sage above moved. An extremely terrifying aura surged down. It was a righteous aura that formed a huge seal that descended from the sky. With a boom, two sages were directly sent flying. The two sages screamed as their bodies were split in half. They hurriedly dragged their corpses and fled into the distance, their eyes filled with fear. What was that? There was actually something here that could threaten them. The others also looked up. They saw that there was a statue of the great sage above, standing there and suppressing everything. Moreover, Lin Xian and the others were standing near the statue of the great sage. Damn it, how did that kid go there? Could it be that he was the one who launched the attack just now? No, that was a righteous aura. Was it from the Xikong family? Which statue did it come from? Could it be that the brat was there for the statue of the great sage? At the thought of this, many people's eyes instantly turned red. If they could obtain the great sage's statue and comprehend the secrets within, perhaps they could obtain the great sage's inheritance. In an instant, many people rushed over. However, at this moment, the great sage's statue also showed its power. The righteous chi kept gushing out in all directions, hitting the people who wanted to get close, causing them to scream miserably. The hearts of Lin Xian and the others pounded wildly. Just the aura released by the great sage statue was already so terrifying. If he really unleashed his full power, the power would be unimaginable. Even a statue was so powerful? He wondered how terrifying a true great sage would be. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they also felt a sense of relief. Because at that moment, they were floating beside the statue of the great sage. It could be said that they were standing side by side with the statue, and not beneath the feet of the great sage. Therefore, he was not attacked by the righteous spirit. However, their hearts were still beating wildly. Who knew if the statue of the great sage would suddenly attack them? The Crimson Dragon frowned. Brat, hurry up and think of a way to get that thing away. Otherwise, more and more people would target them. At that time, it would be troublesome to make a move. Lin Xian also said, "Of course I know, but this thing is too strange. I can't even lift it." His face was a little pale. With the power of his divine body, what couldn't he lift? But the statue of the great sage didn't budge. Buzz, the sages below rushed over once more, trying to get close to the statue of the great sage. Because to them, the great sage's inheritance must be hidden in the statue of the great sage. Therefore, their eyes turned red. Blood surrounded their bodies, and some of them were even about to activate their bloodline. Seeing this, Lin Xian was extremely anxious. But at this moment, the great dragon sword soul suddenly flew out and pierced towards the statue of the great sage. This scene was truly too sudden. It was so sudden that even Lin Xian was shocked. The Crimson Dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others screamed. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Xian had made a move? They turned around and saw Lin Xian's shocked face. In a flash, the great dragon sword spirit collided with the statue of the great sage. Then, it released a shocking amount of energy. A terrifying sword wave swept out in all directions, and the righteous spirit of heaven and earth surged wildly. A crack appeared on the statue of the great sage, and it spread out in all directions. Lin Xian gasped. The statue of the great sage was broken. What was going on? Beside him, the crimson dragon screamed. "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Xian said. "I didn't do it." The great dragon sword spirit took the initiative to attack. "What?" Hearing this, Yan Ruyu and the others were stunned. The crimson dragon was even more stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. Indeed, Lin Xian was extremely confused. But soon, his eyelids twitched, and golden runes appeared in his eyes. He stared at the statue of the great sage. "No, there's something in the statue." "Look," Lin Xian exclaimed. The hearts of the dark red divine dragon and the other two thumped wildly. They unleashed their powers to resist that terrifying and overwhelming aura. In the next moment, they saw the statue of the great sage crack open, and a figure appeared inside. It was also a man with a dignified face. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and he had a terrifying aura. He looked exactly like the statue. What's going on? Why is there another person in the statue? Is it another statue, or is it the corpse of the great sage? Thinking of this, their hearts beat wildly. In the next moment, their expressions changed. Because they realized that the eyes of the figure in the statue of the great god were shining. One was as black as ink, and the other was as red as blood. What kind of eyes were those? Moreover, the color of the eyes was really strange. Among them, the eyes of the crimson and red eyes moved. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they retreated frantically. The eyes of the statue that seemed to be the corpse of the great sage actually moved. Could it be that the other party was not dead? The other party was alive. Thinking of this, their scalps were about to split open. A living great sage. Dear heavens! Something big was about to happen. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian roared and quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. That blood-red eyeball turned, and immediately, a frightening aura was emitted from its body. It swept in all directions. The entire great sage tower shook violently. This scene stunned the powerhouses of the Fane of Darkness and the Dragon Valley. Only the people of the Xikong family were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. The patriarch had performed a miracle. The patriarch's remnant soul was still here. Welcome the patriarch. They knelt on the ground and kept worshipping. The bloodline power in their bodies surged rapidly. Damn it, what was going on? How could this be? Many experts were dumbfounded. Many of them looked up, their bodies trembling. The great sage statue had been revived. Many people gasped when they heard this. Some of them shook their heads. Impossible, how could a statue be revived? However, they saw that some of the saints were retreating in fear. Indeed, a few sages had wanted to snatch the great sage statue because they thought that it contained the great sage's legacy. But now, they were being pushed out by an extremely terrifying force. They even saw the eyes of the great god statue twitch. This made their hair stand on end. Buzz, the great sage tower shook even more violently. The red light in the eyes of the great sage statue suddenly shone brightly, covering the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, everyone inside was enveloped. Oh no, they resisted like crazy. Boom, they were hit into the void and disappeared. Yan Ruyu and the others also exclaimed and disappeared. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul roared and cut off the red light. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned. His face was incomparably gloomy because he realized that other than him, everyone in the great sage tower had disappeared. Were they all killed? But very quickly, he shook his head. That was impossible. Yan Ruyu's trump card was in no way inferior to his great dragon sword soul. Therefore, they should not have been killed. If they suddenly disappeared, it was very likely that they were teleported away. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. It was not only the 3rd level, the 2nd level, and even the people on the 1st level were all enveloped by the red light and disappeared. Outside, the people who had yet to enter also saw the great sage tower shake violently. What was going on? What happened inside? They were extremely shocked. Could it be that there was a shocking battle inside? That the great sage tower was shaking, Before they had time to think, the great sage tower shook violently, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to collapse. In the next moment, all the foreign experts in the Void Sea were teleported out. Outside the Void Sea, countless experts were waiting there. They were all people from the various large clans who were prepared to welcome them. At this moment, the faces of these people from the sects were relaxed. Many people sat on spirit boats or demonic beasts, sipping tea and discussing the Tao. I wonder how these little fellows are doing inside. A white-haired old man said with flickering eyes. His hair was very long, hanging down to his feet. It was incomparably white and carried a strange aura. This was a grand elder of the Xikong family. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Hopefully, they'd be able to find the whereabouts of the great sages. Don't worry, elder, we're well prepared this time. Many experts are going in. And this time even Xikong Jing, who had a pure bloodline, had gone in. There would definitely be no problem. The other members of the Xikong clan also said with a smile. Hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded, picked up the spirit tea beside him, and slowly tasted it. On the other side, the powerful beings of the Dragon Valley were also chatting and laughing. They were very confident in their lineup and the strength of their powerhouses. They didn't think that anything unexpected would happen. Boom! Boom, boom! Suddenly, a violent trembling sound was heard. The void ocean in front of them suddenly surged with waves, crashing in all directions. A terrifying force spread across the universe. What's going on? What's happening? The surrounding powerful beings of the large sects all stopped talking and stood up one by one. The people of the Xikong family frowned. Could the changes in the void ocean have something to do with the great sages they were looking for? Before they could figure it out, countless cracks appeared in the void ocean. Then, figures flew out from the cracks. They're out? After seeing those figures, many people were stunned. They realized that they were all their people. These people had already come out. But it shouldn't be. They came out earlier than they expected. Sure enough, these people were adventurers from the void ocean. After flying out, they felt dizzy and had sunken eyes. Then, they regained their strength. They looked around vigilantly. However, when they saw the elders of their respective families, they were all stunned. Damn it, what's going on? Why did I come out? They were all dumbfounded. The elders and powerful beings were even more confused. They hurriedly asked, what happened? Why did you come out early? The powerful beings of the Dragon Valley, 8-Wind Palace, and Dark Red Palace all came forward to look for their people. Many people returned to their own camps. Among them, some of them screamed. What's going on? Where's Xianxia? The people of the Dark Moon Palace were the first to scream. This was because they realized that their most outstanding prodigy, Xianxia, who had entered this time, had disappeared. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia was a renowned peerless genius. Could it be that something had happened to him? Did a sage do it? The others sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, another scream was heard. Damn it, where's Long Shan? The others were stunned again. Long Shan was one of the peerless geniuses of the Dragon Valley. He was not inferior to Xianxia. Moreover, his body was so strong that it could be said that no one could compare to him. Now, he had disappeared too, many people gloated. They didn't expect that 2 top geniuses would die in the void ocean. However, soon, they were stunned again. It wasn't just 2 geniuses. In the end, they were all trembling. After that, the people from the Bahuang Palace and the Xikong clan started to scream. They were the top geniuses of the Bahuang Palace. Xikong Jing, Huang Badian, and the others had also disappeared. Impossible, right? The surrounding elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was normal for 1 or 2 peerless geniuses to die. After all, accidents happened all the time. But now, all the geniuses of the major families and sects had disappeared. This was unusual. Who killed them? Damn it, who killed them? The people of the major sects stared at the sages around them. In their opinion, only a sage could kill so many geniuses at the same time. However, the powerful beings of their respective sects knelt on the ground and cried hysterically. The elders were not sages. It was Lin Wudy who killed you, Lingzi. What? Lin Wudy. On the other side, the people of the Dragon Valley were gnashing their teeth in anger. It was Lin Wudy who killed Long Shan. The people around them were stunned. It was Lin Wudy again. Lin Wudy was too strong, wasn't he? He killed 2 top geniuses in one go. Huang Badian was also killed by Lin Wudy. The powerful beings of the 8-Wind Palace looked extremely cold. The others were even more dumbfounded. The powerful beings of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, it was Lin Wudy who killed several of our geniuses." Everyone was numb. It was all Lin Wudy's doing. Wait, they looked at the Xikong family. Where was Xikong Jing? Could it be Lin Wudy's doing as well? They didn't think it was possible. They knew that the Xikong clan was not ordinary and had an inexplicable connection with the Void Ocean. In the past, the experts of the Void family who had entered had their bloodlines strengthened, and their strength was much stronger than those outside. Therefore, they all looked at the Xikong clan. The Grand Elder of the Xikong clan stood up with a solemn expression. The surrounding powerhouses were also very anxious. However, the people that came out were all covered in blood. Their complexions were incomparably pale. They gritted their teeth and said, "Lin Wudy killed Jing Er." What? Is it really Lin Wudy again? The people around the Void Ocean were in an uproar. Everyone was going crazy. Lin Wudy was very powerful. No one could compare to him among the half-saints. It was even rumored that Yan Nantian, the successor of the great emperor, was no match for him. It could be said that his name resounded throughout the ancient path of the stars. But no matter how powerful he was still a young half-saint. This time, so many top geniuses from the great sects had brought many powerhouses. There were saints among them. Could it be that they couldn't stop Lin Wudy? What happened? Did Lin Wudy fight those people alone? They didn't know. Ah! The Grand Elder of the Xikong clan roared at the sky. His white hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were terrifying. The murderous aura on his body was too terrifying. At this moment, he was like a god of death floating in the void, causing the people around him to tremble. Those from the Xikong clan even knelt on the ground. The Grand Elder floated in the void. His piercing voice resounded in all directions. "Where is Lin Wudy? Get over here." His voice was like thousands of sword chi, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they unconsciously looked in one direction. That direction was where the people of the Langia Star were. They knew that Lin Wudy had come with the people of the Langia Star. At this moment, he should have returned to that place. Countless gazes looked in that direction. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw the powerhouses from the Langia Star standing there. However, they didn't see Lin Wudy. They only saw the dragon with Lin Wudy, Yan Ruyu, and the North Demon. However, Lin Wudy had disappeared. Where is Lin Wudy? Could it be that he had perished together with those geniuses? This was what everyone was thinking. They felt that if this was the case, it was still acceptable. We don't know. When we were teleported out, that kid wasn't dead yet. Maybe he's still in the Great Sage Tower. The powerhouse from the Xikong clan said in a deep voice. What? When the others heard this, they were all stunned and looked at the Xikong clan one after another. The Grand Elder was also stunned. He floated down excitedly, and the killing intent on his body was still very strong. The Great Sage Pagoda? Could it be that the Great Sage Pagoda belonged to the Xikong clan? That's right, after going through untold hardships, we finally found our Great Sage Tower. We went in, and it was full of treasures. The people from the Xikong clan quickly recounted what had happened. When they heard that there really was a Great Sage Tower inside, they were all stunned. This was because it was only a rumor that the great saint of the Xikong clan had entered the Void Sea. That was something from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if someone had seen it, after so many years, those who had seen it with their own eyes had long since died and turned into dust. Now, what these people heard were only legends. They didn't think that the Xikong clan had a supreme saint. But now, the Great Sage Pagoda had appeared. This meant that the Xikong clan really had a supreme saint. Moreover, they had really entered the Void Sea. What's going on? What's with the injuries on your bodies? Could it be that you encountered a sea demon, or was Lin Wudi the one who injured you? The Grand Elder looked at the people from the Sikong clan and frowned. The others were also very puzzled. That was right. They had only just noticed that among the people who came out, the Sikong clan members were the ones with the heaviest injuries. But how was that possible? Hadn't they entered the Great Sage Pagoda? Didn't their own Great Sage Pagoda have protective measures? It wasn't Lin Wudi, it was them. One of the powerhouses stood up, his expression incomparably gloomy. He pointed at the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dragon Valley, and Dark Moon Temple. These people wanted our treasures, so they joined forces to attack us. We narrowly escaped death and were almost killed. If we hadn't used the power of our bloodlines to activate the Great Sage Pagoda, we would have all died by now. What? The surrounding people were stunned. The other powerhouse's mouths also twitched. There was actually such a thing? It was really too shocking. The 8 Desolate Hall and the other sects who had attacked frowned. Among them, the powerhouses who had originally received them also felt their eyelids twitch wildly. What was going on? Why did they suddenly join forces to attack the Sikong clan, and in the Great Sage Pagoda, what was going on? Those people looked embarrassed. Among them, the powerhouse from the Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Haha, I think this is a misunderstanding. We were all deceived by Lin Wudi before. Lin Wudi instigated us to fight. That's why we fought. What? Lin Wudi again? The others were stunned. This young man was too terrifying. First, he had killed so many geniuses from the large sections. Then, he had instigated internal strife between the large sections. What about the other side? Had the other side taken advantage of the situation? Humph. Hearing that, the people from the Sikong clan snorted coldly. Damn it. Even if Lin Wudi had instigated it, in the end, these people had attacked because they were greedy. The Grand Elder looked at the large sects of the Vermilion Bird Palace and temporarily suppressed the killing intent in his heart. After all, it wasn't good to fall out with them now. There were too many sects that had attacked, and none of them were weaker than the Sikong clan. It was very unwise to make enemies with all of them at the same time. Therefore, he snorted coldly in his heart. This matter would be settled later. The most important thing now was the Great Sage Pagoda. How was it, seeing that the people from the Sikong clan didn't immediately get angry, the surrounding people were also speechless. It seemed that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. They weren't willing to suffer a loss when the odds were against them. The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had attacked first, when the time came, they could just return to their sect and cultivate in seclusion for a few hundred years. The Sikong clan wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Everyone pricked up their ears because they also wanted to know what had happened to the Great Sage Pagoda. According to these people, there were treasures in the Great Sage Pagoda. Any one of them could tempt a saint. However, the news that followed made them stunned. Because the people from the Sikong clan directly said that they didn't know. They had used the power of their bloodlines to activate the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage statue seemed to have awakened, but it shot out a red light and teleported everyone out. What? How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. The Grand Elder of the Sikong family had an ugly expression on his face. Was it all for naught? Some of the saints sighed inwardly. It was such a pity. If they could get the Great Sage statue, they might be able to get the Great God's inheritance. But now that they were out, it would be difficult for them to enter the void ocean again. They would probably have to wait until the next opening. Sounds of regret could be heard one after another. Many people shook their heads. The Sikong family members were also in despair. But at that moment, a voice was heard. That might not be the case. There was still one person who hadn't come out. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They all began to look around. Who exactly was the one who spoke? Who was it? Why was he sneaking around? The powerhouses of the Sikong family roared in anger. At that moment, a figure appeared. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts and the 9 emperor marks made him look like a celestial emperor. It was Yan Nantian. Everyone screamed. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. When they didn't find Yan Nantian, they thought that he had also died. Now that he had appeared, they were shocked. They knew that Yan Nantian must have been secretly hiding his aura. What did young Master Yan mean? The Grand Elder of the Xikong family asked in a low voice. Yan Nantian smiled. I also entered the Great Sage Tower for a long time, so I came out later. Before I came out, there was one more person inside. And it seemed that he wasn't affected. He's probably still inside. What? Someone was still in the Great Sage Tower? Who was it? Was it someone from the Xikong family? Many people were nervous. The Grand Elder was also excited, but Yan Nantian shook his head. It was Lin Wudi. He was still inside. Lin Wudi, it was him again. Everyone was stunned. They thought that Lin Wudi had died together with Yu Lingzi and the others since he hadn't appeared. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Lin Wudi was still inside. Their eyes instantly turned red. The Great Sage Tower was a treasure vault left behind by a great sage. Lin Wudi was the only one inside. Didn't that mean that he would get all the treasures of the Great Sage? These people were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. In an instant, many experts turned to look at the Langia star. Saint Mubai of the Langia star had already heard about the incident from the Crimson Dragon. To be honest, he was a little worried. At the same time, he was secretly happy and worried. He was worried about Lin Xian's safety. After all, those red eyes and the moving corpse of a great sage were enough to send chills down one's spine. However, there was also a hint of joy because Lin Xian had finally found the statue of the great god. At this moment, when he heard that Lin Xian had done so many things, the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy was really not easy to deal with. However, since their Langia star had already placed their bets on Lin Xian, they would naturally stand on Lin Xian's side. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw the gazes of so many experts, Saint Mubai snorted coldly and emitted a terrifying saint aura. On the spirit ship behind him, several figures appeared. Each of them had a very powerful aura. These days, many experts had already lined up on the Langia star because once Lin Xian took out the statue of the great sage, it would be very eye-catching. That would be very eye-catching, so he naturally had to take protective measures. The people of the Xikong family also looked at the Langia star. However, now that Lin Xian had not come out, they could not directly attack the Langia star. They retracted their gazes and looked at Yan Nantian. Was he serious? Of course. And I saw with my own eyes that Lin Wudi used his sword to break the statue of the great sage. I wonder what he was doing. Perhaps it was because he broke the statue of the great sage that everyone was teleported out from behind. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed again. The statue of the great sage was broken by him. What a wastrel! They were so angry that their bodies trembled. The Grand Elder of the Xikong family was so angry that he vomited blood. Saint Mubai's eyes flickered. He had already heard about this from the Crimson Dragon. Of course, he knew that there was a corpse in the statue. It was very likely the corpse of the great sage. If he could obtain the corpse of the great sage, the demonic aura suppressing effect would be even more terrifying than the statue of the great sage. Right, I guess he broke the statue because he thought that there was the great sage's inheritance inside. Yan Nantian said indifferently. What? Everyone went crazy. The great sage's inheritance. That was more precious than any other treasure, other than Yan Nantian who did not need it, everyone else needed it. This Lin Wudi was too despicable, damn it, they couldn't leave. They had to wait for that kid to come out. They had to catch him. They couldn't let him take the treasure for himself. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to speak. Then, the people of the Dragon Valley and the Eight Wind Palace also echoed. The people of the Xikong family shouted coldly. They naturally would not leave because that was their inheritance, everything in the Great Sage Tower must belong to them, Lin Xian or whatever he was, he had to capture him and tear him to shreds. Everyone was aggressive as they searched in all directions. Some people even set up arrays, enveloping the space within a radius of tens of millions of miles. The void sea ahead was incomparably deep, but they could not enter. They could only wait. Wait for the other party to come out. The atmosphere was heavy, but the murderous intent in everyone's eyes did not diminish at all. Void Sea, Great Sage Tower. Everyone had been teleported away, leaving only Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was wrapped in the great dragon sword soul, releasing a terrifying aura that cut off the red light. That was why he was not teleported out. He did not get too close. At this moment, he had already left the vicinity of the great sage's statue. Instead, he was in the great sage tower, looking in all directions. There were many seals around him, sealing many treasures. However, he had tried to break these seals, but it was very difficult. Previously, he had broken them perhaps because of the Xikong family's bloodline. However, at this moment, there was no Xikong family blood on the ground. This was because the Xikong family elites had used their blood to activate the Great Sage Tower. Therefore, he was now thinking that he could not find the blood even if he wanted to. Left with no choice, he could only look around. Suddenly, his expression froze as he stared in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Great Sage's statue. The Great Sage's statue had been shattered, and many pieces had fallen to the ground. Inside the statue, besides the Great Sage's corpse, there was also a stone that the other party was holding in his hand. That thing was only the size of an apple. It was very chaotic and incomparably dark, but there was no light. It looked like an ordinary stone. However, when Lin Xian saw it, his entire body trembled. It was actually an elemental magnetic stone. The other party was actually holding an elemental magnetic stone. What was going on? He was really stunned. The elemental magnetic stone was the last thing he needed. Previously, the Xianxia star had given him news that the void ocean did not have the whereabouts of the magnetite. Perhaps he would have to go out and look for it again. But now, he had actually found the whereabouts of the magnetite. It seemed that the Great Sage Tower was a self-contained space that was not inferior to the void ocean. That was why the Xianxia star had not divined it. But now, he could not care so much. The magnetite was right in front of him, and he still had the 5 great Tao stones in his hand. He had an idea. He could comprehend the Tao here. Although this was also a small space, the laws of heaven and earth followed the great Tao of heaven and earth outside. Therefore, there was no difference between comprehending the Tao here and outside. Moreover, he was the only one in the Great Sage Tower. He would be safer here. At least he would not be attacked by others. After thinking about it, he was stunned. Would he really not be attacked? This great sage's corpse was very strange. The eyeballs could move. Did this mean that the other party was alive or dead? He did not know. However, he should seize the magnetite first. Suchin took a deep breath and stomped his foot. He turned into a sword light and rushed over. In an instant, he was near the great sage's statue. He reached out his hand, wanting to seize the magnetite in the statue. Buzz, the golden hand grabbed the magnetic stone. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy, but at that moment, he was shocked. Not good. The red eyes suddenly turned and stared at him. The next moment, he felt a pain in his soul. A terrifying red light surged into his mind. Not good. It was a possession. Lin Xian was shocked and froze on the spot. He frantically mobilized his soul and the great dragon sword soul to counterattack. He was not dead, the great sage was not dead. Did his soul still exist? Moreover, did the other party want to seize his body? Lin Xian was too shocked. The great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian did not hold back at this moment. The biting cold sword light slashed through the air and directly repelled the red light. The next moment, Lin Xian's body shook and he retreated. He looked bewildered. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Almost. At that moment just now, if he had been a step later, his body would have probably been possessed. Who are you? Was it a human or a ghost? Lin Xian shouted coldly. However, what surprised him was that the red light actually disappeared. The statue of the great sage didn't move at all, as if it had died completely. Could that scene just now be a dream? Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, he grabbed the magnetic stone with his huge golden hand and quickly descended to the ground. After thinking about it, Lin Xian felt that this great god statue was too evil, so he left the great sage tower and went outside. I'll go through the tribulation near the great sage tower. After all, the sea demons in the water won't dare to come close during the tribulation. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, 5 Dao stones appeared and floated beside him. In his hand, he held the Yuan magnet. Finally, he could begin. Now, as a half-saint, he could kill a saint in the first heaven. Who knew how powerful he would be when he broke through and became a saint? Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement, but he still suppressed it in his heart. First, he used 3 days to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Then, he began to prepare for the breakthrough. What he was going to break through wasn't a simple one, but the fusion of the 5 elemental laws. Therefore, it was much more difficult than a normal saint's breakthrough. Lin Xian began to use the 5 elemental law fragments, floating in the middle. Then, with the Yuan magnet as the foundation, he began to fuse them. Gradually, a trace of thunder appeared above his head. Terrifying lightning surged and was about to fall. However, it didn't fall. Instead, the area of the dark clouds grew larger and larger, covering the entire sky. Roar! This scene caused the sea demons in the void sea to roar uneasily. Many of them crawled on the ground, but even more fled. The surrounding sea became a no-man's land. There was only one person. Of course, there was also the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower stood there without moving. Even in the face of such a terrifying tribulation, it wasn't affected in the slightest. However, the eyes of the great god statue in the Great Sage Tower once again emitted a red glow. His originally stiff face actually revealed a strange smile. Outside, the 5 elemental law fragments began to fuse under the combined effect of the Yuan magnet. At this moment, his body trembled. This was because a red light had rushed out of the Great Sage Tower and pierced the space between his eyebrows. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the world spin. D***it, it's the other side again. Indeed, there was an undying existence here, Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul rushed into his mind, releasing an unparalleled light that suppressed everything. At the same time, the lightning tribulation above Lin Xian's head also descended. With a loud boom, the first lightning tribulation descended. It was like a horn that signaled the start of a war. Countless bolts of lightning fell one after another. This lightning was too terrifying. Although it was just a black cloud, the lightning that came out was actually 5-colored divine lightning. With one strike, it pierced through Lin Xian's body. Golden blood flowed out and dyed the surrounding sea red. In the next instant, Lin Xian's body was engulfed by lightning. At this moment, the red light in his mind was also attacked by the great dragon sword soul and kept retreating. Suddenly, it screamed. 5-colored divine lightning, you've broken through the sage tribulation, and it's the sage tribulation of the 5 elements. It finally let out a sharp cry. I don't know what you are. I don't know if you're the remnant soul of a great sage, but since you want to steal my soul, then you can die now, Lin Xian roared and no longer paid any attention to the red light. He knew that such things were most afraid of lightning tribulations. Now, he had to resist the lightning tribulation with all his might. As expected, the red light didn't attack. Instead, it fled like crazy. It wanted to escape. Lin Xian took a step forward and chased after it. The lightning tribulation continued to fall, hitting the red light until it screamed like crazy. However, the red light was too strange. It broke away from the 5-colored divine lightning and drilled into the Great Sage Tower. Lin Xian didn't continue to pursue it. Instead, he resisted it. The lightning tribulation was too terrifying. Even with his strength, he almost couldn't resist it. In an instant, his body was smashed into pieces. However, with a roar, his body reassembled. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have pulled the great dragon sword soul out and let him undergo the tribulation together. The great dragon sword soul roared and soared into the sky amidst the 5-colored divine lightning. Just like that, the two of them silently endured the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation lasted for too long. A month had passed, but the lightning tribulation didn't weaken at all. 2 months. 3 months. Outside, the experts around the void ocean were also waiting patiently. However, they were getting impatient. 3 months had passed and he still hadn't come out. What was going on? The void ocean had already closed. Could he still come out? He wouldn't be trapped inside, would he? Some people were puzzled. The others were worried as well. Even the Crimson Dragon and the others were worried. Was Lin Xian really okay? They knew that the eye of the Great Sage Tower could move. There might be some terrifying existence inside. If such an existence attacked, would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? All of this was unknown. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The people outside were getting impatient. However, they didn't leave because the Great Sage Tower and the Great Sage's inheritance were too tempting. Even if they had to wait for 10 years, they would still wait. In the void ocean, the red lightning tribulation continued and became more violent. However, the figure inside was getting stronger. It was Lin Xian. After half a year of accumulation, Lin Xian's physique was much stronger than before. He emitted an extremely powerful aura. The 5 elemental law fragments around him were also quickly condensing. They were even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian bathed in the lightning tribulation. He raised his head and looked at the Great Sage Tower in front of him. After half a year, he had already adapted to the 5 elemental lightning tribulation. Next, he would start his counterattack. After all, he knew that there was a remnant soul in the Great Sage statue. However, he didn't know if it was the Great Sage's remnant soul. However, if he wanted to get the Great Sage statue and bring it out, he had to fight this remnant soul. He might as well take advantage of the fact that the 5-colored lightning tribulation was still there and kill it. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged towards the Grand Sage Tower. As he moved, the 5-colored lightning tribulation chased after him and charged towards the tower. In an instant, it hit the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower trembled violently. However, it wasn't damaged. After all, it was a Great Sage's sacred artifact. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. After Lin Xian entered the Great Sage Tower, he directly charged towards the 3rd level. He brought along 5-colored lightning along the way, shattering the void within the Great Sage Tower. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd level. Then, without slowing down, he rushed to the top. Originally, the Great Sage Tower had been extremely quiet. However, as Lin Xian entered, the statue of the Great Sage suddenly erupted with a scarlet light. Then, a sharp roar was heard. "You're courting death." That voice was filled with resentment and fear. He had never expected that the other party would actually come and kill him. Moreover, he had brought along the lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, he ran off. However, Lin Xian simply laughed heartily as he approached the statue of the Great Sage. It enveloped the statue of the Great Sage. Did he escape? Even better, I wanted the statue of the Great God in the first place. Look at you, a wandering ghost, without the corpse of the Great Sage. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me, rely on the corpse of a Great Sage? Humph, what a reckless brat. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have the lightning tribulation? How naive, I'm not an existence that you can imagine. With that, the red light screamed, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. In the sea of lightning, Lin Xian's body swayed and he almost fell. His face was incomparably pale. He had no choice. The soul attack was too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded his expectations. Damn it, what kind of existence is this? Could it really be the remnant soul of the Great Sage? At the thought of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a remnant soul of the Great Sage was so terrifying. Fortunately, he was undergoing the tribulation now, so he could withstand it. From the looks of it, the lightning tribulation wouldn't disappear for a while. It would probably take at least half a year. Lin Xian calmed down. With the lightning tribulation, he wasn't afraid of the other party. Therefore, he rushed over. In the following days, Lin Xian chased after the red light figure nonstop. The red light figure roared repeatedly. Finally, it felt that it couldn't escape, so it entered the Great Sage's corpse again. It exploded with an incomparable light and fought Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he used the power of the lightning tribulation to fight it. Not only that, the Great Dragon Sword Soul also made a move. The Great Dragon Sword Soul had been bathing in the lightning tribulation. At this moment, its power was stronger than before. Countless sword chi slashed out, and the red light kept retreating. The red light screamed crazily. It didn't expect the other party to have the great dragon sword. Just like that, another half a year passed. Gradually, the red light disappeared. They couldn't find anything. The great sage's statue was still standing there. Although it was hit by the lightning tribulation, it wasn't damaged at all. It should be destroyed. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That kind of evil thing couldn't survive after being hit by the lightning tribulation for half a year, no matter how strong it was. After all, it wasn't a real great sage. It was a resentful spirit formed many years after the great sage died. Just like that, Lin Xian relaxed and began the final tribulation. However, when he combined the 5 elements, he was attacked by the red light again. Lin Xian was injured. His body collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, Lin Xian was furious. The other party was still alive. He directly sent the great dragon sword soul into the great sage's statue and attacked it continuously. Terrifying sword chi filled every inch of space. The red light finally couldn't take it anymore. He directly used the righteous chi of heaven and earth to eject the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian was sent flying as well. D***it, this guy was too evil. He didn't continue to attack because he was almost at the final juncture. Therefore, he directly rushed out of the great sage tower and began the final tribulation. The 5 elements combined. The fragments of the 5 great laws of nature gathered together to form a 5-colored divine chain that revolved around his body, making him appear extraordinarily mighty. The final lightning tribulation was even more terrifying. It formed a human figure. The human figure of the lightning tribulation was fighting Lin Xian. This battle lasted for 3 months. Lin Xian destroyed the human figure. The precept fragments in his body had completely turned into true precepts. The precepts of the 5 elements turned into 5-colored light. At this moment, the precepts of the 5 elements were finally condensed successfully. Lin Xian, on the other hand, became a true saint. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. When Lin Xian's precepts of the 5 elements were released, the unparalleled power was really too strong. An ordinary first heaven sage was nothing in front of him. Lin Xian was confident that he could fight against a second heaven sage. If this spread, it would be too unbelievable. After all, when one reached the sage realm, every level of heaven would bring about a huge change in one's strength. Previously, all the people Lin Xian met were only first heaven sages, but they were already so terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying a second heaven sage's birthday would be. But now, Lin Xian wasn't afraid even when facing a second heaven sage. Thinking of this, Lin Xian looked at the great dragon sword soul beside him. At this moment, the dragon sword soul was getting stronger and stronger. There were clear scales on it, and those scales were the spirit of laws. It seemed that the dragon sword soul had also broken through. Buzz, Lin Xian merged with the dragon sword soul, and his power rose again. At this moment, even the saint-level sea monsters roared anxiously. The great sage tower shook non-stop. Lin Xian rushed into the great sage tower, and the red light let out a sharp cry again. You broke through. He immediately activated the righteous chi of heaven and earth and attacked quickly. Lin Xian fought fiercely. The dragon sword soul turned into the 1,000 dragons picture and sealed the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue fought back crazily, but in the end, Lin Xian had already become a sage. The 5 elements laws were extremely powerful. Coupled with the dragon sword soul, the red light kept shaking and would disappear at any time. Stop, you can't kill me, finally, an old voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was unmoved, and he continued to seal and attack. Finally, the red light couldn't take it anymore. He seemed to have used the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue moved and released a shocking attack. It collided with the red light and screamed, "Stop, we can talk." Talk? Talk about what? Lin Xian sneered. Just now, when you tried to possess me over and over again, did you ever think of having a talk with me? I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the dragon sword soul and have comprehended the 5 elements laws. I underestimated your power. I admit that I can't do anything to you now. However, if you push me too far, even if I can't kill you, I can make you stay here forever. Back then, I could even kill the Situ Supreme Sage, let alone you, who had just become a First Heaven Sage. You're just a kid. Although my power has long been lost, I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Don't destroy me. The meaning of the threat was obvious. Lin Xian was originally disdainful, but when he heard one sentence, he stopped. What did that mean? You're not the remnant soul of the Xikong Great Sage? He was simply too shocked. At first, he thought that it was a remnant soul left behind by a great saint of the Xikong clan. But now, from his tone, it seemed like he was the one who killed Great Sage Xikong. The other party had actually killed a great sage. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of person is this? At the very least, he has to be a great sage of the same realm. Humph, brat, I am not the Xikong Grand Sage, and I am not a member of the human race. I am Black Mountain, known as the Great Sage of Black Mountain. You're right. I was the one who killed Great Sage Xikong. It was actually real. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. There was actually such an ancient mystery. Damn old man Xikong. What kind of bullshit righteous spirit is he cultivating? Does he think he can restrain me? So what? Even though this old man is a demon, the vastness of heaven and earth still cannot restrain me. In the end, I killed him. Of course, even though I died, I still left behind a remnant soul. I borrowed his corpse and used the righteous spirit to recover. I actually did not die for tens of thousands of years. In the end, I still won this battle. Lin Xian fell silent. It seemed like another pair of old enemies. Previously, the Nine-Sun Sword Sage was killed by the Great Demon. However, in the end, the Nine-Sun Sword Sage died with the Great Demon. In this generation, Lin Xian killed the Great Demon. In the end, the Great Demon summoned the first-generation demonic shadow, which almost killed him. If he did not have the Eye of Space and Time, they would have perished together. It seemed like the Black Mountain Great Sage and the Xikong Grand Sage were in a similar situation. The two of them had been entangled for many years, and in the end, they perished together. However, the Black Mountain Great Sage had left behind a remnant soul. So what if you tell me this secret? Even if I know that you are the remnant soul of a great sage, do you think I will stop? Lin Xian's face darkened again. Of course, although I am the remnant soul of the Black Mountain Great Sage, I have been entangled with the Xikong Grand Sage for too long. That is why I have the Xikong Grand Sage's memories. If you want the complete legacy of the Xikong Grand Sage, I might not be able to give it to you. However, if you want to take the Great Sage Tower, I can do it. How about it, kid? Let's make a deal. I will help you take the Great Sage Tower, and you will spare my life. Take the Great Sage Tower? Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes burning. In truth, although he was tempted by the Xikong Grand Sage's legacy, he did not really need it. He had the 9 sons and the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, 2 great legacies. It was enough for him to cultivate to the Great Sage level. However, the treasures in the Great Sage Tower were indeed very tempting. After all, his current resources were far from those of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Hall. However, if he had the Great Sage Tower, it would be different. It could make up for the difference in resources. Therefore, Lin Xian was tempted. However, it was impossible for him to let the other party go so easily. Let him go? It was not that he could not, but 1 Great Sage Tower was not enough. You have ambushed me 3 times. 1 Great Sage Tower. I can't spare you from death. Unless, damn kid, don't push your luck. The Black Mountain Grand Sage roared. He wanted to fight back, but he was beaten back again. In the end, he was like a deflated balloon. He looked at the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, his eyes filled with fear. Damn kid, tell me. Unless what? Simple. Stay by my side and assist me when necessary. Help me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I will set you free. What? You want to imprison me for 1,000 years? Dream on. The Black Mountain Grand Sage trembled in anger. Although he was only a spirit and was badly damaged, he was still so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Xian sneered. If you don't agree, I will destroy you now. At most, I will give up the tower. When I am strong enough, I will take it. F*ck, you win. However, I can only assist you for 100 years. 500 years. Lin Xian stretched out a hand. Not 1 day less. If you're not willing, then there's nothing to talk about. 500 years it is. The Black Mountain Grand Sage gritted his teeth. Although it would take another 500 years, it would be good for him to regain his freedom. Let go of me, kid. I will use the corpse of the great sage. The Black Mountain Grand Sage said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you can't take the corpse of the Xikong Grand Sage. I have use for it. Therefore, you have to find another place to stay. Damn kid, you are infuriating me. The Black Mountain Grand Sage trembled in anger. However, he had no choice. He could not defeat the other party. Moreover, he knew the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Even if he was the great holy Azure, if this brat was determined to kill him, he would still be able to kill him bit by bit. Then I will take that. The Black Mountain Grand Sage flew out and turned into a ball of black mist. Then, he rushed towards one of the seals. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that there was a treasure inside the seal. It was a black pendant. The pendant was in the shape of a crescent moon and emitted a mysterious aura. It was a soul-type defensive treasure. Lin Xian was shocked. As expected of the great sage. He really knew how to choose a place for himself. Lin Xian smiled. Why did you come out? Do you need my help? Before he could finish, the Black Mountain Great Sage's voice sounded. I can still do such a small trick. He smashed through the seal, then rushed out and floated to Lin Xian's side. I can take it with me, but let me set up a trap so you don't have to take over my body. What should I do? Lin Xian injected the aura of the great dragon sword spirit into the black crescent moon pendant. After confirming that there was no mistake, Lin Xian took it with him. He smiled because he knew that with the great dragon sword spirit around, the other party would not dare to be impudent. The other party looked at the great dragon sword spirit with fear in his eyes. Speaking of which, hey Shan, why don't you give me a few treasures first? Open these seals and let me choose properly. Lin Xian's eyes shone with passion. When the Black Mountain Great Sage heard this, he almost vomited blood. Don't even think about it. I'm just a remnant soul now. Although I'm a remnant soul of a great sage, I'm not as strong as you. So, it's impossible to break the seal. Breaking the seal just now has already used up all my energy. So, you want me to rest for a few years before telling you about breaking the seal? You tricked me. Didn't you just say that you can use the Great Sage Tower? Lin Xian's face darkened. The Black Mountain Great Sage laughed. Haha, kid, I said that I can help you keep the Great Sage Tower. As for the seal in the Great Sage Tower, I didn't say that I can help you break it. Damn, I've been tricked. This old monster is indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. As long as he kept the Great Sage Tower, he could break it one by one when he was strong enough. He said, alright, help me keep the Great Sage Tower first. Then, we'll leave. Okay, no problem. Watch me. Black Mountain floated out from the crescent moon pendant and filled the air like a haunted house. His eyes were bloodshot. A whistling sound could be heard. Then, using some unknown method, the entire Great Sage Tower flickered and Lin Xian was forcefully teleported out. As for the Grand Sage Tower, it gradually shrank and turned into a pagoda that floated in the air. He kept the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Void Ocean was really fruitful. First, he subdued the remnant soul of a great sage. Then, he took the Great Sage Tower. Most importantly, he had broken through and become a sage. Moreover, he was a saint who had merged the 5 elements into one, which greatly increased his strength. Those enemies and opponents of the past were nothing in front of him now. Even Shi Yan Nantian, Lin Xian did not put them in his eyes now. If Yan Nantian had not broken through, he would have been able to kill him with just a few slaps. However, at the mention of Yan Nantian, he frowned. Yan Nantian was a very difficult enemy to deal with. Yan Nantian's talent was not inferior to his and his opportunities were not inferior to his. If Yan Nantian broke through and became a sage, he would have many more tricks up his sleeve. If that happened, it would be troublesome to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian said, "Black Mountain, hurry up. How do we get out?" "Think of a way, it's easy to get out. Just do as I say and I guarantee that you'll get out smoothly." Black Mountain laughed strangely. Then, Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void ocean. A year and a half had passed outside. However, no one came out. Everyone seemed to be very patient. On this day, a crack appeared in the void ocean again. Then, a figure appeared. This scene made everyone's eyes widen and their auras burst out crazily. He came out. Someone came out, it was Lin Xian. It was that kid. Countless thunderclaps sounded and the surrounding array formation flickered. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the front. Lin Xian was originally dizzy, but in an instant, he came to his senses. The great dragon sword soul roared, and Lin Xian also unleashed a terrifying sword chi that swept in all directions. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a huge palm of five-colored light shot out. At the same time, he used the Kuan-Pung movement technique and instantly tore through the void and arrived on the other side. All of these could be said to be smooth and decisive. Lin Xian dodged those attacks and arrived on the other side. His expression darkened. Damn it, someone was ambushing him, and there were many of them. In the next moment, he saw a sea of people around him. There was a monstrous battle, and there were even array formations flickering in the distance. It was an inescapable trap. Damn, kid, what did you do? Why are there so many people after you? The Black Mountain Great Sage kept asking. Lin Xian said, "Shut up. Can't you see that I'm in danger? Kid, you finally came out. Why don't you keep hiding? I thought you still had 100 more years. Hand over the inheritance of the Great Sage obediently, and I can spare your life. Kid, get over here and accept your death. How dare you kill the genius of my race? I'll pull out your tendons and rip your bones out. I'll let you live in hell for 10,000 years." Frenzied voices rang out one after another. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as though thunder was rumbling non-stop. Lin Xian swept his gaze around and took a good look at the people around him. They were the Xikong clan, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dark Moon Temple, some sages, and some other clans. These people should have known about what happened in the Great Sage Tower. They thought that he had obtained the inheritance of the Great Sage. Damn it, who spread those rumors? Kid, you finally came out. I thought you were dead. The Crimson Dragon and the others floated over. Yan Ryu also had a worried look on her face. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It's great that you're out. In the distance, Sage Mubai and the other experts of the Langya Star also surrounded Lin Xian to protect him. It's good that you're fine. Sage Mubai thought to himself. This was because Lin Xian had unparalleled potential. If such a person died, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xian looked at Sage Mubai and smiled. I got it. I got it? Sage Mubai and the other experts of the Langya Star were stunned. They thought that Lin Xian was lucky enough to come out alive. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have obtained that item as well. What an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, Yan Ryu exclaimed in surprise. Your cultivation, your aura. She was really shocked. The others felt it and gasped. Sage, have you broken through to become a sage? The Crimson Dragon's face changed. Kid, did something happen that forced you to become a sage? You were so close to finding the elemental magnetic stone and forming the 5 elemental laws. What a pity. Lin Xian smiled and said, Rizalong, don't worry. I'm already a 5 elements sage. 5 elements sage, have you found the elemental magnetic stone? The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. Lin Xian nodded. The others were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter inside was indeed not small. He actually broke through to become a sage in 1.5 years. How terrifying would his battle prowess be? While they were reminiscing, those powerful cultivators on the other side roared, Damn it, did you not listen to me? Kill him. In an instant, countless figures rushed over. Dozens of powerful cultivators attacked together. It was truly terrifying. There were even a few sages among them. How dare you attack in front of the Xianxia star? Do you really think we don't exist? Sage Mubai's face darkened. The other powerful cultivators also had the same expression. Their eyes shone with a cold light. With a wave of their hands, a Xianxia mirror flew out and rolled in the sky, emitting a terrifying light. It was like a half-moon that swept in all directions. Boom boom, these forces collided in the air and exploded with an unparalleled light. The ancient mirror shook and the other forces dissipated. The surrounding people's expressions were ugly. The Xianxia ancient mirror had actually brought such a treasure. It seemed that the Xianxia star had come prepared. So what if they came prepared? Are we not prepared? The surrounding people also snorted coldly. With their lineup, they might not be able to take down the Xianxia star alone. However, they had so many powerful forces. Even if the Xianxia star was extremely powerful, they would still be suppressed by them. Kid, hurry up and hand over the treasure in the Great Sage Tower. The people of the Xikong family roared crazily. They were the most anxious. Why waste time talking to him? Just take him down. The two sages of the Vermilion Bird Palace walked out and stared coldly at Lin Xian. They had wanted to attack him during the Vermilion Bird ranking competition on planet Suzaku. However, Lin Xian escaped at that time. This time, they definitely wouldn't let him talk about it again. The two sages released their holy domains. The terrifying light was like the sun that shone in all directions. As soon as the sage's aura was released, the faces of the surrounding experts and skyprides changed. Many of them frantically retreated. This was simply too frightening. It seemed that the Vermilion Bird Palace was determined to take action. Mubai snorted. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Lin Xian. Let me do it. He took a step forward, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace still dare to be arrogant in front of me? He was really courting death. Boom, he raised his palm and slammed it forward. At this moment, the gigantic golden palm turned into 5 different colors. There were divine chains revolving around it. Walala. With a palm strike, the space in front of him shattered, and the 2 saint realms were torn apart. Boom, the 2 sages exploded into a bloody mist. Their miserable cries made one's scalp go numb. What? Everyone went crazy. Their eyes widened in disbelief. His opponent had shattered 2 saints with a single palm strike. How could this be? Those were 2 sages. If he went all out, he would be able to suppress everything. How did this kid do it? How could his strength be so terrifying? What was that 5-colored light just now? Screams rang out. Everyone's mocking and cold expressions all changed. They became terrified and trembled. They realized that they could no longer see the young man in front of them clearly. 2 mere First Heaven saints dared to be arrogant in front of him? They really didn't know what was good for them. Where was Yan Nantian? Tell him to come over and die. Lin Xian looked around. His main goal now was to find Yan Nantian. Then, he would kill him. When he said that, everyone's scalps went numb, and they subconsciously retreated. On the other hand, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace secretly cried out. Oh no, if Yan Nantian encountered the other party at this time, it would be very dangerous. However, to their relief, no one responded, and no one could find Yan Nantian. They didn't know if that guy had escaped in advance. In front of them, the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace saints reformed their bodies from the bloody mist, but their expressions were unusually ugly. You've broken through to become a saint. Their bodies were also trembling nonstop. When he said that, the others were also stunned. They carefully sensed and then gasped. Had the other party broken through to become a saint, those young geniuses were about to go crazy. The other party was already very powerful, and they were no match for him in the same level. Now, the other party had broken through to become a saint 1 step ahead of them. Who would be his match in the future? Yan Nantian. Didn't you see that Yan Nantian didn't dare to come out now? Indeed, Yan Nantian was nearby. However, the moment Lin Xian appeared, he disappeared without a trace. He used the secret technique of the Great Emperor's inheritance to hide his aura. That was because he felt that the other party had the aura of a saint's law. Damn it, he had condensed a real law, and it was a law of the 5 elements. Yan Nantian was extremely jealous because the other party's cultivation speed had surpassed his. One had to know that as the successor of the great emperor, he was unwilling to only condense one law. Therefore, he also wanted to condense many laws. However, he had not broken through yet, but he was very confident because he knew that with his qualifications and resources, he would definitely be the first to enter the saint realm among the younger generation. However, now, someone was one step ahead of him. And this person was his mortal enemy, so he had no choice but to hide. If others knew what Yan Nantian was thinking, they would definitely be shocked. Such an arrogant successor of the great emperor was like a coward at this moment, not daring to appear at all. Lin Xian was really too strong. In front, the two saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth. So what if you've become a saint? Go to hell, just now, the two of us were careless and unprepared. That's why we were ambushed by you. The two of them roared crazily, and the laws on their bodies soared again. However, the result was very tragic. Lin Xian's palm was surrounded by the five-colored divine chain, and he kept slamming it down like the hand of a god that could destroy the world. 2 moves. Once again, the other party was beaten into a bloody mist. The two saints screamed as if they had gone crazy. Their saint blood had been mostly wiped out. This had already hurt their foundation, so their faces were incomparably pale. The other people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also stepped forward and carefully protected the two of them. A first heaven saint dares to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian looked at the two saints with a disdainful expression. Was this really just a young man? How dare he look down on and mock the saints? His strength was too terrifying. This guy had already become a saint and transcended heaven and earth. It would be very difficult to subdue him in the future. I seem to have seen the figure of a young great emperor. After all, only the top sects like the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Sikong clan had the strength to fight for it. The others who stayed here were just there to watch the show. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they were really amazed. What kind of young great emperor is he? He's too weak. Although he was powerful, he had just become a sage. It was not impossible for him to be killed. The expert from the Dragon Valley walked out. He was also a sage. I'll kill him. His body was filled with powerful energy. As his dragon blood surged, everyone was forced to kneel down. Boom, in the next moment, the sage from the Dragon Valley attacked. He waved his hands, and a huge dragon head appeared in front of him. The dragon head had already appeared, and it was emitting a terrifying aura. With a roar, it absorbed the void energy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and rushed forward. Void Divine Dragon Fist. Many people exclaimed. This was a peerless superpower of the Dragon Valley. A sage had evolved it, and it was extremely powerful. The Void Divine Dragon emitted a terrifying aura. There was even dragon blood condensing on it, as if a divine dragon had been born. Moreover, it was called the Void Divine Dragon. So, at this moment, only the dragon head and dragon claws were hidden in the void. No one knew where the attack would come from. Boom, all of a sudden, a dragon's tail appeared behind Lin Xian's back and came down like a heavenly blade. This attack caused many people's expressions to change. Even the sages' hearts were pounding wildly. If they were hit by this attack, they would definitely be split into 2. Not good. Kid, be careful. Yan Ryu, the Crimson Dragon, the Northern Demon, and the others were all nervous. Mubai Sage's pupils shrank. However, in the face of such a terrifying and strange attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He did not even turn his head. Instead, he threw out a palm strike. 5 types of laws on his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 mountains and crashed behind him. It collided with the tail of the Void Palace Divine Dragon. Boom, the entire universe was shaking, and the void ocean in the distance was surging. The 5 elements mountain hit the Void Divine Dragon's tail, and a shocking sound was heard. What was even more frightening was that a crack had appeared on the Void Divine Dragon's tail. Furthermore, the crack was still spreading. Heavens, what did I just see? The surrounding people were stunned. The experts from the Dragon Valley screamed as if they had gone crazy. This was impossible. Their sage's divine fist was actually shattered by the other party. That was the Void Divine Dragon Fist, very few people of the same level could break it. Not to mention a newcomer who had just broken through and whose realm was still unstable. How did he do it? While they were still in a daze, Lin Xian's second attack came, another palm strike. The power of this palm strike was even more terrifying than before. The 9 Yan divine body and the 5 laws descended from the sky. With a loud boom, 3 cracks appeared on the void Saint Dragon's tail, causing it to crumble. The Dragon Valley holy man's face was flushed red as his blood churned in his veins. He waved his hand, wanting to change the direction of the void divine dragon fist and attack again. However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. With a stomp of his foot, his right leg swept out. The 5 elemental laws combined with the power of his physique seemed to have transformed into a 5 elemental divine sword. He kicked forward. This attack caused a huge crack to spread in all directions. Everything within a few million miles was torn apart. The void divine dragon was broken in half by the kick. If the Dragon Valley holy man was at a disadvantage earlier, then the void divine dragon fist was completely broken now. The Dragon Valley holy man spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fell from the sky. Dragon Valley? That's all you got? You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Who else wants to try? Lin Xian looked at the Dark Moon Temple and the Xikong clan with a provocative gaze. At this moment, he had just broken through to the Sage realm. Naturally, he wanted to compete with these people to test his strength. Although it was just a simple exchange, Lin Xian was ecstatic. His guess was right. Previously, he could already kill a First Heaven Sage. Now that he had broken through to the First Heaven Sage, people of the same level would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. He should be able to deal with a second Heaven Sage. Right now, Lin Xian was brimming with confidence, as though he could crush everything in his path. Wherever his gaze landed, all the geniuses around him would lower their heads. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. Trash. His words made these people feel humiliated, but no one dared to respond. I'll do it. The Xikong clan holy man was furious. Kid, I'll kill you with my own hands and take back the treasures that belong to the Xikong clan. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. The Xikong clan holy man stood in the void with a pale face and no beard. The righteous chi of heaven and earth on his body was surging. As soon as he finished speaking, the universe was torn apart. The nomological laws that filled the sky tore the universe apart. A beam of sword light condensed and floated in front of him, and he grasped it. This sword was too terrifying. It was not a real weapon. It was a treasured sword that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, the aura circulating on it made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. The righteous chi of heaven and earth. The Xikong clan was indeed powerful. Rumor had it that they could mobilize the heaven and earth phenomenon to the greatest extent. It seemed that it was true. Many sages nodded. They were still very afraid of the Xikong clan. The saint of the Xikong family brandished his long sword, splitting the sky and earth apart. It was like a peerless immortal light that swept towards Lin Xian. Competing in sword techniques? Lin Xian laughed. The 5 elements laws condensed on his body and formed a sword of laws. He also grabbed it and slashed it out. Feeling the power of the 5 elements sword, the surrounding sages' faces changed. It was too terrifying. Although the other party had just become a sage, his Tao was too terrifying. It was formed by the condensation of the 5 elements laws. The power made them extremely jealous. Indeed, it was the 5 elements sword. Once the 5 elements laws appeared, it really swept through everything. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking. The path sword formed by heaven and earth on the other side also trembled. The last 2 divine swords collided in the sky. Boom, countless large cracks spread. The path sword summoned by the Xikong clan holy man disappeared. Damn it. How could this kid be so powerful? The Xikong clan holy man's face changed. However, since he dared to come out, it meant that he had more tricks up his sleeve. In a lone city and mountain range. Following his voice, a city appeared in the 9 heavens. It was as if a city had fallen from the celestial realm. It was broken and full of swords, spears, and weapons. It was obvious that it had existed for thousands of years. When this scene appeared, the surrounding people's scalps exploded. It was another heaven and earth phenomenon. Not only that, but there were also countless path mountains around the ancient city. They towered into the clouds and stood tall. They were like heavenly swords that were abnormally sharp and could cut through everything. Under this strange scene, the immortal city surrounded by mountains fell from the sky and suppressed Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. How could the Xikong clan have such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon? Many people screamed. Even Yan Ryu and the others looked solemn. Black Mountain was secretly observing this battle from inside the moon-shaped pendant. When he saw this scene, he muttered softly, "I felt that something was wrong when I was fighting with that old man Xikong." The righteous chi of heaven and earth was more like a heaven and earth phenomenon. He had a feeling that this clan was related to the legendary heavenly punishment sword. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. The heavenly punishment sword. The heavenly punishment sword was one of the 5 swords in the world, just like the great dragon sword. Could it be that the Xikong family had something to do with the heavenly punishment sword? However, there was no time for him to think too much. Facing the immortal city and the sacred mountains, Lin Xian shouted coldly and threw out a punch. Suddenly, a 5-colored divine dragon flew out. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. This 5-colored divine dragon was very strange. Only one of its heads was roaring, while its body, claws, and tail were all hidden in the void and could not be seen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Void Divine Dragon Fist. Damn it, why does he have this thing? The elites of the Dragon Valley roared crazily. But soon, they thought of something. The other party was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Not only was the Great Dragon Sword unparalleled in attack, but it could also evolve all kinds of mystiques. Now that the other party had used the Great Dragon Sword's soul to evolve their mystiques, it was nothing. However, what made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood was that the other party's attack seemed to be even more powerful than their sage's attack. Although the other party did not attack them this time, this unintentional slap in the face made their cheeks hurt. The 5-colored divine dragon rushed up. One of its heads bit the immortal city, while the other dragon claws and tail continuously attacked the surrounding mountains. After an intense collision, the immortal city and the 10,000 mountains disappeared. The 5-colored divine dragon soared in the sky and then slowly disappeared. The sage of the Xikong family also took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely ugly. Lin Xian laughed loudly. "You can't do it either. You're no match for me." "Who else?" He looked around in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. Regardless of whether they were young geniuses or old powerhouses or sages, all of them were intimidated by his aura at this moment. It was the great sage's inheritance. It must be the treasure in the great sage tower that made him so powerful. Hurry up and catch him together. The great sage's treasure will be yours. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Then, a fire appeared in their eyes. That's right, why bother talking about rules with the other party? Just attack together and capture the other party. So what if the other party was strong? Can one person stop so many of us? The surrounding experts of the Xikong clan were the first to step forward. Then, the 8-Wind Palace, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, and the Saints also stepped forward and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid. He looked around in all directions, searching for the person who had spoken. That person's voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't find him. "Do you want a group battle? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Behind them, Saint Mubai and the others also stepped forward and came to Lin Xian's side. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. However, Lin Xian said, "Elder Mubai, take Ryu and Rizalong and leave first. I will stay here and fight them." There were too many of them. It would be unwise to fight them head-on. "No, it's even more dangerous for you to stay here." Mubai Xing shook his head. Crimson Dragon, Yan Ryu, and the others were also nervous. "I'll go with you," Yan Ryu said. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. I have the Kuan-Pung movement technique. If I want to leave, they can't stop me. But you are different. If you are trapped, it will be very troublesome. So, you go first. I'll let you take that thing away." Lin Xian said and was about to take out the great sage statue. However, at this time, He Shan said, "Kid, don't tell me you want to give the great sage statue to them. Let me remind you, don't give it to them first. There's a trap in the great sage statue. Wouldn't it be perfect to use it to kill these people?" Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He said, "If I give you the great sage statue, they will definitely hunt you down. You guys retreat first. I'll go to the Xianxia star to meet them." "Are you sure you're okay?" Saint Mubai and the others were still very worried. Lin Xian said, "Trust me, go quickly. Otherwise, there won't be time. You guys, go with them." "Alright, be careful." Yan Ruyu nodded. Ruzalong also said, "Kid, you must come back alive." The North Demon, Saint Mubai, and the others gritted their teeth and retreated quickly. "You want to leave?" "Impossible." The surrounding people surrounded them. Lin Xian shouted, "The great sage treasure you want is with me. Let them go. I'll fight you here." As he spoke, he directly took out the great sage statue. In an instant, the righteous aura of heaven and earth accompanied by the terrifying pressure of the great sage descended from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. In the next moment, everyone looked at the great sage statue with burning eyes. This is the Dharma idol of the great sage. Patriarch. This is our patriarch. The people of the Xikong family were even more excited. Many people directly knelt in the sky. More people roared, "Damn kid, hand over our patriarch's Dharma idol. Otherwise, we'll tear you into pieces." The others also roared, "Hand it over. Let's go." Saint Mubai gritted his teeth and roared. He entered the spirit boat and quickly left. During this process, no one stopped him. Because everyone's attention was attracted by the great sage Dharma idol. So what if those people left? If the other party's demon blood reached the Xianxia star and called for reinforcements, it would not be so simple. By the time reinforcements arrived, they would have killed the other party. Seeing that Saint Mubai had safely left, Lin Xian sighed in relief. At the same time, he asked, "Black Mountain, tell me, what secrets does the great sage Dharma idol have?" Black Mountain chuckled. "Of course there are. I've been entangled with old man Situ for tens of thousands of years. In that great sage Dharma idol, there's righteous aura and of course, my demon aura. That energy is definitely beyond your imagination. Kid, only you have the great dragon sword soul that can restrain me. Otherwise, if you attacked the great sage Dharma idol directly, you would have died in the great sage tower. Next, what you need to do is to release the two extremely terrifying auras in the Dharma idol. Especially my demon aura." "There's actually such a thing?" Lin Xian's expression changed. "Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't kill Black Mountain. Otherwise, he would probably be seriously injured when he obtained the great sage Dharma idol." However, now, he looked at the people around him and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. "I'll let these people have a taste of what it means to be filled with demon aura and despair. Kid, hurry up and hand over the great sage Dharma idol." The powerful experts and saints of the powerful sects were all roaring. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and laughed heartily. "You want the great sage's inheritance? Come on, let's see if you're qualified." The surrounding people all pressed forward. On the other hand, Lin Xian leaped into the air. He did not take the supreme sage Dharma idol with him, leaving the statue behind. In an instant, the elites of the Xikong clan took the lead and rushed over. They stood in front of the statue of the supreme sage and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, the supreme ancestor's Dharma idol is ours, we finally got it." They were overjoyed. Boom, however, as soon as they laughed, someone was blasted into a bloody mist. The elites of the Dragon Valley killed a few of the Xikong clan members and sneered. "How dare you snatch the supreme sage Dharma idol? So what if it belongs to the Xikong clan? Today, it belongs to the Dragon Valley. You're courting death. Let's fight." The Xikong clan members roared, and the elites of the Dragon Valley sneered. A great battle broke out. The people of the Eight-Wind Palace also laughed. "Is that so? So what if you count me in?" Many of the surrounding people joined in the battle. However, there were also some people who charged toward Lin Xian because Lin Xian also had two great inheritances and the Great Destruction Spear, which also made people jealous. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace charged forward and unleashed terrifying flames, creating a world of fire. Lin Xian dodged with his extreme speed. At the same time, the people of the Dark Moon Temple also rushed over to assassinate him. Lin Xian used the 5 elemental laws to form a divine sword that swept in all directions, sending the people around him flying. At the same time, he felt that the situation was about right, so he rushed forward. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Everyone was chasing after him. At this moment, they were divided into two groups. One group was besieging the Supreme Sage Dharma idol, while the other group was chasing after Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was heading toward the Supreme Sage Dharma idol. The Kuanping movement technique was so fast that it reached the Supreme Sage Dharma idol in an instant. You want to kill me? You want the Supreme Sage Dharma idol? You people. Go to hell. With that, Lin Xian began to slap the Supreme Sage Dharma idol according to Black Mountain's instructions. At the same time, he stood in a strange position, and the aura of Black Mountain emanated from his body. Shocking transformations took place. Before, the great sage Dharma idol had been a stalwart man with a righteous aura that made him seem like a warlord. But all of a sudden, his eyes flickered and lit up with blood-red light. It was incomparably bewitching. The red light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, a surge of demonic aura rushed out from his body. This aura was truly too terrifying. It was the demonic chi left behind by the Black Mountain after fighting with the other party for tens of thousands of years. As soon as that demonic aura appeared, it swept through the world. Boom! Boom! In an instant, some of the people nearby were swallowed by the demonic chi and died instantly. The other people were also sent flying, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. What was that? Damn it, demonic aura, how could there be demonic aura? Wasn't he from the Xikong clan? Didn't the supreme saints of the Xikong clan cultivate the righteous chi of heaven and earth? The people around him went crazy. The members of the Xikong clan were also stunned. Demonic aura could be said to be the complete opposite of righteous chi. But why was their ancestor Dharma idol like a peerless demon at this moment? Could it be that this wasn't their ancestor? They still couldn't figure it out. That monstrous demonic aura was really too terrifying. The people around him were all enveloped in an instant, and they all wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Damn brat, how dare you trick us, these people roared crazily. They finally understood why Lin Xian dared to bring the Supreme Saint Dharma idol here alone and wait for them. It turned out that he had such a trump card, this was definitely enough to kill all of them. Run, run quickly. This was the aura of a supreme saint, which far surpassed theirs. It was not something they could resist at all. Therefore, the remaining saints fled as if they had gone mad. Can you escape? How can you resist the demonic aura of my Black Mountain? Black Mountain sneered secretly. As expected, although those saints avoided the spreading demonic aura, they were still enveloped by the red light. In the next moment, their faces became extremely distorted, and their eyes were also extremely red. Their entire body became abnormally violent. They began to attack the people around them as if they had fallen into madness. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was stunned as well. This should be a soul attack, right? If one wanted to avoid the soul attack of the old demon of the Black Mountain, they would have to be like him, who had the great dragon sword soul and could directly destroy it. Otherwise, it would be a true supreme saint. The surrounding saints of the first heaven probably didn't have such power. As expected, the surrounding saints were all affected and began to attack crazily. They started to kill each other. The surrounding people were also surrounded by demonic aura. The void was like azure hell, and they attacked mercilessly. Saint blood floated between heaven and earth. It was abnormally terrifying, as if it had become the 18 levels of hell. Only Lin Xian stood near the Supreme Saint Dharma idol. His body was surrounded by the aura of the Black Mountain, so he wouldn't suffer any attacks. This process was simply too tragic. No. Ancestor! Why are you killing us? The geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace screamed crazily. They really couldn't understand why they were killed by their own people instead of being enveloped by the demonic aura. Those geniuses' eyes were wide open. They didn't understand what was going on until they died. The powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple were also killed by their own saints. The saints of the Dragon Valley and the Eight-Wind Hall even fought. The people of the Sikong family tried their best to resist, but the aura of the Dharma idol was still not the power of heaven and earth, but a monstrous demonic aura. Therefore, they were also affected. In an instant, they began to kill their own disciples crazily. This was a kind of despair. Being killed by one's own seniors was the most tragic outcome. In the end, the saints also began to fight and kill each other. In addition to the monstrous demonic aura around them, they attacked crazily. No one could escape. The battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights. Finally, all the screams disappeared. Everyone around him had been killed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were densely packed. It was as if it had really become Yama's palace. At this moment, only Lin Xian was alive. It was over. Lin Xian witnessed the crazy scene of 10 days and 10 nights, and he was extremely shocked. However, his will was firm, so he wasn't affected at all. Moreover, these people all reaped what they had sown. If these people weren't greedy, if they didn't want to kill him, then these people wouldn't have ended up like this. He looked at the Supreme Saint Dharma idol again. At this moment, all the demonic aura of the Supreme Saint Dharma idol was released. What remained was the power of heaven and earth. Such a pure Dharma idol and power of heaven and earth was enough to suppress the demonic aura on the Langyus star. Moreover, he wasn't worried about any side effects. Therefore, he waved his hand and put away the Dharma idol. "Let's go," Lin Xian said indifferently as he looked around. Then, just as he was about to leave, Heishan arrived. "Kid, there are still people here, and they are leaving quickly." "What? There are still people?" Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His body stiffened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and quickly searched, but he did not find anyone. What was going on? Eh? The Black Mountain Great Sage was surprised. "Your eyes are also very strange." "Forget it, I don't have time to study this. I'm a remnant soul of a supreme sage. Although my cultivation is weak now, my experience is definitely not something you can compare to. Hurry, someone is leaving 103,000 meters in front of you." Hearing this, Lin Xian did not hesitate anymore. Without saying a word, he directly slapped out a light palm. It enveloped the area. With a loud boom, the surrounding space was shattered into pieces. He had even used the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could definitely destroy all the void. As expected, there was no one in the shattered void. However, when the great dragon sword chi swept through the void, a figure rushed into the sky. He blasted the great dragon sword chi away and then fled into the distance. There was indeed someone. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Just who was it that could actually dodge such a terrifying soul attack? He could even avoid his heavenly secret divine eyes. He used the Kuanping technique and quickly chased after him. At the same time, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. He saw a ray of light, and the aura it contained shocked him. The Black Mountain Great Sage also exclaimed. "Why did I feel the power of the Great Emperor, Yan Nantian? It's him. He was indeed here." Lin Xian revealed a cold smile and at the same time explained to the Black Mountain. He was the successor of the Great Emperor. The successor of the Great Emperor? No wonder he could feel the Great Emperor's aura. The Black Mountain nodded. Lin Xian smiled. He had searched high and low for something, but found it without any effort. He finally met Yan Nantian again. Moreover, judging from his aura, he should not have broken through. This time, it would be his death. Thinking of this, he sped up again and chased after him. Yan Nantian was extremely depressed. He could not understand. He used the Great Emperor's inheritance to hide his aura and isolate everything. Even a second heaven or third heaven sage might not be able to see through it. But how did the other party see through it? He knew that his opponent's eye technique was powerful, but he was more confident in his emperor's legacy. How could he have known that not only had Lin Xian broken through this time, but he also had the remnant soul of a great sage by his side? Naturally, his knowledge and experience were not something an ordinary sage could compare to. Therefore, he could only run for his life like a madman. However, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, his current cultivation level had already fallen behind Lin Xian. Therefore, it didn't take long for the gap between the two of them to become smaller and smaller. Yan Nantian screamed crazily. He roared, "Damn it, don't attack me. Can we reconcile? I can teach you one or two ultimate techniques of the great emperor. As long as you let me go." Let you off? Stop dreaming. There's no way I'll let you off. So, you should just die obediently, Lin Xian attacked in a frenzy. His law divine chains transformed into a giant dragon that danced in the sky and blasted forward. Yan Nantian roared madly. He was courting death. 9 monarch marks revolved around his body as he took out the Saint Chariot. He blocked the Saint Chariot in front of him. With a clang, he was sent flying in the next moment. The Saint Chariot trembled. Yan Nantian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. However, in the end, he managed to block the attack. In the next moment, he drove the Saint Chariot and quickly rushed over. He had to escape quickly. He was no match for his opponent now. Only by returning to the Vermilion Bird Palace could he ensure his safety. Thinking of this, he drove the Saint Chariot crazily. Do you want to leave? Do you think you can leave? Lin Xian's eyes erupted with piercing killing intent. This was the best opportunity for him to kill his opponent. Therefore, he wouldn't let his opponent escape. In an instant, he chased after him. His speed was extremely fast. Yan Nantian was scared out of his wits. He pulled out the spear of great destruction and struck out. The 5 elemental laws, accompanied by a black shadow, rushed out. Yan Nantian's scalp went numb. He quickly dodged. At the same time, the 9 monarch marks and the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts blocked the attack. However, he was no match for his opponent now. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian anymore. He could only run away crazily. Yan Nantian burned his power and instantly used a secret technique to appear tens of millions of miles away. Then, he opened a scroll without hesitation. It was a very ancient scroll with a teleportation array carved on it. As soon as it appeared, the power of space enveloped Yan Nantian. Kid, just you wait. When I become a saint, I'll kill you. Yan Nantian's body gradually disappeared. Behind him, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Is he leaving? There's still a teleportation array. Impossible, I won't let you go. His divine body and law circulated, and he turned into a Kuan Peng. At this moment, Lin Xian's speed surpassed everything. The piercing sword light, accompanied by the phantom of the Kuan Peng, rushed over. At the end of the array formation, he also followed in. Buzz, he and Yan Nantian were teleported together. Buzz, in the endless starry sky, Yan Nantian appeared. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Am I finally saved? Just as he was about to leave, his body trembled, and he suddenly turned around. The teleportation array behind him had not completely disappeared, and a shocking murderous intent came from inside. No way, is he coming? How is that possible? They're tens of millions of miles away. How can he be so fast? Yan Nantian's expression was ugly. He raised his palm and directly slapped at the teleportation array. He wanted to destroy it. However, a black spear came out of it and pierced through Yan Nantian's palm. Yan Nantian screamed and withdrew his palm. His expression was cold. Buzz. Lin Xian walked out of the teleportation array. Do you think I can't kill you just because you have a teleportation array? As he spoke, he exerted force and cut off one of Yan Nantian's arms. Yan Nantian screamed, and his face became extremely distorted. However, at this moment, he waved his other hand, and suddenly, a red light flashed and slashed at Lin Xian's glabella. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of danger. The divine chains of order transformed, and he used the sacred shield to block in front of him. With a clang, he was forced back, and the 5 elemental laws were almost split apart. What? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As expected, Yan Nantian is not simple. He shouted coldly, and the 5 elemental laws quickly intertwined, entangling the red light. Only then did he see it clearly. It was a sword. It was only the size of a palm, and it was engraved with runes. A biting cold murderous intent bloomed from it. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This treasure sword was too terrifying. It was definitely a hidden weapon that could kill. In fact, if a second heaven sage was not careful, he would be pierced through. However, Lin Xian was too strong. No matter how powerful the killing sword was, he could block it. I want to see what other trump cards you have. After sealing the sword, Lin Xian looked at Yan Nantian again. Buzz, he attacked mercilessly. Yan Nantian could only block with the Saint Chariot. He used all of his abilities, but he was no match for Lin Xian. The heaven-destroying finger, the thunder god's body, and even the immortal burying tower. However, that illusion was shattered by Lin Xian's attack. In the end, Yan Nantian was defeated. However, he didn't use the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Instead, he used a secret technique to recover. At the same time, he covered his body with the Saint Chariot. Then he turned into a ray of light and fled for his life. Throughout the entire process, Yan Nantian activated the teleportation array 3 times, but Lin Xian caught up to him each time. Just like that, they arrived near planet Suzaku before they knew it. Along the way, they met some powerful cultivators. When they saw Lin Xian's terrifying killing intent, they all backed off. Just a little more and they would reach planet Suzaku. Yan Nantian's eyes were bloodshot. He took out precious heaven and earth treasures from his storage ring and devoured them without any regard for his life. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. As long as he could survive, he could get everything he had. He had even started to burn his bloodline. He also activated the last teleportation array in his hand. You want to leave? Stay. Lin Xian let out an angry roar and attacked again. However, Yan Nantian was determined this time. He actually split his soul and an avatar to die for him. As for his true body, he entered the teleportation formation and disappeared. Lin Xian's expression was cold after he killed the avatar. That attack had damaged Yan Nantian's foundation. Even if Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't be able to recover in a few hundred years. However, that wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was to kill Yan Nantian. Therefore, Lin Xian let out a roar, gathered the power of all 9 heavens and 10 earths, and charged over. So what if Yan Nantian returned to planet Suzaku? If he wanted to kill someone, not even the heavens could stop him. Planet Suzaku. The red earth and the temperature of the flames were so high that even space was burning. However, Yan Nantian smiled. Finally, he was back in their territory. This time, he was safe. When he returned this time, he would definitely go into seclusion. Before he reached the sage realm, he would not come out even if he were beaten to death. Just as he was about to leave, his scalp suddenly went numb, and he screamed in horror. In the sky, a beam of light tore through the astral winds and charged over. Yan Nantian, you're not leaving, a cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Damn it, are they chasing after me again? Yan Nantian's scalp went numb as he quickly fled. However, Lin Xian made his move. Without another word, he took out the left hand of the devil. He had obtained the devil's left hand from Cloud Sky Saint. Previously, Cloud Sky Saint's strength was not as strong as his. However, after he had the demon's left hand, his strength surpassed Cloud Sky Saint's and he was able to contend with Cloud Sky Saint. However, in the end, he actually died at the hands of the left hand of the devil. All of this made the devil's left hand seem extremely strange. However, Lin Xian was very interested. Thus, he sealed it. Originally, he had planned to study it when he had the time. But now, he couldn't care less. In an instant, he merged the left hand of the devil into his palm. Then, he viciously pressed down on the ground. At this moment, the left hand of the devil combined with the 5 elemental laws to form a killing blow. No matter how strong Yan Nantian was, he couldn't withstand it. With one strike, he was reduced to ashes. However, Lin Xian didn't relax because he knew that the other party had many trump cards. He had seen the Emperor Regeneration Talisman many times. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't kill the other party. As expected, he found a rune in the blood mist through the heavenly secret child prodigy. It was an intact rune. The rune trembled, and in an instant, Yan Nantian recovered again. His expression was incomparably cold, and his strength had reached its peak. Yan Nantian recovered to his peak in an instant. Without another word, he burned the 9 emperor runes, the 4 mythical beast phantoms, and the power of the bloodline in his body to the extreme. At the same time, he shouted coldly. I am Yan Nantian, quickly inform the Vermilion Bird Palace. I am being chased by Lin Xian, whoever can save me, I will give him the Emperor Mystique. His voice resounded throughout the world. It seemed that in order to survive, Yan Nantian didn't care about anything else. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. An intact Emperor rune? It seems that your trump card is finally about to be used up. He charged forward again. Who dares to attack young Master Yan? In the distance, 3 streams of light rushed over. They were 3 sages. The 3 sages were originally nearby to gather and exchange cultivation experiences. Now that they heard Yan Nantian's voice, their eyes lit up. Yan Nantian was being chased by Lin Xian. They hadn't gone to the Void Ocean, and the news of the Void Ocean hadn't spread. Therefore, they knew that Lin Xian was stronger than Yan Nantian. But that was all. Yan Nantian was at most a half-sage and might be able to fight against a sage. However, if the 3 sages worked together, they could definitely take him down. As long as they saved Yan Nantian, they would be able to obtain the Emperor Mystique. The Emperor Mystique would be able to make their strength undergo earth-shattering changes. Therefore, under such temptation, they attacked decisively. Those who stop me will die, Lin Xian roared. He reached out with his demonic left hand and blasted the 3 sages into a bloody mist. This time, he didn't hold back. Therefore, the 3 first heaven stage sages were completely killed. How terrifying was that? It scared Yan Nantian out of his wits. There were still some people in the surrounding tens of millions of miles. However, when they wanted to attack again, they were completely stunned. The 3 first heaven stage sages were instantly killed. This strength terrified them. No one dared to attack again. However, even if they didn't dare to attack Lin Xian, they could still inform Vermilion Bird Palace. That would also be a great contribution. Needless to say, some people were really lucky to encounter people from Vermilion Bird Palace. In a mountain range, Vermilion Bird Palace's sages and some geniuses were besieging a secret cave. When they received the news, their expressions immediately changed. Yan Nantian was being chased by Lin Wuti. And his life was on the line. Kill, they directly rushed over. Yan Nantian was already scared out of his wits. He no longer had the arrogance and pride of a great emperor's successor. At this moment, he only hoped that someone could save him. He had already burned his blood and swallowed all the most precious pills in his hands. However, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Moreover, he had also been hit by the demonic left hand. Although it wasn't a complete hit, the aftershock of the energy had caused half of his body to be smashed, just when he thought that he was definitely going to die. Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. Stop! Who dares to hurt young Master Yan? The Vermilion Bird Palace's sage has arrived. Everyone kneel down, crazy roars sounded. It was obvious that there were more than one powerhouse coming. Great, I'm saved. Yan Nantian heaved a sigh of relief. In an instant, the sages from afar arrived. 5 first heaven stage sages and 16 half-sages. Such a lineup could be said to be very powerful. Therefore, Yan Nantian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw it. After swallowing a few precious pills, he said, "Help me block him. I want to return to Vermilion Bird Palace and immediately go into seclusion. I've injured my foundation." What? Hearing this, the sages of Vermilion Bird Palace changed their expressions. They weren't surprised that Yan Nantian was injured because Lin Xian was very powerful. But to injure one's foundation, this was not a small problem. It might affect one's future cultivation, so they didn't dare to be careless. Young Master Yan, don't worry. Go back and I'll help you kill this kid. Yes, we have more people. After killing Lin Wuti, no one will be able to threaten young Master. The 5 sages' eyes shone with a cold light. The 16 half-sages behind them also sneered. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Kill me? He poured the great dragon sword soul into the great destruction spear and then used the left hand of the devil to hold the great destruction spear. At the same time, he activated his Tianji divine eyes. Go to hell. No, stop him. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Yan Nantian screamed crazily. The left hand of the devil was too much of a threat to him. Therefore, he quickly fled. The other 5 sages were also furious when they saw this scene. Go to hell. 2 sages attacked and 3 sages protected Yan Nantian. In their opinion, such a lineup was enough. But they didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He had already become a sage and had the left hand of the devil. Even a second heaven stage sage would die here. Therefore, the 2 sages were sent flying before they could even get close to him. The other 3 sages were pierced. The last one to be pierced was Yan Nantian. This is impossible. Yan Nantian's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt his life draining away. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. He used the last of his strength and screamed crazily. He was the successor of the great emperor, the successor of the great emperor. He had the inheritance of a great emperor. He was destined to become a great emperor in the future, but now, before he could even become a true sage, was he going to die here? I can't accept this, Yan Nantian roared into the sky. However, he no longer had the emperor regeneration talisman. Moreover, he couldn't escape now. So what if you're unwilling? All of this is your own doing, and you can't live. The enmity between us will disappear from now on. As Lin Xian's voice fell, the devil's left hand, the great destruction spear, and the great dragon sword spirit erupted with full power, killing the 3 sages. Yan Nantian's body was also torn apart, his soul destroyed. The blood mist that filled the sky was then completely wiped out. There was only a giant crack in the sky. It was a shocking sight. The 2 saints of Rosefinch Palace and the 16 half-saints were all stunned. What did they see? Yan Nantian had been insta-killed. What kind of power was this? What exactly did this brat experience? Why did his strength change so drastically? They could not understand. However, they were not worried. Young Master Yan was the successor of a great emperor and had the emperor regeneration talisman. They should quickly escort him away. They soared into the sky and flew forward. But soon, they were stunned. There was no more blood mist in the world, let alone the emperor regeneration talisman. They waited for a long time, but there was no sign of it. An unbelievable thought came to their minds. Could it be that the emperor regeneration talisman had been used up? As soon as this thought came to their minds, they gasped. The 16 half-saints were also dumbfounded. If the emperor regeneration talisman was used up, Yan Nantian could not be revived. Yan Nantian had been completely killed. This was an earth-shattering event. It was bigger than anything else. Rosefinch Palace was probably going to riot, and the ancient path of the stars was going to be chaotic. Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. He was very likely to become the new great emperor in the future. Rosefinch Palace had done so many things for Yan Nantian and made enemies with so many people, but now, Yan Nantian was dead. Rosefinch Palace no longer had a trump card and a pillar of support. It could be imagined that the future would be a disastrous blow. Run, run quickly and spread the news, the 2 saints roared. Lin Xian was too dangerous. They had to go back and gather the most powerful saints to capture him as soon as possible. Yan Nantian was dead. They had to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, Rosefinch Palace would not be able to sleep in peace in the future. You still want to leave? Stay here. Lin Xian used the left hand of the devil to kill 2 saints. As for the remaining half-saints, the 5 elemental laws on his body turned into 5 elemental divine swords and flew in all directions. They were all killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. No one escaped. The surroundings were terrifying and quiet. Who would have thought that such an earth-shattering battle had taken place here? Moreover, the successor of a great emperor had died here. After Lin Xian killed these people, he did not leave. Instead, he looked into the void. Do you think I can't find you if you hide there without moving? You're the one who tipped me off, right? His golden hand directly grabbed a figure. That figure knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. Spare me, I've been possessed. Spare my life. Spare you? You've seen everything. That's impossible. In your next life, don't be my enemy again. With that, he killed the other party with a single blow. Lin Xian turned around. His eyes flickered. He wanted to find Yan Nanshan's relics. Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. He must have left something behind after death, especially the great emperor's legacy. This tempted him. At the same time, in Rosefinch Palace, the palace lord and a group of elders were discussing. Calculating the time, there should be news from the void ocean. Yes, it should be out soon. What kind of harvest would they have this time? Yan Nantian should have gained the most. He would probably go into seclusion again. He would be able to become a saint. Yes, after becoming a saint, Yan Nanshan's strength would be even more terrifying. An ordinary first heaven sage was no match for him. In a few hundred years, he would be invincible in the starry sky. When that time came, Rosefinch Palace would be the biggest winner. Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. His worst achievement in the future would be becoming a great sage. He even had a high chance of becoming a new great emperor. In that case, Rosefinch Palace would be invincible in the world for tens of thousands of years. At this point, they became more and more excited. It was as if they could see the scene of them dominating the universe in the future. However, at this moment, a few elders screamed crazily. Palace Lord, this is bad. Yan Nanshan's soul tablet is broken. What? As soon as this was said, the palace lord in the main hall stood up abruptly. The surrounding elders were also stunned. What did you say? Yan Nanshan's soul tablet is broken? How is that possible? Did you see wrongly? They couldn't believe it. A soul tablet was made by fusing a sliver of a person's soul with a special divine crystal. It was used to observe life and death. If the person in the distance was alive, the tablet would be safe and sound. If the person died, the tablet would also be destroyed. It was used to observe whether the person was safe or not. Yan Nanshan's soul tablet was guarded by people who couldn't relax for even a moment. But now, what did they hear? Yan Nanshan's soul tablet was destroyed. What was going on? Didn't this mean that Yan Nantian was dead? But how was that possible? In an instant, their hearts fell into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Just a moment ago, they were still fantasizing about Yan Nantian becoming the great emperor and their vermilion bird palace ruling over the universe. But now, their greatest support was actually dead. They quickly took it to see what was going on. Could it be that something had happened to the Void Sea? Just at this moment, a few more people ran over and knelt on the ground, trembling. Palace Master, elders, this is bad. Many of the elders' soul tablets have been destroyed. A total of 5 sages and 16 half-sages were destroyed at the same time. What? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master and the elders all went crazy. Originally, they thought that Yan Nantian had encountered some danger in the Void Sea. Perhaps he had been killed by an ancient formation. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Their 5 sages and 16 half-sages soul tablets had all been destroyed at the same time as Yan Nantian. And these sages and half-sages were all on planet Suzaku. None of them had gone to the Void Sea. What did this mean? This meant that Yan Nantian had been killed on planet Suzaku. What was going on? They couldn't understand at all. But they could imagine that Yan Nantian had already left the Void Sea and fled to planet Suzaku. But he had still been killed by the enemy. Who had done it? A holy sovereign? A sage king? A great sage? They didn't know. But it was clear that the one who had done it was a strong enemy. Because their people hadn't even sent back any news. If even a sage couldn't send back any news, how terrifying would that person be? But they were also enraged. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master roared like a madman. Get it for me. At the same time, lock down planet Suzaku and mobilize all forces. No matter what, we must find the culprit. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace was in an uproar. Countless powerhouses swarmed out. More than half of planet Suzaku was shocked. The cultivators and families on planet Suzaku all trembled. Because they had never seen such a riot in the Vermilion Bird Palace. This was practically an all-out attack. What were they trying to do? Where were they going to attack? Unify planet Suzaku. On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void and frowned. He had already scanned his surroundings with his heavenly fortune god eyes, but he still could not find the succession of the martial monarch. Hey Shan, can you think of a way to find him? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I'm already looking for it. I'll use the secret arts of the great sages. Black Mountain, search the area. Suddenly, it unleashed a burst of demonic chi that shattered the void. Then, balls of light scattered down. It was a storage ring, and there was also a light shadow. The light shadow was very blurry. From afar, it was the 9 Emperor runes. However, at this moment, the 9 Emperor runes were connected. It was abnormally strange and terrifying. This should be the inheritance of the martial monarch, right? Lin Xian's eyes blazed with a fiery light. He reached out his hand and grabbed toward the front. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him was sealed by him. However, his palm soon moved, and the sphere of light formed by the 9 great Emperor marks smashed through his seal and escaped from his grasp. Where are you going? Lin Xian let out a roar. Terrifying 5 elemental laws rushed out of his body and destroyed the world. Dense sword chi flew out and cut off the 9 heavens, blocking the inheritance. However, the inheritance of the martial monarch was too terrifying. It shattered everything with one strike. Then, it disappeared. Damn it. Lin Xian could not find it again. Hey Shan said, stop chasing, kid. Even I might not be able to obtain the inheritance of the martial monarch at my peak, let alone you. This thing depends on luck. It's useless to use force. Was this an opportunity? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since He Shan said so, it would be useless for him to attack. Therefore, he did not attack, but narrowed his eyes. Kid, I have to say that I'm starting to see you in a different light. He Shan nodded. Lin Xian snorted. What's there to see? He Shan shook his head. You have to know that the one that escaped is the inheritance of the martial monarch. Who wouldn't be jealous of it? Even when I was alive, even great sages would be envious of me if they saw me. But you, from the looks of it, you don't seem too disappointed. It would be a lie to say that you're not disappointed. Lin Xian sighed. After all, the inheritance of the martial monarch was an existence that surpassed everything. The probability of becoming a martial monarch was very high. However, you said that even great sages can't get it. This kind of thing depends on luck. No matter how unwilling I am, it's useless. I might as well look on the bright side. Besides, I'm very confident in myself. I believe that one day, I'll reach the peak of the martial path and become a martial monarch. This is my belief, and also my goal in martial arts. So what if I don't have the inheritance of the martial monarchs? Come to think of it, martial monarch Hong Wu didn't have the inheritance of the other martial monarchs back then, but he still became a martial monarch. Since others can do it, why can't I? He Shan did not say anything, but his heart was filled with astonishment. Not simple. An invincible heart. One had to know that this was very rare. This kid in front of him was indeed special. Perhaps he could really walk the path to the end. Someone was coming. Suddenly, He Shan transmitted his voice to remind Lin Xian instead of exclaiming. Lin Xian frowned too. He could also sense that many people were flying toward them from afar. Besides, their auras were extremely powerful. At the same time, a series of furious roars could be heard. Who was it? Who dared to kill Yan Nantian? I'm going to tear you into pieces, Lin Xian harumphed coldly. He did not stay there any longer and turned around to leave. His speed was extremely fast. When those people from afar arrived, they could no longer see him. However, after flying for a while, Lin Xian frowned. He realized that his surroundings seemed to have formed a tight encirclement. There were people from the Vermilion Bird Palace everywhere. It seemed like he could only force his way through. Lin Xian made his move. His sharp sword chi killed a few of the Vermilion Bird Palace's experts. He did not use the devil's left hand. After all, he still remembered that the Cloud Sky Saint had died under the devil's left hand. Therefore, this thing could not be used too many times. It was better to keep it as a trump card. Even if he did not use the devil's left hand, it would be easy for him to kill these people. After breaking through the defensive line, he quickly flew away. However, the people around him roared in anger. Someone killed our people. It must be the murderer. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura slammed over from all directions. Not good. It's a small saint, kid, leave quickly. You can't stop it now. Heishan's voice was urgent. A minor saint was in existence at the sixth heavenly layer of the sage realm. It was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian couldn't resist it now. So when he heard that, he immediately took out the teleportation array. In an instant, he was teleported out. However, that frightening hand had also swatted over. Accompanying it was an endless sea of lightning that completely covered the entire sky. This was no longer a simple palm. It was extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Xian was teleported, he was still forced out. However, the distance was still very far. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could still withstand it. With a roar, the five elemental law wrapped around him and he quickly fled into the distance. He seemed to have turned into an ancient Kuan Peng. His speed was extremely fast. That guy actually escaped. How was that possible? The surrounding people of Vermilion Bird Palace were all stunned. The one who attacked was their Grand Elder, that was a minor saint. How could such a terrifying existence let the other party escape? Who was that person? The aura of a dragon, Lin Wudi. At this moment, an old figure appeared in the sky. He was too old. His entire body was withered, but his eyes carried an extremely terrifying aura. He was a minor saint of Vermilion Bird Palace and also a Grand Elder. He came immediately after he received the news. When the surrounding people heard that, they were extremely shocked. Oh God, it was Lin Wudi, impossible, they were going crazy. When did Lin Wudi become so powerful? However, they didn't have time to think about it anymore. They all looked at the minor saint. The minor saint snorted. Don't worry. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to escape from me. That's true. The surrounding people of Vermilion Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Their Grand Elder was a minor saint. The existence of the sixth heavenly layer of the sage realm was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Lin Wudi was, he should have just broken through to the sage realm. Such a person was like an ant in front of a minor saint. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. The other party ran away from the attack just now. It should be because of luck. The next attack would definitely kill him. Buzz. The minor saint's figure flickered and quickly rushed out. Around him, there were 81 sea of lightning. It made him look like an ancient thunder god. At this moment, he mercilessly attacked again. As soon as the saint domain appeared, the entire world seemed to turn into a sea of lightning. Lin Xian's body also trembled, a deep sense of shock appearing in his eyes. Was this the power of a minor saint? It was too terrifying. He had already run so far, but he still couldn't escape the other party's attack. What to do? Lin Xian was extremely anxious. The current him was no match for a minor saint. Can you escape? He was just an ant. Since you dared to kill Yan Nantian, you should obediently become our prisoner. Don't worry, we won't kill you either. But from today onwards, you'll be a slave of our Vermilion Bird Palace. Everything you have belongs to Vermilion Bird Palace. I will make you wish you were dead. I'll let you know the whereabouts of those who dared to offend us. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, causing Lin Xian's scalp to go numb. Lin Xian turned around and saw an abnormally withered, zombie-like figure walking over. The other party's aura was simply too powerful. The lightning around his body carried a piercing red glow, reminiscent of fresh blood. Was this a minor saint? Humph, an old fart dares to be arrogant in front of me? If we were at the same level, I would kill you like slaughtering a dog, Lin Xian said coldly. The minor saint snorted. Young man, this is the real world. There is no such thing as the same level. I've lived longer than you. That's my capital. So, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape. Hee, is being stronger than me a capital? Old fart, if you hide in a place and secretly spend the rest of your life, you might be able to enjoy your old age. But you don't know what's good for you and came to provoke me. Fine, I'll let you experience what it means to be strong. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a crazy light when he said this. The next moment, the Great Saint Dharma idol was taken out again. The Great Saint Dharma idol, although it was a dead great saint, its aura was simply too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, even the zombie-like minor saint's expression changed. Extremely terrifying lightning burst out from his eyes. That was the great Saint Dharma idol. You actually have such a thing, that was really surprising. A hint of fiery greed appeared in his eyes. Originally, I wanted to capture you and ask you about the whereabouts of the great emperor's inheritance. But before I could say anything, you gave me another big gift. Well, I want this great Saint Dharma idol and Yan Nanshan's inheritance. You're still so greedy even now. Do you think you can live to take it? Lin Xian snorted and pushed the great Saint Dharma idol with all his strength. He summoned the righteous chi of heaven and earth to mobilize the Dharma idol. The great Saint Dharma idol trembled slightly, and the righteous chi on its body erupted. Bright moon above the sea, Lin Xian relied on the righteous chi and the power of the great Saint Dharma idol to summon a vision of heaven and earth. The endless sea drowned the lightning, and a bright moon rose from the sea, shattering all the lightning. You're courting death, the minor saint roared. Monstrous killing intent pierced through the clouds, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. So what if the other party had the great Saint Dharma idol? Although he was not as strong as a great saint, that was only when compared to a real great saint. His opponent was just a Dharma idol, a first heavenly layer cultivator. He could not withstand a single blow. It was easy for him to kill him. The terrifying lightning turned into countless lightning hands, sweeping in all directions and fighting against the bright moon above the sea. In the end, the bright moon above the sea was shattered. However, his face was gloomy. He found that the other party had escaped and disappeared without a trace. He could not see his opponent's aura. How was that possible? A first heavenly layer saint was like an ant in front of him. But now, the ant had disappeared into thin air. Just now, it only took him an instant to shatter the bright moon above the sea. No matter how fast the other party was, where could he escape to? Lightning appearance. The minor saint opened his lightning saint domain and shattered all the worlds that he could cover. The monstrous black hole was incomparably dark, as if the whole sky had sunk. However, there was still no sign of a person. This scene made the minor saint's face even gloomier. His eyes were like golden suns, looking in all directions. Souls also appeared in an overwhelming manner. At this moment, he was really angry. He used all his strength, but still found nothing. Ah! He roared at the sky. The people around him all gathered around. The Grand Elder, their faces were full of shock. They did not see Lin Wudi's figure. They only saw an angry Grand Elder roaring at the sky. Could it be that the Grand Elder did not succeed? Thinking of this, their scalps were about to explode. From now on, lock down the entire stellar realm. He won't be able to escape if we track him down with all our might. The little saint said coldly. Yes, we'll do it now. The Vermilion Bird Palace's experts quickly took action. How could they not be angry? Yan Nantian was dead. Their pillar of support was gone? However, they had to keep the great emperor's inheritance. This way, they still had a glimmer of hope. For a time, the Vermilion Bird Palace's actions became even faster. On the other side, Lin Xian appeared in the void. His face was a little pale. Just now, he relied on the great Saint Dharma idol to take a blow head-on and then used a secret technique to escape. Although he had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the little saint, his face didn't look too good. Even the little saint had attacked. He didn't know what other tricks the Vermilion Bird Palace had waiting for him. It seemed that he had to return to the Langya Star to lie low. He wanted to leave, but he found that there was an inescapable net around him. Countless people were patrolling and formations were flashing. Moreover, every Vermilion Bird Palace member had a voice transmission token on them. Even if they were killed instantly, the voice transmission token could still send a message. Lin Xian had no choice but to force his way through. He killed thousands of Vermilion Bird Palace's experts in a row and was about to break out. However, another little saint came again, forcing him to change his direction again. Lin Xian originally hid deep in the mountains and forests. He didn't know what kind of deal the Vermilion Bird Palace people had made with the monsters in the mountains. Those monsters had also started to help search. He had no choice but to leave the mountains and prepare to go to the city. There were many people in the city, and people's minds were very complicated. He should be able to fool them for a while. Just like that, Lin Xian came to a huge city called the City of Raging Fire. This was a city very far away from the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was temporarily safe here. However, not long after Lin Xian entered, the entire city was locked down. Countless Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists formed many teams and came over. There were even 4 ancient mirrors hanging on the 4 sides of the city gate. It was said that these were demon-revealing mirrors that could create a person's body. In this way, it was impossible to disguise oneself. What in the world happened? The martial artists in the city were all stunned. What was the Vermilion Bird Palace looking for? Could it be that something big had happened? At this moment, the news of Yan Nanshan's death had yet to spread. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird Palace had forcefully suppressed it. There was nothing they could do about it. If news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, they would not be able to do anything. It was likely that the experts of other worlds, as well as the family forces, would come to attack them. Therefore, it was best to hide as much as possible. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't say anything either. They just said that they were capturing Lin Wudi. Anyone who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. After hearing this, the people in the city gasped. Chase after Lin Wudi, heavens, is Vermilion Bird Palace really going to use such ruthless methods to get rid of this peerless genius? Was he paving the way for Yan Nantian? Lin Xian sneered as he blended into the crowd. Since the city was sealed, they would stay in the city for the time being. Just like that, Lin Xian found an inn and stayed for the time being. He was very low-key. After entering the inn, he set up a formation and then silently cultivated to deal with the battle that could happen at any time. At the same time, in Raging Fire City, there was another majestic mansion that was completely different. There was no nervousness at all here. On the contrary, it was full of joy. Even the surroundings were decorated with lanterns and banners and hung with the word "She." It seemed that something good was about to happen in this mansion. The people in the surrounding city couldn't go out, so they could only go to this mansion to congratulate it. They knew that the owner of this mansion was a very powerful family. In this family, there was a genius who had entered Vermilion Bird Palace to cultivate. It could be said that this was the family of the genius of Vermilion Bird Palace. Therefore, even if the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were on high alert, this family would not be affected at all. At this moment, that genius' younger brother was about to marry a new bride. That bride's background was not simple either. However, compared to Vermilion Bird Palace, her background was much worse. Moreover, it was said that the wedding this time was carried out using tyrannical methods. Because the bride was not willing at all. But in front of Vermilion Bird Palace's background, who dared to be unwilling, thus, the bride's family did not dare to resist at all. However, something happened yesterday. That bride actually ran away from the wedding. She used some sort of secret technique to directly escape. At the Breeze Tavern. This was a very unremarkable tavern in a corner of the city. Generally, people with strength and status would not stay here. At this moment, another figure appeared in front of the tavern. It was a person wearing a black robe. He was very low-key. After he entered, he asked for a room. "Dear guest, you've come at the right time. This is the last room. Raging Fire City has already been sealed. Apart from the last room, it was impossible to find another room. Enough nonsense, quickly bring me there." Good, good. The waiter did not expect this person to have such a bad temper. However, the money that this person paid was enough to make him beam with joy. Thus, he did not mind at all. After bringing this person in, the waiter left. After entering, the person set up several seals. This room did not appear to be abnormal. However, in the room next to it, a figure opened his eyes. This figure was Lin Xian. He also stayed in this crazy tavern. At this moment, his eyes were flickering. He could naturally hear the sound of the formation seal in the next room just now. However, he shook his head and did not pay attention to it. Which martial artist did not set up a set of formation during cultivation in case of emergencies? Therefore, he did not think much about it. Half a day later, the entire crazy tavern was surrounded by people. He was surrounded by countless experts. Standing at the front was a man wearing a bright red robe. His face was cold. Beside him, there were countless experts. "Young master. Raging Fire City has been sealed. No one can leave. That woman must be hiding in the city. We have searched all the places except for this tavern. He must be inside. Damn bitch, how dare she escape? Search for her. Catch her and see how I'll play her to death. The young master in red robe shouted coldly. Immediately, a large number of experts moved out. One of them directly grabbed the waiter and asked coldly. Recently, did anyone come over, especially women? The waiter was so scared that his whole body trembled and he pissed his pants. There was no woman. However, a black-robed man came today. His attitude was very bad. I don't know if he's the person you're looking for. Where is she? Lead the way. There was no other way. He could only lead the way. The entire tavern was surrounded by countless experts. The people in the tavern were all awakened. They were originally not very strong and had no status. For a moment, being surrounded by so many experts, they were so scared that they pissed their pants. They did not dare to resist at all. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned. Could it be that the Vermilion Bird Palace had come? That shouldn't be the case. He had hidden himself very carefully. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace couldn't have such means. Moreover, most of the people who came were half-saints. There were also many people who were close to the Tao. Such a lineup wanted to capture him? What a joke. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't be so stupid. Even if they really found him, they would immediately inform the saints or even small saints to come and capture him. Therefore, these people weren't here for him. Could it be that there were other people in this inn who had offended some faction? Lin Xian frowned. The situation wasn't good. Buzz, suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He felt that something was attacking his array formation. Immediately after, a figure rushed over. He was shocked. Could it be that those people outside were an illusion, and the real powerhouse had quietly come to capture him? One had to know that the array formation he had set up was very sturdy, but this person could break it in an instant. Was it a small saint? He instantly became aggressive, and the killing intent in his heart was about to erupt. But then, he was stunned. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar. It was the aura of the person who had just stayed next to him. After that person woke up, he said, "Friend, let me borrow your place. Don't worry, I will avenge you." As he said that, he took out a storage ring. There were 500 kilograms of immortal state in it. It was enough for you. As long as you don't speak, I guarantee that you will be safe. Although the voice was low and hoarse, Lin Xian's soul was very sharp. He immediately realized that it was a woman. Could it be that those people outside were here to capture her? It seemed that he was right. He guessed correctly. They weren't here for him. However, there were many people being hunted down every day. Lin Xian didn't plan to do anything. Besides, he couldn't expose himself at all. He just nodded and didn't say anything. The woman wanted to leave quickly through the window, but in the next moment, she screamed. Then, countless powerful auras descended from the surroundings. The entire inn was torn down and split into pieces. On Lin Xian's side, many large cracks appeared on the house. Lin Xian immediately removed the array formation. The array formation was too exquisite. If those people discovered it, they would be suspicious. Therefore, he put it away. As for the woman, she let out a shriek. Damn it, their speed was actually so fast. Ha 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 ha, bitch, why don't you run? Below, the red-clothed young master sneered coldly. You won't be able to escape from me. The black-robed woman turned her head around. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, his voice carried a trace of exasperation. Don't be so smug. If it wasn't for the fact that Raging Fire City was suddenly sealed and so many Vermilion Bird Palace experts came, I would have escaped long ago. How could he have been caught by you? To be honest, she was really mad because she didn't know why the Raging Fire City was sealed and no one was allowed to leave. Could it be that they were trying to catch her? However, when she was sealed, she had no intention of escaping. If this mysterious woman knew that the culprit who was sealed by the Castle of Raging Fire was right next to her, what would she do? You bitch, marrying you is your good fortune. Furthermore, my brother is a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Marrying me is a blessing of 3 lifetimes, what are you unhappy about? How dare you run away? If I catch you, I'll play you to death. The mysterious woman snorted coldly. You trash, you only know how to rely on your own family. What else do you have? Don't you have enough women who have been played by you? I won't marry you. You'd better give up on that thought. Won't marry me? It's not up to you now. Someone, catch her. A few experts in the surroundings walked up with cold smiles. Strong auras sealed the space. The black-robed woman's body trembled. She took 2 steps back and arrived near Lin Xian. At this moment, the surrounding experts also saw Lin Xian and immediately frowned. Kid, who are you? Are you an accomplice? Because Lin Xian was also wearing a black robe, he was naturally considered an accomplice. Lin Xian frowned slightly. However, before he could say anything, the black-robed woman beside him spoke. He's not my accomplice. He just lives next door. So he doesn't know anything. Let him go. Let him go? Dream on. The red-robed young master sneered. He lives next door, but he didn't report it and hid the news. That's a capital offense in front of me. And judging by his cultivation, he's just an ant. I'll kill him together. The red-robed young master didn't seem to care about human lives at all. Don't worry, young master. I can kill an ant in an instant. The 4 experts blocked Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Next time, when you're reincarnated, be careful and don't go against our young master. One of them emitted a strong aura. He was a half-sage. This aura made the black-robed woman tremble even more. She came to Lin Xian's side and said softly, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'll attack you with all my might. If you have a chance to escape, do so. I'm really sorry. She apologized again. At this moment, the half-sage's palm in the sky had already slapped down with terrifying flames. The black-robed woman had no choice but to take it head-on. She also slapped out a large black palm, but she was forced back in an instant and spat out a mouthful of blood. The large flaming hand descended from the sky and enveloped both her and Lin Xian. It's over, the black-robed woman looked desperate. She thought she could escape this time, but she fell into the hands of the enemy again. She could imagine that her life would be worse than death from now on. In that case, she might as well commit suicide. She wanted to kill herself, but at this moment, a hand landed on her shoulder, preventing her from doing so. As for his other hand, he gently pointed to the front with his finger. Boom, the large flaming hand descended with an unparalleled aura. The surrounding people sneered. Nothing unexpected would happen when a half-sage attacked. However, the half-sage who attacked screamed. His large flaming hand was injured and was covered with cracks like a mirror. Then, it broke open with a loud bang. Blood splattered and dyed the void red. Ah! The miserable scream made people's scalps tingle. The surrounding people's minds went blank. What happened? Their half-sage was injured. How could it be? Could it be that the woman had such means? The black-robed woman was stunned. She didn't expect that someone would help her when she was in despair. Moreover, he broke the half-sage's attack with one blow. And this person was actually the person beside her. Could it be that this person was an expert? She was too shocked. She looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. Lin Xian looked calm and there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Damn it, what are you doing? Catch him. The man in red roared madly behind them. The other 3 experts also looked at the injured half-saint. What's going on? They didn't see what happened at all. The injured powerhouse looked unusually cold. Did that damned woman become stronger all of a sudden? Or did she have a Dharma treasure? From beginning to end, he had not noticed Lin Xian at all. Because as far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was merely an ant. After Lin Xian attacked, he sighed in his heart. He knew that this matter wouldn't end well. These people definitely wouldn't stop, so it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. He said to the woman in black next to him. You don't have to apologize to me because you didn't implicate me. On the contrary, I implicated you. You have a chance to escape later. The woman in black was stunned. What does he mean? She said that to him before. Is he also being hunted and his enemy is more powerful than the family of the man in red? She really couldn't understand. Suddenly, she was stunned. Could it be that the city of raging fire was sealed because of this person? She was completely stunned at the thought of this. At this moment, the injured half-saint in front of them attacked again. Not only him, but the other half-saint also attacked. They did it just in case. Two giant palms with tremendous seals loomed over Qin Nan. The woman in black was still stunned and didn't come back to her senses. Lin Xian waved his hand and a sharp sword qi slashed in all directions, immediately cutting off the arms of the two half-saints. When the miserable screams were heard, everyone finally saw it clearly. It wasn't the woman in black who attacked, but the young man next to her. How is this possible? They screamed crazily. Isn't he an ant? How can he be so powerful? Why did he attack? Lin Xian didn't intend to hold back. He waved his sword qi again and killed the two injured half-saints. The other two half-saints were scared out of their wits. Who is he? They frantically retreated, but in an instant, their glabella split open and they were instantly killed. Even before they died, they couldn't figure out who they had offended. The four experts fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the red-robed man and his clan members were all shocked, and unconsciously took a step back. The red-robed man felt his scalp go numb. Who was the other party? Four experts had been killed instantly. Damn it, who exactly were you? Lin Xian ignored the man and looked up at the sky. It was time to leave. Although the black-robed woman didn't know who Lin Xian was, she still said, "Here are 3 void formation abodes. Take them. You might be able to save your life." With that, she handed everything over to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was startled. He wanted to return it, but the red-robed young master suddenly roared, "Let me tell you, my family is very powerful. My brother is a genius of Vermilion Bird Palace. He's in Roaring Flame City right now. Kneel down obediently, kowtow to me, and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces." Noisy, Lin Xian waved his hand, forming 2 storms that slashed forward. "Young master, be careful." The 2 elders beside him roared and hurriedly attacked. However, they were split in half in an instant. In the end, the red-clothed young master was pulled away by someone to avoid this terrifying wind blade. A pitch-black crack appeared where he had been standing. It couldn't be healed at all. The red-robed man trembled. His lower body was soaked. He had wet his pants from fear. What kind of person was this? He was too strong. "Hurry, get my brother here. Let my brother kill him." He couldn't resist at all. Perhaps only the experts of Vermilion Bird Palace could take him down. The people beside him said, "Young master, don't worry. We've already informed the young master." Sure enough, as soon as that voice was heard, a group of people quickly rushed over from afar. The auras of these people were incomparably powerful. The person in the lead was a man. They were all from Vermilion Bird Palace. The red-robed man's sword arrived. The mighty leader immediately exclaimed, "Brother, I'm here. Someone wants to kill me. Hurry up and help me kill him. Who dares to attack my brother?" The leader of the group, the genius man, shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. In the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he frowned. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to run. The surrounding people were stunned. Ran away? Their young master, the genius of Vermilion Bird Palace, actually ran away. What the hell is going on? The red-robed young master was also stunned. "Brother, why are you leaving? Hurry up and kill this kid." Before he could finish, he saw Lin Xian wave his hand. A sword qi enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Vermilion Bird Palace team was enveloped in it. Then, miserable screams sounded. Those people were cut into pieces. His brother, who he was proud of, also had his head chopped off. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The Vermilion Bird Palace team was instantly killed by the other party. Who was this person? Was he a saint? At that moment, they all retreated. The red-robed man also screamed. "Impossible. My brother is a genius." Although he was a half-saint, he was also very powerful. In his heart, he was simply a godlike existence. Their family could flaunt their prowess because of his brother. But now, his brother had been killed in an instant. Damn it, Lin Wudi, you really are here. In the distance, more powerhouses rushed over, roaring crazily. The others went crazy. Lin Wudi, the person in front of them was actually Lin Wudi. The woman in black's heart trembled. It was indeed him. She looked at the figure in front of her. She had long guessed that the other party was very likely the one who caused Blaze City to be sealed. Vermilion Bird Palace was chasing after Lin Wudi. Now it seemed that it was indeed him. In front, the red-robed young master knelt on the ground with a plop. Lin Wudi, he actually dared to attack Lin Wudi. He really did not know what was good for him. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he sneered. Golden light shot into the sky from his body, and his terrifying divine body suppressed in all directions. Since he had been recognized, then he did not intend to hide anymore. With a wave of his hand, sword chi flew out, cleaving the red-robed young master in half. The surrounding red-robed family members were all split apart. Only the woman in black could survive. Buzz. Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged into the sky. The sealed array formation was shattered by his punch. Then, Lin Xian left Blaze City and flew into the distance. Lin Wudi, you can't escape. In the distance, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists chased after him like crazy. In the ruins below, the woman in black looked at the person above in shock. This was the peerless powerhouse, Lin Wudi? He was indeed too strong. These families that she could not defeat in her eyes were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye in the other party's hands. This was a true peerless powerhouse. The warriors in the surrounding ruins and the city trembled when they saw this scene. It was their fortune to be able to see Lin Wudi in action. This was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Lin Xian didn't stop after leaving Blazing Flame City. He knew that the Vermilion Bird Palace experts were rushing over. As expected, the 6 saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace worked together to set up the 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation. It covered the entire area and sealed Lin Xian within it. This formation was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient formation passed down from the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, it was used to seal everything. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't break it. Ha 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 ha, kid, let's see how you escape. The 6 saints laughed at the sky. In the distance, more Vermilion Bird Palace experts arrived and surrounded them. They laughed. The 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation was definitely not something a first Heaven Saint could break. Even a second Heaven Saint couldn't break it. Although they couldn't kill him, they just needed to trap him for a period of time. When their minor saints arrived, they could destroy him. Within the formation, the Vermilion Bird phantoms circled around, bringing with them a powerful firestorm. Lin Xian attacked a few times and frowned. The formation was very strong and endless. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Should he use the left hand of the devil? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. There was another way, and that was to ask He Shan. He Shan said, "Didn't the woman in black give you 3 formation talismans? You can try." 3 formation talismans? Lin Xian was stunned. To be honest, he didn't take it to heart. What did He Shan mean? Forget it, let's give it a try. He immediately took out a formation talisman and poured power into it. The array talisman instantly stuck to his body. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt a mysterious force carrying him toward the vanguard. In an instant, he rushed out of the 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. He flew quickly without stopping. The laughter of the Vermilion Bird Palace people stopped abruptly. Their minds went blank as they watched this scene. The other party suddenly left. What was going on? The 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation wasn't broken. Damn it, chase after him. They didn't know what had happened, but they could only give chase. Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. This talisman was too useful. It could actually allow one to escape from such a terrifying array in an instant. But soon, he frowned. Something wasn't right. The talisman was so powerful, so why didn't that mysterious woman run away? Brat, you don't understand, do you? Who are you? You're a fiend. Even the saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace are like ants in your hands. But that woman was different. She couldn't even defeat a half-sage. Even if he could use the array talisman to escape, it would definitely attract the attention of others. She might even attract the attention of the Vermilion Bird Palace. At that time, what awaits her would be an endless pursuit. So do you think she dares? That's true. Lin Xian nodded, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. From the looks of it, this should be his reward for saving the other party. Indeed, if he hadn't made a move at that time, this black-clothed woman would have been dead for sure. He had made a move, and out of gratitude, the black-clothed woman had given him 3 escape items. Kindness really did beget kindness. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He still had 2 array talismans in his hand. In other words, he could still escape the pursuit of the super array 2 more times. Next, Lin Xian used another array talisman to escape the fatal blow. But gradually, he stopped using it because there were saints all around him. He was forced to go in one direction. The more he flew, the more familiar he became. This was the Valley of Devil Cultivation. He didn't hesitate and directly rushed into the valley. Behind him, the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace stopped. They densely surrounded the Valley of Devil Cultivation, but no one dared to go in. Their faces became a little ugly. Damn it, how dare that guy go in? He had just returned from the Void Ocean, so he probably didn't know what happened here. What should they do? Should they go in and capture him? What a joke. The experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to go in. There was no other way. They could only wait here. Not long after, 2 powerful figures descended. They were 2 supreme elders. They were like mummies, but their auras were unparalleled. They were 2 minor saints. After they arrived, they frowned. Could it be that the kid had entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Reporting to the supreme elders, that kid has indeed entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The surrounding martial artists quickly responded. After the 2 supreme elders heard this, their faces turned cold. That damned guy really didn't know what was good for him. They didn't dare to go in rashly. Logically speaking, this scene was really strange. The Valley of Devil Cultivation used to be the training ground of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Xian and some other geniuses had entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation before. But now, these saints didn't dare to enter. One had to know that Lin Xian and the others were only half-saints at that time, and they could enter. In fact, something had happened in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. Some time ago, there was a sudden change in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace entered, but there was no follow-up. They had no choice. In the end, they sent a saint, but the saint disappeared. In the end, they could only ask a supreme elder, who was also a minor saint, to come. Before he even stepped into the Valley of Devil Cultivation, he was split in half by an aura. This scared the minor saint so much that he immediately ran back. Even now, his injuries hadn't healed yet. This scene caused an uproar in the Vermilion Bird Palace. The palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly looked through the ancient records and found a clue. It turned out that in the legends of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the Valley of Devil Cultivation was a terrifying place of death. No one dared to enter the Valley of Devil Cultivation. But for some reason, that place suddenly became less dangerous in the past few thousand years, so many people went in. Gradually, that legend disappeared. But now, the minor saint was instantly injured. This made the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace realize that the legend still existed. For some reason, the Valley of Devil Cultivation had become a forbidden place of death. No one could enter. That was why the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were loitering outside. Even the 2 minor saints didn't dare to enter. This was because they had also looked through the ancient records. The terrifying existence that was sealed in the legends was very likely a Saint King. A Saint King was a very powerful existence. It was much stronger than minor saints like them. A single glance from a Saint King could probably kill them. That was why even if they had 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to enter. But they were unwilling because the other party had countless secrets. There were 2 great inheritances and the Great Destruction Spear. More importantly, the other party had killed Yan Nantian. But they didn't find anything left behind by Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was the successor of the Great Emperor. After his death, his storage ring and the great emperor's inheritance should have fallen. But they didn't find anything. Didn't this mean that the great emperor's inheritance had been taken away by the other party? Thinking of this, their eyes turned red. Damn it. That brat will definitely die if he goes in. He might come out immediately. That's why you guys are guarding here. They were waiting here. However, after 10 days, they frowned. No one came out from below. The Valley of Devil Cultivation was still eerily quiet. Could it be that the brat is dead? The two minor saints had ordered them to send people to guard all the exits of the Valley of Devil Cultivators. If he comes out from below, report it immediately. Even if he is dead, it doesn't matter. After all, he will die in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The item is in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. We will go back and study it carefully. After saying this, the two minor saints went back. The surrounding people formed an inescapable net and surrounded the valley from afar, to prevent anyone from coming out. Next, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace stood in 4 directions and monitored the Valley of Devil Cultivation, to prevent the brat from escaping. In the Valley of Devil Cultivation, Lin Xian didn't stay after landing. He was going to find a place to hide. He thought of the devil pool last time. He felt that he could use it again. However, he soon frowned. What's going on? No one is chasing after me. He looked around and used his soul force. He found that all the people of Vermilion Bird Palace stopped outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation. What's going on? Could it be that the other party had given up? Lin Xian was shocked. But then, he thought that it shouldn't be. How could Vermilion Bird Palace give up chasing after him? Was there another reason? He couldn't figure it out. If they didn't give up, then there was only one possibility. They were afraid of this place. They didn't dare to cultivate in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. What's in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? He was even more shocked. It wasn't the first time he entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation. They could enter when they were half-step saints. Now, even Vermilion Bird Palace sent minor saints, but they didn't dare to enter? What a joke. However, at this time, the Black Mountain Great Sage said, "Brat, be careful. I feel that the aura here is unusual. It seems that there is something extraordinary here." Something extraordinary. Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that something unexpected happened in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Has it become a very dangerous place, and Vermilion Bird Palace had once suffered a loss here? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian gasped. It seemed that this was the only explanation. However, he was very curious. What exactly was the change, he didn't know, but now that the people of Vermilion Bird Palace didn't dare to come in, he could just recuperate here. Perhaps he could even cultivate here. At that moment, Lin Xian was near the fiend pool. He found a place to sit down cross-legged, turned his palms towards the sky, and began cultivating the laws. Originally, the Devil Cultivation Valley was already a bit dark, and at night, it was even more foggy. Even the moon couldn't be seen. Lin Xian opened his eyes amidst the eerie aura. He furrowed his brows tightly. This place was indeed unusual. There seemed to be some demonic shadows moving around him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand, shattering the few black shadows that were approaching him. Those shadows kept rolling and twisting on the ground, letting out sharp screams. Countless shadows flickered, wanting to devour Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and the 5 elemental laws turned into chains that wrapped around his body, suppressing everything. The surrounding shadows didn't dare to approach. He didn't expect that someone would dare to come in. At that moment, a faint voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly stood up and looked around. Who was it? Who was playing tricks here? Damn it, this Valley of Devil Cultivation had indeed changed. Such a gloomy voice, could it be the people of Vermilion Bird Palace? No, if it was the Vermilion Bird Palace, they would have already made a move. They wouldn't scare him like this. His face was gloomy and his divine body emitted light like a sun. However, this Valley of Devil Cultivation was too strange. It could only illuminate a few meters around him. Beyond that, it couldn't illuminate anything. It was no wonder that he dared to come here. However, this little bit of cultivation was not enough to deal with him. Were they sent by the Vermilion Bird Palace? Were they still unwilling to give up? This voice was even colder than before. Moreover, Lin Xian couldn't tell where it was coming from. It seemed that this was an expert. Lin Xian took a deep breath. I was chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace and was forced to come here. I didn't know that Senior was resting here and disturbed you. I hope you can forgive me. Don't worry, Junior has already left and won't disturb you. With that, Lin Xian turned around and wanted to leave. You want to leave just like that? Just as Lin Xian turned around, a faint voice came from behind him. This time, Lin Xian heard it not far behind him. Thus, his body stiffened and he turned around. A mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw it. A person was leaning against a tree near the devil altar. She was a slender woman with long black hair that reached her waist. She had a beautiful face that carried a hint of seduction. She stretched out her slender hand and held a flower between her fingers. It was a white flower that was as white as jade. Compared to the surrounding black, it was extremely strange. Was this the person? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Was this the mysterious expert? However, it didn't seem like it. It was an extremely beautiful and mysterious woman. Seeing that Lin Xian was in a daze, the mysterious woman in front of him turned around with a smile on her face. Was it beautiful? Buzz, Lin Xian quickly retracted his gaze. He felt his soul stirring. Wasn't this person too terrifying? Just her voice alone had almost caused his soul to sink. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he had the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, if it were any other first heaven sage, their souls would have been scattered and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed. I was too abrupt. Lin Xian hurriedly retracted his gaze. He wasn't affected. The mysterious woman in front was even more curious. Her gaze had a demonic glint. She looked at him with great interest. Little kid, you look very young. You've reached the sage realm at such a young age. Moreover, it's rare to see such a strong soul. Tell me, what is your identity, Senior? You flatter me. With my cultivation level, I can't even withstand a single blow from you. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Was this person probing him? He wasn't stupid enough to say everything. Sigh, another dishonest fellow. Since that's the case, you can stay here and accompany me. Anyway, I'm quite bored here. The mysterious woman said faintly. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. I won't disturb you any longer. I still have things to do. Goodbye. With that, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. Right now, he would rather face the Vermilion Bird Palace's sage than this mysterious woman. Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman didn't say anything. Instead, she gently swayed the white demonic flower in her hand. Those white petals danced in the air, turning into countless rays of light that flew towards Lin Xian. In an instant, it cut off his path. Lin Xian's movement technique was exceptional. He instantly changed his direction. However, no matter where he went, there was a white flower in front of him. Moreover, the aura of those white petals was too terrifying. His instincts told him that he couldn't take it head-on. Thus, Lin Xian could only follow the path that the mysterious woman had set for him and retreat step by step. He once again arrived near the devil pond. He sighed. Senior, I really didn't mean to disturb you. Please be magnanimous. Ha 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 ha. After hearing this, the mysterious woman suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very beautiful. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, it made his hair stand on end. He asked, Senior, why are you laughing? The mysterious woman laughed. I'm laughing because you're stupid. How many times have you called me Senior? Unfortunately, I'm the same age as you. What? The same age? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that you're also from the younger generation? How is that possible? She's so strange and her methods are so terrifying. How can she be from the younger generation? Seeing Lin Xian's astonished expression, the mysterious woman immediately laughed. Why? You don't believe me? Then do you think I'm very old? To tell you the truth, I might be a little older than you. However, we're definitely from the same generation. As for my strength, I might be stronger than you. Because my family's origin is very strong. Thus, I'm not a senior. I'm here to explore the Devil Cultivation Valley. However, there's a change in the Devil Cultivation Valley. Thus, after entering, I can't leave. Do you think that I can leave just because I didn't stop you just now? Why don't you try and see if you can walk out now? What's going on? I really can't leave the Devil Cultivation Valley. Lin Xian gave it a try. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Indeed, there seemed to be an illusion formation around him. Moreover, it was very exquisite. He walked a few steps and almost got lost. If not for the white flower that brought him back, Lin Xian would not have been able to return to the Devil's Pool. So, do you believe me now? It was easy to enter the Devil Cultivation Valley, but difficult to leave. I've been trapped for a while now. Then what did you mean when you mentioned the Vermilion Bird Palace? Lin Xian asked again. The mysterious woman smiled. Well, when I came here, I also met people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. They seemed to be searching as well, and there was a bit of a conflict. However, all of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace that entered were killed by the demonic shadows. It turned out to be like this. Lin Xian took a deep breath. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. This woman's strength was not weaker than his, but she was still unable to leave. In that case, wouldn't he be unable to leave as well? The woman smiled and said, No, I can't go out because I can't break the formation here. Because what I'm cultivating is somewhat similar to the demonic sect, the aura here is very similar. I'm also here to look for opportunities. You're different. Looking at your physique just now, it should be the type of extreme yang that counters demonic qi. You're the most suitable person to break the formation. As long as you break the formation, the two of us will be able to escape. Break the formation? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. This formation was not simple. It would probably take a lot of time to break it. It seems that we won't be able to leave in a short time. The woman said, It won't take too long. Although I cultivate the demonic Tao, I'm not a cultivator. Although I'm cultivating the Devil Cultivation Valley, I found a few flaws through my research. As long as you follow my method, I guarantee that we'll be able to leave within 3 days. Oh, what flaws? This formation is set up with heaven, earth, black, and yellow as the foundation. Therefore, there are 4 key points of the formation. As long as one of them is broken, the balance of the formation will be completely broken. Then, we'll be able to leave. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender fingers and pointed in the 4 directions. As she pointed, 4 rays of light lit up in the 4 directions. Use your physique to attack any one of them. As long as you can blast it away, we'll be able to leave. A peerless formation formed with heaven, earth, black, and yellow as the foundation? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. With his back facing the mysterious woman, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked at the 4 light spots. In the next moment, he was stunned. Under the heavenly secret divine eyes, he seemed to have seen through everything. There were 4 stone steels where the 4 light spots were. The 4 stone steels had the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise engraved on them. 4 divine beasts and heaven, earth, black, and yellow. This is not an ordinary formation. Lin Xian was shocked. What is this valley of devil cultivation hiding? It needs such a formation to suppress it. But at this moment, the mysterious woman spoke again. What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to leave? Fine, I'll give it a try. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He really did want to leave. His body shone brightly as he prepared to attack. But at this moment, he inadvertently saw a glimmer of hope in the mysterious woman's eyes. What kind of light was that? Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian clearly captured it with his heavenly secret divine eyes. Something's not right. Lin Xian was shocked. That gaze is too strange. It doesn't look like she's been trapped for a few months. It's as if she's been trapped for thousands of years. At the same time, a ball of doubt rose in his heart. Is this woman really like me, a peerless genius from the outside world, trapped here? The other party's aura gave him a creepy feeling. Especially the great dragon sword soul in his body, it also looked as if it was facing a great enemy. This made him very surprised. When he faced a small saint, he didn't have such a reaction. Is there something wrong with this woman? Thinking of this, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and didn't attack. The mysterious woman behind him was also stunned. What's wrong? Did something happen? Oh, I was chased all the way by the Vermilion Bird Palace and consumed a lot of energy. Let me recover for a while. With that, Lin Xian found a place, sat down, and was about to cultivate. He wanted to see what was so strange about this mysterious woman. As soon as he sat down, the mysterious woman said, "Cultivate? I have something that can help you recover. Why don't you use it?" She threw out a black fruit. The fruit was pitch black and covered with patterns. It looked like a venomous snake crawling on it. Lin Xian was shocked. 10,000-year-old black serpent fruit, it was a very rare spirit fruit. Although it looked black and poisonous, there was no poison at all. Moreover, its recovery effect was surprisingly good, not to mention that it was a 10,000-year-old fruit. Who is this person? She just casually threw him a 10,000-year-old spirit fruit. Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it. He wasn't afraid of being poisoned. The great dragon sword soul could destroy any poison. Sure enough, it didn't take long for his strength to recover to its peak. Can we begin? The mysterious woman asked again. Lin Xian said, "My strength has recovered, but I don't want to go out yet. Because the Vermilion Bird Palace must be guarding outside. If I go out, it'll be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. So I plan to stay here for a while and cultivate. When I'm strong enough, or when the Vermilion Bird Palace loses their patience, I'll leave." "Kid, do you really want to stay here forever?" the mysterious woman asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, I can't stay here forever. After 8 to 10 years, the people outside the Vermilion Bird Palace will lose their patience. I'm going out," Lin Xian said with a smile. "It's just the Vermilion Bird Palace. I don't care about it. Help me break the array, and I'll help you destroy the surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people. Looks like you're in a hurry to go out." Lin Xian glanced at her and revealed a faint smile. The mysterious woman snorted. "Why, don't you want to go out?" "To be honest, I really don't want to go out now." Lin Xian shrugged and sat back down. "Damn kid." The mysterious woman took a step forward, and her aura enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian shuddered. "Why, do you want to force me?" "I don't want to do this either, but you're the one who forced me." As expected, Lin Xian sneered. The mysterious woman was stunned. Then she said, "Did you see through me? If that's the case, then it doesn't matter. As long as I catch you, I have 100 ways to make you obediently break the array." She waved her hand and a ray of divine light shot into the sky and swept towards Lin Xian. It was like an immortal binding rope that wanted to bind Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly retreated and threw out a 5-colored palm surrounded by laws. With a boom, the divine light collided with each other. However, his 5-colored palm was shattered. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent was too terrifying. He quickly dodged. "Useless brat, you're just an ant in front of me. You can't dodge at all." The mysterious woman revealed a cold smile. Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, Black Mountain said, "Brat, it's useless. Use your trump card. She's not an ordinary person. She's a Saint King." Sage King, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Previously, He Shan hadn't said anything. He thought that something had happened to He Shan. Who would have thought that Black Mountain would reveal the crux of the matter at this time? Sage King, the woman in front of them was actually a Sage King. That was an existence second only to the Great Sage. Although Black Mountain was also a great sage, he was only a remnant soul of a great sage. His true strength might not even be as strong as Lin Xian. However, this mysterious woman was different. From the looks of it, it should be a living Sage King. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt like his scalp was about to explode. Damn it, there's actually a living Sage King in the Demon Cultivation Valley. No wonder the small saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace didn't dare to enter. This was definitely an existence that could kill everything in an instant. In the next moment, he was no longer careless. In front of a sage king, there was no way for him to escape. With a cold shout, he took out the great sage Dharma idol and blocked in front of him. Then, he channeled his energy into it. With a whoosh, the great sage Dharma idol released an aura of righteousness and blocked the attack that was like a divine light. Buzz, the divine light was repelled, and the great sage Dharma idol shook. Lin Xian's blood boiled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly suppressed it, and at the same time, he looked in front of him in shock. He blocked it. The mysterious woman in front of him also revealed a trace of surprise. She looked over with her beautiful eyes. A great sage Dharma idol. You actually have such a thing, no wonder you can block it. She laughed. If it's a living great sage, I'm no match for it. However, a great sage Dharma idol is nothing in my eyes. As expected of a sage king, she indeed has the confidence to say such words. Lin Xian said coldly as he supported the great sage Dharma idol with one hand. Oh, you know about my background? The mysterious woman was surprised, and then she smiled. When she smiled, it was as if the darkness around her had disappeared. Since you know, then cooperate obediently. That way, you'll suffer less. Don't joke around. Since there's a formation here to seal you, it means that you're an extremely terrifying demon. If I let you out, who knows what kind of chaos it'll be outside. Besides, once you get out, you might kill me. I won't do such a stupid thing. Also, according to my speculation, although the formation seal is powerful, it should be used to deal with you. My divine body is of the purest yang, so it's not impossible for me to get out. Kid, you guessed right. I am indeed a sage king, and this array formation is also used to seal me. Those who entered the Vermilion Bird Palace before were all killed by me. If you want to leave, these formations won't stop you, but can you leave? Although you have the great sage Dharma idol, it's very easy for me to capture you. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying light surged from her body, and the entire void shattered. Lin Xian's body sank, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. His legs couldn't help but tremble, and he wanted to kneel. Damn it, with a roar of rage, the great dragon sword soul within his body roared, forcefully resisting the urge to kneel and kowtow. At the same time, cold sweat dripped from his head. Was this the power of a sage king? Just her aura alone was enough to make him unable to resist. You can actually resist the might of a sage king. Interesting. But it's not enough. You're too inexperienced. At this point, the aura on her body became terrifying again. Lin Xian roared and slammed his palm on the great sage Dharma idol. The great sage Dharma idol shone brightly, and the righteous chi formed a seal that blasted in all directions, completely enveloping him. A mere Dharma idol was useless. The mysterious woman pointed with her finger, and endless laws turned into balls of divine chains that wrapped around the great sage's hair. Suddenly, the righteous chi of heaven and earth disappeared. Lin Xian felt the pressure suddenly increase. He was forced to retreat continuously from the attacks. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the cracks on his body were terrifying. At this moment, a strange white color appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes, like a white vortex. She looked at Lin Xian and said at the same time, "Illusion soul." Not good. When he saw the white pupils in her eyes, Lin Xian's expression changed. This was an illusion. It was a soul attack, and it was the soul attack of a sage king. He definitely couldn't fall for it. But he was still too late. In an instant, he froze on the spot, and his soul seemed to be sucked into the white vortex. There was a voice in his mind, telling him to kneel, submit, and become a slave. The scene was too bizarre. Lin Xian's body was drenched in cold sweat. He had used the eye technique before. When he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, his opponent would kneel down and become his slave. But now, he was facing the same illusion. And the one who used it was the sage king. Damn it, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with golden light. He had activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. Golden flames burned fiercely. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared and turned into a dragon's shadow, destroying the white vortex. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared. Thousands of sword chi rushed out of his body, and more cracks appeared on his body. But he did not submit, nor was he affected by the illusion. Is this the Sage King? It's really powerful, but I'm not a pushover either. Lin Xian roared. His voice was like a real dragon, resounding in all directions. Opposite him, the mysterious woman's face darkened. Who knows if he's dead or alive, she was furious. A first heaven sage was no different from an ant in front of her. But now, this ant dared to jump around in front of her for such a long time, everything should end now. The white light in her eyes became even more dazzling. The white vortex kept spinning and turned into two white demonic flowers. The golden runes formed by the heavenly secret divine eyes were also shattered. Golden blood flowed out of Lin Xian's eyes. Ah, Lin Xian roared to the sky. The blood in his body boiled. The great dragon sword soul merged with him, and the peerless sword light destroyed everything. Although there were more injuries on his body, he was still not affected by the eye technique. Unless you kill me, don't ever think of making me submit. Lin Xian's voice was extremely sharp. Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman was also stunned. What a sharp aura. Her eye technique just now seemed to have subdued a small saint. He would become her slave. But the first heaven ant in front of her was unharmed. Although he was injured all over, his eyes were extremely clear. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? A terrifying killing intent appeared on her body, instantly forming a killing array. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattering. The Sage King was too powerful, Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely. He laughed coldly and said, Fine, then kill me. If you kill me, you can forget about leaving this place for the rest of your life. On the other side, the mysterious woman's expression was gloomy. Indeed, one needed to have an extremely masculine physique to break through the formation. It wasn't easy for her to wait for one. If she really killed him now, it would be very troublesome for her to get out again. She might have to wait for another few thousand years. In the next moment, she withdrew her murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, the divine chains of law wrapped around Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian's injuries were healed. Tell me, kid, what are your conditions? Feel free to mention it. What do you think? That's why you're helping me? Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He was really shocked by the strength of a Sage King. With just a raise of his hand, he was able to recover from such serious injuries in an instant. It was truly shocking. After calming himself down, he asked, Who are you? Why are you sealed here? If she was a demon, he wouldn't let her out even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just him. Everyone would suffer. I'm Patriarch Dongfeng. You wouldn't know my name even if I told you. The mysterious woman said in a deep voice. Her gaze became ancient, as if she had experienced endless years. As for why I'm trapped here, of course, I was framed by despicable and shameless people. That's why I'm sealed here. 38,000 years ago, I became a Sage King and dominated the ancient path of the starry sky. Everyone thought highly of me and thought that I could enter the supreme sage realm within 1,000 years. It wasn't impossible for me to become a great emperor in the future. But in the end, I was framed by a few friends. They used the supreme sage's corpse to make poison and made me consume it. Then, they sealed me in a bronze coffin and sent me to this demonic pool. Then, those people set up a peerless formation and sealed this place. Even if I wake up, I'll be trapped here forever. At this point, monstrous killing intent rose from the other party's body again. This time, the killing intent was 100 times stronger than before. That place had completely turned into nothingness. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. Fortunately, the killing intent wasn't directed at him. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. She was framed, moreover, it was 38,000 years ago. Could it be? She had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, no wonder the Valley of Demon Cultivation wasn't too dangerous before. Now that she had woken up, this place had become a land of death. What should he say? She was also a pitiful woman. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, He Shan transmitted his voice. Kid, don't let your emotions get the better of you. No matter how pitiful she is, she's still a Sage King. You can't be careless at all. Hurry up and state your request. The most important thing is to get benefits. Heishan was indeed a remnant soul of a supreme sage. He could still maintain his rationality at this time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded. He naturally knew. Therefore, he said, I can help you break the seal, but I have 2 requests. Speak. The mysterious woman suddenly smiled. The vicissitudes of life in her eyes disappeared. The killing intent that filled the sky also disappeared. He really didn't know if the story just now was true or if she made it up. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. He said in a low voice, the first request is that you swear on your life that you won't kill me. The second request is that you must teach me one of your ultimate techniques. After saying this, Lin Xian looked at the other party nervously. After all, she was a sage king. This level was too far away for him. She was like a high and mighty god. Therefore, he had to be careful. The mysterious woman nodded after hearing this. Kid, you are very rational. You know that these 2 requests aren't too much. Indeed, the first request is to protect your life. This is the most basic. The second request is to learn an ultimate technique. This is equivalent to the reward for breaking the seal. Therefore, the mysterious woman said, I swear on my life that I won't kill you after I break free. Otherwise, I will be struck by heavenly lightning. My body and soul will be destroyed, and I will never be able to reincarnate. After hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of oath couldn't be made casually. Especially when one reached the Sage King realm. Every word and sentence was the law of heaven and earth. If one violated it, it would definitely lead to an unexpected disaster. Therefore, he knew that his life was saved. Next, his eyes were burning. What kind of ultimate technique would the other party teach him? The other party was a Sage King. The ultimate technique in the other party's hands would definitely not be weak. Even if it couldn't be compared to the inheritance of a supreme sage, it wouldn't be far off. If you want to learn my ultimate technique, you have to break the seal first. Once you break it, I will teach you. The mysterious woman said. Hearing this, Lin Xian became anxious. No, you have to teach it to me first. Although she promised not to kill him, he wouldn't be able to catch up with her if she left after breaking the seal. Where could he find her in the future? Therefore, Lin Xian decisively refused. You dare to question me? The mysterious woman's face darkened. A small ant dared to challenge her dignity again and again. If it was any other time, she could easily kill him with a breath. But now, she couldn't do anything. That was because she still needed to rely on him to break the formation. Therefore, she could only say patiently, Good boy, no one has ever dared to challenge me like this. You are the first. Your courage is commendable. Fine, I will teach you the ultimate technique first. I am not afraid that you will go back on your word. Hearing this, Lin Xian was expressionless, but he rolled his eyes in his heart. Nonsense, you have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if you could see a ghost. He knew that he was her last hope because there were very few people in the universe with a physique like his. If she missed one, who knew how many years she would have to wait? The mysterious woman looked at Lin Xian. Just now, I saw that your physique was extremely masculine and had a sun-like illusion. It should be the divine nine-yang physique. The divine nine-yang physique is famous in the universe. Therefore, I will not teach you about body cultivation. Your soul and eye techniques are not bad. Moreover, you can use sword qi. You should be a swordsman. I can teach you soul-eye techniques, or I can teach you sword techniques. You can choose one of them. Your sword qi is too sharp. Even I am a little moved. You should have a treasure in your body, right? I wonder what it is. Saying this, the mysterious woman looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. As expected of the Sage King, she could see through his characteristics in an instant. Divine body, soul, and sword qi. These were all his strengths. The secret of the divine nine-yang physique had been discovered by the other party. It was better to hide the secret of the great dragon sword soul. So he said, yes, I am indeed a swordsman. Moreover, what I comprehended is the will of sword Tao. As he spoke, he hurriedly displayed several strands of sword qi law. Of course, Lin Xian himself was not a sword Tao law, But the great dragon sword soul could simulate everything, so it should be possible to deceive a Saint King. Unless the Saint King investigated carefully. The other party only glanced at him for a moment before ignoring him. How about this? I'll teach you a sword technique that can increase your attack power. That way, your battle prowess will increase, and you'll be able to fight above your level. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. There was no need. He already had the great dragon sword soul, so why would he need to use his opponent's secret technique to increase his battle prowess? Therefore, he quickly shook his head. Refuse to learn? The woman in black was stunned. To be honest, she was a Saint King. Which of the ultimate techniques she took out were not earth-shattering? In the outside world, those sages would definitely fight to the death, but now, this kid in the first celestial layer in front of him actually didn't want to learn? He even showed a look of disdain. How infuriating. Then I'll teach you a set of palm techniques. I refuse to learn. I refuse to learn. Lin Xian shook his head. Next, the mysterious woman's face was full of black lines. She said 3 ultimate techniques in a row, but the other party directly shook his head and refused. This made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Damn kid, what do you want? Senior, you really don't have any sincerity at all. I'm taking a great risk to break the array formation to let you out. Who knows if your story just now is true? You're actually teaching me such an ordinary divine ability? Can't you teach me some of your inherited martial arts? Speaking of this, Lin Xian had a trace of hope. Kid, you're actually coveting my inherited martial arts. The woman in black was furious. If she took out her inheritance, even Saint Kings of the same level would be jealous. How could she teach it to him? Alright, kid, I'll teach you a true ultimate technique then. Although this isn't my inheritance, its power is definitely not weaker than mine. You should be satisfied this time. Oh, it's not weaker than the Saint King's inheritance? Lin Xian was surprised. What kind of divine ability is this? This divine ability was called stellar transposition. Stellar transposition? Lin Xian was stunned. Inside the moon-shaped pendant, Black Mountain exclaimed as if he had thought of something. Kid, use your full strength to attack me. The mysterious woman said. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Then, he said, alright, I won't hold back then. He threw out a 5-colored palm that carried the 5 elements law and blasted forward. The mysterious woman drew a circle with her palm. It was unknown what kind of power she used, but the 5 elements palm was actually repelled by her. With an even more terrifying power, it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Only then did he manage to dodge. What's going on? He was too surprised. From the looks of it, it was as if the other party had also thrown out a 5-colored palm. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. Perhaps he could really do that. However, the other party shouldn't be able to do that. Then what's going on? The mysterious woman said. Do you see it? This is stellar transposition. No matter what kind of divine ability it is, it can be reflected back to you. It can even hit the target you want to hit. How is it? Isn't this divine ability powerful? Indeed, it's very magical. Lin Xian was tempted. However, he was curious. He wondered if the great dragon sword soul could be broken. He didn't dare to try because he didn't want to expose the secret of his great dragon sword soul. Alright, I'll learn it. Lin Xian nodded. Next, the mysterious woman began to teach stellar transposition to Lin Xian. Stellar transposition had a very short outline, only about 100 words. However, the core of it was only 2 words. It was to turn and move. That was the most important thing. It could convert the opponent's power back or move it to another place. That was the mystery of stellar transposition. This move, when practiced to the end, was really too powerful. For example, this mysterious woman could even move the laws when she used stellar transposition. It could be said that its power was unfathomable. Lin Xian was only surprised at first. After all, he had 2 great inheritances, and he didn't care about ordinary ones. However, the more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. This was simply too powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the nine-yang divine body. At this time, He Shan transmitted his voice. Of course, this was because the person who created stellar transposition eventually became a great emperor. What? This was created by a great emperor? Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. In that case, this should be an emperor divine ability. Lin Xian was too shocked. He didn't expect that Yan Nantian would obtain an emperor-grade mystique in the Devil Cultivation Valley, even though he didn't obtain the Hongwu inheritance. After knowing this, he cultivated even more wholeheartedly. During this time, he even pestered the mysterious woman to explain it. The personal guidance of a sage king would definitely benefit him greatly. Therefore, Lin Xian's progress was very fast. Later on, he didn't need her guidance anymore. He just created a clone and started practicing. Lin Xian became more and more familiar with it. In the end, even the mysterious woman was a little surprised. What's going on with this kid? She was too surprised. Although stellar transposition looked simple, it was very difficult to master. After all, this was an emperor-level ability. Its origin was definitely extraordinary. Even a sage wouldn't be able to master it without hundreds of years. But Lin Xian actually managed to master it in such a short period of time. Although compared to her, it was still thousands of miles away. However, this kind of cultivation speed really shocked her to the core. He's a genius, a peerless genius. His talent is too good. Why do I see the shadow of a young great emperor in him? The mysterious woman was a little dazed, but then she shook her head. Great emperor? That was a supreme existence. It wasn't something that just anyone could achieve. How many talented people had died on their way here? Countless great sages were filled with despair at that step. So no one could guarantee that they wouldn't reach it. Although the young man in front of her was talented, he was still far from reaching that step. Alright, this ability isn't something that can be mastered in a day or two. So now, you should start breaking the seal. The mysterious woman urged. She had been trapped here for too long. She wanted to get out quickly. Lin Xian didn't immediately start. Instead, he said, Senior, although I can help you break the formation, what about after? You can leave, but I'll still be chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace. Even if you help me destroy those people near the Demon Cultivation Valley, as long as the Vermilion Bird Palace isn't destroyed, I'll still be threatened. So, why don't you teach me another secret art? I'm only saying this to protect myself. This is definitely the last time. I won't ask for anything in the future. The mysterious woman's face sank. Stellar transposition was already very powerful. It was an emperor-level ability. But she didn't expect him to want another one. However, after thinking about it, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Alright, then I'll give you another set of ultimate techniques. But this is the last time. If you dare to make any demands of me, I will kill you directly. Even if I don't go out, I won't be threatened by others. A sage king had the dignity of a sage king. This mysterious woman would probably do as she said. Lin Xian said. Senior, don't worry. Alright, then I'll teach you another eye technique called Emerald Tide. This was an attack type eye technique. It was extremely terrifying. Speaking up to this point, green Dao patterns suddenly appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes. They were densely packed, and the entire color had turned green. It was extremely strange. As for Lin Xian, he could feel his soul beating wildly. Danger, and absolute danger. This eye technique was simply too terrifying. It could kill without leaving a trace. Next, the mysterious woman transmitted the ocular technique, Sound of the Jade Tide, to Lin Xian. Lin Xian practiced it briefly and discovered that this eye technique was also extremely profound. It was impossible to master it in a short period of time. Right now, he had only scratched the surface. However, the mysterious woman had already urged him again. Lin Xian simply stood up and said, Senior, I'll start breaking the array now. He walked to the front and activated his nine-yang divine constitution. The light on his body was like a sun. Then, the surrounding ghostly aura spread out and the array formation appeared. The array formation was branded in the void. One look at it could make one faint. This was a peerless array formation set up by the combined efforts of supreme experts. However, the mysterious woman had stayed here for so long that she had long studied this array formation thoroughly. In addition to Lin Xian's divine constitution, it was not a problem to break this array formation. Indeed, not long after, one of the stone tablets suddenly shattered. The surrounding array formation also spread out and countless cracks appeared. That's great, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he discovered that after the array formation shattered, the mysterious woman was not happy. The mysterious woman was not happy. Instead, she frowned. He also saw something different. Although the array formation had shattered, the surroundings were filled with a more terrifying aura. A few figures stood there in an eerie manner. Their auras were even more terrifying than the previous array formation. Could it be that they still had a backup plan? Who exactly were these people? Why would they go to such lengths to seal the mysterious woman? The mysterious woman glanced at the four figures with a grin. How ruthless, daring to use the corpses of the sacred spirits to suppress me after the array formation is broken. Unfortunately, once the Heaven-Earth Arcane Yellow formation is broken, the corpses of the sacred spirits will not be able to suppress me. Kid, lend me a hand. Saying this, Lin Xian's body shuddered as he lost control of his body. What? Lin Xian was startled. He tried to resist, but the mysterious woman's voice echoed in his ears. Don't resist, I won't do anything to you. I need to borrow your yang energy to break the formation. You won't be able to break these sacred spirits now, so let me do it. Lin Xian did not resist after hearing this. In the next moment, his arm was raised. A golden sword chi soared into the sky. It was burning with the 9 suns divine flame, releasing an unparalleled strength of yang. What kind of sword is this? Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. The power was too strong, like a golden heavenly sword. The sword cut through the entire sky. The corpses of the 4 sacred spirits roared crazily. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the power of the attack. A minor saint was instantly turned into ashes under such an attack. This was the power of a sage king, he could not block it at all. No wonder the mysterious woman wanted to help him. Although the power of the sacred spirits was terrifying with an extremely evil aura, the mysterious woman's method was even more terrifying. A golden sword was swept out by her, instantly killing the corpses of the 4 sacred spirits. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The surging power made Lin Xian breathe instinctively. Boom. Boom, boom. In the end, the entire valley of devil cultivation was torn apart. Terrifying demonic chi soared into the sky. At this moment, the valley of devil cultivation was completely destroyed. This was a land of death. Even minor saints did not dare to come here. However, the mysterious woman's attack had completely destroyed it. This was absolute power. Kid, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Maybe we'll meet again one day. The mysterious woman soared into the sky and turned into a black light. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. Outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were completely stunned. What's going on? Why is there a change in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Suddenly, a violent energy rushed over and sent all of them flying. Many of them were saints. They were worried that they would be sent flying and vomited blood. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, is the change in the Valley of Devil Cultivation even more terrifying? The young disciples were so scared that their scalps went numb. Suddenly, one of them knelt on the ground, trembling. Look, it's the Demon Cultivation Valley. The others took a closer look and sucked in a breath of cold air. A cross-shaped crack appeared in the middle of the Demon Cultivation Valley. The entire valley was split into 4 halves. Boundless demonic energy rolled in, covering the entire sky. What happened? The people in the Demon Cultivation Valley were stunned. They even forgot to send a message to the Grand Elder. At this moment, a ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it a boundless wave of energy. Not good, someone came out of the Demon Cultivation Valley. Could it be Lin Wudi? Many people wanted to rush forward. But in the next moment, any martial saint who came close would be torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. That black ray of light was too terrifying. Everything in its path turned into ashes. Run, run. The remaining Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists ran away like crazy. They knew that it wasn't Lin Wuti. This was an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps it was the legendary existence that was sealed in the Devil Cultivation Valley. After the black ray of light left for a long time, they let out a sigh of relief. Although the surrounding aura was still terrifying, the destructive aura had disappeared. They knew that the terrifying existence had left. Didn't that mean that they could enter the Demon Cultivation Valley? Thinking of this, their eyes lit up. But in the next moment, they screamed. It's him, he's there. They discovered that a figure had emerged from the Demon Cultivation Valley below. That figure was like a sun god, and his entire body was burning with golden flames. Lin Wuti, it's him. He's still alive. And he's coming out now. Go, catch him. Don't let him leave. The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people quickly surrounded him. The weaker ones were far away, notifying the headquarters. As for the stronger sages, they were attacking in a frenzy. One of the sages spat out countless fire elemental laws, forming a flame that kept spinning, enveloping Lin Xian. It couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elemental laws extinguished the fire. At this moment, a figure dashed over from afar. Die, kid. As soon as this figure appeared, it brought with it a powerful saint aura. A saint of the second heaven. These Vermilion Bird Palace martial practitioners were all excited. That's great, even though their Grand Supreme Elder hasn't arrived yet. However, a saint of the second heaven had arrived. After all, no matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was only a saint in the first heaven. The difference between the realms of each heaven of a saint was extremely huge. It was a chasm that could not be crossed. The other party was dead for sure. Kid, it's all over. The second-level sage was a middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the nomological laws on his body formed a large cauldron. He quickly rushed over. The cauldron was incomparably heavy, suppressing everything. Lin Xian roared. The 5 elemental laws formed a law sword that turned into a stream of light and slashed out. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the 2 nomological powers collided with each other, emitting a sonorous sound. The void in the sky shattered, and the laws danced. The flaming cauldron was actually blocked. The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people screamed as if they had gone mad. How was that possible? They were all stunned. That was a saint of the second heaven. Against a saint of the first heaven, he would definitely be instantly killed. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would be seriously injured. But now, Lin Wuti actually blocked the attack of a saint of the second heaven. This was simply too inconceivable. Damn it, what was he doing? Perhaps that Vermilion Bird Palace saint of the second heaven was also extremely shocked. An ant was actually able to block his attack. Damn it, I don't believe it. You must be burning your life force. He roared and struck again. The flaming cauldron burned fiercely, and 2 vermilion birds appeared on it. As they circled around each other, its power increased again. Lin Xian shouted coldly and struck with 9 suns open heaven. It collided with the other party's divine power once again. The 2 collided, and sparks flew. Lin Xian retreated, but the saint of the second heaven felt his arm go numb, and his face was filled with shock. The other party really blocked it. Damn it, how was that possible? The other saints of the first heaven were furious. The 3 saints of the first heaven also quickly charged forward. However, they were swept away by the other party's leg. The other party's leg carried a boundless aura of wind and clouds. The 5 elemental laws surrounded it, and all kinds of terrifying energy rushed over. The 3 of them were forced to retreat. However, at this moment, a flying sword flew over. The flying sword was not big, only 1 meter long. The aura it carried was too terrifying, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. The law of death. It was a move that was specially made for killing. Moreover, the power of the law of the person who attacked was very terrifying. He was also a saint of the second heaven. Another saint of the second heaven had descended. Moreover, he attacked with a fatal blow. His target was Lin Xian's neck. He could instantly cut off Lin Xian's head. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked, but he was not worried. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Stellar transposition. On his finger, the divine chains of laws circled and drew a five-colored semicircle in the air. Immediately, the flying sword was repelled by the semicircle. It charged back at an even faster speed. With a pft, a scream sounded. Immediately after, an arm fell from the sky. Then, there was a crazy scream. "Damn kid, how could it be? I'll kill you. I'll tear you into pieces, what happened?" Everyone was stunned. Under such a fatal blow, shouldn't Lin Wuti die without a doubt, but why was it that the one screaming was not Lin Wuti, but their king from afar? An old man walked out from afar. He was wearing a vermilion bird robe, and one of his arms was dripping with blood. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace were dumbfounded. A saint of the second heaven, another saint of the second heaven. Moreover, he was injured by the other party in an instant. What the hell was going on? That old man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His arm was naturally cut off by his own flying sword. But why did his flying sword come back? Moreover, it caught him off guard, so his big arm was cut off by the other party. Lin Xian's face was also filled with shock. Was this the stellar shift? It was really too powerful. To be honest, he was overjoyed. With his strength, he could contend against a second heaven expert. However, if two second heaven experts were to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely need to use some of his trump cards to deal with them. But now, with just one stellar transposition, he resolved the crisis. Moreover, he injured the other party in an instant. As expected of a great emperor's divine ability, damn it, this kid is too strange. All of you, step back. Both of us. The middle-aged man said. The old man also walked forward. The two saints of the second heaven surrounded Lin Xian from the front and the back. The remaining Vermilion Bird Palace people all retreated. They weren't worried. Perhaps they were careless before, but now, the two second heaven stage saints could definitely kill the other party. Kill, the two second heaven stage saints didn't waste any words and immediately attacked. Among them, the old man controlled the flying sword that flashed with incomparable killing intent. The law of killing pierced through the void. The other was the law of fire. The monster's flames carried an incomparable aura. The combination of the two was incomparably terrifying. Even if the opponent was also a second heaven stage saint, he would probably die. Buzz, Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear and used the Nine-Yang Sword technique to fight against the Flame Cauldron. Although the other party was a second heaven stage saint, his five elements law wasn't weak either. Therefore, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, he used the Kuan-Pung movement technique to dodge the flying sword. At the critical moment, he used the stellar transposition. This time, the flying sword directly attacked the middle-aged man. With a pucci, the middle-aged man was pierced by the flying sword. The middle-aged man screamed miserably as a bloody hole appeared on his body. The law of fire on his body was constantly repairing. His face was gloomy as he roared crazily. Damn it, you attacked me? The old man's face was also ugly. I didn't attack you, I killed that kid. Damn it, that kid is too strange. He seems to be able to affect my flying sword. Previously, I was injured by my own flying sword. What? The moment these words came out, the middle-aged man was stunned. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts were even more stunned. What was going on? Previously, they knew that Lin Xian had the Nine-Yang inheritance and the Great Dragon technique. His defense was strong and his attack was terrifying. But they had never seen him use such a strange method. Where did he get this from? Could it be the inheritance of the Great Emperor? However, they had never seen Yan Nantian use it before. Therefore, they were incomparably shocked. Lin Xian laughed. He laughed very happily. Could it be the divine ability of a great emperor? It was indeed powerful. He was able to face two saints of the second heaven without being at a disadvantage. However, he did not continue to fight. Because he knew that these people had definitely notified the Vermilion Bird Palace's headquarters. It wouldn't be long before the little saints arrived. Therefore, Lin Xian laughed coldly. This young master has no time to play with you. Vermilion Bird Palace, I will remember you. In the future, I will uproot you. With that, Lin Xian soared into the sky, intending to leave. Damn it, stop him. Don't let him go. The surrounding people roared crazily. The 2-second heaven sages sneered. You want to leave? Do you think you can? The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace experts all attacked. All sorts of weapon laws wildly surged out. However, under Lin Xian's powerful battle prowess, everything turned to ashes. Nothing could stop him. The 5 elemental laws transformed him into a 5-colored divine dragon that flew rapidly. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts were all stunned. Damn it, what kind of law was this? The other party had just become a first heaven sage. It hadn't been long, but the power of his law was so terrifying. It was not weak compared to the second heaven sages. One had to know that these second heaven sages had cultivated for thousands of years. That was why the power of their law was so strong. However, what did the other party have? Damn it, the 5 elemental laws. He had actually cultivated the 5 elemental laws into one. The 2 second heaven sages were also shocked beyond words. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a flaming mountain that filled the sky directly imprisoned heaven and earth. On the other side, the person who used the killing intent law instantly set up more than 1,000 killing arrays. The densely packed array made one's scalp tingle. The terrifying power instantly turned that space into a complete mess. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and used the 9-yang sword technique. His left hand used the stellar transposition. His powerful divine body suppressed everything. A part of it was shattered, and some of the power was transferred by him to attack each other. Between heaven and earth, black holes kept appearing. Of course, the aftermath of this energy also blasted his body, causing his blood and qi to roar. However, how strong was the 9-yang divine body? He was only slightly affected, but his foundation was not affected at all. He charged out forcefully. He came out. The other party escaped again. They were really stunned. Who was this person? They had never seen a first heaven sage like this. This was simply heaven-defying. Humph, I don't have time to play with you. Lin Xian rose into the air, but he did not completely leave. He still had one move that he had not used. He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. Among the golden runes, green Dao patterns appeared. Blue sea tide. A ball of golden green light exploded. With Lin Xian's eyes as the center, it spread in all directions. These green ripples were like waves, instantly roaring. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts who wanted to give chase were stunned. In the next moment, they hugged their heads and screamed. The first heaven sages' faces were distorted. Even the 2 second heaven sages' faces were pale. Not good. Soul attack. They all roared. Blue sea tide was not only a soul attack, but also a group attack. Once it was used, everyone in the space would be affected. Some of the weaker ones were directly killed. Their bodies were intact, but there was no vitality. The first heaven sages were also seriously injured. Their faces were pale, and they looked dispirited. Even the 2 second heaven sages were covered in cold sweat. They were also affected. Damn it. What kind of skill was this? It was too terrifying. The other party's strength was simply beyond their imagination. The inheritance of a great emperor must be a great inheritance. It was very likely that he had learned the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. Yes, that's right. The other old man's eyes were also shining. Although it was different from Yan Nantian's, Yan Nantian was only a half-saint before, and this kid was a sage. He might have cultivated an inheritance that Yan Nantian did not know. Kill him. I must get great Emperor Hongwu's inheritance. These people were crazy. Buzz, the sky and earth shattered. 2 small saints descended, bringing with them more Vermilion Bird Palace experts. Where is he? One of the small saints asked coldly. The others knelt on the ground and reported to the Grand Elder. That person is very strange and powerful. He must have cultivated the inheritance of a great emperor. What? Chase after him. In addition, mobilize everyone. Don't let him escape on the path to planet Langia. The Vermilion Bird Palace chased after him like crazy. Everyone on planet Suzaku was completely shocked at this moment. They knew that the Vermilion Bird Palace was chasing after Lin Wudi. However, it had been calm during this period of time, and they thought that the matter was over. They did not expect that the Vermilion Bird Palace would go crazy again today. And this time, regardless of whether it was on planet Suzaku, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace had already come to the outer realm. It seemed like they had set up something on the ancient star path. This scene shocked everyone. Perhaps something big was about to happen. The people from the other star realms also sensed this, and they were immediately puzzled. They all poked their heads out, and then they all sucked in a cold breath. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace were going to attack Lin Wuti. What was going on? Were they going to clear the path for Yan Nantian? After the Dark Moon Temple learned of this, they frowned. Investigate, they must investigate carefully. Not only the Dark Moon Temple, but the Eight Wind Palace and other top factions were also investigating this matter. Because they felt that this was too unusual. Under normal circumstances, if they wanted to kill Lin Wuti, such a threatening peerless prodigy, they would secretly send elites to kill him. They would definitely not make such a big fuss. After all, killing a peerless prodigy with great fanfare was a huge taboo on the ancient star path. Because if such a thing was not restrained and spread, then the unlucky ones would be all their factions. If you had elites and could kill the prodigies of other sects, then the elites of other sects could also kill your prodigies. Then it would be a complete mess. Therefore, they would not openly carry out such a large-scale killing, but would only secretly attack. So that others could not find evidence. But now, Vermilion Bird Palace's actions were very unusual. Therefore, it made the other sacred grounds feel that something must have happened that they did not know. This caused the people of Vermilion Bird Palace to go completely crazy. At the same time, they had another question. Lin Wuti should have gone to the Void Sea. Why would he appear here? Why was he being hunted down by Vermilion Bird Palace? Could it be that something had happened at the Void Sea? Could it be that Yan Nantian was defeated by Lin Wuti in the Void Sea? They were very puzzled, so they decided to ask about the Void Sea. The Void Ocean was too far away, but each family and sect had their own sound transmission array formation. They sent out messages to ask those people in the Void Sea. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not receive any response. It was as if those people had disappeared. Damn it, how was this possible? They sent messages again to ask. However, there was no response. This time, those people panicked. That shouldn't be the case. Looking at the time, it should be about time for him to return. Besides, Lin Wuti's return means that the Sea of Void must be over. But why is there no response from our people? Could it be that there was an accident? Thinking of this possibility, their hearts sank, and they hurriedly went to investigate. Each of these forces had sent a small team to the Void Sea to find out what was going on. At the same time, they were also gathering information like crazy on planet Suzaku because the people of planet Suzaku must know something. Very few people knew that Yan Nantian had been killed. Aside from the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace, those who knew had all been killed. Therefore, no one else on planet Suzaku knew that Yan Nantian was dead, and the people of Suzaku Palace wouldn't say anything even if they were beaten to death. After asking around, the major factions only found out that Lin Wuti seemed to have obtained some incredible treasure. The Vermilion Bird Palace was jealous, which was why they attacked like crazy. Treasure? Lin Wuti? Void Ocean? Suddenly. They were stunned. Could it be that Lin Wuti had obtained some important treasure from the Sea of Void? The Vermilion Bird Palace was jealous, which was why they were chasing after him like crazy. At the same time, they found out that Saint Mubai of planet Xianxia had already returned. Yan Ryu and the North Demon had also left. The moment the news came out, they were all stunned. The people of planet Xianxia had returned safely. Lin Wuti was also causing trouble outside, but their people had mysteriously disappeared. This made them know that something must have happened in the Sea of Void, and this change was very likely related to the Vermilion Bird Palace's rage. Damn it, what was it? They could only ask the people of Vermilion Bird Palace while going to planet Xianxia to gather information. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know any of this. Lin Xian was very safe at the moment because he was still on planet Suzaku. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace probably wouldn't have guessed that he was in such a dangerous place. In a very remote mountain range on planet Suzaku, Lin Xian had opened up a cave tens of thousands of kilometers underground. He was cultivating there. He wanted to improve stellar transposition and blue tide again. Because these two abilities were simply too powerful, Lin Xian felt a great power when he used them for the first time. Therefore, he knew that this would be an important method for him in the future. He had to make use of this time to improve. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt that it was time to return. Although the most dangerous place was the safest place, there might be some terrifying existence awakening in Vermilion Bird Palace. This time, it was a small saint. If a holy sovereign or sage king awakened, it would be bad. The means of a sage king made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Therefore, he felt that it was safest to return to planet Xianxia first. "Kid, are you sure you want to go back?" Just then, the Black Mountain Great Sage asked through voice transmission. "If news of Yan Nanshan's death spreads, everyone's target will be you. Previously, you had 2 great inheritances, which made people jealous. However, you were strong and had planet Xianxia. Moreover, there was a dazzling genius like Yan Nantian to distract them. Therefore, you were not in danger at that time. But now, Yan Nantian is dead, and he was killed by you. In everyone's opinion, Yan Nanshan's inheritance must be with you." Although the 9 sons' inheritance was tempting, they still had to consider it. However, the inheritance of Great Emperor Hongwu was different. Not to mention these sages, even sage kings and great sages would be jealous of the inheritance of a great emperor. "When the time comes, do you think Xianxia Star will make a move on you?" Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent for a while. But soon, he said, "I believe Xianxia Star will not. Moreover, they might be able to deduce that I did not obtain the true inheritance of a great emperor. Therefore, I have decided to go back." "All right." Black Mountain did not say anything else. Lin Xian hid his aura and prepared to leave quietly. In the past half a year, Dragon Valley, 8-Wind Palace, and other powerful forces had gone crazy. Because they were really crazy. In half a year, there was no news of the experts and geniuses that they had sent to the Void Ocean. This made them despair. They knew that these people were most likely dead. But they wanted to know who the murderer was. They wanted revenge. They wanted to tear the murderer into pieces. Among them, they focused their investigation on the Xianxia Star because they were the only ones who managed to return. Although the Vermilion Bird Palace had gone berserk, the people they had sent to the Void Ocean had not returned. Even Yan Nantian seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The Xianxia Star acted as if it was facing a great enemy and once again activated its world-level array formation. The entire star realm was completely enveloped. They also refused to provide any clues to anyone. However, the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace were very powerful, so they still managed to obtain some information. First of all, it seemed that only Sage Mubai had returned. Other than that, everyone else seemed to have fallen. It was also revealed that Lin Xian had obtained the great sage's inheritance from the Xikong family. It was also said that the fall of the elites and geniuses of the various large families was related to this great sage's inheritance. When this news came out, the surrounding large families and sects were all stunned. As expected, a peerless treasure had indeed appeared. The great sage's inheritance. Even they were jealous of it now. No wonder the Vermilion Bird Palace had attacked like crazy. It seemed like the other party was after the great sage's inheritance. Should we make a move? Damn it, Lin Wudi had not returned to the Xianxia Star yet. We must act quickly. Yes, we must not let the Vermilion Bird Palace get ahead of us. The elites of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace quickly discussed countermeasures. The people from the Xikong clan were completely crazy. They had not paid much attention before, but when they heard that their great sage's inheritance had appeared, they were all pleasantly surprised. However, when they found out that their great sage's inheritance had been snatched away by an outsider, they went completely crazy. Their reaction was no worse than the Vermilion Bird Palace's. Damn it. Our own ancestors' inheritance must not fall into the hands of others. Yes, capture Lin Wudi and tear him to pieces. Lin Wudi was too greedy. He already had the 9 sons' inheritance and the great dragon inheritance. How dare he covet our great sage's inheritance? He deserved to die. The Xikong family swore that they would capture Lin Wudi and take back their inheritance. The Xianxia Star. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. In fact, Sage Mubai and the others had immediately sent people to receive Lin Xian after returning. After all, Lin Xian was too dangerous. However, when they returned to the void ocean, they found that there was no one there. Lin Xian was nowhere to be found. This made them extremely anxious all the way. In the end, they discovered that the news had been exposed and countless experts had come to besiege the Xianxia star. As a result, they had no choice but to activate a world-level defensive formation. At the same time, they were even more worried about Lin Xian's safety. These people would definitely go crazy and hunt down Lin Xian regardless of the consequences. However, there was one piece of information that surprised them greatly. Lin Xian actually went to planet Suzaku. What was going on? This information was obtained by chance, so they were even more confused. Could it be related to Xianxia? They didn't know, so they could only send people to search quickly. However, at this moment, a piece of news spread. The moment this news came out, it caused an uproar in the myriad worlds. Xianxia was dead. Xianxia had been killed. And he was killed by Lin Wuti. This news was simply too crazy. The major families, sects, and sacred grounds were all stunned. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace roared madly when they heard the news. Damn it, who was it? They had already killed everyone who knew. The others were all members of Vermilion Bird Palace. It was impossible for them to leak the news. But now, the news had still spread. Reporting to the palace master, a saint has disappeared. This news appeared in Vermilion Bird Palace. The expressions of the Vermilion Bird Palace master and the Grand Elders changed when they heard it. Damn it, this is bad. An expert has kidnapped one of our saints and is searching his soul. That was how they learned about Xianxia. This small saint's guess was right. The person who took action was someone from Eight Wind Palace. A small saint from Eight Wind Palace secretly took action and kidnapped a Vermilion Bird Palace saint on planet Suzaku. Then, they received the news after searching his soul. When they heard the news, they were also extremely shocked. Xianxia was dead. He was killed by Lin Wuti. No wonder Vermilion Bird Palace was so crazy. Xianxia was the hope of Vermilion Bird Palace. Now, their hope was destroyed. How could they not be crazy? Moreover, they guessed that Xianxia's great emperor inheritance might have fallen into Lin Xian's hands. This made them even more jealous. No, they had to keep this news a secret and secretly capture Lin Wuti. But they didn't expect Eight Wind Palace to have a spy. That was why the news spread. And it spread all over the universe. Once the news came out, it was a big deal. It wasn't just about the Void Ocean and the Great Saint inheritance. It involved the Great Emperor inheritance. They were well aware of how terrifying the inheritance of Great Emperor Hongwu was. If they could get it, their chances of becoming a great emperor would increase greatly. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned red. Originally, planet Xianxia was already in the limelight. This news caused planet Xianxia to be in extreme danger again. Planet Xianxia had no choice but to activate many world-class formations. Even the Xianxia Palace Master and some Grand Elders had no choice but to go to the underground dragon vein, ready to awaken some living fossils at any time. They used their foundation to prevent the destruction of the world. Xianxia Palace. The Crimson Dragon was extremely anxious. Yan Ryu had already left, but the Northern Demon and his sister stayed behind. The Northern Demon stood on a mountain peak and frowned. He didn't know how Brother Lin was doing now. To be honest, he was really worried. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon also walked out, shaking his head and sighing. The Northern Demon asked. "Have you found him?" the Crimson Dragon said. "No, I can't contact him." However, Saint Mubai and the others had already deduced that his life was not in danger. This was probably the best result. As for where that kid was, they still didn't know. "Why? It seems like you guys miss me a lot." At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Damn, who is it? His dragon blood surged, ready to attack at any time. The Northern Demon exclaimed. "Brother Lin, is that you?" "Yes, it's me." The void in front of him cracked open, and a figure walked out. The Northern Demon was happy, but the Crimson Dragon was puzzled. Wait, who knows if it's a liar? Kid, show me the 9 yang divine body and the dragon sword soul. You've become more cautious in Rizalong after not seeing you for a few days. In front of him, Lin Xian smiled. The 9 yang divine body bloomed, and the dragon sword soul rumbled. The crimson dragon's chi and blood surged. He said. It's really you. I knew you wouldn't die. He rushed forward, and so did the northern demon. They were really too happy. Of course, I'm fine. By the way, where's Ryu? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian knew that his whereabouts had been exposed along the way. Moreover, he had encountered many probes along the way. However, he had concealed his aura, and with the Black Mountain Great Sage as a cover, he had managed to reach the Langya Star. After arriving at the Langya Star, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Ryu had already returned. He had wanted to stay here for a while, but the Langya Star was surrounded. Thus, the two protectors beside her forcibly pulled her away. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded. However, he was relieved to know that Yan Ryu was fine. Let's go and meet Sage Mubai. They quickly rose into the air. When they arrived at the main hall, Sage Mubai and the others screamed. Lin Xian, you're finally back. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. They had already heard the news of Yan Nanchan's death, but if Lin Xian died, the loss would be even greater. They did not expect that Lin Xian had finally returned safely. That's great. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master and the elders arrived. When they saw this scene, they laughed out loud. The heavens are helping me. Quickly strengthen the defense and seal off the news. No one is allowed to spread the news of Lin Xian. Those who violate will be killed without mercy. The Langya Palace Lord immediately gave the order. Next, the Langya Palace held a banquet. The main character of the banquet was naturally Lin Xian. Lin Xian was now their biggest backer. He was powerful and talented. His future was limitless. More importantly, he had brought back the Supreme Saint's Dharma idol and resolved the crisis of the Langya Star. It could be said that the entire Langya Star was excited and worshipped Lin Xian. However, at this moment, an old man spoke. Rumor has it that you killed Yan Nantian. Is this true? As soon as he said this, the surrounding people stopped talking. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes. Oh no. The Crimson Dragon cursed inwardly. Oh no. Saint Mubai also frowned. He said that these were just rumors and should not be taken seriously. Hee, is that so? What a pity. I originally thought that Hall Master Lin had killed Yan Nantian and obtained his inheritance. He initially wanted to see what the succession of a martial monarch was like. The old man shook his head and didn't say anything else. After that, the atmosphere of the banquet became a little strange, so it ended early. Lin Xian handed the Dharma idol of the great sage to the Langya Star so that they could use it to suppress the demonic chi on the Langya Star. As for him, he returned to the 8th hall. Because now, that place was his territory. The North Fae and the Crimson Dragon also came to the 8th palace. They were all assigned as vice palace masters. However, they were not too excited. This title meant nothing to them. After entering the 8th palace, the Crimson Dragon set up a formation to isolate everything. Did you really kill Yan Nantian, brat? You really killed him? The North Demon was extremely curious as well. News was flying all over the outside world right now. Facing the two, Lin Xian had nothing to hide. He said, that's right, I did kill Yan Nantian. The two of them sucked in a cold breath. The North Fae asked, did Yan Nantian not revive? He had the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Lin Xian said, I've killed him many times and used up all his Emperor Regeneration Talismans. So this time, he's completely dead. The Crimson Dragon asked, where's the succession of a martial monarch? Did you get the succession of a martial monarch? He was too excited. However, Lin Xian shook his head. No, it's not that easy to get a martial monarch's legacy. You'll probably have to have a great opportunity. Otherwise, you won't be able to get it. After I killed Yan Nantian, the inheritance of Great Emperor Hongwu flew away on its own. What? That's what happened. The Crimson Dragon and the North Fae were stunned, then sighed. They knew that Lin Xian wouldn't lie to them. What a pity. That's the succession of a martial monarch. If you can get it, your chances of becoming a martial monarch in the future will be much higher. It's useless. The succession of a martial monarch doesn't acknowledge you. Even if you're a great sage, you won't be able to get it. So, there's nothing to be sad about. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't take this matter to heart. However, the North Fae frowned. We believe in this matter. But others won't believe us if we tell them. Yes, I thought that the Xianxia star is reliable. But now, people are asking about this matter at the banquet. Obviously, these people are jealous of the succession of a martial monarch. Do you think the Xianxia star will make a move? Lin Xian was silent. He had just helped the Xianxia star suppress the demonic energy. These people shouldn't be so ungrateful, right, kid? You don't know that the Xianxia star isn't united. There are many factions inside. Especially now, there are so many strong enemies outside. Some living fossils under the dragon vein are about to awaken. Maybe one or two of them have already woken up. On the surface, the palace master is powerful and can manage everything. But he can't do anything about those living fossils. In the end, he might even be a figurehead. So, if a living fossil wants to snatch it, the Xianxia palace master and Saint Mu Bai can't do anything about it. Hearing this, Lin Xian was silent. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. But after thinking about it, he said that there are more strong enemies outside. Dragon Valley, 8-Wind Palace, and those are all looking for me. And Vermilion Bird Palace. So, it's not safe outside. It's better to stay on the Xianxia star. You said it yourself. Only some people are jealous, and some will protect us. So, it won't be easy for those people to make a move. The North Fae and the Crimson Dragon nodded. Since Lin Xian said so, they will settle down here for the time being. They will go out when the situation outside calms down. However, 3 days later, someone came to invite Lin Xian for tea. It was someone from the second hall. Lin Xian frowned at this invitation. He didn't know anyone from the second hall. He only knew a few people like Saint Mu Bai. As for the people from the second hall, he really didn't know. My elder said that I must invite Hall Master Lin. Otherwise, I will be punished and face the wall for 100 years. So, please go, Hall Master Lin. Outside the door, a little boy insisted. It seemed that he wouldn't leave if Lin Xian didn't go. What should I do? Kid, do you want to go? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he said, okay, I'll see what they have up their sleeves. My 2 friends also wanted to go with us. The little boy said, sure, Hall Master Lin can bring any friends. The little boy led the way happily, and Lin Xian and the others followed behind. The Xianxia star was full of Xianxia Palace's forces. So, the distance between the second hall and the 8th hall was quite far. The spirit boat flew for half a day before they arrived at the second hall. In the second palace, the cloudy mist celestial vine shone with a brilliant light. The mountains seemed to be able to split the sky and earth apart, giving off a majestic aura. Waterfalls cascaded down from the mountains like the Milky Way, hanging upside down from the 9 heavens. It was a spectacular sight. Just as they approached, 2 figures instantly rushed out from the mountain range below and shouted coldly. You're right. Stop, who are you? The 2 people were wearing armor and had powerful auras. They were obviously the guards of the mountain. The boy said, it's me. I'm here to invite Hallmaster Lin under the orders of the elders. It turned out to be Hallmaster Lin. The 2 guards in front cupped their fists respectfully when they saw Lin Xian and made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian and the others followed the boy and entered the mountains and rivers below. They landed on a mountain range, and the platform was cut off at the waist. There were many spirit flowers and spirit herbs on it, and it was indeed a good place to live. However, after they settled down, Lin Xian and the others waited for 2 days, but no one came to meet them. The Crimson Dragon was impatient. Damn, what's the meaning of this? Are they messing with us? Lin Xian also frowned. The Northern Demon also said coldly, what's going on? Are they trying to intimidate us? Indeed, they were invited, but the owner of this place did not want to see them and left the place cold for 3 days. No matter who it was, they would lose their temper. Since they're not coming, let's go. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a group of people flew over from afar. The leader was a man who looked like a young master. He held a folding fan and walked over with a smile. Hallmaster Lin, sorry for the disrespect. Our elder had something to do and was delayed. Please don't blame us, Hallmaster Lin. Our Hallmaster sent me to accompany you, Hallmaster Lin. The people around him were also smiling, but he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the smiles in their eyes were not that friendly. No, I have something to do too. Let's talk about tea later. Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, the young man with the folding fan said, Hallmaster Lin, that's not good. Since you're already here, why don't you stay for a while longer? Otherwise, all of us would have come here for nothing. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to us? You came here for nothing, but didn't we come here for nothing too? You're just a small disciple, so you're unhappy that you came here for nothing, but what are we? We have 2 Vice Palace Masters and the 8th Palace Master. We've been waiting here for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you think we're happy? Damn it, are you trying to fool us? If you're not convinced, then come and fight me. The Dark Rainbow Dragon was thoroughly enraged. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the surrounding people darkened. Did this mean that Palace Master Lin was not giving face to the second hall? Face is earned. Since you don't want to give me face? Then, aren't you thinking too much by asking me to give you face? Lin Xian's face darkened as well, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hee, Hall Leader Lin, our second hall is not a place you can come and go as you please. The young man with a fan let out a hollow laugh. What, are you trying to stop us? Looks like you're really courting death. The Crimson Dragon was also angry. He was originally an arrogant guy, not to mention that he was from the Divine Dragon clan. How could he be bothered with these people? Although Lin Xian did not say anything, his heart was as clear as a mirror. These people had lured them here, but no one came to see them. After they left, they were not allowed to leave. This was obviously putting them under house arrest. He instantly understood what the other party was up to. It seemed like some people were too greedy and coveted the great emperor's inheritance. Upon hearing the Crimson Dragon's words, the young man said coldly, the second hall will not fight with others so easily. However, the second hall also has its own rules. Not just anyone can challenge us. Everyone, please calm down. At this moment, a few figures flew over from afar. Upon seeing these figures, the surrounding people hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder. After these people landed, they laughed and said, Palace Master Lin, it's a misunderstanding. You haven't seen us for a few days. What's there to misunderstand? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. The people from the second hall were not angry. Among them, the leading elder looked young. He said, it's like this, Palace Master Lin, didn't you bring the Supreme Saint Dharma idol? It has indeed suppressed a portion of the demonic aura. However, there is still a portion that is hidden too deeply and cannot be communicated at the moment. Therefore, we would like to borrow Palace Master Lin's Great Spear of Destruction. We will use it to draw out the remaining demonic aura and suppress it together. Oh, this matter. Lin Xian frowned. Was he thinking too much? He said, all right, I'll go with you. There was no need for Palace Master Lin to go personally. Palace Master Lin has just returned from outside. You must be tired. Palace Master Lin, you only need to rest here and hand the Great Spear of Destruction to us. Hand it to you? Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly. Kid, don't do that. Who knows what they're up to, Palace Master Lin, you're thinking too much. I'm here. Don't you believe me? Just then, an old man stood out. When they saw this person, the Northern Demon and Anhong both exclaimed in surprise because they recognized this person. This person was one of the powerful cultivators who had followed Sage Mubai to bring them back from the Void Ocean. They didn't expect him to be here too. Could it be true? Lin Xian said. Where's Elder Mubai? If he's here, I'll lend it to you. Palace Master Lin, I'm here. Seems like Boss Lin is thinking too much. Sage Mubai descended. F*CK, he's here. Is this old man fake? The Crimson Dragon took a closer look but didn't find anything strange. The Northern Demon frowned as well. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that he was overthinking things? Alright, I'll lend it to you. Since they were here to borrow a Dharma treasure to suppress the demonic aura, he didn't think too much. Therefore, he took out the Great Spear of Destruction and gave it to Sage Mubai and the others. Those people laughed. Don't worry, Palace Master Lin. Just wait here for a while. We'll return it within 7 days. Then, the few of them quickly rose into the air. Palace Master Lin, please. The young man with a folding fan said and made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian said. There's no need. I'll go back first. I'll come back when the time comes. He activated the teleportation portal and left quickly. However, after waiting for 7 days, no one returned the Great Spear of Destruction. There wasn't even an explanation. This made Lin Xian frown. Damn it, what's wrong with these guys? Could it be that they don't want to give it to us anymore? The Crimson Dragon muttered. Perhaps they haven't succeeded in communicating with the demonic aura. But that's not right. Even if they haven't succeeded, they should have said something, right? They looked at Lin Xian. Kid, what do you think we should do? Lin Xian stood up. I'll go find Saint Mubai. He leaped into the air. Let's go. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon followed. They activated the formation and headed to Saint Mubai's cave. When they arrived, Saint Mubai was surprised. Why are you here instead of resting? Is there something wrong? The Crimson Dragon said. Old man, you said it well. You borrowed our Great Spear of Destruction and said that you would return it in 7 days. Why are you acting like nothing happened now? Let me ask you, where's the Great Spear of Destruction? What Great Spear of Destruction? Saint Mubai was stunned. I've never seen it before. How is that possible? Damn it, you're not thinking of taking the Great Spear of Destruction for yourself, are you? Saint Mubai frowned. I've been discussing things with the Palace Master and the others for the past few days. Palace Master Lin will know if you check. Did something happen to Palace Master Lin? Lin Xian furrowed his brows and recounted the events that had transpired. Saint Mubai's expression changed. Damn the second palace. How dare they impersonate me? I'll take you there. No need. Since it's not you, Saint Mubai, I know what's going on. I can deal with this matter myself. A cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. It seemed that someone had actually set their sights on him. Since that's the case, I don't mind showing my strength. With that, Lin Xian left. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon followed. They frowned and said, it seems that we've been deceived. Yes, it's not Saint Mubai at all. Could it be that someone else is impersonating him to steal the Great Spear of Destruction? It must be the people from the second palace. Damn it, the second palace is too bold. The Great Spear of Destruction is a sacred weapon. It's a world-famous murderous weapon. If we can get it, our strength will increase greatly. Someone must be targeting us. We tried so hard to prevent them from asking about the Great Emperor's inheritance, but we didn't expect them to target the Great Spear of Destruction. Kid, you can't be soft this time. Otherwise, they would think that we are easy to bully. The Crimson Dragon gnashed its teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Of course, I'll let them know that I, Lin Xian, won't let them take my things so easily. They flew all the way to the area of the second hall. Who was it? The 2 guards coldly shouted again. However, Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he directly rushed in. Someone was trying to force their way in. The 2 guards were shocked. The Northern Devil said, this is the 8th Palace Master. He has come here for business. The 8th Palace Master, when the 2 of them heard this, they were stunned. They realized that it was indeed Lin Xian who had arrived. Please let us inform them. No, I'll go by myself. Lin Xian immediately flew off into the distance. When the 2 guards saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly went inside to report the matter. Soon, a few figures rushed out of the second hall. Hallmaster Lin. These people were the ones from before. The one leading them was the young man with a folding fan. "Hallmaster Lin, why are you in such a hurry to come to the second hall?" The young man with a folding fan asked with a smile. "Oh, you're quite good at pretending. What do you think is the matter? You took our great spear of destruction, so we're naturally here to take it back." The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. The young man with a folding fan was stunned. The Crimson Dragon shouted, "Damn, aren't you too shameless? 7 days ago, a group of elders borrowed our great spear of destruction here. How dare you say that this didn't happen? Oh, I'm sorry about what happened a few days ago. I've been too busy recently. I'll have to ask about this matter. Hallmaster Lin, I'll lead you to rest." "No need." Lin Xian stood in the void and said coldly. "Then I'll go and ask first." The young man with a folding fan turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. After about 2 hours, he returned and sighed. "Oh, Hallmaster Lin, I'm so sorry. You came at such a bad time. Our primordial Chaos Elder is currently in seclusion. So, I don't know how your weapon is, Hallmaster Lin. However, you don't have to be impatient, Hallmaster Lin. Wait for some time until our elder comes out of seclusion. I think you can ask him then." Seclusion, the North Demon's expression changed. It was obvious that the young man was trying to deny it. The Crimson Dragon's temper was much worse than the North Demon's. Therefore, he immediately became angry. "Damn it, do you think we're fools? What, your elder wants to take our great spear of destruction? You're courting death. Where is he in seclusion? I'll kill him with a slap." As the Crimson Dragon spoke, the surrounding situation changed. The expressions of the people from the second hall also changed, and the young man with a folding fan also frowned. "I think you'd better calm down. Some things can't be said carelessly. Although you're the deputy hallmaster, you're only from the 8th hall. Compared to the second hall, you're too weak. If you want to behave atrociously in our second hall, you'd better find out about the situation of the entire Xianxia star before you decide if you want to take action." The young man with a folding fan said arrogantly. He was indeed very confident. The entire Xianxia star was filled with people from the Xianxia palace. However, it was divided into many regions. Lin Xian and the others were only from the 8th hall. The 8th hall's influence was relatively small in the entire Xianxia star. It couldn't be compared to the second hall at all. Although these people were the hallmaster and deputy hallmaster, in terms of real power, they couldn't even compare to an elder from the second hall. This was the difference between the second hall and the 8th hall. The second hall was probably only slightly weaker than the first hall in the entire Xianxia star. They didn't care about the others at all, therefore, in their opinion, no one would dare to behave atrociously in their second hall. "Is that so? Looks like you're really courting death." The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved his dragon claw, clawing at the young man. "You're courting death." The young man with a folding fan was also furious. He waved the folding fan in his hand and a terrifying fragment of the precept rushed out. It was like the sun, illuminating half the sky. Crack, the light blocked the Crimson Dragon's dragon claw. The violent energy caused terrifying cracks to appear in the surrounding void. "You're quite strong, but try this again." The Crimson Dragon's dragon blood surged and struck out again, tearing the light apart. The dragon claw grabbed the young man's body and clenched hard. The young man's bones were all broken. "Ah!" A miserable cry came from the young man with a folding fan. "Damn it, how dare you hurt our young master?" The surrounding people's faces changed. The young man with a folding fan was the descendant of an elder. He had a noble status. If anything happened to him, they would be in deep trouble. "Haha, looks like we've caught a powerful person. Very well, if you want him to live, do as we say. Lead the way. Go to that elder Huanyuan's place of seclusion. Otherwise, I'll kill him and destroy his soul." As the dark rainbow dragon said this, the killing intent on its body became even stronger. Lin Xian stood there and did not make a move at all. There was no need for him to deal with such a small fry. The surrounding warriors looked at each other. For a moment, they were in a dilemma. At this moment, the young man with the folding fan held by the dragon claw said with difficulty, "Lead them there." "All right, follow me." After the warriors of the second hall heard this, they led the way. They passed through the tall mountains and came to a quiet place. The aura here was completely different from the outside. A few mountains stood there and formed a formation. It was very exquisite. Between the mountains and forests, there were spirit springs and waterfalls. Clouds and mist filled the air. The spiritual chi here was much denser than the outside world. This was truly a treasured land. It seemed that it was indeed the place of a certain elder. Elder Hunyuan, get out here! The crimson dragon roared. Its voice was like thunder, echoing in the sky. The surrounding void shattered, the birds and beasts in the surroundings flew away, and the waterfalls between the mountains flowed back. However, there was still no one around. It was as if there was no one here at all. Seeing this scene, the crimson dragon sneered. You want to be a coward? Fine, I'll smash this treasure land and turn it into a land of death. Many shards of Dharma power rushed out of the crimson dragon's body, and lightning surged. The wind and clouds changed. It looked like it really wanted to tear down the treasure land. The surrounding warriors who followed to the second hall all changed their expressions and their scalps went numb. Who were these people? Weren't they too ruthless? Stop. At this moment, a few figures rushed out from the mountains in the distance. They carried a powerful aura and a cold voice sounded. Who dares to cause trouble in the second hall? Get out. The voice was full of majesty. Was someone finally here? The dark rainbow dragon sneered. I'm not afraid that you won't come out. I'm the deputy hall master of the 8th hall. Our hall master Lin has come to see Elder Hunyuan. The North Demon stood out and said loudly. Hall Master Lin, the experts who came frowned. Their eyes flashed and one of them said coldly. Elder Primordial Chaos was in seclusion and couldn't see anyone right now. Hall Master Lin, you should go back and wait. Humph, Lin Xian smiled. Was it because they couldn't meet him or because they didn't dare to meet him? The dignified elder actually used despicable means to snatch my weapon. Now that I've come looking for you, you know you're in the wrong and don't dare to come and see me. He was truly shameless to the extreme. How dare you, courting death? The surrounding experts were all enraged. Hall Master Lin, I respect you as the 8th Hall Master, which is why I gave you face and spoke nicely to you. But remember, this is the 2nd Hall's territory. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. The strength of your 8th Hall is far too lacking compared to our 2nd Hall. Not even a tenth of us. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Right now, we'll allow you to leave safely. Otherwise, if we were to really fight, I'm afraid that you, Hall Master Lin, would lose all face. A few of them sneered, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. The reason for that was because it was as they had said. The 2nd Hall was extremely powerful, and the 8th Hall was truly nothing in their eyes. Kid, don't waste your breath on them. Just fight your way in and drag that Elder Hunyuan out. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. He had long known that these people were up to no good. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. Elder Hunyuan was not an ordinary elder. He had an extremely prestigious status. The other party's words were obviously a slap to the 2nd Hall's face. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the mountain peak in the distance. It was a woman in white. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens, but her voice was extremely emotionless. You really don't know the difference between life and death. You really dare to behave atrociously in my 2nd palace? Men, chop them up and feed them to the dogs. The woman stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the sky with endless arrogance in her eyes. She was Elder Huanyuan's granddaughter. Hearing the woman in white's words, the surrounding experts of the 2nd Hall suddenly burst out with unparalleled light. They were about to attack. The northern demon shouted, How dare you? Although the 2nd Hall is powerful, do you really dare to attack us? Our Hall Master Lin is a peerless genius and the benefactor of the Langia Star. If you dare to touch him, are you trying to rebel? His voice was filled with endless majesty. For a moment, the surrounding people were stunned. The surrounding experts looked at each other in dismay. The woman in white on the mountain peak sneered. Hall Master Lin had rushed here and was very tired. He did not want to be taken advantage of by the 2 deputy hall masters and turned into a puppet by casting an illusion. The person who came killed the 2 deputy hall masters and rescued Hall Master Lin from the illusion. The woman in white let out a sinister smile. What a bunch of idiots. She had many reasons for wanting to kill people. It seemed that from now on, there would be 3 more wandering souls. Who cares if you are Lin Wudi or a peerless genius? You dare to behave atrociously in the second hall? There is only one outcome, and that is death. Damn, what a vicious woman. The northern demon also cursed. The Crimson Dragon roared, Kid, did you see that? These people are too despicable. They obviously want to take away our things and kill us. If you don't attack now, you will really become a wandering soul. Attack? Alright, I didn't expect it to come to this. However, you asked for it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The sword chi on his body was like a mountain that shot into the sky. From afar, it seemed that there were dozens of giant mountains in this blessed land. Attack! In the distance, the woman in white also roared. Immediately, the surrounding experts took a deep breath as if they had made some kind of decision. They quickly moved out, a bolt of lightning streaked across the void and charged forward with a destructive aura. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon gasped. Damn it, a sage. Damn it, kid, it's up to you now. We will cheer for you from behind. Damn it, the second hall is too sinister. They immediately sent a sage to attack. It was obvious that they were going to kill them. However, they were not worried. Although the 2 of them were only half saints, they were qualified to fight against a sage if they attacked with all their strength. More importantly, the person standing in front of them was Lin Xian. If he attacked, they would be very safe. In the face of the terrifying lightning, Lin Xian directly reached out his golden hand. The 5 elemental laws revolved around it, and he grabbed the lightning with his palm. Then, he exerted force. The lightning shattered into pieces. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body was filled with killing intent. Damn it, just like the rumors say, he has become a sage. The experts from the second hall sucked in a breath of cold air. The weaker ones immediately ran away, while the stronger ones also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. He was a legendary peerless genius. Now that he had become a sage, they had to treat him with caution. No matter how powerful he is just a new sage. At most, he is on the same level as us. However, we are much more experienced than him. Moreover, we have 3 sages on our side. He definitely won't be able to stop us. The surrounding powerhouses said coldly. Indeed, there were 3 first heaven sages and more than 10 half-sages. They formed a formation in the distance as if to prevent the other party from escaping. Buzz, the first sage, rushed forward. It was the lightning sage who had attacked earlier. At this moment, the lightning on his body became even more violent, turning into countless lightning beasts and condensing into a lightning hammer. It descended from the sky with a terrifying nomological power. Under the attack, it roared crazily. It was a scene of apocalypse. The Crimson Dragon gasped. Damn it, these people are too ruthless. They are all fatal attacks. The North Demon's face was also gloomy. Damn it, how dare they attack our own people? These people are really ruthless. Lin Xian sneered. Fatal attack? However, it was still not enough. He only threw out a slap, and it shattered the hammer of the Thunder God. Then, he slapped the sage in half. Boom, saint blood spilled out in an instant, piercing through the surrounding void. The people around felt their scalps go numb. That combat strength is too strong. He can shatter a sage of the same level with a single attack? Attack together and kill him. The woman in white in the distance shouted angrily, her eyes filled with ruthlessness. As soon as she said that, the 3 sages attacked. One of them turned into an ancient heavenly court and descended from the sky. The lightning on it was terrifying. The other person had the galaxy nomological power on his body. The stars in the sky turned into a small universe and shrouded over. The last person roared at the sky. An abyss appeared under his feet. The nomological power kept circling inside as if it was going to swallow him. The 3 first heaven sages attacked mercilessly, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a roar as he looked down on all the mountains. Countless mountains appeared under his feet, densely packed together. A disdainful aura swept across the surroundings. Lin Xian was like a supreme godly king as he looked down. Damn it, this aura, what was going on? In the distance, the three sages instantly froze. Their eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding half-saints fell to their knees with a thud. They were like ancient subjects worshipping the heavens and earth. Pung pung pung. In the end, the three first heaven saints also knelt on the ground, although they only knelt on one knee. However, this scene was simply too shocking. The faces of the three saints were also filled with terror. They roared at the sky, wanting to break through this aura. However, they used too much strength, and many cracks appeared on their bodies. Blood flowed down, but none of them could stand up under the mountain view. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a celestial emperor, walking in the sky. With one step, the terrifying sacred domains of the three saints shattered continuously. The three of them also vomited blood. With one step, he injured a saint. After 3 steps, the three saints fell there, having completely lost their combat strength. Ha 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 ha, damn bastard, how dare you attack us? How does it feel now? Does it feel good? The dark red divine dragon immediately leaped over and slapped the three sages' mouths. The sky full of dragon shadows slapped the faces of the three saints, making buzzing sounds. The surrounding second palace dancers were stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The scene of the saints being slapped in the face was like a dream. Damn it, stop. I'm going to kill you, the three saints roared crazily, but under Lin Xian's feet, they could only float and could not resist. The Crimson Dragon sneered and shouted, how dare you shout at me? It seems that you really don't know what kind of situation you are in. At this point, his dragon claws exerted even more force. Blood flowed from the corners of the three saints' mouths. However, the bodies of the saints were not something that the Crimson Dragon could destroy. Therefore, the Crimson Dragon's hands hurt after hitting them for a long time. The faces of the three saints did not change. Damn it, old thing, your bones are so hard. The Crimson Dragon roared. I'll stomp you to death. As he spoke, he attacked the faces of the three saints with his hands and feet, and his dragon tail kept lashing out. At the same time, he said, the two of you come and try. It feels good to slap the saints' faces. Lin Xian glanced at them and did not make a move. However, the northern demon stood up. I'll try too. He was already angry. These saints wanted to kill him previously, so how could he hold back now? He rolled up his sleeve and slapped out. His palm turned into a divine tree and slapped the saint's face. He immediately felt a huge shock. At the same time, he exclaimed, damn it, it feels so good to slap the saints' faces. I seem to be addicted. They attacked left and right, and the sound of the collision was like thunder. The three saints were so angry that their bodies trembled, and white smoke rose from their heads. Ah, damn it. I'm going to kill you. Let go of me if you dare, and I'll tear you into pieces. They were really mad. As saints, they were high and mighty, looking down on everything and everyone looked up to them. But now, 2 half-saints, 2 ants, were slapping their faces. As for them, they were actually unable to fight back. This caused them to even have the heart to die. The young man with the folding fan was also terrified when he saw this scene. Previously, he thought that he was the most miserable, but now it seemed that he was much better. But then, he screamed in pain. The Crimson Dragon pulled him over with a slap. And you, how dare you treat us like this before? Have a taste of my dragon claw. As he spoke, he smashed the young man's face. How dare you? The woman in white screamed in a sharp voice. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon stopped. They looked at each other, sneered, and continued to slap the faces of the saints. Damn it, someone, kill them. The woman in white screamed crazily. Powerful figures seemed to appear around her. It seemed that more experts from the second hall had arrived. The Crimson Dragon hurriedly called out to the North Demon and retreated again. This time, Lin Xian made his move. He slapped out with his golden palm and smashed the faces of the three saints. The bodies of the three saints were torn into pieces. The three saints were originally angry and wanted to vent their anger, but after Lin Xian's slap, they lost all their temper. The other party was too powerful. Although they were all saints of the first heaven, the other party's strength far surpassed theirs. In fact, they even suspected that it would be extremely easy for him to kill them. However, it seemed that the other party did not do that. After the other party smashed them into pieces, he directly summoned 3 5-element mountains and suppressed them to the ground. At the next moment, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the woman in white in front of him. A cold light appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian's gaze enveloped the woman in white, and her heart trembled. "Stop him! Take him down!" she screamed, and the powerhouses around her moved. Lin Xian shouted coldly, turned into a ray of sword qi, and charged forward. Wherever he passed, the saints who attacked were all sent flying. In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived in front of the woman in white. In front of him, the woman in white was scared out of her wits, and her scalp went numb. "He's too powerful. So many powerhouses can't stop him? Damn it, are you all trash? Hurry up and kill him!" the woman in white screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You still don't know what's good for you?" He reached out his golden palm and grabbed her neck. "No, damn it, how dare you attack me? My grandfather is Elder Primordial Chaos. You're dead meat if you attack me." As she said that, countless rays of light rushed out of her body as she retreated, forming a battle suit that enveloped her delicate body. "She's Elder Primordial Chaos's granddaughter. That's great." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "If I capture this woman, I'm not afraid that the old thing won't come out." He pressed forward, blotting out the sky and completely sealing off the space. The woman in white could not escape at all. "Damn it, break!" The woman in white opened her mouth and spat out a jade-green saber. The terrifying saber light carried nomological fragments as it tore through the void. She wanted to shatter the seal on the palm. However, the jade-green saber struck the void and made a shocking collision. However, the backlash caused the long blade to shatter with a loud bang and turn into powder. Pfft, the woman in white also spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was filled with fear. "Who is this person? He's too powerful." Her shocking attack didn't even cause a ripple in the hall. Instead, the power caused her to be injured. She wanted to scream and ask for help, but she could not make any sound. A hand reached out and grabbed her neck. It sealed all of her power. At that moment, she was lifted into the air like a doll. "How dare you go against me? You can't even withstand a single blow." Lin Xian sneered. He exerted a bit of force and countless tiny cracks appeared on the white-clothed woman's body. Blood instantly dyed her white dress red. The white-clothed woman's face was filled with terror. She couldn't believe that the other party actually dared to attack her. Would the other party kill her? She didn't know. She was so scared that her whole body was trembling. When the surrounding second hall experts saw this, they screamed crazily. "Damn it, stop it, they were really crazy. They didn't expect the other party to be so bold." "Lin Wudi, let go of our miss, or I'll tear you to pieces. Are you trying to make the second hall your enemy? Hee." Lin Xian sneered in the face of so many crazy roars. "Where was that old dog Hun Yuan? Tell him to come out, otherwise, I will destroy her granddaughter's body and soul." At this point, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent, causing the surrounding people's scalps to go numb. They did not doubt that the other party would dare to do so. Sigh. At this moment, an old sigh was heard. Then, a mysterious array formation appeared on the ground between several huge mountains. Then, the array formation was torn apart, and an old man appeared on the array formation. "Hall Master Lin, why do you have to do this?" After the old man came out, he shook his head and sighed. "Greetings, Elder." The surrounding experts from the second hall bowed respectfully. Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at the other party. "You are Hun Yuan?" "That's right, I am Hun Yuan. Let's talk. Don't hurt my granddaughter." Whoosh whoosh. The dark rainbow dragon and the north demon came to Lin Xian's side. The crimson dragon jumped out. "You are Hun Yuan, then things will be easy. Hand over the great spear of destruction and we will let your granddaughter go. Otherwise, he. Your granddaughter will experience the feeling of living a life worse than death." Like an old monster, he laughed. "How dare you? Damn it, how dare you! The surrounding experts of the second hall roared crazily. The old man also raised his head, and stars flickered in his eyes. The Great Spear of Destruction is still in use. Hall Master Lin, don't be impatient. I will return it when it's done. Nonsense. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I have already asked Saint Mubai. He doesn't need my Great Spear of Destruction at all. But you still refuse to return it. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You are wrong. We are not using the Great Spear of Destruction to communicate with the demonic qi, but for you. Hall Master Lin, you are a peerless genius. The Great Spear of Destruction is a ferocious item. If you keep it for a long time, it will affect your state of mind. Maybe you will become a demon in the end. That will be very bad for you. I am willing to fall into hell and use my remaining life to purify the Great Spear of Destruction. What I am doing is a good thing. Bah, good your head. The Crimson Dragon jumped up and cursed. You are 2F** King Shameless. If you want to snatch our treasure, just say so. Why did you say that you are doing good things for the world by evolving the demonic qi? Do good things, my ass. Do you believe that I won't cut your old bones into two? The Crimson Dragon was furious. The Northern Demon's expression was also gloomy. Lin Xian also shook his head and sneered. I have never seen someone as shameless as you. I have really opened my eyes today. However, it seems that you don't intend to hand over the Great Spear of Destruction. You don't intend to take your granddaughter's life either. Since that's the case, don't blame me. He exerted a little force, and the woman in white immediately screamed in agony. More cracks appeared on her body. Her internal organs were completely shattered. However, under Lin Xian's control, she still maintained her human form. The people around her felt their scalps go numb when they heard her miserable screams. Elder Huanyuan's expression darkened. How dare you attack? An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. His gaze was like divine fire that instantly pierced through the void. Damn, he's attacking. The Crimson Dragon was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He waved his sleeve, and the 5 elemental laws directly suppressed the attack. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountains and rivers shattered. This collision was too terrifying. Lin Xian's expression also changed. Then, he used the stellar revolution to shift the power away. Next to him, the space where the second hall was directly shattered. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked Elder Huanyuan's attack. How is that possible? They were really shocked. Elder Huanyuan was a second heaven sage. Moreover, he was extremely terrifying among the second heaven sages. A second heaven sage could almost suppress a first heaven sage with a raise of his hand. However, the scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. The other party actually blocked the attack of a second heaven sage. And from the looks of it, he was not injured at all. Even Elder Huanyuan was stunned. Has the other party's combat strength already reached such a terrifying level? However, before he could think too much, Lin Xian's cold voice was heard. I see that you wanted to kill me with that attack just now. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He directly used his ocular technique on the woman in white. Ah! The woman in white screamed miserably. How could she block Lin Xian's ocular technique? Damn it, how dare you! Elder Primordial Chaos roared. His power erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. At the same time, he shouted coldly. Explode! A rune appeared between the white-clothed woman's eyebrows, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The huge force directly tore the white-clothed woman into a bloody mist. Lin Xian was also enveloped by the power of the self-explosion. However, the 9-yang divine body released a powerful force that suppressed everything. The self-explosion of a half-step saint was no threat to him at all. Whoosh! At that moment, the sky cracked open, and a black gourd appeared and completely collected the white-clothed woman's bloody mist. Then, it was grabbed by a woman. Elder Primordial Chaos was relieved. All the blood had been collected, and there was no threat to her life. It seemed that Elder Primordial Chaos had activated a defense talisman that his granddaughter had left in her body, and then caused the white-clothed woman to self-explode. At the same time, another saint made a move and collected all the bloody mist produced by the white-clothed woman. Although it would greatly damage the white-clothed woman's vitality and foundation, it would at least save her life. Seeing that his granddaughter's life was finally not in danger, Elder Primordial Chaos heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a shocking killing intent burst out from his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian and the other two. "How dare you torture my granddaughter like this? I will let you taste 100 times, no, 10,000 times the pain. I will destroy your souls." More and more powerhouses from the second hall appeared in the sky. In addition to the woman with the black gourd, another figure appeared in the sky. It was a man wearing black armor. He was very domineering as soon as he appeared. "I will kill them." With a wave of his hand, endless killing intent swept toward Lin Xian and the other two. "Step back, I will deal with them," Lin Xian said to the Crimson Dragon and the other two. The two of them stepped back. The Crimson Dragon activated the heaven-crippling chessboard, and the Northern Demon used the sky-reaching divine wood to defend himself. As for Lin Xian, he let out a long roar and punched out. His punch shattered the 9 heavens, shattering all the killing intent that filled the sky. Countless large cracks spread between heaven and earth. A mere early-stage second heaven saint wants to suppress me? What a joke. Let that old dog Primordial Chaos do it himself, or you will have no hope. How is that possible? He's so powerful? The black-armored man was also stunned. He was indeed a second heaven sage. And Elder Primordial Chaos was at the late-stage second heaven saint. However, even if he was in the early stage, he was not someone a first firmament saint could withstand. If he wanted to kill a saint in the late stage of the first firmament, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Not to mention a kid who had just become a saint. But the result of the battle surprised him greatly. Could it be that the kid had some kind of magic treasure on him? Primordial Chaos Saint, Primordial Chaos Snatch Chaoses. Lin Xian was thoroughly enraged right now as he struck out without any reservations. Very well, let me see just how miraculous a legendary peerless genius like you is. The black-armored man stood up, and his aura exploded. That was just a casual attack from me. Next up, I'll use my full strength. I'll let you know that even if you're a peerless genius, in the face of absolute power, you'll still have to bow down. The black-armored man was brimming with confidence. He was like a black god of war, looking disdainfully at everyone. Although he was shocked by the scene just now, he had already calmed down. After he used his full strength, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. Lin Xian laughed. Someone like you dares to talk about absolute power in front of me? What a joke. I will let you know that you are nothing but a joke in front of me. With a cold shout, Lin Xian charged forward. He was like streaks of golden sword light that split the world apart. Courting death. The black-armored man shouted coldly and pressed his palm down. Suddenly, the black runes jumped and turned into a demonic mountain that descended from the sky. At this moment, everyone retreated in horror. Elder Primordial Chaos stomped his foot and the government lit up. That was why no major destruction was caused. Otherwise, if the two of them had attacked, the second palace would have been reduced to ashes. Clang, an earth-shattering collision rang out as Lin Xian was sent flying, while the black palm was also sent flying. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Many people screamed at the sight of this. If the black-armored man was careless and did not use his full strength before, Lin Xian had an opportunity to take advantage of. But now, how could this be explained? The black-armored man had obviously used his full strength, but he was unable to instantly kill Lin Xian. The two of them were evenly matched. This was too unbelievable. A young man who had just become a saint had combat strength comparable to an early-stage second heaven saint. Wasn't this too terrifying, as expected of someone who had two great inheritances? He was truly heaven-defying. Many powerhouses felt their scalps go numb. The black-armored man also frowned. 5 elemental laws, no wonder you are so powerful. I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the 5 elemental laws. However, it's a pity that you're still going to die against me. At this point, an extremely terrifying black light flashed in the black-armored man's eyes. In the next moment, the aura on his body skyrocketed. A ball of black flame surged out. It was obvious that he had made up his mind to kill. Because the other party was too terrifying. Since he had already become an enemy of the Second Palace, he had to go out. Although the other party was a peerless genius and the future hope of the Xianxia star, so what? Just as the Crimson Dragon had said before, the Xianxia star was not a monolithic piece of metal. If this kid cooperated and was willing to hand over the spear of great destruction, then it would be fine. But he was too reckless. But since the other party was so reckless, there was no need for such a genius to live. At this moment, the black-dressed woman next to him was also a Dao. She could be captured alive. Don't forget that he had 2 great inheritances. He might even know the whereabouts of the great emperor's inheritance. Obviously, they were all targeting Lin Xian, especially the great emperor's inheritance. How dare you guys target me? You really don't know what's good for you. Fine, I'll let you guys see what I can do. The 5 elemental laws flew out from Lin Xian's body and turned into a 5 elemental divine sword that he held in his hand. He slashed out with the sword, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying sword intent caused the surrounding people to almost faint from fright. The black-armored man also roared angrily. The black flames on his body jumped and turned into a long black blade that slashed out. In an instant, the blade and sword collided, and the world rumbled. The power of the ocean soared into the sky. This scene was so terrifying that it made the people of the Second Palace tremble in fear. Buzz! Buzz! In the sky, countless arrays lit up, completely covering the Second Palace. It seemed that they wanted to isolate all auras to prevent others from coming to save Lin Xian. Oh no, these people from the second hall are too despicable. They actually sealed the entire area. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed. However, an angry roar came from the front. They hurriedly looked forward, afraid that Lin Xian would be injured. But soon, they were stunned and then heaved a sigh of relief. The others screamed. That's impossible. That was because the one who was injured was not Lin Xian, but the black-armored man. The black-armored man's black armor had been cut open. Not only that, but there was also a gash on his body, revealing deep white bones. He's injured. The black-armored man had been injured in the battle with Lin Xian. Moreover, he had been injured within 4 or 5 moves. How could Lin Xian be so powerful? That's impossible. The black-armored man roared crazily. He knew that Lin Xian had a strong physique, powerful attacks, and 2 great inheritances. But so what? Lin Xian was at most a level 1 king. But at the second heaven, the difference in the laws of heaven and earth was enough to make up for those inheritances. Previously, in his opinion, Lin Xian's strength was largely due to the Spear of Destruction, a peerless weapon. Now that Lin Xian did not have the Spear of Destruction, his combat strength would definitely be greatly reduced. No matter how strong he would not be able to do anything to him. However, he realized that he was wrong. Lin Xian was still incomparably powerful. A few simple sword strikes had broken through his defense. Seeing the other party's flustered and exasperated look, Lin Xian sneered. I told you, you don't have the right to talk about absolute power in front of me. It's already good enough that you can keep your life. Let that old dog Primordial Chaos do it. Otherwise, you won't be a match at all. What arrogance! Suddenly, the woman in the black dress made her move. She took out a black jade bottle and directly threw it out in the air. The black jade bottle was covered with Dao patterns. As soon as the laws appeared, they swept Lin Xian and kept him inside. In the next moment, the woman in the black dress held the jade screen and laughed. What peerless genius! You've been kept by me. In my black jade bottle, you'll turn into a pool of blood in less than 5 minutes. Oh no, another second heaven saint. The expressions of the Crimson Dragon and the North Devil changed. Damn it, how despicable and shameless, you 2 saints of the second heaven actually attacked at the same time. Where's your face? The Crimson Dragon roared crazily. Northern Demon also snorted coldly. How despicable. This brat is too strange, and he is famous. He is a peerless genius. The fact that we, 2 saints of the second heaven, attacked him shows that we take him seriously. Don't make a fuss because I will send you to the Yellow Springs record very soon. The three of you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The black-dressed woman raised her palm, and the laws quickly gathered. She was also an early-stage second heaven saint. If she wanted to kill the North Demon and the Crimson Dragon, it would be a piece of cake. Not good, prepare to break out. At the very least, he had to find Mu Bai, or else Lin Xian would really be in danger. The Dark Rainbow Dragon and the North Yao had made up their minds. They decided to break through. Humph, do you think you can leave? No one will know that you are going to die here. The black-armored man sneered and stomped his foot, suppressing the surroundings and sealing the surrounding space. Not good, she is too strong. We can't break through a second heaven saint. The North Devil frowned, and the Crimson Dragon farmer was also anxious. If you push me too far, Ben Huang will die together with you. Ha 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 ha, die, you two ants. The black-dressed woman reached out her hand, getting closer and closer to the Crimson Dragon farmer. If she caught them, they would not be able to escape. However, at this moment, the black jade bottle in her right hand suddenly exploded. The terrifying power caused half of the black-dressed woman's body to explode, turning her into a bloody mist. Ah! The black-dressed woman screamed crazily. Her left hand, which was originally reaching out, stopped in midair. What happened? The black-armored man was stunned. Meng Nan turned his head. The people of the second hall gasped. Elder Huanyuan's eyelids also twitched. Did something happen? You want to trap me with a broken bottle? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian flew out from the broken bottle, his body glowing brightly. Like the sun war god, his eyes were filled with disdain. It seems like you've lived for too long and don't know the changes in the world. Hurry up and get lost, all of you are no match for me. If you dare to move again, this young master will slaughter all of you. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Courting death, the woman in the black dress recovered and charged over as if she had gone mad. In addition, the black-armored man also charged over. They didn't believe that the two of them wouldn't be able to take down their opponent. Damn, how shameless. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. That's right. 2-second heavenly layer sages joining hands to deal with a young junior. You guys are really embarrassing yourselves, the North Demon and Anhong roared, but it was to no avail. Clearly, these 2-second tier saints were determined to kill Lin Xian. Around them, the people from the second hall sneered. They knew that with 2 saints in the second heaven, the other party would definitely die. Fire Spirit Heavenly Saber. The black-armored man wielded a black flaming saber and struck out a terrifying saber light. As the laws of fire danced, it shook the heavens and the earth. 9 revolutions of rain. The woman in the black dress continued to dance as endless nomological laws formed 9 black gourds that formed an array formation that enveloped Lin Xian. From the looks of it, he wanted to refine Lin Xian alive. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and dodged quickly. At the same time, he waved his palm. Stellar transposition. Under his mystique, the power of the 2 second-tier saints underwent a shocking change. The terrifying black saber light brought with it an extremely strong power of laws. It didn't attack Lin Xian, but slashed towards the woman in the black dress. The woman in the black dress transformed into 9 black gourds and enveloped the black-armored man. In an instant, the two of them screamed and retreated crazily. Damn it, how dare you attack me, damn it, aren't you trying to refine me? What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Why was Lin Xian fine? Their 2 saints had both been injured, this scene was too bizarre. Even the dark red divine dragon and the dark red divine dragon were stunned. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my heavens, what kind of technique is this kid using? It wasn't the 9 Sons inheritance or the great dragon sword soul. Could it be that he had obtained something else? Perhaps it was Brother Lin's new mystique. The North Demon was also shocked. Below, Elder Hunyuan frowned. What are you two doing? Hurry up and take him down. Yes. The two of them took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from their eyes. This time, they separated a little. Once again, they used the same mystique and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. They didn't know what was good for them. Star shift, this time, Lin Xian diverted the attacks from the two of them to the ground. Their target was Elder Primordial Chaos. Elder Primordial Chaos's expression changed instantly. He slapped out with both palms, which turned into two mountains that blasted towards the sky. Instantly, a terrifying energy rumbled. This power was too violent. It was equivalent to 3 saints in the second heaven fighting. The surrounding experts of the second hall were all sent flying. Many people turned into a bloody mist. Even the saints' bodies were shattered. Screams rang out. At the same time, they were extremely terrified. What happened? Did Lin Wudi attack their Elder Primordial Chaos? Elder Primordial Chaos shattered the storm and shouted coldly. Damn it, how dare the two of you attack me, what's going on? The black-armored man and the black-dressed woman in the sky were stunned. They were clearly attacking that kid. Why was Elder Primordial Chaos attacked? We didn't attack you. The two of them wanted to explain. Lin Xian sneered. Can't you see? Old dog Primordial Chaos, your subordinates don't like you. They want to kill you and take the opportunity to rise to the top. The people of the second hall are also despicable and shameless. Therefore, it's not surprising that your subordinates betrayed you. What? As soon as these words were said, the surrounding second hall people were all stunned. Could it be that there was an internal conflict in the second hall? Elder Primordial Chaos's face was gloomy, but the black-armored man and the black-dressed woman's expressions changed. Damn kid, you're courting death, Elder, that's not what we meant. We don't have any intention of attacking you. Although they were both level 2 saints, they were only in the early stage. Elder Primordial Chaos was in the late stage. The gap between the two of them was very large. The two of them couldn't withstand Elder Primordial Chaos's attack even if they joined forces. Therefore, the two of them didn't dare to act rashly. Elder Primordial Chaos naturally understood this. He snorted coldly. Back down. This kid is too strange. I'll deal with him personally. At this point, the laws on his body appeared. Not good. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon and the Northern Demon were nervous again. Lin Xian also frowned. He could clearly sense that the aura and laws on the other party's body were much more terrifying than the black-armored man and the black-dressed woman. Ordinary means would not be able to stop it. He wanted to bring out the great dragon sword and engage in an epic battle with his opponent. Boom! Elder Hunyuan made her move. She blasted out an illusory palm. A terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian completely. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. With a roar, he prepared to fight for his life. However, at this moment, the formation between the heaven and earth shattered. The void was torn apart as a finger pointed down. He tapped on the gigantic illusory palm, and instantly, the gigantic illusory palm was knocked back. In the next moment, endless nomological laws drifted out as a figure appeared before Lin Xian. Primordial Chaos, are you crazy? How dare you attack Hall Master Lin? A cold questioning voice rang out. The North Demon Core Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Great, someone had finally come to save them. Lin Xian was also stunned because the person who came was none other than Sage Mubai. Sage Mubai was stunned. To be honest, he could not believe that the people of the second hall would attack Lin Xian. And from the looks of it, they wanted to kill him. He could not believe it. One had to know that not only did Lin Xian solve the crisis of the Langus Star, but he also joined the Langus Star and received their full support. He was the future hope of the Langus Star. But now? The people inside the Langus Star wanted to kill this hope. He could not believe it at all. He thought that Elder Hunyuan and the others were crazy. Sage Mubai's appearance was so sudden that even Elder Hunyuan was stunned. This should not be. They had used a supreme formation to isolate all auras, and no one else could detect it. How did Old Man Mubai know? However, since the other party was here, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he retracted his palm and said, "You have to ask Hall Master Lin about this. He was the one who came here for no reason at all. Furthermore, he beat up my granddaughter to the point where I don't know if she's dead or alive. I am already giving him face by not killing him immediately." Hearing this, Sage Mubai frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered, "How shameless. How dare you complain first? Who took my great spear of destruction? Who was greedy for my inheritance? Who was the one who came in and tried to kill me indiscriminately? Everything I did was just to defend myself. Is the second hall really trying to twist the truth and cover the truth? Sage Mubai's face changed when he heard this. Great Spear of Destruction. Previously, when Lin Xian came to him, he felt that the situation was not right. However, Lin Xian did not ask him to take action at that time. He also felt that they were all from the Langia Star and Lin Xian was now the hope of the Langia Star. No one would attack him again. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding, so he did not follow. However, after waiting for a long time, he felt a little uneasy, so he wanted to follow and take a look. However, when he came near the second hall, he realized that the entire second hall was covered by a formation. He could not detect the aura inside. This made him feel that something was wrong. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to break the formation and charge in. He happened to see the scene just now. Therefore, he immediately took action. He really did not expect that the people of the second hall would dare to attack Lin Xian. Moreover, they dared to covet Lin Xian's great spear of destruction. Elder Mubai, this is a misunderstanding. The man in black armor walked forward and said in a deep voice. The demonic aura on the great spear of destruction was too terrifying. Our teacher, Master Mubai, took it for Hall Master Lin's sake. He wanted to suppress the demonic aura on it to ensure Hall Master Lin's safety in the future. Indeed, the second hall had good intentions, but Hall Master Lin did not seem to appreciate it. The woman in black also walked forward. Damn, you are still so shameless at this point? The Crimson Dragon was so angry that he shouted. Who allowed you to seal it? Can we find Saint Mubai to suppress the seal? Do we need you? We know who you are. Yes, the Northern Demon also took a step forward. Even if there is a problem with the Great Spear of Destruction, we can ask Saint Mubai and the Langia Palace Lord to help. We have no interest in the second hall at all, so hurry up and hand over the Great Spear of Destruction. Lin Xian sneered. Elder Mubai, do you understand now why I have to take action? Some people are really too trashy and despicable. I have to take action. Otherwise, the Langia Star will be. It will be contaminated by these vermin. Hearing this, Saint Mubai's face darkened. He already understood what was going on. Therefore, he looked at primordial chaos. Elder Hunyuan, please take out the Great Spear of Destruction. Saint Mubai said coldly. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Saint Mubai was on their side. The people from the second hall changed their expressions. Elder Huanyuan's gaze also darkened. Unfortunately, the Great Spear of Destruction is not in my hands. Not in your hands? Then who has it? Saint Mubai frowned. Elder Hunyuan said, it's in the hands of our left guardian. The left guardian of the second hall. Saint Mubai frowned. This was an existence of a higher level than Elder Primordial Chaos. He was very powerful in the second hall. However, so what if he was powerful? He would protect Lin Xian today. Therefore, he said coldly, where's the left guardian? Ask him to come out and see me. Unfortunately, the left guardian left the Langia Star some time ago and seemed to be looking for something. How long will it take for him to come back? Elder Hunyuan said with a smile. Damn it, it seems that you don't want to return it to us. The Crimson Dragon jumped out again. Old man, you're really shameless. Lin Xian was also angry. He snorted coldly. You don't have to care about this matter. I'll do it myself. Since you don't want to come out, I'll beat you until you hand it over. The aura that erupted from Lin Xian's body was extremely terrifying. You've been evading me time and time again. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Why? Do you want to attack me? Hall Master Lin, I admit that you're very powerful, but you don't even have a 10% chance of winning against me. Elder Hunyuan sneered. He was a late-stage second heaven expert. He was definitely not afraid of Lin Xian. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian's aura was even more terrifying. Buzz, in the next moment, he directly attacked. A sword chi with the 5 elements law soared into the sky and slashed towards Elder Hunyuan. You're courting death. Elder Hunyuan roared angrily. Lin Xian actually dared to attack him. It was really infuriating him. He felt that he had been insulted. Boom, Elder Huanyuan's body emitted light, and the law flowed, turning into a huge mountain and rushed forward. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, primordial chaos. Do you really want to fight in front of me? Elder Mubai walked out as well. Right? Then I would like to experience it for myself. Elder Hunyuan did not hold back and directly attacked Elder Mubai. Suddenly, the two great divine abilities clashed together, and the terrifying energy blasted the surroundings. Those people retreated one after another. The experts of the second hall were all staring at Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian coldly snorted and directly attacked the woman in black. He was courting death. The woman in the black dress shot out 9 black gourds, which quickly wrapped around Lin Xian. However, this time, Lin Xian was truly enraged. The 9 yang divine body shone brightly, and the great dragon sword's soul burst into laughter. He also used stellar transposition to the extreme. Thus, he was able to injure the black-dressed woman in a few moves. The black-dressed woman spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Her face was filled with shock. How was this possible? Previously, he was still able to fight to a draw with his opponent. But now, he was actually no match for his opponent. What was going on? Could it be that his opponent did not use his full strength earlier? When he thought of this possibility, he was so scared that he almost fainted. Crack, Lin Xian attacked again. He transformed into a 5 elements coiling dragon and directly suppressed the black-dressed woman. Then, he snatched the other party's storage ring. With a forceful twist, he took out a black gourd from the storage ring. No. The black-dressed woman screamed crazily. That black gourd was not ordinary. It was not an offensive artifact. Instead, it was the gourd that he had used to collect the woman's blood. At this moment, it was snatched away by his opponent. Who knew what kind of crazy thing he would do? That was why she screamed crazily. However, in the next moment, he was stomped into pieces by Lin Xian. Damn it, put down that gourd. The black dress was torn apart, but the black-armored man still charged over. He would not let Lin Xian succeed. The black armor on his body emitted a black light. Monstrous flames burned fiercely and tightly wrapped around his body. Not only that, but black flame arms also appeared on his body. It was extremely strange. They carried a monstrous aura. Those arms were holding long black sabers and long swords. They carried an incomparably ferocious aura. Kill, the black-armored man charged over crazily. At this moment, he was very powerful and could even fight with an early-stage second firmament saint. However, unfortunately, he was still no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian used stellar transposition. The sabers and swords in those strange arms directly attacked the black-armored man. The black-armored man was split into 3 parts and screamed in pain in the air. Old dog, if you don't stop, your granddaughter will die. Su Qin shouted coldly and grabbed the black gourd with one hand. The law of ruthlessness turned into a divine chain and wrapped around the black gourd. A miserable scream came from the black gourd and transformed into a vicious face. It was the woman in white from before. Grandpa, save me. Below, after Elder Hunyuan heard this, his body immediately swayed and he quickly retreated to the back. He did not make a move. He raised his head and looked forward. His expression became incomparably ferocious. Damn it, die. An extremely terrifying white light emitted from his body like a spider web or an immortal net. It charged towards Lin Xian. Oh no, Hallmaster Lin, dodge. Saint Mubai also shouted angrily. He raised his hand and turned it into a long rainbow, cutting off a few of them. However, there were still 3 that rushed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying method. If one was entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. He used the Kuanping technique, and the shadow of a Kuanping appeared on his body. He instantly moved horizontally. I missed? Elder Huanyuan's pupils constricted in disbelief. He did not hold back in that attack just now. Those in the second firmament could not escape at all, but the other party had completely dodged it. Damn it, put down my granddaughter. Fine, hand over the Great Spear of Destruction and I'll spare your granddaughter's life. I've said that the Great Spear of Destruction is not with me, but with the left protector. If you don't believe me, you can search for it. You can also search through my storage ring. If you can find my cave abode, I'll admit defeat. Since that's the case, get the left protector over here. Lin Xian shouted coldly. However, Elder Hunyuan snorted coldly. I don't know where the left protector is. So, hurry up and let my granddaughter go. Then there's nothing to talk about. A cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. The great dragon sword spirit appeared in his hand, forming a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the black gourd. Poof, the black gourd was shrouded by thousands of sword chi and was directly cut into powder. The white-robed woman inside was also cut into a bloody mist. One of the souls tried to escape, but it was cleaved into two by Lin Xian's sword. Then, it was cut into pieces. No. The woman in white let out a blood-curdling scream before vanishing into thin air. Dead? Their elder's granddaughter was killed on the spot, and her soul was destroyed. The people from the second hall widened their eyes, and their scalps went numb. Saint Mubai also cried out in his heart. Oh no, Lin Xian is too reckless. Kid, I want you dead. I want you to be cut into pieces. As expected, Elder Huanyuan's eyes instantly turned red. The monstrous killing intent turned into a boundless sea of blood that surged in the 9 heavens. You dare to kill me? Therefore, I will make you kneel in front of my granddaughter's grave for 10,000 years. Every day, you will receive thousands of arrows piercing your heart. Elder Huanyuan's vicious voice rang out. Everyone who heard it felt their scalps go numb. They knew that Elder Hunyuan was really angry. Moreover, he had an extremely strong killing intent. It was an extremely unwise choice to offend such a late-stage second heaven elder. This Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You are wrong. The culprit is not me, but you. It is your greed that caused your granddaughter's death. Moreover, I will tell you that if you do not hand over the Great Destruction Spear, I will make your subordinates, your people, and you all perish. I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. Someone like you dares to threaten me? Kid, I will kill you first. Elder Hunyuan rushed over, bringing with him a monstrous blood aura. The nomological laws on his body were dyed red. It was abnormally terrifying. Elder Mubai rushed over, wanting to stop him. However, Elder Hunyuan shouted coldly. Damn it, if you dare to stop me, I will not let you off. You killed my granddaughter. Today, no matter what, I will not let you off. However, Elder Mubai did not back down. Instead, he said, Hall Master Lin, leave first. I will help you stop him. We will talk about this when we return. Speaking of this, he sighed. You are too reckless. Although I know you are anxious, there are other ways to solve this matter. However, Lin Xian said in a low voice, there are other ways to solve this matter. I can't wait. To be honest, Elder Mubai, I am very disappointed. I joined the Langya Star because I felt that the Langya Star could provide me with support. However, I am really disappointed now. I did not expect that there would be people in the Langya Star who are plotting against me. Moreover, they are still unrepentant. They still want to kill me? This is intolerable. If this matter is not handled well, I will leave the Langya Star. What? Elder Mubai was taken aback by Lin Xian's words. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so angry. Moreover, he even said such words. If Lin Xian really left the Langya Star, they would undoubtedly suffer a huge loss. They might even offend a young great emperor. Therefore, he said, Hall Master Lin, don't worry. The Langya Star will not ignore this matter. I will report to the princess and ask the Law Enforcement Hall to investigate. Law Enforcement Hall? Elder Mubai, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust the second hall. I believe that with the second hall's strength, they will frame me instead. Therefore, to solve this matter today. Elder Mubai, you don't have to worry about me. A mere second heaven sage is nothing to me. Elder Mubai sneered coldly. Looking down on me? He really didn't know how to live. Do you really think that you are the reincarnated? I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Xian also let out a long howl. Old dog Hun Yuan? If he lost, he would kneel, kowtow, apologize, or commit suicide. Also, tell us where the left protector is. Brat, you are courting death. Elder Hun Yuan was furious. He was called an old dog left and right by the other party. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But soon, he smiled sinisterly. Lin Fan dared to challenge him. He was really courting death. Mubai, did you hear that? It is not that I want to fight. This brat is courting death and provoking me. As an elder, if I don't respond, how can I stand in the second hall, Hall Master Lin? Elder Mubai was also worried. Although Lin Xian was strong and could defeat the black-armored man, Elder Mubai was obviously different. He was an expert in the advanced stage of the second heaven. His strength was extremely terrifying. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand. Don't worry. Since I dare to accept the challenge, I am 100% confident. Today, I will make this old dog kneel in front of me and kowtow to me. Alright, I know. Then, let's activate the ancient arena. Elder Mubai took a deep breath. Now that things had developed to this point, there was bound to be a battle between the two. If he stopped him, there would be more unexpected accidents. Therefore, he could only watch. If Lin Xian were to encounter any danger at that time, he would step in and save him. Are you kidding me? You want to play big? The Crimson Dragon and the others were also shocked. Elder Mubai sneered. Let's see how you will die later. How will I die? It seems that you have lived for too long. Do you really think that a saint in the advanced stage of the second heaven can suppress me? I can only tell you that you don't know my true strength. Later, I will make you kneel in front of me and kowtow to me. You are just stubborn. When I catch you later, I will torture you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, no one can save you. Elder Primordial Chaos descended. The ground below churned as a huge ancient battle platform appeared. This was used by the saints in ancient times to battle. The arena was covered with the marks of time. It was also stained with the blood of countless saints. It carried a monstrous and solemn aura. Come on, Ant. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. Elder Hun Yuan descended from the sky with a terrifying aura. On the other side, Lin Xian was like a god of war. He descended quickly and shattered the surrounding area. His eyes were filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Today, he would let everyone know that no one could bully him, Lin Xian. Even a saint in the advanced stage of the second heaven could not casually provoke him. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air and watched carefully. The people from the second hall were still in a daze. They did not expect that a young man would dare to fight with their elder. Where did he get his courage from? The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon were also worried. Kid, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. If you can't win, run. Elder Mubai's expression was even more serious. He was ready to save Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. After seeing Lin Xian descend, Elder Mubai could not wait any longer. He slapped out with his palm. Elder Primordial Chaos cultivated the limitless chaos art. His law was called the limitless law. It was a little like clouds and mist. It was incomparably ethereal. It was also a little like a gust of wind. It was extremely strange. At this moment, when his palm struck out, the law on it carried an extremely terrifying sharpness and a faintly discernible illusory aura. It quickly swept towards Lin Xian. What law was this? It was so strange. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon also exclaimed. They felt an extremely terrifying aura shrouding them. However, they realized that the aura was not real. It was as if they were dreaming. In fact, they were even killed in an instant. This old dog was indeed powerful. They wondered if that kid could block it. The two of them were worried. Lin Xian sneered. His body shook as he directly used the Kuanping technique and rushed out quickly. Lin Xian's movement technique was so exquisite that it created countless afterimages in an instant. Every step he took was at the weakest point of the other party's laws, so he narrowly avoided the illusory palm. What? He dodged it, the people of the second hall screamed. Even Elder Hun Yuan was taken aback, and his face darkened. The other party's speed had become even faster than before. He kept attacking with his palm, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the 5 elemental laws. The 5 elemental laws were the laws of the 5 elements. It was very terrifying. It could be used together, and it could also display the characteristics and power of the 5 elemental laws. After Lin Xian attacked, he used the characteristics of the earth law. Suddenly, a huge mountain appeared in the void. It was incomparably heavy, and it pressed forward, wanting to crush everything. This power was simply too terrifying. Cracks began to appear on the Wuji giant hand of void around him. Kill, he roared, and the 5 elemental laws transformed into a sword of laws. He held it in his hand, and the great dragon sword soul also came out and merged with the sword of laws. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword light swept across the 9 heavens. In an instant, the surrounding illusory palm prints were shattered. Limitless demonic cloud slash. Elder Hunyuan attacked. His palms were like rivers of blood, and they came down from the sky. The limitless law carried an extremely strong killing intent, and it swept through the 9 heavens. It was terrifying. The Crimson Divine Dragon and the others exclaimed. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a heart-wrenching power. One could imagine what kind of situation Lin Xian was facing. Buzz, the limitless demonic cloud slash shattered countless afterimages, but it did not hit Lin Xian's real body. However, this terrifying demonic light had already forced Lin Xian into a space. Therefore, Elder Hunyuan sneered and attacked again. It was the limitless demonic cloud slash again. This was an attack formed by the fusion of the limitless law and the monstrous blood aura. This supernatural power is terrifying. Streaks of blood-red light were illusory, but they were filled with a murderous aura. Lin Xian used the Kuanping technique and dodged the light blades of the limitless demonic cloud before rushing over. The sword of laws in his hand opened and closed, instantly sending out dozens of dragon-shaped sword chi. Each of them looked like a true dragon as they charged forward. Boom! Boom! The loud dragon roar and the terrifying 5 elemental laws caused the people of the second palace to tremble in fear. Even Elder Huanyuan's expression changed. He let out a roar and spat out the limitless demonic cloud once again. It swept out like a waterfall. Those boundless demonic clouds did not turn into light blades. Instead, they seemed to have formed a large net with the intention of enveloping the several tens of dragon-shaped sword chis. However, he had underestimated the power of the sword chi. Each of the sword chi was extremely terrifying. In an instant, his boundless demonic cloud net was torn to shreds. Kill Lin Xian roared as he became one with his sword. A terrifying power swept through the 9 heavens as he charged towards Elder Primordius. The sword slashed at Elder Primordius. Elder Primordius used the limitless demonic cloud to wrap his body and form a battle armor. However, he was still sent flying. Boom, he even spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Ah! Damn Junior, go to hell, Elder Primordius was completely enraged. He had been careless. The strength of his opponent was beyond his imagination. In the next moment, the terrifying killing intent in his body swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, he had gone crazy. He was like a demon king. I won't hold back against you anymore. Die for me, limitless universe. A very strange mark flew out from all directions, as if it could destroy the world. It was too terrifying. The black-armored man and the black-dressed woman both prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They knew that Elder Primordius was using an extremely terrifying great superpower. Even Saint Mubai's face was pale. He mobilized the power of the laws in his body, ready to help at any time. Because he knew that Lin Xian would not be able to block this move. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Stellar transposition, his hand drew a strange arc, and the 2 limitless seal that were close to him were sent flying and blasted into the surroundings. Boom, this force exploded beside Elder Primordius, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did this force explode beside him? Didn't he attack the other party? What? The surrounding people were even more shocked. Elder Mubai also gasped. He did not even know what had just happened. What kind of technique was that? He had never seen it before. No wonder Lin Xian dared to challenge Elder Primordius. His technique was too amazing. Damn kid, what kind of despicable technique did you use? The cracks on Elder Primordius's body quickly healed. His expression was extremely ugly. Despicable technique? Humph. Why don't you say that you are ignorant and can't even see what kind of superpower I used? How dare an old dog like you be so arrogant in front of me? What a joke. This world no longer belongs to you, so hurry up and kneel down and kill yourself to atone for your sins. You want me to admit defeat? You are too weak. Buzz, Elder Primordius roared and took out a transparent jade seal. That was the limitless seal. It was a sacred artifact. Once the limitless seal was taken out, a terrifying power swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Elder Primordius's nomological laws became even more terrifying. Oh no, that was a sacred artifact, damn it, this old fart actually had a sacred artifact. The Crimson Dragon screamed. The North Demon also gasped. He naturally knew how great a boost a sacred artifact could give to a sage. It could definitely surpass those of the same level and reach an unbelievable combat strength. Oh no, Lin Xian no longer had the Great Spear of Destruction. This way, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Sure enough, Elder Mubai's expression also changed. He originally thought that Lin Xian should have a chance of winning. But now, his heart had once again sunk to the bottom of the valley. Lin Xian's technique was strange. However, Elder Primordius's strength was even more terrifying. Originally, Elder Primordius was a veteran second heaven expert with rich experience and many superpowers. At this moment, he took out a sacred artifact. His combat strength had definitely reached an unbelievable level. It was estimated that Lin Xian's chances of winning were very slim. It could almost be said that there was no chance. It was a sacred artifact, that was great, ha 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 ha, Elder Primordius was serious. Let's see how that kid will die. The powerhouses of the second hall also regained their hope. Kid, do you know what the weapon in my hand is? Let me tell you, this is a sacred artifact. Do you know the power of a sacred artifact? Now, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I will not spare you. I will make you wish you were dead. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. What peerless genius! You are still too inexperienced. A sacred artifact? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. His eyes shone with a cold light. The great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body and was held in his hand, forming a green dragon sword. Let me have a taste of your saint artifact's power. Lin Xian's aura became extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to a sacred artifact. The expressions of the second hall's experts changed, and they looked at Lin Xian with fear. Damn it, this aura. They stared at the dragon-shaped sword. What a terrifying sword shadow. As expected of a saint spell of the world. The great dragon sword soul, Elder Huanyuan's face also darkened. He knew that he could not wait any longer and immediately attacked. The Wu Ji seal blasted out, and its terrifying power suppressed the surroundings as it blasted toward Lin Xian. Even a second heaven sage would be blasted into a bloody mist by this attack. Damn it, this old dog's strength was much stronger than before. The Crimson Dragon was anxious. The North Demon also looked solemn. Yes, it was indeed a sacred artifact. Lin Xian took a step forward and waved the great dragon sword soul. He was not afraid in the face of the opponent's sacred artifact. Even if he did not have the Great Spear of Destruction, he would let the opponent know that even if the opponent had a sacred artifact, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. The great dragon sword soul in his hand roared in all directions, turned into a peerless sword light, and slashed out. Boom, the two collided, and the explosive power was too terrifying. The second hall's experts were all bleeding from their ears, and they vomited blood and flew backward. Buzz. Buzz, amidst such a frightening scene, a figure retreated from it. The second hall's experts hurriedly looked over. In the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. It was Lin Xian, that kid. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. He was no match for Elder Huanyuan. That's right, Elder Huanyuan can already compete with a third heaven sage with a sacred artifact. Killing that kid is as easy as flipping his hand. Oh no, it's too difficult. The Crimson Dragon and the others also gasped. However, Elder Huanyuan's expression was somewhat cold. This was because he realized that although Lin Xian was pushed back by this attack, he wasn't injured. This made him feel incredulous. This was a saint artifact. Saints of the same level were no match for him. However, a person whose cultivation was so much lower than his was actually unharmed. Damn it! Unleash your full power, Wuji seal. The limitless seal seemed to have transformed into a part of the world, mercilessly smashing down. Lin Xian grasped the great dragon sword soul. Man and sword became one, and invisible laws erupted. The power of the nine-yang divine body was also constantly rumbling. At this moment, it was as if the sword god had been resurrected as he slashed forward with his sword. Clang, this sword slashed directly onto the Wuji seal, stirring up a monstrous energy. The Wuji seal buzzed, but it did not retreat. Brat, it's useless. You're no match for me. You can't possibly contend against my saint artifact. Elder Huanyuan's expression was ferocious. Is that so? It's too early to say that. Kill him, Lin Xian roared and attacked crazily. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. At the 9th slash, the Wuji seal could not withstand it and retreated. Lin Xian went crazy again. After 9 slashes, the Wuji seal was directly sent flying. One of Elder Huanyuan's hands was also directly chopped off. What? How was this possible? The surrounding people gasped. They could not believe that the other party had actually sent a saint artifact flying. Moreover, he had injured it. Elder Huanyuan was too shocked and felt that it was too unbelievable. That was a divine artifact. Among the saints, not everyone had a saint artifact. This was because a saint artifact was very difficult to refine. If a saint had a saint artifact, it was equivalent to an invincible existence among those of the same level. Unless other opponents also had the same saint artifact. With a saint artifact could even allow a saint to fight above their level. It could be said that their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. But now, a late-stage second heaven elder took out a saint artifact and attacked with all his might, but he could not defeat a first heaven saint. It was really too unbelievable. The black-armored man and the other powerhouses gasped wildly. Was this the dragon sword soul? As expected of an offensive saint artifact. It was too terrifying. Not only did it make up for the gap in cultivation, but it also made up for the gap in strength caused by the saint artifact. It was no wonder that such a thing would make countless people jealous. Was this the saint artifact that you were so proud of? In front of me, it could not withstand a single blow. As I said, you are already old, and this era does not belong to you. Now kneel down and kowtow to kill yourself, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded again. Damn kid, don't be arrogant. You just borrowed the power of the dragon sword soul. Your own strength is no match for mine at all. Elder Huanyuan roared crazily. How dare you say that? How old am I? What's my cultivation? What's wrong with me withstanding the power of the dragon sword soul? Did you not borrow the power of the saint artifact? Besides, you are a late-stage second heaven person, and your cultivation is so much higher than mine. How dare you say such things? Why don't you attack the mortals to show your strength? Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Indeed, the gap between the two was too big. Under normal circumstances, if Elder Huanyuan attacked Lin Xian, he would be despised by everyone. Because it was bullying a junior. But now, Lin Xian's performance was too amazing, so much so that people ignored his age and cultivation. Old thing, if you have the guts, why don't you use the saint artifact, and I won't use the dragon sword soul. Let's fight again, how about it? Alright, I don't believe that you can overturn the sky without the dragon sword soul. With a wave of his hand, he placed the Wuji seal above his head and let it float there. Lin Xian also let the dragon sword soul float in the sky. He did not use it again. In the next moment, he rushed over. Without the dragon sword soul, you are just an ant. Now, go to hell, Buzz. Elder Huanyuan was very terrifying. The Wuji law on his body formed 9 mountains that surrounded together and suppressed Lin Xian. Although he did not use the saint artifact, Elder Huanyuan's power was still very terrifying. Therefore, the people of the second hall regained their hope. In their opinion, most of Lin Xian's power came from the dragon sword soul. At this moment, with the dragon sword soul above, Lin Xian's strength would definitely be much weaker. he would probably be killed in an instant. Lin Xian was not worried at all. So what if he did not have the Dragon Sword Soul? Lin Xian had not only relied on the Dragon Sword Soul to get to where he was today. Stellar transposition, with a wave of his hand, the 9 mountains flew out and directly smashed towards Elder Hunyuan, suppressing him in the sky. Elder Hunyuan was scared out of his wits. He quickly dodged, but he was still hit by the 3 mountains. Immediately, his blood boiled. He shouted in anger, but before he could retaliate, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The golden rune was extremely strange, and there was a green light between the runes. Blue Tide Birth. At this moment, Lin Xian finally used this terrifying pupil technique. Buzz! Elder Hunyuan instantly screamed and his nerves became distorted. He was not the only one. The other powerhouses of the second hall were also screaming on the ground while holding their heads. Oh no, when the others saw this scene, their expressions changed. It was a pupil technique, and it was a group attack. Run, damn, this kid actually knew such a terrifying pupil technique. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. However, at this moment, Elder Mubai had already arrived beside them and used his nomological powers to envelop them. Although the Blue Tide technique was an area of effect technique, Lin Xian had basically used the majority of its power on Elder Primordial Chaos. Although some of it leaked out, it was not impossible to resist. The first to bear the brunt was still Elder Hunyuan. Elder Hunyuan was hit by the pupil technique and his soul seemed to explode. He held his head and fell from the sky. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a sword light and arrived in front of Elder Hunyuan. The 5 elements' nomological powers formed the 5 elements mountain and directly suppressed the other party. At the same time, he struck out a few sword chi and ruthlessly pierced through the other party's body. Then, he directly stepped on Elder Hunyuan's head with 1 foot. I've said that you're no match for me. Do you think that I can't do anything to you without the Dragon Sword Soul? What a joke! He raised his big foot and directly stomped down. Boom! This stomp caused the entire ground to shake. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions. Everyone's hearts were beating violently. Ah! Elder Primordial Chaos let out a blood-curdling scream as one of his heads split open, causing blood to gush out. As a late-stage sage of the second heaven, his physique was much stronger than a sage of the first heaven. Therefore, this stomp was only fierce and did not crush his head. You're quite tough, but how many kicks can you take? Lin Xian sneered and directly kicked out. After dozens of kicks in a row, Elder Huanyuan's head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon. A miserable scream was heard. Damn kid, I'll fight it out with you. However, his soul was injured and his body was suppressed by the seal. Therefore, just as he stood up and wanted to fight back, he was slapped to the ground. Fight it out with me? How are you going to fight me? With your sacred artifact? Lin Xian sneered. The great dragon sword soul blocked the void, directly cutting off the connection between Elder Primordius and the sacred tool. As I said, I will make you kneel in front of me, kowtow and admit your mistake. At this point, he reached out with his golden hand and grabbed Elder Huanyuan's head that had just condensed. Then, he forcefully pressed it against the ground. With a loud boom, Elder Huanyuan's head was violently pressed against the ground. Damned little bastard, don't even think about making me kneel to you, how dare you scold me? With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian broke his opponent's legs. What's wrong? Do you feel wronged and want to kill me? Unfortunately, you can't do it. Today, I will make you kneel here forever, you old dog. The surrounding people from the second palace were all stunned. That scene was simply too shocking. Elder Hunyuan, a powerful expert in the late second heaven, was now kneeling on the ground with both his legs broken. Not only that, his head was also being stepped on by Lin Xian's foot and was being pressed into the ground. How powerful was that? Wow, that was too cool. Kid, well done. Crimson Shinong and the North Demon were extremely excited. Elder Mubai sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe his own eyes. To be honest, when the two of them were fighting previously, he was already prepared to save Elder Hunyuan. That was because he felt that Lin Xian might be seriously injured. Therefore, he had to save him quickly. However, the course of events was out of his expectations. Lin Xian had been extremely powerful. Even when his opponent took out a sacred tool, he wasn't injured. In fact, when both of them didn't use sacred tools, Elder Hunyuan was defeated so quickly. And now, he was kneeling at Lin Xian's feet. That was simply too unbelievable. I can't accept it. How is this possible? Elder Hunyuan's head was pressed into the ground. He opened his mouth and roared, eating a mouthful of dirt. However, he was really unconvinced. To be honest, he was now completely dumbfounded because he really couldn't imagine a person who was so much weaker than him. Moreover, how did Lin Xian turn the tables without using the great dragon sword soul? So what if he was unconvinced? You probably didn't expect this to happen. Do you really think that I'm an ant in front of you? If you want to covet what belongs to me, Lin Xian, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. At this point, the great dragon sword soul roared and rushed down. It turned into a green sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand again. He raised his hand and the sword fell. Elder Huanyuan's head was sent flying again. Furthermore, the remnant sword soul on his neck made it so that his head couldn't heal at all. Ah! Elder Primordius let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was injured, and even his soul was injured, making him extremely weak. Lin Xian slashed him a few more times. His soul was even weaker and would be extinguished at any time. No. Damn it. Stop it now. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the second hall won't let you off. However, Lin Xian didn't respond at all. Another slash of the sword slashed forward. My life is over. Elder Hunyuan screamed, thinking that he was dead meat. However, at this moment, a hand slapped down and directly grabbed Elder Huanyuan's soul. Who was it? Lin Xian's eyes erupted with extremely terrifying golden runes. A cold voice sounded. Hall Master Lin, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Who are you? How dare you interfere in my affairs? I'm the left guardian of the second hall. The voice sounded again. What? It's you, the Crimson Dragon screamed. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. You're finally willing to come out. I thought you wanted to be a coward all this time. How dare you? A cold voice rang out as a gigantic hand slapped out at Lin Xian. The power was much more terrifying than that of Elder Hunyuan. However, Lin Xian was already prepared. His figure flashed, and his entire body was like a Kuan Peng, instantly dodging and appearing on the other side. Are you angry out of humiliation? Or are you trying to silence me? Hurry up and hand over the great spear of destruction, or I'll tear down the second hall. Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you speak arrogantly in front of me? In the sky, a middle-aged man appeared. He had a powerful aura and was wearing a Taoist robe with a mysterious power. He was the left guardian of the second hall. Leave quickly, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll suppress you here for 500 years. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a fierce light burst out from his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the great dragon sword soul transformed into a peerless sword light and rushed over. This sword was too fast and too sudden. It directly split Elder Huanyuan's soul into two. Then, the great dragon sword soul smashed the two House of the Soul into pieces. No. Elder Huanyuan's soul only let out a scream and disappeared between heaven and earth. The surrounding powerhouses of the second hall, including the black-armored man and the others, were all stunned. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Elder Hunyuan was dead. The left guardian was also stunned. Then, his face darkened. You dare to kill him? His voice was filled with merciless killing intent. Lin Xian laughed coldly when he heard that. Why wouldn't he? He wanted my life, so it's only right for me to kill him. Why? Do you think you can protect his life with your presence? What a joke! Who do you think you are? God? Or the ruler of the world? I killed him because he deserved to die. Secondly, I slapped your face. You don't have the right to act all high and mighty in front of me. Hurry up and hand over the great destruction spear. Otherwise, I'll bury the entire second hall with you. Facing the left guardian, Lin Xian was even more domineering. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. That's the left guardian. He's even more powerful than Elder Hunyuan. The left guardian was already a third heaven sage. Now, his strength was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. Isn't Lin Xian courting death by going against such a person? You're too arrogant. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Han Yuan? You're too weak. The left guardian's aura was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Lin Xian frowned and sneered. You're much more powerful than Elder Han Yuan. But so what? Lin Xian wasn't even a small saint yet. He could escape from the Vermilion Bird Palace and even negotiate with a great saint in the Demon Cultivation Valley. He didn't care about the Left Guardian. Left Guardian, hurry up and hand over the Great Destruction Spear. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Elder Mubai also walked up and stood in front of Lin Xian. Why, Mubai? Are you going to protect him? The Left Guardian frowned. Elder Mubai snorted. Humph. I think you're muddle-headed. This is Hall Master Lin. He's the future hope of the Langya Star. I hope you won't make any more mistakes. Hurry up and hand over the spear. Elder Mubai didn't hold back anymore. This was because he realized that Lin Xian was much more powerful and talented than he had imagined. They definitely had to rope in someone like him. Therefore, Mubai might have had some misgivings before and was prepared to let the people from the law enforcement hall intervene. But now, Elder Mubai couldn't control anything. He had to stand on Lin Xian's side. What great spear of destruction? I don't know. The left protector snorted coldly. Elder Mubai shouted angrily. Seems like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. He directly made his move, and a terrifying light rushed up like a vast ocean. Courting death, you dare to attack me? The left protector roared as the two of them clashed. Violent power swept out in all directions. He was even stronger than when Lin Xian fought against Elder Primordial Chaos. Lin Xian's figure flashed and retreated far away, sword chi circling around his body. The Crimson Dragon and the others also came to his side. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Wow, this Mubai is so strong. Previously, when he saw the other party and Elder Han Yuan, he thought that the other party was only at the second heaven. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. The left protector was at least a sage at the third heaven. Doesn't this mean that Elder Mubai is also a sage at the third heaven? That should be it. Lin Xian felt the violent laws in front of him and nodded slightly. The people from the second hall were also shocked. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. Everyone retreated far away. In the center, the two peerless experts were fighting. Both of them had exchanged close to 300 moves. Suddenly, Elder Mubai roared and a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. In an instant, the left protector was sent flying. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and directly pierced through the left protector's body. He forcefully pulled out a black weapon from the left protector's body. Great spear of destruction, the Crimson Dragon screamed. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He didn't expect it to be in the hands of the other party. Moreover, what made his face turn gloomy was that the other party seemed to be refining the Great Spear of Destruction. There were countless blood-red lines on it. However, it seemed that the lines weren't completely refined. In the sky, Elder Mubai looked at this scene and frowned. How dare you refine it? You're courting death. As he said that, an extremely terrifying law appeared on his palm and forcibly obliterated all the blood-red runes. Ah, the left protector screamed. He felt that his soul connection had been severed. Damn it! How dare you destroy my soul imprint, he roared furiously. However, Elder Mubai didn't care. He waved his hand and threw the Great Spear of Destruction to Lin Xian. Hall Master Lin, you go first. I'll hold them off. Elder Mubai's voice could be heard. At this moment, he didn't look like a peacemaker anymore. Instead, he looked like a supreme god of war. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He also hesitated. Holding the Great Spear of Destruction, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Hurry up and stop him, don't let him go. The left protector regained his body and roared furiously. Countless experts from the second hall rushed forward and sealed the area. They couldn't leave, they stared at Lin Xian. You're courting death. The Great Spear of Destruction swept out and smashed all the people in front of him into pieces. Those who block me shall die, Lin Xian's voice was sonorous like the god of death. The surrounding experts from the second hall subconsciously took 3 steps back and trembled all over. He's too powerful. He could kill Elder Hunyuan even without the Great Spear of Destruction. Now that he had the Great Spear of Destruction, his power would definitely increase again. He might even be able to fight against a third heaven sage. How could they be a match for him? Everyone, stop. At this moment, another voice was heard. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the palace in the mountain range in the distance. Seeing these figures, the people from the second hall all screamed and cheered. It was the 8th elder, the 6th elder, and the right protector. That's great. They all cheered. Although the 8th elder and the 6th elder weren't as powerful as Elder Hunyuan, they weren't too far off. More importantly, the right protector was also here. The right protector wasn't any weaker than the left protector. He was at least a third heaven sage. Such a person could definitely take down Lin Xian. Not good. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon's faces changed. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. Another third celestial layer expert had arrived? He took a deep breath and was ready to fight. In the distance, the left protector also laughed. Mubai, let's see how you're going to stop me this time. Elder Mubai also stopped attacking. He turned around and stared at the right custodian as he asked coldly. Are you really going to fight? Think carefully. The consequences aren't something that the two of you can bear. Elder Mubai's voice was filled with endless authority. Mubai, don't you understand? At this point, it's already out of our control. We have our own difficulties too. Is it that old man who wants this thing? What? Elder Mubai's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian also frowned. Although he didn't know who this old man was, he didn't know who he was. But judging from the tone of both sides, he should be an extremely powerful person. Coupled with the words of the Crimson Dragon and the others, could it be that some old fossil under the dragon vein wanted the Great Spear of Destruction? If that was the case, things would be troublesome. Such a living fossil, regardless of status or strength, was a terrifying existence. Even the palace master of the Langya Palace might not be able to suppress it. The Crimson Dragon and the North Demon thought of the same thing and their faces turned dark. Kid, why don't we leave the Langya Star quickly? I don't think this place is suitable for us to stay. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, a cold snort could be heard. Was that so? Just which Grand Elder's idea was it? I want to see who dares to be so bold at this time. The voice was extremely domineering. Lin Xian and the rest were stunned while Mubai smiled. Greetings, senior brother. Senior brother, Lin Xian and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. Mubai was already extremely terrifying. His senior brother would definitely be even more terrifying. Judging from the other party's tone, it seemed like he did not care about the Supreme Elder at all. The right guardian and the left guardian's faces were extremely ugly. The experts from the second hall also began to tremble. Many of them had never seen that person before. However, the two great protectors took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The people of the second hall were dumbfounded. Supreme Elder. Is the person who came out the Supreme Elder? They hurriedly bowed and prostrated themselves. Tell me, which old bastard is it that's secretly playing tricks on me? The Supreme Elder on the stage said coldly in the sky. The right guardian and the left guardian felt their scalps go numb and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. This scene was simply too inconceivable. Previously, when the two guardians appeared, they were like peerless gods of war. Countless people were excited and shocked as if they were saviors who could save the second hall. But now, these two unparalleled powerhouses were just like ants, shivering in fear. Is this the power of the Supreme Elder? It's too terrifying. No wonder the people of the second hall dared to snatch the Great Destruction Spear. They must have the support of a Supreme Elder. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would also have the support of the Grand Elder. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised by this. It seemed that there was no need for them to leave. They should be very safe here. This matter ends here. Tell the person behind you to stop. If he has any complaints, tell him to come to me. Yes. The left and right custodians bowed and said, not daring to raise their heads. The Grand Supreme Elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, Mu Bai, Lin Xian, and the others turned into a ray of light, piercing through the sky and disappearing. After the other party left, the protector let out a sigh of relief. As for the people from the second hall, it was as if they had returned from the gates of hell. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others appeared in a palace. The Grand Elder stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, curiously sizing up Lin Xian. Xian Er quickly said, thanking the Supreme Elder for his help. You don't have to thank me. Little fellow, I also heard that you brought back the Supreme Sage Dharma idol from the void ocean and suppressed the demonic aura of the Xianxia star. Logically speaking, you are the benefactor of the Xianxia star. Moreover, you have now joined the Xianxia star. Naturally, you are one of us. The previous situation was just a small group of people's petty thoughts. It has nothing to do with the main will of the Xianxia star. I hope you can understand this. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. The Grand Supreme Elder said this to dispel his worries. After such a thing happened, it was inevitable that Lin Xian would not be on guard or prepare to leave the Xianxia star. However, the Grand Supreme Elder's words should make Lin Xian feel more at ease. Recently, due to the situation outside, the few old farts under the dragon vein have awakened. Someone must be thinking of something. Don't worry, I will go back and negotiate with them. They probably won't do anything again. Senior brother, what about the situation outside? Elder Mu Bai was also a little anxious at this moment because the current situation was very bad for the Xianxia star. I am here this time to talk about the situation outside. We will talk about this later. As he spoke, the Grand Supreme Elder looked at Lin Xian again. Little guy, I think very highly of you. This is my token. In the future, if you have any problems on the Xianxia star, just use my token. I will see who dares to do anything to you. Thank you very much, Senior. Lin Xian took the token and held it in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. After that, the Grand Supreme Elder left with Mu Bai, leaving only Lin Xian and the rest. Damn, we are finally safe this time. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. With such a powerful Grand Supreme Elder supporting them, the people from the second hall would probably not dare to do anything to them. This Grand Supreme Elder is very powerful. I wonder who he is? The Northern Demon's eyes also flickered. Lin Xian held the token in his hand. It was a jade pendant. The front side was engraved with a blue sky and the back side was engraved with a word, Feng. It was probably the Grand Supreme Elder's surname. Elder Feng? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He put away the jade pendant and said, let's go back. They tore through the void and returned to the 8th hall. Next, Lin Xian and the rest went into seclusion. Lin Xian needed to consolidate his cultivation. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon also went into seclusion. Because they had returned from the Void Palace Ocean, they were worried about Lin Xian's safety, so they did not go into seclusion to cultivate. Now that Lin Xian was a sage, they naturally had to seize the time and try their best to break through. Previously in the Void Palace Ocean, they had obtained many treasures. In addition to the resources of the 8th hall, Lin Xian also had an even more important treasure, which was the Great Sage Tower. He had asked Black Mountain to use a secret technique to take some treasures from the Great Sage Tower and give them to the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon. Lin Xian was never stingy to his friends. At this moment, on a huge mountain peak, there was an immortal palace. There were a few figures standing there. One of them was the Grand Elder from before. Beside him was Mu Bai. The other people's auras were also very powerful. Obviously, they were all experts with strength and status on the Xianxia star. At this moment, they were gathered here to discuss something. Seeing that Elder Feng and Elder Mu Bai had returned, the rest of them asked. Elder Feng said coldly. The people from the second hall were behind this. It was probably that guy who wanted to make a move. However, he probably did not dare to make a move openly, so he was suppressed by me. The things have been returned. The little guys have all gone back. I just don't know what happened next. As long as Lin Xian is fine, it's good. The others also nodded. The Grand Elder snorted. He guessed that guy would not dare to make a move again. However, he might have some tricks up his sleeve. He had to be careful. Speaking of this, he shouted, "Dreamy, come here." "Greetings, master." In the distant void, a stream of light flew over. Then, a figure half knelt in the air, facing the Grand Elder with incomparable respect. Meng Meng was a very beautiful woman. She had an exquisite face and pointed ears. She wore a thin veil. She knelt there respectfully. The wings on her back flapped gently, bringing with them a mysterious aura. The Great Elder said, "From now on, you will go to Lin Xian's side to protect him." "Yes. I understand." Meng Meng nodded gently, then stood up. She tore open the void and disappeared. 8th Palace. Lin Xian sat in a secret room, his hands forming seals. The invisible laws on his body shone brightly. There was a jade bottle in front of him. There was a blue liquid constantly flying out of it and being absorbed into Lin Xian's body. This jade screen was naturally a treasure obtained from the Great Sage Tower. It had to be said that the treasures in the Great Sage Tower were very magical. The liquid in the jade bottle was even more effective than the best pills in Lin Xian's possession. Therefore, Lin Xian could not wait to cultivate. About 3 months later, he opened his eyes. The laws on his body were more profound than before, and they were stronger than before. He did not continue cultivating because he was not the kind of person who liked to go into seclusion for hundreds of years. He liked to explore and fight. He liked to improve his strength in intense battles. He went out for a walk and found that the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon were still in seclusion. He knew that the two of them would not come out until they became sages. However, he was not worried about this. He had given the two of them enough cultivation resources. He believed that with their talent, it was only a matter of time before they became sages. Therefore, after walking around, Lin Xian returned. "With my current strength, I should be able to open the Great Void Divine Furnace again." His eyes flickered with anticipation. The Great Void Divine Furnace was also a treasure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian entered the mysterious world in his body. Then, using the 5 elemental laws as his power, he pulled the cauldron of the Great Void Divine Furnace and lifted it up. Ka. As expected, an opening appeared in the Great Void Divine Furnace. Lin Xian was delighted. He wondered what he could get from the Great Void Divine Furnace this time. Whoosh! Lin Xian had originally wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if he could take the initiative to enter the Void Divine Furnace and obtain the treasure. However, he discovered that even if he were to become a saint, he would not be able to do so. He didn't know who had left this furnace behind. It was too scary. He could only wait for the things inside to float out. Not long after, something floated out from inside. This time, it was a rolled-up piece of beast skin. Lin Xian took the beast skin and closed the Void Divine Furnace. He withdrew the law and curiously picked up the animal skin. This piece of beast skin was very light in his hand, as if it didn't have any weight at all. He didn't know what kind of beast skin it was made from. Moreover, this piece of animal skin seemed to be very old. However, since it was something that came out of the Void Divine Furnace, it was definitely something good. Lin Xian couldn't wait to open the animal skin. The beast skin wasn't big, and upon opening it, Xianxia found that it was actually a map of the stars. Lin Xian looked at it and knew that it was a map. However, the background was the universe of stars. A map? Could it be a treasure map? His interest was piqued, and he carefully studied it. Indeed, he found that one of the stars was circled with a special red mark. However, there was no marking at all. "Kid, what are you looking at?" He Shan also floated out. When he saw that there was a piece of beast skin in Lin Xian's hand, he was also surprised. "I don't know what kind of map it is, but it seems to be a treasure map." "A treasure map? Let me take a look." He Shan took a look and found that there was indeed a marked place. "Kid, where did you get this map? Looking at this beast skin, there shouldn't be any great treasure." He Shan curled his lips. However, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. There wasn't any great treasure. If that was the case, it shouldn't have been placed in the Void Divine Record. Therefore, this must be a mysterious place. He said, "Since I have nothing to do recently, why don't we explore it?" He Shan naturally had no objections to exploring the treasure. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to walk out of the 8th palace. However, as soon as he stepped out of the palace, he saw a figure walking toward him. "Who are you?" Lin Xian was stunned. He had seen all the elders of the 8th palace, but he had never seen the person in front of him. She was a tall woman with beautiful hair and a delicate face. She had 2 pointed ears, which made her look like an elf. The pair of wings on his back were translucent and looked extremely beautiful. She came to Lin Xian's side and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Palace Master." "Who are you?" Lin Xian was surprised. "My name is Meng Meng. The Grand Elder sent me to follow you." "Oh?" Lin Xian frowned. It was the Grand Elder with the surname Feng. He had sent someone to follow him. He guessed that the person was protecting him. After all, even if the 2nd palace didn't make a move, they would still do something in the dark. Lin Xian said, "Then you can follow me. However, I might have to leave the Langia Star for a while." "Why don't you stay in the 8th palace?" "Palace Master wants to leave?" Meng Meng was stunned. She had heard about this new Palace Master. She knew that he was a top genius and had caused a huge commotion in the Void Ocean. At this moment, countless experts outside the Langia Star were here for him. Therefore, it was too dangerous for him to go out at this time. She said, "Palace Master, do you really want to go? It's not safe outside recently. Is there a teleportation formation that can send me out? Avoid those people outside." Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that those people from the 8th palace had not left yet. They were really unwilling to give up. "I can't make this decision. I have to ask Elder Mubai." "Palace Master Lin, please wait for a while." Meng Meng quickly sent a voice transmission to Elder Mubai. Not long after, Elder Mubai came and said anxiously, "Palace Master Lin, do you really want to go out? If there's anything, you can ask the others on the Langia Star to help you. It's really too dangerous for you to go out now. No one can help you with this matter." Lin Xian shook his head. He had to go treasure hunting. No one could help him. He said, "Don't worry. Don't you believe in my strength? Even if those people are strong, I won't fight them head-on. Also, it shouldn't be a problem to send me out secretly." "All right." Elder Mubai took a deep breath. He knew that a genius like Lin Xian would not be willing to be lonely. Only the most hot-blooded battles could allow him to grow. He said, "Then I'll send you to a nearby world. You must be careful. Also, you must let Meng Meng follow you to protect your safety." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. As long as he left, it didn't matter if someone followed him. However, he still asked, "Elder Mubai, is the situation outside very serious? Is there anything I can help with?" After all, this matter started because of him. Mubai said, "Don't worry, Hall Master Lin. Although it's serious, we can still handle it. Moreover, we've already thought of ways to drive a wedge between them. Perhaps their attention will be diverted then." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and said, "After I leave, you can also release some information and I can also set up some illusions. Let them not cover the Langia Star for the time being and search the universe to find me. They will probably fly around like headless flies." He didn't care about those big sects outside. He didn't plan to go head-to-head with them now. Therefore, there shouldn't be any danger this time. Elder Mubai took Lin Xian and left the Langia Star through a world-level teleportation portal. They arrived at a nearby star world. Dream was with them. Buzz, the portal flickered and teleported them to another star world. This star world was relatively close to the Langia Star and could be considered a subsidiary world. Lin Xian and Dream's figures appeared. This time, there were only the two of them. The North Demon, the Crimson Dragon, was still in seclusion and didn't follow. After the dizziness caused by the portal disappeared, Lin Xian looked around. "Let's go." The two of them rose into the sky and flew toward the outer realm. Not long after they arrived in the outer realm, Lin Xian frowned. There were people searching nearby. Lin Xian even used his heavenly secret god eyes and saw that there were more people in the distance, which was the area near the Langia Star. There were also many sages wandering around. It seemed that those people in the Dragon Valley and the 8 swaying mountains were unwilling to give up. However, he didn't expect the other party to search such a wide area. He had already used the world-level teleportation portal to teleport to another star world, but the other party had set up a defense line. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and brought Dream along. The two of them prepared to leave quickly. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. Stop. Countless laws flew and formed 7 lines of defense, blocking them. Then, a team rushed over from afar. Who are you? Who allowed you to wander around? Dreamy frowned and turned around. When Lin Xian turned around, he also changed his face. Although these people were saints, he was confident that they wouldn't be able to detect him. We are from this star world and are preparing to go out to search for some treasures. Lin Xian said indifferently. Looking for treasures? What treasures? Don't go. Recently, this star field has been completely sealed off by us. You can only enter but not leave, so you guys should just stay here obediently. Can't go out? Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, a burly man at the side laughed coldly. What was the point of talking to him? He was just an ant. Just kill him. Because Lin Xian and the others were hiding their auras, they didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. As far as they were concerned, such a young man was at most a half-saint. They had 2 sages on their side. Killing such an ant was as easy as blowing off dust. In front, the middle-aged man waved his hand. He stared at Lin Xian and Dreamy. Kid, you're going to die. How about this, I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost and leave your female companion behind, and I'll spare your life. Hee hee, little beauty, judging from your appearance, could it be that you're from the elf clan? Let me take good care of you later. The middle-aged man revealed a look of greed. The elf clan was known for their beauty in the universe. Moreover, the elf clan's bloodline was not bad. They were close to nature. If he could get a woman from the elf clan as his partner, it would be very beneficial for his cultivation. Therefore, even this saint was a little tempted. Behind him, the burly man also laughed. Was he from the elf clan? Then you can't have it all by yourself. I want a share of it too. He also walked over. The eyes of the 2 sages shone brightly. The laws around their bodies surrounded them. The warriors following them sneered. They felt sad for Lin Xian and Dreamy's fate. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. However, before he could say anything, Dreamy, who was beside him, was furious. Go to hell. The wings on her back drew a dreamy ray of light. It was like a heavenly blade that instantly cut the 2 of them in half. 2 heads flew up, and the sage's blood splattered. It directly pierced through the warriors behind them. Countless screams sounded, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with infinite fear. Who was this person? With a raise of her hand, she cut off the heads of 2 sages. Damn it, this is bad. The 2 sages also screamed crazily, and their heads flew back in an instant. They're not ordinary people. There's something wrong with them. Hurry up and catch him. The 2 of them roared angrily, but they were slapped into a bloody mist by Dreamy. Not only that, the translucent wings on Dreamy's back kept flapping, instantly forming a sacred domain. The bloody mist of the 2 sages and the warriors in the distance were all enveloped. In the next moment, countless screams sounded, and then the sacred domain disappeared. Everything turned into ashes. Temple Master, let's go. Dreamy turned around and said. Lin Xian nodded and rushed over in a flash. At the same time, he was shocked. This woman is a little violent. But that's good. It saves me the trouble of taking action. The 2 of them turned into 2 streams of light, instantly cut through the dark universe, and flew into the distance. When she realized that no one was chasing after them for the time being, Dreamy said, Temple Master, I was a little impulsive. I shouldn't have attacked like this. Lin Xian waved his hand. No, you did very well. Because even if you didn't attack, I was prepared to attack. Let's go. As he said that, he took out the spirit boat, and the 2 of them quickly streaked through the void. Behind them, more than 10 figures came out from the place where the battle had been. They were a few sages. They looked at the scene around them and frowned. Oh no, someone attacked. And a sage has fallen. damn it, who is it? Is it someone from the Langus star? Or someone else? I don't know, but it must be related to Lin Xian. Hurry up and investigate. They roared crazily. They quickly moved out and searched the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Unfortunately, Lin Xian and Dreamy had already left. Next, Lin Xian and the others sat on the spirit boat, cultivating as they flew towards their destination. Although he didn't know the specific location on the star map, he could still identify the general direction. Therefore, he decided to fly to the star field first and then ask about the specific world marked by the red circle. Which world was it? Just like that, a month passed. The cold void of the universe was emotionless and gloomy all year round. Only a few stars were shining brightly. Generally, those who traveled in the universe were strong, but they only cultivated in seclusion and flew on the spirit boat. After all, such a boring life would drive one crazy after a long time. On this day, there was a change. When Lin Xian and the others passed by a star world, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then the spirit boat stopped. What's wrong? Temple Master? Dreamy also stood up. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he pointed to the outside. Meng Huan's soul stretched out to control the array. She was instantly stunned. It turned out that there was an intense battle happening in the world closest to them. It seemed like the battle was about to reach the extraterritorial region. Meng Huan frowned. In the distance, the battle was extremely terrifying. The murderous aura shot up into the sky. The surrounding sea of blood was still surging. It made people feel like they were in hell. Large cracks appeared in the sky. Buzz. Right at this moment, a huge palm grabbed out from below. It covered the entire sky and covered the entire sky. A few martial artists who wanted to escape were caught in an instant. Blood gushed out of their wounds as they screamed in agony. Palace Master, should we help? Meng Huan asked doubtfully. This kind of thing was very common. Therefore, she did not understand why Lin Xian stayed here. Was he going to stand up for injustice? Lin Xian frowned. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked into the distance. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood up abruptly and rushed outside. Meng Huan was stunned when she saw this. She also rushed out. Outside, a few figures escaped from the large palm. One of them was covered in blood and his face was extremely pale. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. Catch that Gu Santong. You can't let him escape. The item is in his hands. This voice was filled with endless power of the laws and terrifying murderous intent. It shook the 9 heavens. Then, a flying sword with terrifying murderous intent flew towards the injured youth like a meteor. Not good, Santong, run. Young master, I'll block it for you. The 2 elders beside him roared crazily. The injured youth roared, damn it, let's go together. Boom, just as he finished speaking, he was sent flying. The lightning on the flying sword was too terrifying. Then, a cold laugh was heard. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Another 3 flying swords flew towards the young man. Each of them was filled with lightning as they flew towards him. It seemed like they wanted to kill the youth on the spot. They did not hold back at all. No, young master, leave quickly. The surrounding experts roared madly, but there was nothing they could do. The 3 flying swords were getting closer and closer to the injured youth. As for the injured youth, he raised his head and roared. I can't accept this. He couldn't accept it, but so what if he was unwilling? This time, there was only one saint in their group, and the most powerful one was only a half-saint. But the other party had sent 3 sages. It was already a miracle that they were able to drag it out until now. Was he going to die? I'm the one who harmed you. I'm sorry. The young man gave up on resisting and let out a miserable smile. He was also a peak-level genius, but that was in the past. After coming to the ancient path of stars, he didn't seem so dazzling anymore. This time, for the sake of the opportunity, he gave it his all. But was he still going to fail? Thinking of this, he closed his eyes. The 3 flying swords were extremely fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. He was already able to sense the berserk power that was brought about by them, let alone 3. Just one strike was enough to destroy his soul. He had already prepared himself for death. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he felt that the three extremely terrifying forces of destruction had disappeared in an instant. What was going on? He suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he was stunned. The reason for that was because he discovered a figure standing before him. The figure had his back facing him. He stretched out a large golden hand and directly grabbed the three flying swords. The three flying swords were like lightning dragons. They kept twisting and turning, trying to break free, but they couldn't do it at all. He was saved. The injured youth's face was full of shock. The surrounding warriors were also stunned. They instantly rushed over. "Thank you for saving him, Senior." They looked at the figure who made the move and were very excited. The other party had caught such a terrifying attack in an instant. He must be a powerful senior. The figure in front turned his head and glanced at the injured youth. "Brother Gu, long time no see." "What?" The surrounding people were all stunned. The injured youth's body also trembled, and his eyes widened. "You are? Brother Lin, it's actually you." He was too shocked, because he realized that he knew the person in front of him. Moreover, they were good friends before. However, back then, they were all top geniuses in that world. After they left and went to the ancient path of stars, he hadn't seen the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would appear here. "That's right, it's me." The person who came was Lin Xian. He looked at the injured youth. This injured youth was none other than a genius of the Gu family, Gu Santong. He was one of Lin Xian's friends in the true spirit world. Back then, Gu Santong should have walked the path of the family, so he didn't stay with Lin Xian. However, he didn't expect to see this scene today. In the surroundings, the Gu clan's martial artists were also stunned. It seemed that the other party was a friend of their young master. That was great. They were saved. However, Gu Santong's expression changed instantly. He said, "Brother Lin, leave quickly. There are 3 saints in front. We can't fight them head-on. Leave quickly." "Yes, let's leave first." The surrounding people also said. "You want to leave? Do you think you can?" Below, cold laughter sounded, followed by countless figures rushing over. At the front were the 3 saints. These 3 saints stood in 3 different directions and sealed off the space, trapping Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the others. To think that there would be more helpers. But so what? They were just 2 young juniors, existences that were akin to ants. They could kill them easily. "Brother Gu, what's going on? Why are you being hunted?" Lin Xian was also shocked. That shouldn't be. Gu Santong was a genius of the Gu family, and the Gu family was a family that had produced a great emperor. They were definitely from the emperor family. How could such a family be hunted down? Could it be that an accident had happened? Gu Santong sighed, and his expression became incomparably desolate. This matter was hard to explain in a few words. Moreover, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Gu Santong looked around, and his expression was ugly. "Brother Lin, I'm afraid I've implicated you this time." "No worries." Lin Xian shook his head. Then, he took out some spiritual wine and spiritual medicine from his storage ring, as well as some treasures, and fed them to Gu Santong. "Recover first." Then, he turned to look at Meng Meng. "Meng Meng, do what you want to do next." "Yes." Meng Meng nodded and walked out. Gu Santong was stunned. The warriors around him were also stunned. What was going on? Shouldn't the most important thing now be to find a way to escape? Why didn't the person in front of them do it? Instead, he sent a beautiful girl. Could it be that he thought that a thin and weak girl would be able to handle this situation? What a joke. There were 3 saints on the other side. Sure enough, the 3 sages on the other side also sneered. "She really doesn't know what's good for her. Looks like she's an idiot. She doesn't know who we are. Well, let's kill her in one move." One of the sages raised his hand and sneered at Dreamy. "She's not bad looking, but she's an idiot. So, there's no need for her to live." His finger carried an endless amount of laws as it pointed forward. That was the attack of a sage. Under that attack, no one below the level of a sage would be able to survive. Therefore, the people on the other side all sneered. They wanted to see what kind of tragic scene it would be when such a beautiful woman was killed. The people of the Gu family all had their hearts in their throats. Many of them closed their eyes. They felt hopeless. Gu Santong was so anxious that his face was red. He wanted to say something, but Lin Xian waved his hand. He was very calm. In front of him, Dreamy was even more calm. Looking at the finger, she smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, she raised her hand and slashed forward with her fingers like a knife. The force slashed down and tore the sky apart. A terrifying energy instantly spread over. The finger's law of the sage was torn to pieces. Otherwise, that saint would have been sliced into two by a single slash. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. It made one's scalp tingle. The scene became extremely strange. The people on the other side were all stunned. Heavens, what's going on? One of their sages was cut in half. Although it was only a first heaven sage, it was an existence that surpassed the heavens and earth. Everyone below the level of a sage was an ant. How could this woman in front of them be so powerful? Could it be that she was also a sage? At that moment, they were all confused. The people of the Gu family also opened their mouths wide. Their eyeballs almost fell out. Originally, they thought that such a beautiful woman would definitely disappear into thin air, so they all closed their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes and saw that scene, they were also dumbfounded. What a powerful technique. This woman must be a sage. They had all misjudged her. Damn it, who are you people? At that moment, another sage spoke. If the other party was a sage, then she must be from a big family or a big sect. They had to get to the bottom of this. Firstly, they had to avoid kicking an iron plate. Secondly, they might be implicated. You don't deserve to know. Dreamy said coldly. She could tell that the people being chased were Lin Xian's friends. If they hadn't come, these people would have been killed. Since that was the case, she would definitely not go easy on him. You're courting death. Little doll, you're too arrogant. Attack together, the three saints shouted coldly. They didn't want any undue delay. As far as they were concerned, Lin Xian was nothing to be afraid of. He should be the young master of a large family. This little girl should be a Dao protector. That was probably why his strength was so terrifying. As long as he took down this woman, the rest of the people would be nothing more than ants. Kill. The first to make a move was the injured saint. His expression was ice cold, and the laws revolved around him, forming a large furnace. It caused the entire sky to burn, and a massive furnace containing boundless flames descended from the sky, destroying Meng Chuan. The other person opened his mouth and spat out countless sound waves. The sound waves transformed into blades of laws that slashed down. The last person slapped out with his palm. The stars, sun, and moon revolved around it, and it was extremely mysterious. The three saints had used their ultimate techniques to kill Meng Chuan instantly. Not good. Seeing this scene, Gu Santong and the others became nervous again. Although they now knew that Meng Chuan was also a saint and was very powerful, this was not a one-on-one battle. The other party had three saints attacking together. No matter how powerful Meng Chuan was, she wouldn't be able to block them. The only one who was calm was Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew that Meng Chuan was sent to protect him, which meant that she must be very powerful. The three saints of the first heaven couldn't do anything to her. Meng Chuan didn't say anything. The translucent wings on her back flickered with mysterious power, and the laws revolved around them. She gently danced, and two blades of light slashed forward. The two blades of light were extremely terrifying with destruction and killing intent. As soon as they appeared, everyone felt that their souls were about to be split open. Between heaven and earth, two rays of light lit up. Then, everyone couldn't see anything. When they regained their vision, they found that the three sages had been killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they couldn't be more dead. What? They were all dead. Gu Santong and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those were three sages. How terrifying. But now, the three saints were lying there like dead dogs, without any signs of life. Who was that woman in front of them? The people of the Gu family were shocked. Could it be that she was really the protector of the young man next to them? The remaining powerhouses on the other side were all stunned. The half-sages started to tremble. Dead. The 3 saints of the first heaven had died in an instant. Run away quickly. In the next moment, they ran away like crazy. The woman in front of them was too terrifying. There was no way to stop her. How could Meng Chuan let these people escape? She shouted and activated her sacred domain, covering heaven and earth. Countless blades of light flashed. Each of them brought about countless flowers of blood. In almost the blink of an eye, everyone was killed. In the sky, only the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood were still surging. Meng Chuan withdrew her sacred domain. Her body was spotless, and not even a drop of blood was stained. The people of the Gu family looked at this scene in amazement. At the same time, they were incomparably envious. If their young master San Tong had such a Dao protector expert by his side, that would be great. But in the next moment, their eyes widened again. They could not believe what they had just seen. In front of them, the super beautiful woman came to Lin Xian's side and said respectfully, "Temple Master, are you satisfied with what I've done?" Not bad." Lin Xian nodded. Then, Meng Chuan stood respectfully behind Lin Xian. This scene stunned the people of the Gu family. What was going on? Could it be that she was not a protector? To be honest, they could not believe it either. This was because most protectors had a very arrogant attitude. They would not intervene unless it was a matter of life and death. But this woman in front of them was so respectful to this young man. This was not the style of a protector at all. Instead, she looked like a follower. Who was this person? What was the background of this young man? They all looked at Gu Santong. Gu Santong was still in shock at this moment, but after being pushed by his elder, he immediately came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and was just about to say something. Lin Xian said, "Brother Gu, let's not talk about it. Let's leave this place first." "All right." Gu Santong nodded. Next, they followed Lin Xian into the spirit ship. Then, it quickly flew across the universe and disappeared into the darkness. After entering the spirit ship and completely leaving, Gu Santong and the elders of the Gu family finally heaved a sigh of relief. They began to swallow elixirs to recover from their injuries. However, most of them were stunned by Lin Xian. Among them, a few elders said, "Mr. Santong, you haven't introduced this mister yet?" "Yes, he's the benefactor of our Gu family." "You don't have to say that. Brother Gu and I are good friends, and we both came from the same star realm. Naturally, we'll help each other out. He's good friends with Mr. Santong, and we both came from the quintessential world." The elders of the Gu family were all stunned. Gu Santong swallowed 2 elixirs and nodded. "That's right. Don't you recognize him? Brother Lin was the Central Emperor back then." "Central Emperor?" "Lin Xian. It's him." The surrounding elders of the Gu family were stunned at first, then sucked in a breath of cold air. How could they not know? He was one of the top 5 peerless geniuses of the quintessential world: Eastern Sage, Southern Emperor, Northern Demon, Western Buddha, and Central Emperor. The Central Baron among them was Lin Xian. They did not expect to meet an old friend here and be saved by him. Lin Xian frowned and asked, "Brother Gu, what happened? Did something happen to the Gu family? Why are you being hunted down?" To be honest, he was very confused. A genius of the Emperor family being hunted down was really too unbelievable. Hearing this, Gu Santong laughed bitterly. "It's not that something happened to the family, it's me." "You, what happened to you?" "When I was in the quintessential world, I was considered a top genius. After leaving the ancient path of stars, my talent was not the best. More importantly, before leaving the ancient path of stars, I challenged the divine body of the Gu family. In the end, he was injured by him. Moreover, because of my challenge, the godly body was extremely angry and started to suppress me. This caused me to gradually break away from the core circle of the Gu clan. Later, after leaving the ancient starry sky path, the support I received from my family gradually decreased. Some time ago, I happened to get some news about the void demonic beasts, so I decided to take a gamble and brought some people to explore. In the end, I really did find a void beast skin. However, I was chased by other experts and thought that I was dead for sure. I didn't expect you to come and save me at the last moment. Gu Santong's explanation was concise, but Lin Xian already understood. It seemed that Gu Santong had offended someone, and the person he had offended was the godly physique of his own family. The Gu clan was an imperial clan, and the godhood of the Gu clan was similar to Leaf Dao Denier's status in the Yi clan. Therefore, Gu Santong's fate for offending such a person would be disastrous. Fortunately, Gu Santong was already qualified to lead the ancient path of the stars. Otherwise, it would be even worse. Not only that, the godly physique secretly tried to kill us, but we were lucky and escaped. The elders beside them could not bear to watch any longer. It was obvious that things were not as simple as they seemed. Lin Xian only had to think about it to know that such a battle between big clans would be extremely dangerous. Gu Santong was lucky to be able to survive until now. What are your plans now? Lin Xian asked. Gu Santong sighed. What plans could he have? As long as the godly physique was in the Gu clan, he had no chance and no right to return. Moreover, he wanted to say something, but suddenly sighed and shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Right, Brother Lin, why are you here? Gu Santong asked. Lin Xian said that he had recently obtained a treasure map, so he was prepared to come and explore it. He took out the map and pointed to the star circled in red. It should be nearby, but I can't be sure. This is the Great Yan planet. Gu Santong exclaimed. When Lin Xian heard this, he was also stunned. Then, he asked, you know this star world? Gu Santong nodded. That's right, this is the Great Yan planet, because I'm in this star world. You're there. Lin Xian was surprised, but soon smiled. It seems that I'm really lucky. Then, I'll disturb you for a few days. Brother Lin, why are you being so courteous with me? You're my savior. I originally wanted to invite you to my place and treat you well. Since he already knew that this was the star world, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He immediately changed directions and flew towards the Great Yan planet. Soon, they arrived at the Great Yan planet. The Great Yan planet was also a famous star world. There were many powerhouses and many sages there. It could be said that martial arts were very developed. Gu Santong had a certain amount of power on the Great Yan planet, so he quickly arrived at a spirit vein. In the next few days, Gu Santong really treated Lin Xian well. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. Furthermore, they had also discussed some matters regarding the martial Dao. Gu Santong was only a half-sage, while Lin Xian was already a sage. After a few conversations, Gu Santong benefited a lot, which made him very happy. Next, Gu Santong tried to go into seclusion, while Lin Xian and Lin Xian prepared to walk around the Great Yan planet. This was because the beast skin only showed the star world. As for what was in this world, he did not know. However, Lin Xian did not care too much. Treasure hunting was all about excitement. Although he did not know what the final treasure was, he did not know. However, to be able to come here and meet Gu Santong was already a huge stroke of luck for him. Even if he could not find the treasure, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. After all, in the true spirit world, he did not have many friends. Besides Gu Santong, there was also Wu Hua and Yi Wudao, who he had a good relationship with. However, these old friends were scattered all over the universe. It was not easy to meet them. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that if this map allowed him to meet Gu Santong, he might be able to find some other opportunities. Lin Xian brought Lin Xian and wandered around the Great Yan planet. After nearly a month, he understood the local customs and customs of the Great Yan planet. He also had a new understanding of the heavenly Dao. Unknowingly, his strength had also increased steadily. After more than a month, Lin Xian once again returned to Gu Santong's place. After he returned, he found that the atmosphere was a little strange. It seemed to be a little heavy. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that something had happened again? At this time, an elder walked over and respectfully said, "So Lin Gongzi has returned." Seventh elder, what's going on? Why does the atmosphere feel a little strange? These days, Lin Xian had gotten to know them better. These were the most loyal clan members of Gu Santong's side. Therefore, Lin Xian did not treat them as strangers. the seventh elder said in a low voice. Young Master Lin had sharp eyes. Today was indeed different because there were guests. Guests? Lin Xian was stunned. Were they here to look for Santong? That's right, they were here to look for the young master. You don't look too happy. Could it be that you're hiding something from me? Seventh elder sighed and did not say anything. Instead, he led Lin Xian and Lin Meng to a courtyard. The scenery was beautiful, but there were not many people. Lin Xian understood seventh elder's intentions when he arrived. There was no one in this courtyard, but there was someone in the courtyard opposite. From here, Lin Xian could clearly see everything that was happening in the courtyard opposite. At this moment, he saw Gu Santong sitting there with a gloomy expression. Gu Santong's aura was stronger than it had been a month ago. It was obvious that the martial arts exchange had been of great help to Gu Santong. This should have been something to be happy about, but Gu Santong did not look happy at all. Instead, there was an extremely solemn expression on his face. This made Lin Xian realize that things were not so simple. Who was it? Who could give Gu Santong such pressure? Not far from Gu Santong sat a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man was tall and slender, with a hooked nose and a cold expression on his face. They seemed to be discussing something. Lin Xian's soul was very strong, so he could instantly hear what they were talking about. However, it seemed that the conversation between the two was about to end, so Lin Xian only heard a few sentences. Young Master Gu, this is not something you can resist. Therefore, I advise you not to resist. Gu Santong sat there, not saying a word. At this moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. I have conveyed your message. I hope that young Master Gu will not be late. At this point, he stood up and strode away. It seemed that he did not care about Gu Santong at all. Lin Xian watched the entire process. However, that middle-aged man did not notice at all that someone was inspecting him. After the middle-aged man left, Gu Santong exuded a terrifying aura, and the air around him started to fluctuate rapidly. It was clear that he was furious. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he took a deep breath and said to Fantasy, Fantasy, you go back first. I'll go talk to him myself. As he spoke, he walked toward the courtyard. Brother Lin, you're back. Gu Santong's original aura was very frightening. His entire body seemed to have merged into the void, becoming even more frightening. He was originally a genius disciple of the Gu clan and cultivated the Great Void technique created by the Void Emperor. This was a spatial technique. It was extremely terrifying. When he sensed the figure in front of him, he immediately walked out of the void, and the power of the void around him quickly disappeared. Who was that person just now? Was there any conflict between you two? Lin Xian asked. Gu Santong was stunned. You heard everything? Lin Xian said. I heard a little, but I don't know the details. If you trust me, you can tell me. I might have a way to help you. Gu Santong laughed bitterly. Brother Lin, how can I not trust you? You saved my life. However, this matter was too difficult to talk about. Forget it. You'll know soon enough. I'll tell you. Next, Gu Santong gave a simple explanation. Lin Xian understood everything after hearing it, and then frowned. It turned out that Gu Santong had come to the Great Yen planet from the ancient Star Road. In order to quickly gain a foothold on the Great Yen planet, their bloodline decided to form a marriage alliance with a very powerful clan. Gu Santong did not agree at first. However, because of him, the divine body not only suppressed him, but also their bloodline. Therefore, at this time, Gu Santong also decided to sacrifice himself to repay their bloodline. Therefore, he agreed. The Gu family was not engaged to an ordinary clan, but to the Shadowless clan. The Shadowless clan was one of the 10,000 ancient clans. Moreover, they were a royal clan and were very powerful. On the Great Yen planet, there was a branch of the Shadowless clan. Logically speaking, the Shadowless clan was a royal clan while the Gu family was an emperor clan. However, the Shadowless clan had flourished on the Great Yen planet for thousands of years and was very powerful. As for Gu Santong's bloodline, they were not very powerful. In addition, they had just arrived. Therefore, the marriage alliance between the two could be considered a match. At that time, the Gu family still needed the help of the Shadowless clan. At first, Gu Santong did not think much of it. However, by chance, he found out about the Shadowless clan's secret and conspiracy. He was immediately unhappy. He wanted to break off the marriage alliance, but how could his family agree? His bloodline had finally settled down here. If they offended the Shadowless clan, they would definitely be forced to leave the Great Yen planet. It would be even more difficult to go to other worlds in the future. They might even be killed by the Gu family's divine body. Oh, what secret? Lin Xian asked. For Gu Santong to be so angry, it was definitely not a small matter. Gu Santong gritted his teeth. That damned woman and the Shadowless clan were not trying to help our Gu family. They were trying to steal our Gu family's inheritance. As you know, we are emperor clans. What we cultivate is naturally the emperor's techniques. How exquisite that was! That woman from the Shadowless clan and her entire family were trying to steal the ancient void scripture. There was actually such a thing? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The ancient void scripture was an inheritance created by the emperor. It was definitely something that countless people would be jealous of. Although Gu Santong and his bloodline had declined, they were unable to learn the core of the inheritance. However, what they cultivated was related to the emperor's techniques. It was definitely not weak. The Shadowless clan had taken a fancy to this, which was why they had arranged the marriage alliance. The Shadowless clan was also a very mysterious clan. They had no form and were very similar to the void. This was why they wanted to steal the Gu family's inheritance. Didn't you tell your bloodline about this? Lin Xian asked. Not yet. My family still doesn't know. Because if this secret was leaked, the Shadowless clan would not be so gentle. They would definitely use extremely fierce methods. Perhaps they might even catch us all in one fell swoop. Then, what do you plan to do? I don't know. But even if I die, I will not leak our Gu family's ancient void scripture. Not to mention the ancient void scripture, even any of our country's techniques would not be leaked to the other party. Then, what was the agreement between you two? Lin Xian asked again. Gu Santong said, it's that woman, the woman who wants to marry me. She probably can't wait any longer and is rushing me to complete the marriage. Oh, someone from the Shadowless clan? That's good. I want to see who is so bold as to covet the Void Emperor's secret technique inheritance. A cold glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, he was furious. Gu Santong was his friend, and he could not accept the fact that the other party dared to scheme against his friend. Moreover, he came from the true spirit world, and the Void Emperor was the emperor of the true spirit world. Lin Xian was naturally displeased that the other worlds were trying to take advantage of their world. Therefore, he wanted to see what the Shadowless clan was capable of to be so arrogant. Brother Lin, what do you mean? Gu Santong looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian smiled. Didn't he want to see you? Let's meet then. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let the Gu clan's inheritance leak out. Good. Gu Santong was also excited, and hope returned to his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian was very strong now, and he seemed to have a powerful force behind him. If Lin Xian could help, it would be best. He said, Hero, I know we are friends, but if we fight, the implications will be too great. However, if you can really help me get out of this marriage, I can give you a scroll of our Gu clan's ancient scripture as a reward. Hearing this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. That was the ancient scripture of the Emperor clan. However, he quickly said, Isn't the Gu clan's inheritance not allowed to be leaked? You're violating the clan rules. Gu Santong said, Don't worry, I won't violate the clan rules. The core of our Gu clan is the Void Ancient Scripture created by the Void Emperor. I've only touched the surface, and I'm not even qualified to touch the core. Therefore, I can't leak it. Of course, other than the Void Emperor, our Gu clan also gave birth to countless saints. They also created countless secret techniques and mystiques based on the Void Ancient Scripture. Of course, these were also very precious divine abilities and secret techniques. Normally, the Gu family would not leak this information to outsiders. However, there were exceptions. For example, if the Gu clan is indebted to someone, we will give them a divine ability as a form of gratitude. This had happened 3 times in the history of the family. Therefore, I'm not breaking the family's rules by giving you an ancient scripture divine ability. So that was the case. Lin Xian understood. Although it was not the void scripture, it was the most crucial secret technique. However, it was also a divine ability created by a saint expert of the Gu clan. Its power was also extremely terrifying. Moreover, what the Gu family gave him must have something to do with spatial magic. Space mystiques were extremely powerful mystiques, so how could Lin Xian not be excited? One had to know that the Shadowless clan was aiming for these secret arts. Lin Xian rejoiced inwardly. This kind of ancient scripture was not passed down to outsiders. In history, the Gu family had only passed it down to their benefactors 3 times. Perhaps, this would be the 4th time for Lin Xian. This was an extremely rare opportunity, so Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, with me here, I won't let the Shadowless clan succeed." The Celestial Linxian Pavilion was a very famous holy land on the Great Yen planet. The Celestial Linxian Pavilion was a building built by intersecting 3 top-grade spirit veins. The spiritual energy was very rich. There were even heaven and earth anomalies. It could be said that it was a place that all powerhouses on the Great Yen planet dreamed of. However, those who were able to come here were all extraordinary. Other than the peerless experts, only the top clans and sects were able to come here. Outside the Celestial Linxian Pavilion stood 2 young figures. They were Lin Xian and Gu Santong. The 2 of them discussed for a while and decided to go. Wang, the person stopped. A cold voice came from inside the Celestial Linxian Pavilion. The surrounding sword chi formed illusions of an azure dragon and a white tiger. These were all extremely terrifying techniques and arrays. If there were any strange movements, they would instantly kill the person. Even a saint would not dare to act wildly here. Lin Xian and Yi Zichen stopped. An old man's face appeared from within, looking down at the 2 of them condescendingly. This was the Celestial Linxian Pavilion. Not just anyone could enter. Do you 2 have an identity jade token? Ordinary people could not come to such a place. Even some saints could not come. Unless you had a reputation that resounded throughout the entire star realm, or you were recommended by a top family and had an identity jade token, you could enter. I'm here to see Hua Feiyu of the Shadowless clan. As he spoke, Gu Santong took out a token. It was the token that the middle-aged man had given him. The old face in front carefully stared at the token and then nodded. "Gentlemen, please." As he spoke, the array in front of them split open. Countless rays of light flashed, forming a colorful passage. The 2 of them strode in. After entering, even Lin Xian exclaimed. He had to admit that the layout of the Celestial Linxian Pavilion was exquisite. The array around it was of the world level. Even a saint would not dare to act wildly here. More importantly, there were 3 supreme-grade spiritual veins gathered together. The pure energy they emitted shocked him greatly. They really knew how to enjoy life. He did not expect the Great Yen planet to have such a supreme-grade place. If he could cultivate here all year round, the efficiency would be frighteningly high. In addition, the guards and deacons inside were all half-sages. There were even saints. The standard was so high that it was shocking. After Lin Xian entered, he was led in by a half-sage deacon. After walking for about half an hour, they came to the front. In front of them was a very majestic palace. The buildings were engraved with Tao patterns. They were densely packed with the mysterious power of heaven and earth. This was the work of a saint. At this moment, there was a jade platform in front of the palace. Similarly, it was formed with patterns of Tao patterns. On one side of the jade platform sat a woman in a pink dress. She sat there, her hair hanging down to her waist. At this moment, she stretched out her slender hands and was cutting flowers. She was not cutting ordinary flowers, but spirit flowers around 7,000 years old. Lin Xian recognized them at a glance. They were called peace bloom. They had a strong effect on the growth of one's soul. Smelling the fragrance of these flowers could unknowingly increase one's soul power. It was very precious. On the vase engraved with Tao patterns, there were several bouquets of peace bloom. They were all around 7,000 years old. At this moment, the woman in pink was holding a palm-sized dragon scissors and carefully cutting the flowers. She looked very leisurely. However, Lin Xian could tell that she was cultivating. Every movement seemed casual, but it carried the Tao of heaven and earth. She was cultivating, which meant that she was a saint. She was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. This woman should be Gu Santong's fiancée, the little princess of the Shadowless clan, Hua Feiyu. After Lin Xian and Gu Santong arrived, the deacon who had led them left. In the hall, other than the two of them, there was only Hua Feiyu, who was still cutting flowers. A middle-aged man stood in the distance. It was the man who had met Gu Santong before. At this moment, he had a long sword hanging from his waist. His aura was faint, but it was obvious that he was constantly watching the situation inside. If there was any movement, he would intervene. Gu Santong frowned slightly. He was already here, but the other party did not seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. This made him a little angry. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but Lin Xian gently pulled him back, stopping him. At the same time, Lin Xian transmitted a message to him, telling him not to rush. Let's see what she is up to. After Gu Santong heard the message, he calmed down. With Lin Xian by his side, he was not as uneasy as before. The two of them waited like this for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, no one moved. Only Hua Feiyu, who was in front, continued to cut flowers. Finally, on the 8th day, when the sun rose, Hua Feiyu let go of the dragon's sword in her hand. She raised her head, a strange light in her eyes. Santong, you're here. This time, you're not the same as before. I didn't expect you to be able to wait for so long. Gu Santong snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, he was very unhappy. He had been here for a long time, and had waited for 7 days and 7 nights. This damned woman, she was obviously trying to show him who was the boss. Hua Feiyu was very calm. She glanced at Gu Santong, then back at the peace bloom in front of her. From the beginning to the end, she had not looked at Lin Xian. In her opinion, he was not even worth mentioning. She didn't even care much about Gu Santong. If it weren't for his identity and the fact that he had inherited the martial technique, she probably wouldn't even spare him a glance. There is still a month before our wedding. You should go back and prepare for it. My Shadowless clan is a peak family of the Grand Spill planet. Your Gu clan must not disgrace our Shadowless clan. Wedding? Gu Santong sneered. Hua Feiyu, you think too highly of yourself. Don't think that I don't know what your family is planning. Today, I can tell you clearly that I will not marry you. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the distance was stunned, and then his face instantly sank. As for Hua Feiyu, she also stopped what she was doing. She once again raised her hand as her voice became ice-cold. I can take that as a joke and I didn't hear it. Now, go back and prepare for the wedding. Are you deaf? I said, I will not marry you. Gu Santong roared again. His voice was like a clap of thunder. No. Give me a reason. I won't let your Shadowless clan scheme succeed. You're too young and hot-headed. You're too reckless. What do you think my Shadowless clan is? You think you can refuse just because you want to? I won't marry you today. What can you do about it? Gu Santong steeled his heart. Hua Feiyu was not angry. Instead, she waved her hand and said to the middle-aged man without looking back. She let him out. When the middle-aged man heard this, he sneered and took out a pagoda. Then, he formed a seal with his palms and the pagoda continued to grow. Inside the pagoda, there was a figure floating up and down, suspended in midair by the chains of law. It was a youth with delicate features who was suspended in the air. His face was full of fear. Damn it, Gu Santong stood up immediately. You dare kidnap my brother, he was instantly enraged. That's right, this child was Gu Santong's brother. He had followed Gu Santong and his family to the Grand Spill planet. But he didn't expect that they would kidnap his brother and treat him like this. Gu Santong was instantly enraged. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if he was about to attack. The middle-aged man in the distance sneered when he saw the scene. He took a step forward, and an extremely terrifying law surged out. This caused Gu Santong's expression to change. A mere half-sage did not have the right to be arrogant in front of him. That middle-aged man was a sage. Damn it. Hua Feiyu. What is the meaning of this? Gu Santong glared at the woman in front of him. The black-clothed woman said indifferently. Very simple. Go back obediently and stay in your family. We'll hold the wedding in a month. If everything goes well, I'll let your brother go. If you and your family do anything unusual, I can guarantee that your younger brother will be destroyed in both body and soul. How dare you? Gu Santong roared like a madman. Hua Feiyu's expression was indifferent. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll only say this once. If you don't want your brother's life, you're free to do it. This time, Gu Santong didn't say anything else. He immediately made his move. He instantly used the secret space technique to arrive at the bottom of the tower. His speed was extremely fast. It was as if he had opened a space portal. Once he appeared, he was in front of his brother. The great void handprint grabbed at the law chain, wanting to shatter it. Boom! The sound of an intense collision rang out as an extremely terrifying force swept out in all directions. Suddenly, the power of the law exploded. Gu Santong was sent flying. His blood boiled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Throughout the entire process, the middle-aged man and Hua Feiyu did not move. Seeing this, Hua Feiyu chuckled. I have to say, you're really a piece of trash. If it weren't for your status, do you think I'd marry a piece of trash like you? Alright, I'll forgive you this time. Go back obediently. Damn it. You really deserve to die. Gu Santong was so angry that his eyes turned red and his body trembled. He hated himself for being so weak. If he was a saint, then he would have been able to save her brother just now. But now, not only did he not succeed in saving her brother, he was injured by that force. He was a joke to others. Go back? Why should I go back? At this moment, a voice rang out. At the same time, a hand was placed on Gu Santong's shoulder. Gu Santong was stunned. He felt a warm force coming from his body. He turned to look at Lin Xian. A glimmer of hope returned to his eyes. In front of him, Hua Feiyu also frowned. She looked at Lin Xian. I'm talking to your master. Is there a place for a servant like you to speak? Open your mouth. Hua Feiyu was very angry. To be honest, she didn't even like Gu Santong, let alone the person Gu Santong brought. In her opinion, the person Gu Santong brought could not be much of a person. At most, he was a servant of the Gu family. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, she did not feel any powerful aura from him. Now, even Gu Santong did not dare to refute her. A servant dared to refute her will. This was an act of suicide. Wang, hearing Hua Feiyu's words, the middle-aged man waved his hand. In the sky, countless laws formed a hand of laws and slapped towards Lin Xian. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Not to mention a slap, this attack could turn someone into a bloody mist. Feeling the power of this palm, Gu Santong's face changed instantly. It was too terrifying. He could not even breathe. Oh no, Brother Lin, dodge. He wanted to explain Lin Xian's identity, but it was too late. At the same time, he was extremely worried. Although he knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, he had never seen Lin Xian's true strength. The last time they met, it was the woman beside Lin Xian who attacked. This time, they did not bring the woman with them. Therefore, he was not sure if Lin Xian could withstand the attack of a saint. In fact, he subconsciously felt that he could not withstand it. That was why she shouted so loudly. Humph, what an idiot. Seeing this, Hua Feiyu shook her head and laughed coldly. Even Gu Santong could not withstand this attack, let alone a servant of the Gu family. The middle-aged saint who attacked also smiled coldly. Fine, let's kill this ant. Let's see if Gu Santong still dares to behave atrociously in front of us in the future. The only one who was calm was Lin Xian. He looked at the sword of laws descending from the sky with a calm expression. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed upwards. Previously, Lin Xian did not make a move. This was because he felt that the time was not right. But later, the other party not only threatened Gu Santong, but also captured Gu Santong's younger brother. They even wanted to kill him. At this moment, Lin Xian moved. Boom, on Lin Xian's palm, balls of golden Dao patterns appeared. Like burning golden flames, they reached out to grab the space in front of them. This power caused Gu Santong to be stunned once again. He kept retreating, because the power of this palm was too terrifying. The entire void instantly sank. This scene was very strange. It was as if the entire space had stopped. Only the two palms were moving continuously. Boom, when the two palms collided, there was the sound of thousands of thunderbolts descending. Countless large cracks spread between heaven and earth as the terrifying energy formed one black hole after another. What was even more frightening was that the palm of law in the sky had been smashed into pieces. Not only that, but the middle-aged saint who had attacked also retreated continuously. His palm was bleeding, and his entire arm was trembling non-stop. Then, it exploded and turned into a bloody mist. In fact, when Gu Santong had made his move, the guards of the celestial Linxian pavilion had already gathered here. However, they saw that it was Hua Feiyu from the Shadowless clan. He did not make a move, nor did he move too far away. Later on, when they saw Lin Xian make a move, they also looked at him with disdain. However, the scene before them had truly stunned them. A saint was instantly injured. Furthermore, he had been lightly struck by the other party's palm. This was too inconceivable. Gu Santong's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, but he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. The fact that a saint's attack had been so easily broken meant that Lin Xian was at least a saint, or at least had the combat strength of a saint. There was another person who was shocked. That person was Hua Feiyu. At this moment, the flood dragon scissors in her hand fell onto the white jade bracelet again, making a clanging sound. However, she did not notice it at all. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. How could this be? Shadowless upper spirit was injured. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the middle-aged man she had brought along was a first heaven sage, and a middle-stage first heaven sage. His strength was extremely terrifying. In her opinion, no one from Gu Santong's faction could withstand this attack. However, a young man beside Gu Santong had managed to withstand it. Not only did he withstand it, but he had also injured Shadowless upper spirit. This scene was like a dream, and she felt that it was unreal. Lin Xian retracted his hand and a smile appeared on his face as he walked forward. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the white jade platform. Then, he picked up a peace-bloom flower and sniffed it. Then, he said calmly, "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me with such strength? Seems like you're tired of living." Since Brother Gu said that he does not want to get married, no one can force him. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it was unquestionable. "Who are you?" Hua Feiyu finally regained her senses. She looked at the young man who was very close to her and was extremely shocked. Until now, she had not figured out his strength. It was too strange. He was unfathomable. "You don't deserve to know who I am. All you need to know is that from now on, this brother of mine will no longer be threatened by your family. Moreover, no one can threaten him. Damn kid, you're courting death." The middle-aged man, Shadowless upper spirit, roared crazily behind him. He was actually injured by a brat. This was something he could not accept. Moreover, Lin Xian was being so arrogant. "No one can threaten the Shadowless tribe." In the next moment, he roared and threw his palm at Lin Xian again. This time around, his palm became extremely strange. There were simply no traces of it at all. Thus, no one knew where it would appear from. This was the specialty of the Shadowless tribe. It was similar to the void technique. However, Lin Xian did not care. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Then, with a slight tap of his foot, his body moved away in an instant. At the place where he had been standing, a terrifying giant palm appeared and tore the void apart. What? He dodged it? That's impossible. Shadowless upper spirit screamed. How could Lin Xian have dodged his shadowless palm? The shadowless palm could disappear without a trace. Did Lin Xian notice it in advance? He could not believe it. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. She said coldly, "I don't know who you are, nor do I know your relationship with Gu Santong. But let me tell you, the Shadowless tribe is not to be trifled with. The Shadowless tribe is the royal tribe of the 10,000 Archean tribes. Even in the Great Yen planet, we are one of the top tribes. Are you sure you want to start a war with the Shadowless tribe? Not to mention the entire tribe, just the top prodigy of the Shadowless pillar is not someone you can fight against. Hua Feiyu's eyes were full of arrogance. Lin Xian smiled. Oh, who is the prodigy of the Shadowless tribe? I've never heard of him. Then I can only say that you're ignorant. Hua Feiyu snorted. His eyes were full of arrogance. The top prodigy of the Shadowless tribe is called Shadowless Qin. Even on the Starry Sky Ancient Road, he was a famous elite prodigy. And he had just broken through recently. There were not many people in the younger generation who were his match. So, he was so powerful, as if he was invincible. But why have I never heard of him on the Starry Sky Ancient Road? Lin Xian had never heard of the name Wu Yingchen. What do you know? Wu Yingchen was now a saint, and a very young one at that. In the Heaven Punisher, there were less than 5 people in the younger generation who could defeat him. Pfft, what was there to be arrogant about? There were still people who could defeat him. Gu Santong sneered when he heard this. Hua Feiyu showed a trace of disdain. Gu Santong, you are an idiot. You don't know what this means. Let me tell you, who can be compared to the prodigies of the Shadowless tribe. The first is the successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian. I think you are familiar with this name because I have investigated. Yan Nantian and you are from the same Starry Sky Ancient Road. You are only a half-saint, but Yan Nantian is different. Although he is a half-saint, rumor has it that Yan Nantian has killed more than one sage, and he has the inheritance of the great emperor. He is so powerful that no one can defeat him. The second is the famous Little Sword Saint. He has comprehended the law of the sword, which also shocked some sages. The third is Di Ling. The number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard was very mysterious. Although he did not attack often, every attack was earth-shattering. The fourth is called An 13. He was a top young assassin of the Dark Moon Palace. Although his reputation wasn't as great as Yu Lingzi's, his strength was much stronger than Yu Lingzi's. Because he was a saint-level assassin, he could become an assassin saint. Hua Feiyu said the names of the 4 people in a row, and then shook his white jade-like finger. Only they are qualified to be compared to the prodigy of the Shadowless tribe, Wu Yingchen. 4 people, didn't you say there was one more? Looks like you were just bragging. Gu Santong sneered. Hua Feiyu said coldly. Of course, there is one more person. He is the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard, and also the number 1 on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. He defeated Yan Nantian. He was called Lin Wudi. However, I reckon that he's already dead. Because right now, countless experts and saints from all over the universe want to kill him. He definitely won't be able to survive. Lin Wudi. Gu Santong's heart raced. He had defeated Yan Nantian, and his surname was Lin Xian. He could not help but look at Lin Xian. Could that Lin Wudi be the Lin Xian beside him? He wasn't sure. Because recently, he really didn't care much about the outside world. However, in his opinion, it shouldn't be possible. Hua Feiyu spoke again. Only these 5 people are qualified to compete with the top geniuses of the Shadowless clan. What about you? Who are you? Are you Yan Nantian or Di Ling? At this point, her eyes were filled with mockery. He was a young man. Although he was very powerful, so what? Daring to go against the Shadowless clan, they must be tired of living. You know quite a lot. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It was as if he did not care about these rumors at all. This smile made Hua Feiyu extremely unhappy. What was he pretending for? However, suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Wait, she remembered that Gu Santong had just called him Brother Lin. That meant that his surname was Lin. Moreover, other than the Gu family, Gu Santong should not have many friends. However, this person in front of her was willing to stand up for Gu Santong. That meant that the 2 of them were very likely from the same world. According to her investigation, Yan Nantian and Gu Santong were from the same world. Other than that, there was another person, and that was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi and Yan Nantian were also from the same world. And this person in front of her was surnamed Lin. Could it be that this person was him? She had a thought in her mind, but this thought struck her like lightning. She did not dare to believe it. That's impossible. Why would he come here? Wasn't he being chased by countless sages? However, when she saw Lin Xian's confident smile, she felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that she had guessed correctly. This person was that person. However, before she could say anything, the middle-aged sage, shadowless upper spirit, said coldly. Sis, don't waste your time with them. I'll kill this kid now. I was careless just now. Now, I'll use all my strength. Having said that, he roared angrily. His entire body became illusory, and lines of blood-red runes appeared on his body. That was the power of the bloodline. It was obvious that Shadowless Upper Spirit was going to use his ultimate move. Shadowless Slash, this was indeed the ultimate move of the Shadowless tribe. With a slash, he could even kill someone who was more powerful than him. Now that he had used all his strength, he did not believe that Lin Xian could withstand it. No, you can't do it. Hua Feiyu screamed. She had already guessed the identity of the person in front of her. Making a move against such a person was simply courting death. However, she did not have time to warn Lin Xian. Shadowless Upper Spirit had already made his move. Lin Xian's face darkened. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Golden runes appeared on his palm, and the 5 elements divine chains circled around them. His entire palm carried a terrifying wave of energy, as if it had turned into a giant dragon and rushed out. In an instant, the entire space exploded. The surrounding array flickered and even started to fluctuate. This wave of energy was so powerful that Gu Santong and Hua Feiyu were forced to retreat. The faces of the guards in the distance changed drastically as well. However, the saint-level formation was actually showing signs of shattering at this moment. Who was the person who attacked them? This power was so terrifying that it alarmed everyone in the Celestial Advent Pavilion. When the elites rushed over, they were all stunned. They saw the sage blood in the sky being destroyed by a giant palm that was as big as a 5 elements mountain. The miserable cries sent chills down their spines. Finally, it disappeared into the sky. These people were crazy. What did they just see? Someone destroyed the sage blood. Someone killed a sage, and it happened in the blink of an eye. Who was this person? He was the god of death. Originally, the Celestial Advent Pavilion had a rule that no one was allowed to fight. Otherwise, they would kill that person. But now, they did not dare to do anything. Gu Santong was also stunned. Was he dead? A saint-level expert was killed just like that? Hua Feiyu's heart raced and her body trembled. That's right, it was him. It must be him. It was because of him that he had such strength. The elites in the Celestial Advent Pavilion were also stunned. They even wanted to turn around and run. The entire space was eerily silent. As expected of the peace bloom flower, it could increase one's soul power. Lin Xian said calmly. He inserted the flower in his hand into Hua Feiyu's hair. Hua Feiyu trembled in fear and did not dare to resist. Her heart was filled with fear. She was afraid that the other party would attack. Although she was also a sage, she was only at the first level of the first heaven. Even a mid-stage first heaven sage was instantly killed by the other party. How could she be a match for him? If the other party attacked at this time, she would not be able to escape death. She opened her cherry lips and wanted to say something, but she could not make a sound. It was as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed her by the neck. At this time, a sage from the Celestial Advent Pavilion spoke. He said in a low voice, "Who are you?" Lin Xian did not pay attention to the sage. Instead, he looked at Hua Feiyu with a faint smile. Now, you should know who I am, right? Hua Feiyu swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Although Lin Xian was not emitting any terrifying aura now, she could not breathe. However, she couldn't breathe anymore. She would be an idiot if she still didn't know who the other party was. Lin Wudi, you are Lin Wudi. Her voice was filled with endless fear and trembling. What, Lin Wudi? The surrounding experts and sages from the Celestial Advent Pavilion were also stunned. They were not unfamiliar with this name because Lin Wudi had long been famous on the ancient Road of the Stars. First, he defeated Yan Nantian and then stirred up a storm in the Void Ocean. Now, countless experts were looking for him. But they did not expect that he would be here. He had appeared in the Great Yen planet, and the moment he appeared, he had killed a sage. These people felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, they did not rush forward rashly. Otherwise, they would be dead now. These people were filled with shock and fear. They did not dare to go forward. Many of them even took a few steps back. Su Chen stretched out a finger and gently flicked it. A ray of sword chi shattered the chains of law on the tower in front of him. Then he said, "Santong, take your brother away. Leave this to me." "Okay." Gu Santong nodded. He already knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. These people would definitely not dare to attack, so he did not hesitate and went forward to save his brother. Then he brought him out. When he left the spiritual celestial pavilion, Gu Santong's heart was filled with shock. He had never thought that Lin Xian would have such a reputation. Just his name alone was enough to make the people around him not dare to make a move. It was easy to imagine what Lin Xian had gone through before. The two of them were friends, and even though there was a difference in their strength, he didn't think that it would be too much of a difference. But now, he could only laugh bitterly. He was still a half-sage, while Lin Xian had become a sage. Moreover, his name shook the 10,000 realms. Those older generation experts all acknowledged allegiance to him. The difference was too great. However, he was not jealous. All he had was determination. He had to move forward on the path of martial arts. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and flew into the distance. In the distance, the elders of the Gu clan were already waiting. They were very worried about Gu Santong's safety. When they saw Gu Santong come out, they heaved a sigh of relief. They had asked, did he not come out? Sure enough, Gu Santong recounted everything that had happened. When the elders of the Gu clan heard it, they all gasped in shock. Heavens, Lin Gongzi was Lin Wudi. It really was him, I should have guessed it. Many elders were shocked. However, Gu Santong said that although brother Lin was Lin Wudi and was very powerful and could intimidate these people, the Shadow clan was definitely the top clan. But the Shadowless clan is definitely one of the top clans. If there really is a conflict, I'm afraid brother Lin won't be able to resist. Young master, don't worry about this. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to handle it. But Lin Wudi could definitely do it, even an existence like the Vermilion Bird Palace was unable to kill him. Not to mention the Shadowless clan. Moreover, there were many factions and families that wanted to kill Lin Wudi, but he was still alive and well. Moreover, those who dared to provoke Lin Wudi all had terrible endings. If the Shadowless clan really dared to go against Lin Wudi, they would probably suffer heavy losses. Those elders were all very excited. They had heard all kinds of legends about Lin Wudi. Now that they knew it was Lin Wudi, they were very excited. Seeing their elders so excited, Gu Santong was even more shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Xian's reputation. Previously, their elders were very afraid of the Shadowless clan. But now, it seemed that no one was optimistic about the Shadowless clan. Instead, they were optimistic about Lin Wudi. What kind of strength did he have to be able to make these elders think this way? Gu Santong was extremely shocked. He could not help but turn his head to look at the Ling Xian pavilion in the distance. The pavilion was still silent. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes were on Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu's face was extremely pale. It was as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. The blood in her body was about to freeze. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead and streaked across her beautiful face. What do you want? If you touch me, the Shadowless clan will not let you off. Hua Feiyu could only threaten him. Did you know? Those who have threatened me are all dead. For example, the Great Demon, and some prodigies that you have heard of. Hearing this, Hua Feiyu's heart thumped. She knew that he was right. Lin Wudi's battle record was like thunder to her ears. If she dared to provoke him, he would definitely kill her with one slap. Although the Shadowless clan was powerful, so what? Which top sect did not want to kill him now, but he was still alive and well, so she knew that threatening him was useless. Hua Feiyu took a deep breath. Lin Gongzi, I was wrong this time. I apologize to you. And I promise that from now on, I will never have any ideas about Gu Santong. Please spare my life. The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. They were dumbfounded. What were they seeing? The little princess of the Shadowless clan, the high and mighty queen, was lowering her head to someone at this moment. And she was begging for mercy. This scene was simply like a dream. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Gu Santong's matter had been resolved. He was about to say something, but at this moment, Black Mountain spoke. Kid, there's something wrong. The girl in front of you is not ordinary. She seems to be hiding something in her body. Hearing Black Mountain's voice transmission, Lin Xian frowned and revealed a trace of surprise. Black Mountain was a supreme sage and had seen many things, so he could naturally see many key problems. Lin Xian said telepathically. What is it? Could it be the soul imprint of a sage? Something to protect one's life, he asked. Usually, he knew that top prodigies like this would be planted with a life-saving talisman of their clan's patriarch. However, he was not too concerned about this. It was just a life-saving talisman. It could not do anything to him. However, He Shan told him through voice transmission that he wasn't. Wasn't it? Lin Xian was stunned. If it wasn't a life-saving talisman, then what was it? It was a soul, a very weak soul. He Shan said telepathically. A remnant soul? Just like you. Lin Xian was surprised. He Shan said, it's not the same. It has an extremely strong death aura. It shouldn't exist in this world. But for some reason, it survived in this woman's body. He Shan sneered. Perhaps even this woman herself doesn't know that there is such a soul in her body. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There's such a thing? He asked. What does that have to do with us? Just kill this woman. No, I'm very curious. Who is it that came up with such a method? Kid, although I promised to assist you by your side, I also want to be resurrected one day. So I'm very interested in this method. Although I may not do it, maybe I can get some inspiration from it. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. A cold light appeared in his eyes. You can take action and grab the soul out. Okay, but help me cover it up. He Shan said telepathically. Hearing this, Lin Xian stretched out his palm. A black aura appeared on it, like a ghost. It was very scary. He grabbed Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu screamed like crazy, her face full of horror. Is he going to kill me? Is he really going to do it? No. Please spare my life. She screamed. The people around were also stunned. If they killed Hua Feiyu, they would definitely start a war with the Shadowless clan. Lin Wudi is really strong. But soon, they were stunned. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. She saw the black palm pass through her body, but she was not injured. What's going on? She widened her beautiful eyes. The next moment, her whole body trembled because she found that the black palm was being pulled out of her body. At the same time, a black shadow came out. It was a very strange black shadow. It seemed that the latter wanted to return to her body. What's going on? Hua Feiyu was stunned. Why is there such a shadow in my body? This was too unbelievable. While she was in a daze, the black shadow suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Whoosh, after that, the entire space darkened as if it had turned into hell. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard all around. The terrifying aura made the surrounding sages' scalps go numb. What happened? Everyone in the Celestial Lin Pavilion was stunned. Many of them were trembling in fear. Hua Feiyu was even more stunned. Lin Xian sneered as he activated his great dragon sword soul. Sharp sword chi pierced out in all directions. Immediately, the miserable cries became even more terrifying. Hua Feiyu also revealed a pained expression. Half of the black shadow's body had left, and there was still a pair of legs inside her body. However, at this moment, a few Dao patterns suddenly lit up on her body and formed an array formation. She firmly locked onto the black shadow and seemed to want to stop it from escaping. Not only that, but Hua Feiyu's bloodline power was also activated out of nowhere. Hua Feiyu was stunned. He did not move at all. It was all controlled by someone else. What was going on? The black shadow in her body was actually able to control her bloodline power, soul locking array? He Shan sneered, not caring at all. He did not care about a mere soul locking array. The black claw slapped a few times and all of them were aimed at the vital points of the soul-locking array. When Lin Xian saw this, he immediatei unleashed his dragon-shaped sword qi and shattered those vital points. With a crack, the entire soul-locking array was shattered into pieces. Hua Feiyu's body trembled as the black shadow was completely pulled out. Roar, between heaven and earth, an extremely terrifying roar rang out. Then, the black shadow rushed out of the celestial Lin pavilion, wanting to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let it escape? Countless dragon-shaped sword qi intertwined to form a dragon sword sacred realm, completely sealing off all the space. The black shadow crashed into the sword qi and let out a miserable cry. It quickly retreated, its face full of fear. These sword qis were capable of annihilating everything. There was no way the soul could escape. At this moment, He Shan also moved. Soul sealing seal. Between heaven and earth, countless Tao inscriptions formed a seal and shrouded the black soul. The soul wanted to resist, but after being slashed a few times by the sword qi, it became extremely weak and was finally sealed. Did you succeed? Lin Xian asked through telepathy. He Shan nodded and smiled, but soon she frowned. Wait a moment, kid, chase all the people around out. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he snorted coldly, get lost, if you don't want to die. The sword qi circled around and all the people around it retreated. Even the sages felt their scalps go numb as they were pushed outside. Lin Xian took out an array and directly shrouded the entire space. In the next moment, he asked, what's wrong? It's not over yet. It's more complicated than I thought. As she spoke, He Shan looked at Hua Feiyu. Xian also looked over. At this moment, Hua Feiyu was already sitting on the ground. Her face became extremely pale. She was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Now, she felt Lin Xian's gaze and suddenly her body trembled. She didn't know what he was going to do. At this moment, He Shan telepathically said, kid, do as I say. Then, Lin Xian heard He Shan's telepathic message. He was stunned, but soon, a cold look appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he directly shot out the 9 suns divine fire and enveloped Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu was burned by the flames and immediately screamed, but she couldn't escape at all. Lin Xian's palm firmly enveloped her. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Don't fight. There are some things on you that I have to figure out. Figure out? What do you mean? Hua Feiyu realized that the robe and armor on her body had all melted under the strange flames. She appeared in front of him like a newborn baby, which made her ears turn red. She had never faced a man like that. Lin Xian didn't have any abnormalities. He continued to activate the 9 suns divine fire. Gradually, he realized that Hua Feiyu's body was changing again. Mysterious veined patterns appeared one after another. They were all Dao veins that were densely packed and crawled all over his body. Not only that, the shadow under Hua Feiyu's feet seemed to be twisting in pain. This scene made Lin Xian's hair stand. Hua Feiyu was terrified, but she didn't know what was happening. Lin Xian saw that the Dao patterns on Hua Feiyu's body, when combined, looked like a ghost head. Using the soul to raise the corpse. It's such a method. He Shan exclaimed, as if he didn't expect this to happen. What was going on? Lin Xian asked. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. She had never thought that there would be such a thing hidden in her body. He Shan said that this little girl was just a sacrifice, using her body to raise another person. Moreover, the Dao patterns on her body and this method made me think of an ancient legend. Ancient legend? What was that? Reincarnation. Reincarnation. Lin Xian was shocked. There was such a saying that after one died in battle, one would enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then, one would live in this world with a new life. And martial artists cultivated to escape this kind of reincarnation. There were 5 swords in the world, other than the Great Dragon Sword and the Heavenly Punishment Sword, there was another one called the Reincarnation Sword. It was said that it was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Reincarnation Sword. Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly, he felt that his heavenly secret divine eyes suddenly released a light. It was as if his eyes were like his heart, beating rapidly. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked. The heavenly secret divine eyes had a reaction. Could it be related to the thing on Hua Feiyu's body? He did not know, but he was even more interested. It seemed that even if he did not help He Shan, he would have to study it himself. Then, who was this person who wanted to be revived? Lin Xian said again. He glanced at Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu was still in great shock. He Shan said that he was not sure, but it seemed that even the bloodline power had been activated. It was very likely that it was the ancestor of the Shadowless clan. Or, it was related to the Shadowless clan. Ancestor, this time, Hua Feiyu came back to her senses and screamed. Her face became extremely pale, as if she had thought of something. What did you think of? Tell me and I will spare your life. Lin Xian said coldly. I remember that when I was 5 years old, I was taught by the Grand Elder of the clan to go to the ancestral land of the Shadowless clan every month to pay respects. Every time I went there, I would fall asleep, and when I came back, I would wake up 3 days later. How long did this go on for? Hua Feiyu thought for a moment and then said. Until now, it was not every month, but every year. He Shan snorted coldly. It seemed like his guess was right. It was an old ancestor of the Shadowless clan who wanted to reincarnate. Was the patriarch resurrected? Hua Feiyu was also surprised. Then, a fiery light appeared in his eyes. When He Shan saw this, he sneered. It was foolish of you to think it was a good thing. After your ancestor revives, you will die and never fall into the cycle of reincarnation. You won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Do you still think this is a good opportunity? What? Hua Feiyu's body shook, his heart falling into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Would she die? Moreover, his body and soul had been destroyed, and he could not even reincarnate. This wasn't what she wanted. She wanted the Shadowless clan to become stronger. She wanted the Shadowless clan's ancestor to come back to life. But the premise of all this was that she had to be the beneficiary. Now, if she died, then no matter how prosperous and powerful their family was, it would have nothing to do with her. This caused Hua Feiyu to feel a deep sense of fear. No. Impossible. Why would the family do this to me, sacrificing you to revive an ancestor and let the Shadowless clan prosper again? I think anyone would make such a choice, Lin Xian said coldly. No, I don't want to die. Hua Feiyu shook her head. She was only a few hundred years old. With her strength as a sage, she could still live for a few thousand years. Moreover, why should she be sacrificed? Kid, we are your saviors now. If we don't do anything, your yang qi and soul will be sucked dry within 10 years. Moreover, it seems that the one living in your body is only a split soul. The ancestor's corpse is still lying in your ancestral land. I guess your fate has been chosen. It's impossible to resist. There's only death. Do you want us to help you end your life? He Shan's cold voice sounded. Hua Feiyu shook his head. I can't die. I don't want to die. I can escape from the great Yen planet, Su Chen sneered. Can you escape the Shadowless clan's pursuit? The Shadowless clan's pursuit. Hua Feiyu's strength was instantly sucked dry. She knew how powerful her clan was. With her strength, it was impossible for her to escape. She would be caught before she could even escape from the great Yen planet. However, she really didn't want to die. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian. Plop, she knelt in front of Lin Xian. Save me. As long as you save me, I will be yours from now on. Although this method would make him lose his freedom, it would allow her to live. She completely gave up resisting. From now on, you are my master. You can plant a slave seal in my soul. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The insufferably arrogant princess of the Shadowless clan, Hua Feiyu, was now at his feet. It was different from before. Previously, she had lowered her head and admitted her mistake. But now, she was kneeling at his feet and had become his slave. However, Lin Xian didn't plant a slave seal on her. He said coldly, I won't plant a slave seal on you. However, since you have submitted to me, you can never betray me. If you dare to betray me, even if you escape to the ends of the earth or the borders of the universe, I will catch you and tear you to pieces. I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. There was a hint of confidence in his eyes. Yes, I definitely wouldn't dare. Hua Feiyu lowered her head deeply. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, "Get up." He released a force. Light appeared on Hua Feiyu's body. A ball of armor appeared and wrapped around her delicate body. Then, she asked, "Young master, what are your plans next? I am very interested in your ancestor, so I plan to go to the Shadowless clan to take a look." The Shadowless clan's ancestral land? Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Deep fear appeared in her eyes. To be honest, she didn't want to go back in her life because she knew how terrifying that place was. She even hoped that Lin Xian would take her away from the Great Yen planet and go to any world. However, she didn't expect Lin Xian to want to go to the Shadowless clan. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Lin Xian's cold and determined eyes, she knew that she couldn't persuade the man in front of her. So, she could only say, "I understand. Young master, please come with me." Then, Lin Xian removed the array. Then, he followed Hua Feiyu. The two of them left the Spirit Immortal Pavilion and soared into the sky. They flew into the distance. After they left, the people of the Spirit Immortal Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were very puzzled. What did Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu do in the array? They guessed that they couldn't figure it out. The ancestral land of the Shadowless clan. This was the forbidden land of the Shadowless clan. Only a small number of people were allowed to enter. Those who trespassed would be killed without mercy. Hence, there was usually no one here. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the ancestral land. It was as if some huge monster had come back to life. At this moment, the people of the Shadowless clan were all trembling. It was as if something in their souls was making them terrified. The faces of the Shadowless clan's patriarch and several supreme elders instantly changed. What was going on? It seemed that something had happened to the ancestral land. The few people who were in charge of guarding the ancestral land also returned. They were so scared that their faces were pale. "Patriarch, something bad has happened." The patriarch of the Shadowless clan's patriarch's face sank. "Follow me to the secret room." They entered the secret room and asked, "What's going on?" That person said, "I don't know. It seems that the old patriarch is angry." The old patriarch was angry. What was going on? The patriarch and the supreme elders were stunned. That shouldn't be. The old patriarch had been sleeping all this time. Why would he be angry? Could it be that something had happened? One of the supreme elders had a grave expression. "This matter is too important. We should go there personally." "All right," they hurried over. Then, the patriarch of the Shadowless clan personally walked in. Although he was the supreme ruler of the clan, he was as respectful as a child in the ancestral land. Trembling, he bowed and asked, "Greetings, old patriarch. May I know what has disturbed you?" There was a huge altar in front of him. Inside the altar, there was a black coffin. The black coffin was covered with Dao runes. There were also countless formations around it. At this moment, a mysterious shadow appeared in the black coffin. The shadow said in a hoarse voice, "Damn it. The soul I planted, the seed of resurrection, was destroyed by someone. Who was it? Find him and cut him into pieces. At the same time, bring back the sacrifice. There can be no accidents." What? The seed was destroyed? The patriarch of the Shadowless clan was shocked. No wonder the old patriarch was so angry. He said, "Don't worry, old patriarch. I'll do it right away." He turned into a ghost and rushed out in an instant. The senior elders outside were all waiting. When they saw that the family head had arrived, they all surrounded him. What had happened? Why was the patriarch so angry? The Shadowless family head frowned. A seed planted by the old ancestor had been destroyed. How could this be? Could it be the seed inside Hua Feiyu's body? But that shouldn't be the case. In our Grand Yen planet, who can threaten Hua Feiyu? He didn't know. Could it be the Gu family? Someone frowned. However, there were also people who sneered. Gu clan, if it was the real Gu family, they might be very powerful and be able to discover the secret. However, the current Gu family is merely a branch. They are even inferior to us. How could they possibly discover the secret of our ancestor? Then, there is only one other possibility. That is that some peerless powerhouse of the universe has arrived at our Grand Spill planet. Perhaps he had met Hua Feiyu. No, we have to find him quickly and bring Hua Feiyu back safely. After the discussion, the shadowless family asked coldly, "Where is Hua Feiyu?" Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him and knelt on one knee. At the Celestial Linxian Pavilion. Send someone to the Celestial Lin Pavilion to find out what happened. Also, summon Hua Feiyu back. Yes. The shadowless family was on the move. After all, this matter was related to their ancestor. They couldn't help but be nervous. At the same time, the Supreme Elder's eyes flashed. Who was it that could discover the secret of their ancestor, no matter who this person was? They had to get rid of him. Otherwise, their shadowless family would be in big trouble. On the other side, Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu left the Celestial Spirit Pavilion and quickly flew towards the shadowless family. Along the way, Hua Feiyu led the way while Lin Xian didn't say a word. In fact, he was communicating with He Shan using his soul. Kid, be careful. We killed a wisp of his soul. Maybe that existence already knows. Lin Xian said. I'm not worried about anything else. I can handle it. However, if that old guy really revives, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. At that time, it'll be up to you. Don't worry. As long as he's not a great emperor, I don't care about anything else. He Shan sneered. Indeed, he was a great sage when he was alive. He was second only to a great emperor. Therefore, even if there was an old immortal in the shadowless family, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, according to He Shan's analysis, that person should have died long ago. It was just that he used some method to come back to life. Therefore, He Shan and Lin Xian wanted to test him this time. They wanted to see what kind of method he had used to escape from the cycle of reincarnation. Although the shadowless family was a family, it was an overlord in the Great Yen planet. Therefore, the entire shadowless family was like a vast country. After flying for a long time, they finally arrived at the edge of the shadowless family. Hua Feiyu turned around and said, "Young master, we've arrived at the edge of the family. However, our family's sphere of influence is bigger. It will take a long time to reach the core area. Should I use the family's array to teleport us over?" "No need," Lin Xian said indifferently. Hua Feiyu was stunned. He thought Lin Xian was going to fly over. However, Lin Xian said that someone had found them. What? Hua Feiyu probed with his soul power. Indeed, in the next moment, he frowned. This was because he realized that there were a few figures flying over quickly from afar. He was familiar with that person. "Oh, isn't this Sister Feiyu? Aren't you at the Celestial Lin Pavilion? Why are you here?" "Great, everyone in the family is looking for you. Come back with me." It was a woman's voice. Before the voice had completely disappeared, the figure had already appeared. It was also a beautiful woman. Her appearance was similar to Hua Feiyu, but she was more enchanting. She didn't come alone. Behind her, there were 9 figures following her. The 9 figures were very powerful. At this moment, their expressions were incomparably dignified. However, the enchanting woman in front had a cold smile on her face. "Is that so? I'm going back too. Men, bring me my saint beast and chariot," Hua Feiyu said. Her status in the shadowless family was not ordinary. Therefore, when she went out or returned home, it was very ostentatious. Her spirit boat and chariot were of very high grade. They might even surpass the existence of a half-step saint tool. Moreover, every time, there would be some powerful half-step saint beast pulling her chariot. This showed the strength of the shadowless family. At the same time, it also showed her supreme status. Hearing Hua Feiyu's words, the enchanting woman laughed. "Sister Feiyu, you're really extravagant as usual. Unfortunately, there's nothing today. You'd better follow me back." Speaking of this, she took out the spirit boat that was decorated very luxuriously. Follow her back. Seeing her reaction, Hua Feiyu frowned. "Seems like you've become so reckless after not being taught a lesson for a few days, Hua Feiyu, you're too full of yourself. Do you really think that you can still be so arrogant now?" The enchanting woman sneered and a vicious look appeared in her eyes. To be honest, the battle between the big families was very cruel. Although they were all from the same family, Hua Feiyu's treatment since she was young was much better than theirs. Within the whole family, it was rumored that Hua Feiyu was the next successor of the Shadowless family. This made the others extremely jealous. Therefore, at this moment, the enchanting woman was very happy to see Hua Feiyu's miserable end. Don't think about your treatment as the successor. Now, whether you can live or not is another matter. The family has already ordered that you must be found and brought back. Interrogated by torture, therefore, you're now a prisoner. For the sake of my sister, I gave you some face and did not arrest you directly. If you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, believe it or not, I'll get someone to seal you and bring you back. Hearing such sarcastic words, Hua Feiyu's face completely darkened and her delicate body was trembling. To be honest, she had always been high and mighty in the family, like a princess. No one dared to provoke her. The younger generation did not dare to, but the older generation loved her very much. For something like this, the other party would probably have been tortured to death by her. Previously, she thought that she was able to win the love of the grand elders and the family because of her good talent. But now, she knew that this was not the case. It was because these people wanted to use her body to revive the old ancestor. That was why she was praised to the heavens. However, this huge difference in status made Hua Feiyu unable to accept it. Why, do you feel very uncomfortable? Do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the right. From now on, you're a prisoner. You'd better kneel down and beg me. Maybe on the way back, I can torture you less. Otherwise, I can guarantee that when we return to the clan, I will let you have a taste of a fate worse than death. The enchanting woman lazily leaned on the jade couch as her voice was incomparably cold. He had to torture this little princess. Hua Feiyu trembled in anger. A terrifying aura rose from her body, and she was about to attack. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. That was because a piercingly cold sword chi flew past her. A beam of light streaked across the sky and instantly enveloped the enchanting woman. A miserable cry rang out, and then the entire sky was split open. How noisy! Lin Xian flicked his finger. He was the one who had shot out the sword chi. He had a purpose for coming here. Why would he listen to the nonsense of a little ant? Hua Feiyu's eyelids twitched, and that fear appeared again. In the distance, the 9 experts were stunned. One of their sisters had died. How was this possible? Who was this person? How dare he kill someone from the Shadowless clan? These people's minds were a little blank. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian was Hua Feiyu's friend, but they did not pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed that was not the case. A friend dared to touch someone from the Shadowless clan. However, no matter who this kid was, he was dead for daring to touch someone from the Shadowless clan, courting death. One of them roared and slammed his palm over. The others also drew their weapons one after another. A terrifying attack flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. They did not know what was good for them. These little ants were not enough in front of him. A beam of sword chi rose from his finger and flew in all directions. The sword chi was very bright and carried the power of the 5 elemental laws. It instantly enveloped those people. With a poof, the 9 people were cut into pieces by the sword chi, and all kinds of miserable cries rang out. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand, which carried a terrifying divine fire, and directly burned the bodies of the 9 people clean. In the blink of an eye, these people were annihilated by him. Beside him, Hua Feiyu was shocked. She felt that she was numb, but when she saw Lin Xian attack again, she was still terrified. He was too strong. No wonder he dared to call himself Invincible Lin. Lin Xian glanced at Hua Feiyu and said, "Why? Are you still worried? The safety of the Shadowless clan? Based on the current situation, the Shadowless clan has already started to capture you. You should worry about your own safety first." Hearing this, Hua Feiyu's face changed instantly. Indeed, her clan must have found out about her. Otherwise, her cousin would not have dared to treat her like this. It seemed that her clan was determined to capture her. Since that was the case, why should she worry about her clan's safety? "Sir, don't worry. I am now your servant and have nothing to do with the Shadowless clan." Hua Feiyu seemed to have made a decision. Very good. Soon, you will be grateful for your decision. Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he said, let's go. Lead the way to the ancestral land of the Shadowless clan. Lin Xian waved his hand and the seductive woman's body was evaporated. Then, he grabbed the spiritual boat forcefully. He and Hua Feiyu sat on it and Hua Feiyu started to control the spiritual boat. They headed towards the Shadowless clan quickly. At the same time, the entire Shadowless clan started to move. Many of them came back to report that they had found Hua Feiyu's whereabouts. Someone had already gone to capture Hua Feiyu. You must bring her back. You must capture her alive and try not to hurt her. Also, send more people. We still don't know who helped Hua Feiyu remove the seed in her body. However, to be able to discover Hua Feiyu's secret, it must be an expert. If necessary, send more sages. Yes, we will go and prepare now. Among them, a few elders also stood up and prepared to head over to Lin Feiyu. However, just as they stood up, their bodies swayed and they almost fell. At the same time, a thunderous sound was heard. Boom, the sound was so terrifying that the entire Shadowless clan shook violently. Why? Is there an earthquake? How is that possible? We are in the spirit vein. How can there be an earthquake? What is going on? The elders and experts in the main hall were all stunned. Outside, a few guards rushed in crazily. They knelt on the ground and reported, "Oh no, someone is attacking us. Our clan's defensive array has been split open." What? The people in the hall were all stunned. Their defensive array had been split open. What was going on? The Shadowless clan was an overlord. Who would dare to provoke them? Moreover, their defensive array was so powerful that even a sage could not break it. Now, someone had actually split it open. Who was it? Had the other top clans joined forces to attack them? If the other clans had joined forces, it might have been possible. However, a few guards came over and said in horror, "No, it's Princess Hua Feiyu. She's back." What, Hua Feiyu? She's back. Wait, who's with her? Is someone threatening her? One of the elders shouted coldly. Perhaps it was that mysterious expert who had made a move. The guard hurriedly said. Princess Hua Feiyu was not threatened, but there was indeed a person following beside her. It was a very beautiful young man. A young man. In the main hall, the elders were all stunned. If it was a very powerful elder, they would believe it. But what was going on with a young man? At this moment, an elder said coldly. Perhaps it was just a young man who had lived for thousands of years. Indeed, these subordinates did not have good eyesight and might not be able to recognize that expert. Let's go out and take a look. Humph, how dare he come to the Shadowless clan and behave so atrociously? No matter who he is, he won't be able to leave, these people sneered. Among them, the head of the Shadowless clan stood up and walked forward with large strides. Behind him, the elders and experts all followed. They wanted to see who dared to behave atrociously in front of the Shadowless clan. In the core area of the Shadowless clan, there was a huge array. At this moment, the array had been split into two and the spatial crack would not heal for a long time. The large crack made the Shadowless clan's experts inside feel numb. At this moment, two figures were standing outside the formation. They were Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu. Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu came to the core area. Then, Lin Xian used his peerless swordsmanship, 9 suns open the sky, to split open the array. This caused the scene just now. At this moment, countless members of the Shadowless clan rushed out of the defensive formation. They were densely packed, and like ghosts, they attacked at high speed. There were even some people who completely surrounded Lin Xian and Lin Xian. Seeing this, Hua Feiyu's face turned ugly. Although she was also a saint, she was unable to defend herself against such an overwhelming attack, as well as those elders and experts. She looked worriedly at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He narrowed his eyes and looked incomparably calm. He was different from Hua Feiyu. He was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. He had fought his way up step by step. It could be said that he had been through hundreds of battles, and there was nothing that he had not seen before. The people who came out now were not enough to move him. Let's go. I think the people inside already know. Let's go and meet them. Lin Xian walked straight ahead. Hua Feiyu's scalp went numb, but he still followed closely behind. Now, Lin Xian was her life-saving straw. Without Lin Xian, she could not withstand the anger of the Shadowless clan. Therefore, she could only follow Lin Xian in. Kill. Around them, the Shadowless clan experts roared crazily. The person before them had first breached their defensive formation, and now, he was acting so recklessly, daring to enter their core region. This made them extremely angry. In an instant, all the members of the Shadowless clan around them moved. In the sky, countless energy surged, densely packed, and rushed toward Lin Xian. Flames appeared on Lin Xian's body one after another, forming patterns that were abnormally terrifying. God of Nine Suns' body bloomed, and at the same time, the divine fire formed an illusion of a giant, enveloping him and Hua Feiyu. The giant followed Lin Xian's footsteps and also walked forward. Around them, all the attacks of the Shadowless clan hit the Golden Giant, causing a shocking explosion. However, they could not shake the Golden Giant at all. In this way, Lin Xian directly entered the core area of the Shadowless clan. How is that possible? How can he block so many attacks? The surrounding members of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. With so many of them attacking, even a saint would be injured, right? Kill. Many people directly moved. They did not attack from afar, but directly closed in. They were like shadows, and in an instant, more than a dozen figures came in front of Lin Xian. The weapons in their hands stabbed at his vital points. The other party's divine powers were powerful, but his body would not be able to block their attacks. Boom! Boom, boom! More than a dozen knives, swords, and daggers, flickering with demonic light, slashed fiercely on Lin Xian's body, making countless thunderous sounds. Flames splashed, and the void shattered. This force was too powerful, and it could destroy everything. Hee, die, kid. They smiled ferociously. Soon, their smiles froze, and they became frightened. He was not injured, they screamed as if they had gone crazy. Lin Xian did not even turn his head. He pushed his hand, and the huge golden hand, with the power of stormy waves, directly pushed in all directions. The bodies of more than a dozen Shadowless clan powerhouses around him instantly exploded. At the same time, Lin Xian controlled the Golden Giant to take a step forward. At the same time, his hands danced like two huge mountains. The surrounding Shadowless clan powerhouses were either stomped to death or sent flying. In an instant, screams rang out, and the ground and wind shook. It was a scene of destruction. Hua Feiyu followed behind him, her face full of shock. This scene was too shocking. This was the Shadowless clan, the core area of the Shadowless clan. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? But now, a young man was killing in all directions. Countless corpses of the Shadowless clan powerhouses fell, and the sea of blood turned into hell. No one dared to move forward. Those who were still alive stood far away, their bodies trembling. They moved with Lin Xian, but no one dared to make a move. Damn it. A group of people walked out of the hall in the distance. Originally, they were aggressive and had cold smiles on their faces. They wanted to see who dared to be impudent. When they arrived, they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of them. Those who had died were all the elites of the Shadowless clan. Immediately, the elder screamed. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to kill so many of our elites? Cold runes burst out from their eyes, and a terrifying light pierced through the void. They stared at the two figures who were still standing in front of them. Hua Feiyu. Damn it, you bitch, how dare you attack the clan? One of the elders instantly rushed over. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of them in an instant. A black dagger appeared in his hand, and it carried an extremely terrifying poison. This was a poison technique that was refined with the blood of 3 demon saints. It was extremely terrifying. The cold dagger slashed forward. Everything happened so quickly that the Shadowless clan members did not react in time. When they did, they screamed, "Don't kill her, just capture her." They were still afraid that their experts would hurt Hua Feiyu. However, it was obvious that they were thinking too much. Hua Feiyu took 2 steps back and retreated behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian threw out a punch. His fist shone brightly and Dao runes surrounded it. It was like a god's fist as it blasted toward the Shadowless clan expert. Boom, there was an intense collision and then the void exploded. A figure flew out. It was the Shadowless clan expert. Both of his hands were broken, and there was a hole in his body. His internal organs were all shattered. The people behind him were stupefied. They were incomparably shocked. That was a sage. He was defeated so easily by the other party. Who was this young man in front of them? Damn it, who are you, Hua Feiyu? How dare you join forces with outsiders to attack the clan? On the other side, there was a series of crazy roars. Clan, are you also my clansman? What did you do to me? Hua Feiyu's voice was hoarse. You have already planned to sacrifice me. Why should I care about the clan? Every man for himself. Since you forced me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hua Feiyu's eyes were filled with determination. He had to live. He had to live. Damn it, Hua Feiyu, as a member of the Shadowless clan, you naturally have to sacrifice for the Shadowless clan. It's your good fortune to be chosen by the ancestor. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. We will spare your life and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will have to bear the anger of the entire clan. You don't have to threaten me. I have a new master now. I will listen to whatever master says. Hua Feiyu looked at Lin Xian. On the other side, the Shadowless clan members were all sealed. Master? The genius that they had painstakingly nurtured had become someone else's slave. This made their lungs explode with anger. In an instant, countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn kid, who are you? Get over here and die. I will tear you to pieces. These people were mad with anger. Lin Xian coldly snorted. I'm here to investigate your Shadowless clan's ancestral land. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. What? Were they here to plot against their ancestral land? These people were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. Could it be that they were here for their patriarch? Damn it, kill him. I must kill him. He could not allow him to threaten the old ancestor. All of a sudden, the members of the Shadowless clan all rushed towards Lin Xian. On Lin Xian's body, the 5 elemental laws emanated and wrapped around his arms. Then, he slashed in all directions. The 9-yang sword technique was incomparably terrifying when used by him. Those Shadowless clan members were all sent flying. Even the saints of the first heaven were unable to get close. What about the array formation? Use the killing array to kill him. The family head roared furiously. The people around him were casting formations. Countless formations were stacked on top of each other. However, Lin Xian let out a long roar. He opened the sky with both hands, and the sword chi on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, shattering all the sword techniques. At the same time, he used the aqua tide. A terrifying light appeared in his eyes, and his pupil technique spread out in all directions. The surrounding Shadowless clan members all held their heads and screamed. Those who were weak had their souls directly destroyed. Even the sages' faces were pale and filled with fear. In an instant, the Shadowless clan members were all stunned. A young man had suppressed them to the point that they could not even raise their heads. Who was this person, who dared to cause trouble in the Shadowless clan? A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the void split open, and an old man walked out. When they saw the old man, many people cheered. It was the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, please attack, kill him, Grand Elder. You must kill him. He killed so many of our elites, and that Hua Feiyu, Grand Elder, you must suppress her. Countless people prostrated themselves on the ground. The Grand Elder's gaze darkened as he looked at Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu. He did not say anything. His palm covered the sky and the earth, grabbing towards the two of them. Hua Feiyu's face turned incomparably pale. Young master, this is not good. This is the Grand Elder, a level 2 saint, a level 2 saint? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and the 5 elemental laws revolved, forming a 5 elemental treasure wheel that rushed forward. This was a law artifact formed by the 5 elemental laws. It was very terrifying, and it slashed across the sky like a death scythe. Boom boom boom, cracks spread between heaven and earth, and the surrounding space kept shattering. The Shadowless clan members were also frantically retreating. In front of them, it was a scene of destruction. However, the Shadowless clan members were extremely excited. They knew that the Grand Elder who attacked them was a level 2 late-stage elder. He was very powerful. With him attacking, they could definitely destroy the strong enemy. The other party would definitely not survive. Just like that, they waited patiently. The light in front of them gradually dimmed, and the cracks also disappeared. However, they were soon stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that two figures had appeared before them. How could it be? The Shadowless clan members were dumbfounded. They kept slapping their faces, thinking that they had fallen into an illusion. The other party was fine. How could he not be dead? That was the attack of a level 2 elder. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. To be honest, the attack just now had made her feel hopeless. She thought that Lin Xian would not be able to block the Grand Elder's attack. But now, it seemed that she had thought too much. The young man in front of her dared to come to the Shadowless clan, which meant that he had enough means. What Grand Elder? He was just SOSO. Kneel on the ground obediently and submit to me, and I will not kill you. My target is your ancestral land. Otherwise, if you dare to stop me again, I will send you on your way. Lin Xian looked forward and said indifferently. Hearing this, the Shadowless clan members in the distance went crazy. Threat, someone actually dared to threaten their Grand Elder. He was too bold. Kid, you have thoroughly angered me. I will let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. The Grand Elder rushed over and began to attack crazily. His heart was filled with anger. How dare a kid threaten him? This was intolerable. Shadow Saint, go to hell. The Grand Elder shouted and the sacred domain rushed out and enveloped Lin Xian. Countless shadows appeared and pounced on Lin Xian. Each attack could easily kill a level 1 saint. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an unparalleled light. His fist swept out in all directions, and the powerful force tore apart all the shadows that came close to him. Even the sacred domain was trembling from his attacks. However, at this moment, that utmost exalted elder let out a long shout. The entire sacred domain suddenly shrank and disappeared. Lin Xian's face changed. His body stiffened as if he had been fixed in the void. Ha ha ha, kid, you have been hit by my shadowless technique. Let's see how you will die. Not good. Hua Feiyu's face became extremely ugly, and the people of the Shadowless clan in the distance all started laughing. Because they knew that the other party was dead meat. Sure enough, Lin Xian was motionless in the air, as if he had been frozen. Under his feet, his shadow was strangely entangled by the other's shadow. Young master, be careful. This was a shadow technique and he couldn't control it. Hua Feiyu screamed. He also knew this shadow technique. It was the ultimate technique of the Shadowless clan. As long as he could entangle the opponent's shadow, he could force the opponent to do anything. For example, right now, the Grand Elder raised his hand and controlled the shadow to stab Lin Xian's heart and head. Lin Xian's hand was pulled up by the shadow, and he was about to commit suicide. No, Hua Feiyu closed his eyes, he felt despair. Was Lin Xian really going to die here? If Lin Xian died, her fate would be very miserable. Lin Xian seemed to have been controlled. The hand was getting closer and closer to his forehead. If it pierced through, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The Grand Elder revealed a sinister smile. To fight with him, the other party was too weak. Shadow technique? It was indeed strange, but unfortunately, it was useless against me. Just as Lin Xian's hand was about to touch his forehead, he stopped and sneered. What's going on? Why did he stop? The Grand Elder was stunned and hurriedly controlled the shadow. He wanted to speed up, but the other party didn't commit suicide. Instead, he stopped there. No matter how hard the shadow tried to pull him, he did not move at all. How could this be? Impossible. Could it be that it had failed? The Supreme Elder's expression changed. The people of the Shadowless clan were also shocked. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. Lin Xian's body shook. The nine-yang divine body emitted millions of rays of light as a sword chi tore apart all the shadows on his body. It was useless. Xian walked forward and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Not good. The Grand Elder's face turned completely gloomy. His secret technique was actually ineffective against the other party. Humph. He snorted coldly. It seemed that he could only use other secret techniques to deal with this brat. He raised his hand and shot out several streaks of void. Not good, it's the invisible needle. Young master, be careful. Hua Feiyu screamed again from behind. The shadowless needle was a top-notch hidden weapon. Furthermore, it was coated with poison. Even saints would die if they were hit by it. If he was stabbed, he would be in danger. Boom, Lin Xian stomped his foot and the sword chi on his body flickered. He directly shook off the shadowless needle. At the same time, he used stellar transposition to send the shadowless needles flying with even more terrifying power. He rushed towards the Grand Elder. The Supreme Elder issued a command and hurriedly dodged. Damn it, what the hell is going on, Humph, Supreme Elder? That was all there was to it. Now, this battle was over. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that there was no need to continue fighting with his opponent. Therefore, he pulled out the Spear of Great Destruction. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was also activated. Like a long dragon, it pierced forward. What? How terrifying! The combination of the two forces caused heaven and earth to continuously shatter. The people of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. Even the Supreme Elder's expression became incomparably ugly. This aura made him feel terrified. Damn it, block it for me. He waved his hands and fiercely attacked in front of him. At this moment, he no longer held back. At the same time, his body became void and completely disappeared into the void. The Shadowless clan might not be the strongest in a head-on battle, but in terms of hiding, escaping, and assassination, they were definitely the most confident. You can't escape, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He used the Kuan-Pung movement technique and dodged the Supreme Elder's full-powered attack. Then, the Spear of Great Destruction danced and pierced into the void. Then, the void shattered, and a figure was nailed in the void. His body was pierced by the Spear of Great Destruction. His saint blood dyed the void red. The Supreme Elder's heart was pierced, and he kept screaming in the air. A saint artifact. Damn it, that's a saint artifact. How can you have such a thing in your hands? The Supreme Elder had gone crazy. However, he was strong. Although he was nailed, he could still fight back. Die for me, a dark golden dagger appeared in his hand, and he ruthlessly stabbed at Lin Xian's neck. Although it wasn't a saint artifact, its power was still very terrifying. Stellar transposition. Lin Xian waved, and the dark golden dagger was directly transferred to the Supreme Elder's body. With a slash, the Supreme Elder's head was cut off. His face was full of horror and disbelief. However, in the next moment, he screamed. Because Lin Xian didn't stop. Blue tide rising. Attacking Ling Hunzi, the High Elder let out a miserable shriek as if he had gone mad. Lin Xian used the Spear of Great Destruction and shot out a few dragon-shaped sword chi, completely shattering the Supreme Elder's body. The aura of the Great Dragon Sword Soul made it impossible for the Supreme Elder to heal in a short time. Boom, the nine-yang divine body transformed into a giant and stepped on the Supreme Elder's broken body. Lin Xian was like a peerless tyrant, looking down on the world. Everyone was stunned. Hua Feiyu stared at the scene with her eyes wide open. Was this Lin Wudi? He was too strong. In the distance, the people of the Shadowless clan were terrified. They were trembling. Even the Supreme Elder was suppressed by the other party. The Supreme Elder's body was being stepped on by the Golden Foot, and he couldn't resist at all. At the same time, there was a look of horror in his eyes. Such a young person could have such a terrifying sword chi and such a terrifying physique. Also, the pitch-black weapon emitted demonic chi. He finally guessed who the other party was. In all the worlds, there was only one such young person, and that was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was in the Shadowless clan. He couldn't believe it. On the opposite side, the Shadowless clan's patriarch and elders were also terrified. The Supreme Elder was an existence that they looked up to. But now, such an existence was being stepped on by the foot of the other party. It was as if this foot was just stepping on the Supreme Elder. Even their confidence and arrogance had been trampled on. He knew that the person in front of him was a peerless enemy. He had to activate the Shadowless clan's foundation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight back. So, he roared, hurry up and activate the last line of defense. Release our foundation. Not good. Hua Feiyu's face changed again. The foundation of the Shadowless clan was absolutely terrifying. That was the foundation of the Shadowless clan. She looked at Lin Xian, but saw that Lin Xian didn't care. In fact, Lin Xian was transmitting a message to He Shan. Is there a problem? He Shan laughed. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. They won't be able to contact me. Soon, the people of the Shadowless clan began to scream in agony. Oh no, we can't awaken the living fossil. We can't seem to contact him. Countless screams were heard. The patriarch of the Shadowless clan trembled violently and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He seemed to have aged 1,000 years in an instant. There shouldn't be a problem with their clan's foundation. They couldn't contact him because the young man in front of them had done something. When did he do it? He didn't know. He knew that he had underestimated the young man. The next moment, he sighed. Young master, please stop. We've surrendered. You can tell us what you want. Ancestral land. The faces of the experts of the Shadowless clan changed. The elders also sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with disbelief. However, the patriarch of the Shadowless clan made a face and transmitted his voice. Doesn't he want to enter the ancestral land? Don't you know how strong our patriarch is? That kid will definitely die. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding elders were stunned, then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they didn't let the other party enter not because they were worried about their patriarch, but because they felt that they had been humiliated. They were one of the top clans, and their ancestral land was a sacred place. Even their own clansmen didn't have the qualifications to enter. How could they tolerate an outsider suddenly running over and saying that they could enter alone? But now they realized. It seemed that there was only one way to trick the other party into the ancestral land. Then, they would let their patriarch personally deal with the other party. Hua Feiyu couldn't believe that his clan had risen and fallen. This scene was like a dream. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. I'm not interested in you guys. I'm here to find your ancestral land. Lead the way. Don't worry, as long as you don't do anything and lead the way, I won't kill the Shadowless clan. The ancestral land of the Shadowless clan was a forbidden area. Other than the patriarch, a few elders with high authority, and the supreme elder, no one had entered. The others had never entered at all. So at this moment, their faces were full of curiosity. What does this person want to do in their ancestral land? Everyone followed the patriarch and headed toward the ancestral land. Lin Xian strode forward. He was like a god. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. After passing through layers upon layers of defensive formations, they finally arrived at the deepest region. This was the forbidden area of the clan. In front of him, there were more than 10 huge mountain ranges. In the middle of the mountain range, there was an ancient cave. 2 simple and unadorned doors were tightly shut. On it were the most exquisite Dao patterns. A mysterious aura pervaded the air. Young master, I'll bring you there now. The patriarch of the Shadowless clan said respectfully. At the same time, he said to the people around him, this is the clan's forbidden area. You can only stay outside and no one is allowed to enter. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. The surrounding Shadowless clan members could only agree. Facing that door, they didn't dare to cross it. Lin Xian nodded and then said to Hua Feiyu, you also wait here. Don't worry, no one will dare to touch you. Yes. Hua Feiyu nodded. Although her face was pale, she still waited obediently. She did not dare to resist at the moment. Everyone was waiting. Their gazes were all on the front. Lin Xian followed the patriarch of the Shadowless clan and walked forward. Boom. Boom, boom. The ancient doors were slowly pushed open, revealing the darkness inside. Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and walked straight in. Boom, after the 2 of them entered, the ancient doors slowly closed. Not even a ray of light shone through. After entering, the aura inside was even more strange. Lin Xian frowned. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It was as if this was a place of the dead. The aura of death was constantly trying to devour his flesh and blood. He snorted coldly. The sword will in his body circulated, isolating the aura of the dead. At the same time, he squinted his eyes. Golden light flashed as he looked around. This place was very old. At first glance, one could tell that it was very old. This kind of building could not be seen anywhere except in some ancient ruins. What attracted him the most was a huge altar in front of him. There was a black coffin on the altar. The aura of death was the most dignified there. Just as Lin Xian was admiring the tea, the leader of the Shadowless clan knelt on the ground with a plop and said very respectfully, "This disciple is unfilial. Please, Patriarch." Whoosh, a black storm seemed to blow around them, bringing with it a gloomy aura. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A layer of sword chi covered his body, isolating him from the black storm. In front of him, the Shadowless Patriarch's body trembled. The next moment, he opened his eyes. Black light flowed in his eyes. The black storm around him disappeared. He stood up and turned to look at Lin Xian. Although he still looked the same, his aura and gaze were completely different from before. It was an aura that looked down on the world and looked down on everything. It was as if he did not take anyone seriously at all. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that the Shadowless Patriarch seemed to be a different person. He was indeed arrogant. If he was careful, he was no longer the Patriarch of the Shadowless clan. He was probably being controlled by their Patriarch. Lin Xian was on guard. The Shadowless Patriarch's eyes flashed black. "Who are you? Why have you come to see me? Are you the Patriarch of the Shadowless clan? I'm curious. How can someone who has been dead for who knows how many tens of thousands of years still be alive?" Buzz, the Shadowless Patriarch's pupils shrank. The black light in his eyes became even more terrifying. A black storm rose from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. It was as if countless demons were dancing in the sky. The aura was too terrifying. It seemed to want to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body shone brightly like the sun in the night. At the same time, sword chi surrounded him, shattering all the black storm around him. "It seems that I was right. You shouldn't exist in this world. Tell me your secret and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul and make you disappear completely." "Destroy my body and soul and make me disappear completely?" The Shadowless Patriarch laughed loudly. "You're just an ant. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, but I'm curious. Who are you? How dare you know my secret?" Lin Xian had heard a lot about the Shadowless Patriarch from He Shan, so he sneered. "Is it that hard to guess your secret? You've been dead for many years, but you planted a soul fragment in someone else's body. You used your soul to raise a corpse in an attempt to escape the 6 paths of reincarnation. You did it secretly, but you can't fool me. It seems that you know a lot. What else do you know?" The Shadowless Patriarch didn't attack immediately. He seemed to be trying to confirm who Lin Xian was. Which force did he belong to? He was probing him. "I also know that you're struggling at death's door. You probably can't even leave this cave, so you can only send some of your soul into a junior's body. You seem strong now, but it's just a bluff. Your true strength is only SOSO, so don't try to fight me. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. It seems that you know a lot. Since that's the case, I can't let you leave here alive." Shadowless Ancestor's expression was ferocious. His secret couldn't be leaked, so Lin Fan had to die. A terrifying aura appeared on his body. A black storm spun rapidly around him, and countless black laws surged between heaven and earth. The terrifying power could tear everything apart. "Humph, you're just a soul. You can't use much power. Do you really think you're still at your peak?" Lin Xian huffed coldly. The sword chi on his body became even more terrifying. Buzz, a large black palm reached out from the black storm. It carried countless laws and shrouded forward. It seemed that it wanted to grab Lin Xian and crush him. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian pulled out the spear of destruction and slashed forward with several sword chi. Sword chi spun in the sky one after another, as if it was going to split the sky and earth apart. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The death chi was cut apart. Shadowless ancestor's body shook. He was shocked. Indeed, his strength was no longer at his peak, but it wasn't something that a young boy could resist. He'd already checked Lin Fan. He was a level 1 saint, and an early one at that. It seemed that Lin Fan had just become a saint. Such a person was like an ant in front of him. But now, Lin Fan's swordsmanship was beyond his expectations. Interesting. No wonder you can come here. It seems that you're a genius who can fight above your level. Unfortunately, I don't take a genius like you seriously. Young man, I can only say that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My strength isn't something that you can guess. As he spoke, the death chi on his body became even more terrifying. The laws danced, forming a door of death. Now, your life is mine. Looking at your body, it should be some kind of super strong body. Your flesh is a great supplement for me. Shadowless laughed. The gate of death in the sky blossomed with a jet black light. The eerie ghost chi pressed down, as if it was really going to swallow Lin Xian whole. The aura on it could instantly turn a sage into a dried corpse. Lin Xian held the great destruction spear and drew a strange arc in the sky. He used stellar transposition. All of a sudden, the death energy flew to the sides under the stellar transposition. None of it could get close to him. How dare you have designs on me? You're really courting death. I'll also show you my strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the great destruction spear, shooting out an incomparably cold sword chi. Streaks of sword chi blossomed with resplendent light, and a powerful aura slashed forward. Outside the ancestral land, countless members of the Shadowless family were waiting anxiously. Why hadn't the clan chief come out after such a long time? Could it be that something went wrong? How is that possible? Our old ancestor is inside. An existence like that is enough to suppress everything. No matter how powerful that kid is, he's no match for Rat. Indeed. When they thought of the old ancestor, they all breathed a sigh of relief and then sneered. That kid had probably been killed by now. Among them, many looked at Hua Feiyu and sneered. When the clan chief came out later, they would teach Hua Feiyu a lesson. They would let her know the consequences of betraying the family. Hua Feiyu's body was cold and her scalp was numb. To be honest, she was about to lose all hope. Could Lin Xian really withstand it? That was the old ancestor of the Shadowless family. What a terrifying existence. Once Lin Xian was killed, what awaited her would be a fate worse than death. She felt that she could barely stand. However, at that moment, the ancestral land in front of her started to shake. There was a muffled sound of thunder, and the surrounding ground kept shaking. What was going on? Was it an earthquake? No, the shaking was coming from the ancestral land. The surrounding people screamed crazily. Their gazes were fixed on the cave abode in front of them, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Why would there be such a situation in the ancestral land? One should know that the ancestral land had not experienced any energy fluctuations for many years. But now, the fluctuations were getting more and more intense. Could it be that the people inside were fighting? They sucked in a breath of cold air. Hua Feiyu was stunned, and a glimmer of hope appeared on her pale face. It seemed that Lin Wudi was really fighting with their old ancestor. This meant that Lin Wudi was not dead yet. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists and prayed in her heart that Lin Wudi must win. Boom! Boom, boom! The sound was getting louder and louder, and countless cracks appeared all around, and the ancestral land was shaking more and more. Finally, with a loud bang, the two quaint doors were torn apart, and a figure flew out. Following that, another person rushed over like a bolt of lightning. I told you, you're just a person who shouldn't exist. You're not in your peak state back then. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lin Xian's sword chi soared to the sky, and the great spear of destruction was unparalleled. The person opposite him, on the other hand, had disheveled hair, like a demon, and a dark aura around him. Outside, the Shadowless clan were all stunned. They recognized that the powerful person was Lin Wudi. The one with disheveled hair was their clan leader, but at this moment, their clan leader's aura was completely different from before. Not only was he stronger, but his yin chi was deep and cold, and it made their hair stand on end. Some of them exclaimed. This was not their clan leader, but their old ancestor. The soul of their old ancestor had descended to control their clan leader's body. Basically, their old ancestor had been resurrected. But what frightened them was that their old ancestor had been beaten out, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. They could not believe it. Was the young man opposite them already so terrifying? The Shadowless clan was going crazy. Huafeiyu was also stunned, but then she was overjoyed. Great, she had finally made the right bet. Is this our old ancestor? Impossible, why is our old ancestor being suppressed? Many of the Shadowless clan were screaming like crazy. However, several elders roared angrily. Among them, one of them said coldly, "Shut up, all of you. What do you know? This is just a wisp of our old ancestor's soul. Don't worry, even a wisp of his soul can kill him. Because our old ancestor was a sage king when he was alive." This voice clearly spread in all directions. After the Shadowless family members heard this, they gradually calmed down. At the same time, they were more excited than ever. They knew that there was a terrifying existence in their family's ancestral land. Normally, no one was allowed to enter. But they didn't expect it to be their patriarch, and this patriarch was still alive. More importantly, this old ancestor was the pinnacle existence that was still alive back then. He was the sage king, that was a saint king. He was definitely a super terrifying expert in Jiotian Shidi. Such a person, even if weakened, was not someone that ordinary sages could compare to. So, hope reappeared in their eyes. In front of them, Patriarch Shadowless was trembling with anger. His eyes shone with a terrifying gray light. The death chi on him was even more overwhelming. He didn't expect to be suppressed by a young man. Damn it, your physique, your sword energy. Everything you have is mine, Patriarch Shadowless roared crazily. He realized that his opponent's body was definitely super strong. It was very likely that it was one of the strongest bodies in the universe. If he could get his hands on such a body, he could completely revive within 100 years. At that time, he would be a true sage king. Moreover, with this body, he had a high chance of becoming a supreme saint. Shadowless old ancestor was in the midst of the assassination. His body was wrapped in terrifying death Dao patterns. The entire sky was shaking. This time, he was really angry. This power was even more terrifying than before. Kid, there's no need to hold back. Just attack him directly. I'll remind you of some of his secret techniques or flaws. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. This battle was unusual. He didn't hold back. After all, this wasn't a young genius or an ordinary expert of the older generation. He was a peerless expert who died tens of thousands of years ago. This was a saint king. So he had to remind him. Lin Xian nodded. The sword chi on him became even more terrifying. In an instant, he turned into a river of sword chi and slashed forward. Boom! Boom, boom! The sword chi and the death chi clashed. The two exploded with endless energy. Everyone's scalp went numb from the power. One had to admit that Patriarch Shadowless was very powerful. Although this was his weakened state, he was still much more terrifying than an ordinary level 2 saint. Brat, hit him on the head. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian controlled the 81 nomological swords and attacked quickly with the power of the 5 elements. The battle was very intense. Shadowless was even more shocked. To be honest, he realized that the other party was simply too terrifying, especially that sword chi. It was extremely terrifying. Even with his means, he was almost injured. Especially now, his opponent was attacking the top of his head with all his strength. This made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. The top of his head was one of his greatest weaknesses. How did the other party find out? Could it be that the other party wasn't a young man, but an old monster that had lived for countless years? Thinking of this, the Grand Ancestor roared madly. The death aura on his body covered the sky and formed 9 gates of death, circling between heaven and earth. That terrifying death chi made the Shadowless clan's experts tremble in fear. Brat, go to hell. The death's door opened, and 9 death's hands appeared. The poo blotted out the sky and smashed towards Lin Xian. Clang, Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and slashed at the death's hands. The terrifying power shocked everyone. Many people's bodies cracked. What terrifying power! Lin Xian was also shocked. Normally, under such circumstances, even a second heaven sage would be killed by him. But now, these death's hands were not destroyed. As expected of a sage king. Even if he had been dead for countless years, his power was still shocking. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Old Ancestor Shadowless and the 9 death's hands merged together. The terrifying death chi exploded again. He was like the god of death. His body was pitch black and his fierce aura surged. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and quickly dodged. At the same time, the dragon sword soul and the great destruction spear exploded, and the sword chi slashed at the death's hands. The combination of the two was terrifying. It was like 81 divine dragons that kept attacking. The death's hands exploded. First, one of them shattered. Then, like a chain reaction, 7 of them shattered in an instant. Old Ancestor Shadowless was shocked. What kind of sword chi was that? It was too terrifying. It could even break the death's hands that he had summoned. This young man's combat power was too incredible. If I can get my hands on your body, then all of your combat power will be mine. Old Ancestor Shadowless was too excited. He had never seen such a terrifying young man. This was definitely a young great emperor. Thinking of this, he stopped activating the death's door. Instead, he formed a hand seal. His 2 black eyes turned into 2 balls of hellfire, and then suddenly enlarged and jumped. Oh no, it's a soul attack. Hua Feiyu's face turned pale. If Lin Xian was possessed by their old ancestor, it would be over. The people of the Shadowless family cheered. Their old ancestor was a sage king. His soul was terrifying. Kid, you're here. Seize the opportunity, He Shan said telepathically. Lin Xian also sneered. How dare you try to possess me? You're courting death. The last thing he was afraid of was being possessed. He Shan sent out a wave of demonic qi that surrounded Lin Xian to prevent others from sneaking up on him. Lin Xian stood in the sky and didn't resist at all. He allowed the 2 balls of black fire to jump around. The 2 balls of black fire jumped between his eyebrows and disappeared. The next moment, old Ancestor Shadowless laughed in his mind. Stupid brat, go to hell. The black fire in the sky grew bigger, trying to devour Lin Xian's soul. Buzz, the next moment, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, a dragon-shaped sword rushed over and cut the black fire into pieces. A miserable cry was heard. Damn it, how is this possible? This is the great dragon sword, old Ancestor Shadowless roared crazily. He knew about the great dragon sword. It was a saint technique that was famous in the world in his time. He didn't expect that the other party would have the great dragon sword. No wonder the other party's combat power was so strong. In an instant, he quickly escaped. As expected of a sage king. He was very decisive and could escape from the great dragon sword. However, at this moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It was very deep and turned into 2 golden vortexes. They were aimed at the black fire. This is, old Ancestor Shadowless screamed crazily as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he was even more shocked than when he saw the great dragon sword. He was too familiar with this feeling. Why? Why do you have this thing? Old Ancestor Shadowless fled crazily. However, his experience and secret technique allowed him to escape from the dragon-beating sword, but he couldn't escape from the 2 golden vortexes. The black flames were swallowed by the golden vortexes and disappeared. What? Where's their ancestor's soul? I can't sense it. Outside, the experts of the Shadowless family all went crazy. What's going on? Could it be that their patriarch had been killed? This was too shocking. At this moment, they all collapsed. The body of the Shadowless family leader, who had been controlled by their ancestor's soul, fell from the sky and turned into a dried corpse. Did they win? Hua Feiyu heaved a sigh of relief. However, her expression changed in the next moment. The surrounding Shadowless family members were all stunned. Even Lin Xian frowned. His expression became extremely solemn. Ahead. A roar came from the ancestral land like a ghost, echoing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, countless death chi appeared in the ancestral land and formed a world of death. This world of death instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding shadowless family members were all sent flying. They could only watch from afar, trembling. What's going on? Is their ancestor still alive? They were shocked and doubtful. Lin Xian snorted and turned his head. His golden eyes pierced through everything and looked at the black coffin on the black altar. At this moment, Dao runes kept flashing on the black coffin. Boom, the lid of the coffin suddenly opened, and a figure sat up. The figure stood up. The aura on his body was so terrifying that the entire sky was collapsing. Kid, this is that guy's body. His corpse is here. Be careful. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't just a wisp of soul, but the other party's body was also there. Damn kid, I'll kill you. A cold voice came from the figure in front of him. Then, dozens of blades of death rushed over. Each of them was condensed by the laws. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian used the Kunpeng technique. He didn't resist it directly. He could feel the terror of these blades of death. However, the blades of death kept increasing in number. In the end, he had no choice but to fight back. With a clang, the great spear of destruction collided with it, causing his arm to go numb. What a strong power! It was much stronger than before, however, Lin Xian was taken aback. Just this bit of strength? That's all there is to it. He let out a cold harumph and charged forward, tearing through the death chi and arriving in front of the figure. At this distance, he could clearly see the figure sitting up. It was a person with disheveled hair. However, his body was not as withered as one would imagine, nor was it made of bones. Instead, it was a person, a very normal person. However, his body was covered with black Dao runes. It was very strange. At this moment, two balls of black flames danced in his eyes as he grabbed at Lin Xian with his huge hands. Lin Xian was startled. This was Shen Wen King's corpse. It definitely couldn't be resisted. Therefore, he quickly dodged. Relying on the Kunpeng technique, he circled around, occasionally releasing terrifying sword chi. An intense battle broke out. Suddenly, old ancestor Shadowless huge hands appeared in an unbelievable place and grabbed Lin Xian. Not good, Lin Xian's heart raced. He couldn't resist the power of a sage king. He roared and resisted like a madman. Old ancestor Shadowless said, "Go to hell." The death chi on it was extremely thick. It wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword transformed into the shape of a dragon and rushed out. With a whoosh, it shattered the huge hands. Whoosh, Lin Xian was pushed far away, his face pale. In the distance, old ancestor Shadowless roared like a madman. What's going on? Black Mountain was also stunned. No, there was something wrong with that thing. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. He was still in shock. That guy was a sage king when he was alive. How strong is the Saint Ninja King's physique? Even if you have the great dragon sword spirit, you won't be able to break it. However, your sword strike just now actually broke his palm. There's something wrong with it. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned. Yes, he was only a level 1 sage, and the Sage King was a level 8 sage. The difference between them was too big. The corpse of a Sage King was definitely terrifying. He had seen a living Sage King with his own eyes, he couldn't break that kind of body. But just now, he used the great dragon sword soul to cut off the other party's hand. What's going on? Could it be that the other party wasn't a Sage King? That was impossible. The other party's soul was at the level of a Sage King, and the techniques and mystiques were very similar. However, it might not be his corpse. Not his corpse? What did that mean? Have you heard of reincarnation in a corpse? Black Mountain's voice was serious. I thought it was related to reincarnation, but now it seems that it's not just reincarnation. It's also related to that place. That place? Where is that place? Lin Xian was even more surprised. However, Black Mountain didn't explain. Instead, he said, if I'm not wrong, this isn't the body of a Sage King. So, you can attack without hesitation, but be careful of his mystiques. On the other side, old ancestor Shadowless's expression was ferocious and miserable. His broken hand quickly healed again, and it was as good as new. He had completely stepped out of the black coffin. "Kid, I want you dead, sword of death." He waved his hand, and suddenly, 36 black sword lights rushed out from his body. Each of them carried an extremely terrifying aura of death. They cut through the void and slashed toward Lin Xian. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Xian stomped his foot and rushed over. He struck out a terrifying sword chi to collide with the other party. At the same time, he kept approaching the other party. As long as the other party wasn't the body of a sage king, he was not afraid. As expected, under his powerful physique, his sword chi was like a peerless immortal light. The two of them fought in close combat, causing explosions in all directions. The terrifying aura of death hit him with a clang. However, Lin Xian's sword chi also hit the other party. Old Ancestor Shadowless was sent flying, and a large crack appeared on his body. Not only that, but the entire world of death was split open. The people of the Shadowless clan felt their scalps go numb. They saw the scene inside through the crack. They saw their old ancestor being split apart by the other party's sword, which made them unable to believe their eyes. The old ancestor was a godlike existence in their hearts. He was their clan's greatest hope. But now, such an existence had been split open multiple times by the other party. Previously, it had been a sub-soul. Now that their old ancestor's main body had come out, how could he not suppress the other party? "Ah!" Patriarch Shadowless roared madly. His cracked body healed at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian was greatly surprised by this scene. Although it wasn't the body of a sage king, it was still very strange. Ordinary sages would find it difficult to heal after being split open by the dragon sword soul. However, his opponent had destroyed the dragon sword soul's aura so easily, it was really strange. The Shadowless clan all cheered when they saw the scene. "Great! Our patriarch won't be killed so easily. Our patriarch is a sage king. He won't die." They were too excited. Hua Feiyu's expression was very serious. How could a sage king die so easily? He could be reborn with just a drop of blood. He wondered if Lin Xian could kill their patriarch completely. If he couldn't, there would be endless trouble. "Dragon sword, 9 yang divine body, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. No wonder you could force me to this point." Speaking of this, the two balls of black fire in his eyes jumped with incomparable greed. "Such a body, such a divine ability, I must get it. You're very strong, but it's a pity. You're too young. You don't know the strength of a sage king. Now, I'll show you." Patriarch Shadowless sneered. His palms formed a seal, and his body flickered and instantly disappeared. He disappeared. Lin Xian frowned. He looked around and stood there with a serious expression. In the distance, the Shadowless clan was also stunned. They couldn't sense their patriarch anymore. Suddenly, an elder exclaimed. "Shadowless Greater Shift." This was a peerless divine ability. Many people cried out in surprise. Ordinary sages couldn't learn this divine ability. It was an extremely core divine ability of their clan. But in the hands of their patriarch, it was a piece of cake. The Shadowless Greater Shift was no different from a spatial divine ability. After merging into the void, it was impossible to find. This was the strongest assassination technique. Buzz. At this moment, an arm appeared in front of Lin Xian. It held a death scythe and slashed directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was sent flying. Lin Xian was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. With a flip of his hand, he slashed forward with his sword. However, the death scythe in his hand disappeared in an instant, and he only managed to split open a large spatial rift. "That's great." In the distance, the Shadowless family's people cheered. "Shadowless Great Shift. That brat was dead for sure, he can't hurt our ancestor at all." Shadowless Greater Teleportation. Lin Xian frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He Shan transmitted his voice and asked. "Brat, how was it? Would he be able to hold on?" "Don't worry, it won't affect me." Lin Xian activated his heavenly fortune god eyes. The golden vortex in his eyes grew colder. Suddenly, he thought of something and fiercely threw a punch to the left. With a clang, a death scythe was struck out. A figure also appeared, but it disappeared again in an instant. What? Blocked, how could this be? The powerhouses of the Shadowless family were all stunned. That was Shadowless greater teleportation. Even a Sage King might not be able to detect it. What was going on with that brat? How could he detect their ancestors' attack? He must have been lucky to have hit the target with a random punch. Someone explained. The others nodded. They felt that this was the most reasonable situation. However, they were all stunned next. Another attack came from behind, but Lin Xian blocked it. The collision between the Spear of Great Destruction and the Death Scythe caused countless sparks. The world in all directions was shattering. Lin Xian was pushed back, but he was not injured. He blocked it again. What was going on? The Shadowless family's people were going crazy. Even the Shadowless family's ancestor frowned. He saw Lin Xian's eyes, and his face darkened. Damn it, those eyes. It's those eyes. With a roar, he turned into a stream of light, and the death scythe in his hand turned into a world of death. Shadow kill. The terrifying death scythe didn't attack Lin Xian. Instead, it attacked the shadow under Lin Xian's feet. Lin Xian was stunned. The next moment, his body trembled, and he revealed a look of shock. His shadow was slashed, and his body was also injured. Damn it, he quickly dodged. He actually had such a move. As expected of a Sage King's attack. It was unexpected. Kid, you can't escape. Although you have the 9-yang divine body and your physique is shocking, where is your shadow? It's just an ordinary shadow. I can attack it at will. So, you will definitely die. Next, the death scythe kept attacking Lin Xian's shadow. Lin Xian could only use the Kuanping technique to move in the sky. He frowned. Damn it, he couldn't be so passive. He had to counterattack. Although the attack just now had injured him greatly, he could still withstand it. So even if he was hit again, he would be fine. He didn't believe that the other party had an immortal body. The other party must have paid a price to revive from a dead person. So, he decided to fight it out with the other party. Buzz, Lin Xian's body changed. Like a real dragon, he swam in the sky. Instead of running away, he attacked directly. His golden eyes locked onto a target. The Great Destruction spear in his hand danced. What? You want to fight it out with me? You're courting death. Old Ancestor Shadowless's body moved strangely, but one of his hands stopped in another direction. He was still attacking Lin Xian's shadow. This scene was extremely strange. Lin Xian's shadow was struck and was injured. However, he gritted his teeth and roared. The Great Destruction spear danced and rushed towards the fleeing figure. With a squelch, the spear pierced through the other party's shoulder. Old Ancestor Shadowless didn't care at first, but after being pierced, he immediately rolled and screamed. Half of his body was shattered. Even the head was slightly shattered by the impact. But the strange thing was that there was no blood dripping. There was only endless black qi. This scene was extremely strange. Lin Xian frowned. This body was too strange. He Shan said, "Kid, look at his broken head, there seems to be something there." Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme and looked carefully. He saw it. It was a pearl, but he only saw part of it. The runes on it were too complicated. And the aura on it was extremely strange. It made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Suddenly, he felt that the pearl seemed to be related to his heavenly secret divine eyes. His heavenly secret divine eyes jumped and shone with golden light. It was a black pearl. He sent the image he saw to He Shan. After He Shan saw it, he gasped. Could it be the legendary reincarnation pearl? What is the reincarnation pearl? Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain said, I don't have time to explain. Attack the reincarnation pearl and shatter it. He'll definitely die. Since he had found his target, Lin Xian didn't stop attacking. Across from him, Shadowless body recovered in an instant. He laughed loudly. I'm undying. You can't kill me at all. Even if you have the dragon sword soul, you can't kill me. Indeed, his body was as good as new. Even his aura was at its peak. Is that so? Are you sure you're undying? What if you don't have the reincarnation pearl? What? Shadowless was stunned. He screamed crazily with a terrified expression. Damn it, how did you know? He was crazy. His biggest secret had been discovered by the other party. The reason why he had been able to survive until now was all because of the reincarnation pearl in his body. But it was his biggest secret. Others didn't know at all. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't recognize it because of the broken pearl on his body. But Lin Xian had recognized it at a glance and said it out loud. He was terrified. Damn it, get out of my way. He had gone crazy. He wanted to escape. He paused and rushed toward the black coffin in the distance. You can't escape. Lin Xian rushed up and used the dragon sword soul. A dragon shadow appeared on the great destruction spear. Its terrifying aura surged into the 9 heavens. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Hit after hit, Shadowless only wanted to escape, so he didn't fight back at all. His broken body healed again, but Lin Xian's attacks were too strong. After thousands of times, his recovery speed slowed down. In the end, it took a long time for him to heal. At this moment, he had arrived near the black coffin. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he could only escape and find another place to rest. But how could Lin Xian let him escape? He formed a seal with his palms, and a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky with a terrifying light. They looked down on the world like the eyes of a god. Shadowless was so scared that his scalp went numb. Those eyes terrified him too much. No, damn it, his expression was extremely ugly. Under such gazes, he was like an ant, which made him scream like crazy. Everyone from the Shadowless clan heard it. Kill. Kill him for me. In the distance, the people of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. How could they not listen to their ancestors' orders? Immediately, someone rushed over. These were all sages. As they merged into the void, they brought with them powerful killing techniques as they attacked rapidly. They were all elites of the Shadowless clan. Killing a saint of the same level would be a piece of cake for them. At this moment, they attacked together and surrounded Lin Xian. Humph. Acting recklessly, Lin Xian directly opened the dragon sword's sacred domain. A world enveloped these experts. Inside, sword energy weaved unhindered in all directions. Those people cried out miserably one after another, hacked apart by sword energy. Then, even their blood was wiped out. Roar, the roar shook the entire Shadowless clan. He Shan's expression changed. This old fogey broke the things I set up. I'm afraid that some supreme elders and living fossils will appear. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared behind Lin Xian. The light in the figure's hand was too terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that slashed over. Lin Xian threw a punch with the back of his hand. His fist was like a true dragon, bursting with power. With a bang, the two collided. Lin Xian's arm was sent flying, while the figure retreated. However, to Lin Xian's surprise, the other party's body did not split apart, which meant that it was a supreme elder. Fortunately, this old fogey seems to be afraid of your eye technique, so that roar just now only released a portion of them. There are about 3 or 4 supreme elders. You should be able to deal with them. You can deal with them. You're too unreliable. Hurry up and think of a way. You can't let the others wake up. Lin Xian said with a frown. At the same time, he attacked. Indeed, this time, 4 supreme elders were resurrected, and they attacked crazily. Not only that, but the other powerhouses of the Shadowless clan also formed formations. One killing formation after another pierced the 9 heavens. The 4 supreme elders also formed the killing formation of the 4 divisions. It was an extremely terrifying formation. In addition to the strength of the 4 supreme elders, the combined killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying killing intent was unimaginable. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped by the killing formation, and he felt great danger. Humph, he snorted coldly. On one hand, he activated the heavenly secret divine eye, firmly locking onto the Shadowless ancestor. At the same time, he roared. The spear of destruction in his hand shot into the sky, turning into a dragon-shaped sword chi. The terrifying power caused the entire world to tremble. The sword chi collided with the killing formation. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian was hit, and many cracks appeared on his body. Golden blood flowed out, but the other party was more seriously injured. Under the powerful sword chi, the killing formation of the four divisions kept trembling. The rebounding force caused the bodies of the four supreme elders to split into pieces. They roared and reassembled their bodies. But they were destroyed 7 times in a row. They were seriously injured. Killing formation of the four divisions, change, the four supreme elders roared at the same time. At this moment, they all burned their bloodlines. Clearly, for the sake of the patriarch, they had to kill the enemy in front of them. At this moment, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The aura of the killing formation of the four divisions was too terrifying. Everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands was trembling. Lin Xian also felt a great sense of danger. His eyes flashed with a cold light. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He took out the great sage pagoda, held it, and threw it forward. He had already put the great sage pagoda away. Although he couldn't use the great sage pagoda's terrifying power. But using the great sage pagoda as a weapon was no problem for him. The great sage pagoda was like a giant mountain in his hand. He swept it in all directions. This was a great sage artifact. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Just by relying on its strength alone, it wasn't something that any killing formation could resist. One hit, the killing formation of the four divisions was shattered into pieces. The four supreme elders were reduced to minced meat. The second hit. The third hit. Lin Xian swept across all directions. Countless members of the Shadowless clan were affected and turned into a bloody mist. They were completely annihilated. The rest fled into the distance, trembling. It was too terrifying. With the power of one person, he had almost overturned the entire Shadowless clan. Perhaps Lin Wudi was the only one who could do this. Boom boom boom, damn it, the weapon in his hand is a great sage artifact, it's too scary. Run! The four supreme elders roared. However, they didn't run. They only let the ordinary disciples escape. The 4 of them charged forward again. They were determined to save their ancestor even at the cost of their lives. Lin Xian scoffed. He pulled out the great sage pagoda and threw it at the 4 of them. Suppress them, the grand sage tower was filled with an incomparably majestic aura. It was so majestic that it directly pressed the 4 grand elders to the ground. The 4 great elders' bodies shattered, healed, and shattered again. Just like that. They had been completely suppressed. Lin Xian scoffed. He turned to look at Patriarch Shadowless. But the next moment, he frowned. They must be tired of living. He realized that the people who had run away were charging at him again. Their expressions were ferocious. What was going on? Were they not afraid of death? Even the great elders had been suppressed by him. These people from the Shadowless clan were no match for him. Kid, something's wrong. Look, the girl you subdued is coming too. This is an illusion. Patriarch Shadowless had used an illusion in the market. He had controlled the entire Shadowless clan. Lin Xian glanced at Patriarch Shadowless and saw black flames dancing in his eye sockets. The people around him also seemed to have black qi around them. They had been controlled. Since he wanted to bury his entire clan, Yi Futian would fulfill his wish. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He waved his hand and sent out the 5 elemental law. It wrapped around Hua Feiyu and pushed her out. Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Her body recovered, and her face was filled with fear. She did not know why, but she had gone completely crazy and wanted to charge at Yi Futian. Now she knew that it was Lin Xian who had saved her life. She knelt respectfully on the ground and prostrated herself in the distance. The people around her were not so lucky. They charged at Yi Futian like wild beasts. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian waved the great destruction spear in his hand, sending out countless sword qi that swept in all directions. These people were all cut into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The entire Shadowless clan was filled with corpses and blood. No, the 4 great elders were suppressed on the ground, but they did not die immediately. When they saw this scene, they went crazy. Their hearts were about to shatter. The elites of their shadowless clan were falling rapidly at this moment. These people could not block the sword chi at all. In an instant, more than half of them were killed or injured. In the end, those people all fell, and only the 4 of them were left alive. Of course, there was also Patriarch Shadowless. They were all going crazy. Was it worth it to let so many elites fall for an old ancestor? Foolish fellow, your clansmen, your descendants are all dead because of you. Do you still want to resist? Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and looked at Patriarch Shadowless. Shadowless ancestor looked extremely ferocious. Damn brat, who the hell are you? Why are you targeting me? As long as you tell me the secret of Jiang Huanqing's resurrection, I can consider sparing your life. Lin Xian said coldly. Don't even think about it. I won't tell anyone. At first, I thought you were sent by them. Now it seems that you're not with them. Since that's the case, I don't have any scruples. I will kill you completely, no matter the cost. Patriarch Shadowless roared crazily, and the entire ancestral land shook violently. The ground cracked in the distance, and a black formation spread out. The altar and the black coffin shone with a demonic light. What's going on? What happened? Hua Feiyu turned pale with fright. The 4 grand elders were also terrified. This is the 8 demon god formation. This was the most terrifying formation of the Shadowless clan. It was built with the entire Shadowless clan as its foundation. It would not be used until the last moment. Once it was used, the ancestral land would be reduced to ashes. One could imagine how terrifying this formation was. The 4 supreme elders' eyes were filled with fear. They had never thought that their patriarch would actually go crazy. Boom. Boom, boom. The 4 elders were pale. They knew that even if Lin Xian did not kill them, they would still die. They would not be able to survive. Patriarch Shadowless floated in the air, laughing wildly like the Grim Reaper. Kid, this is a competition between you and me. Once the 8 demon god formation is activated, nothing can stop it. You will die without a doubt. Now, go to hell for me. A terrifying voice rang out as 8 figures appeared around the spell formation. It was as if they had been summoned from the depths of hell. The 8 figures were very terrifying. They were the essence of the 8 demon god formation. The 8 demon gods could destroy the world. Moreover, the 8 demon god formation had been nurtured with the power of the clan for countless years. It could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. No, the 4 prime elders screamed miserably, and one of them exploded into a bloody mist. The others exploded one after another. They wanted to scream and run as if they had gone crazy, but in the end, they were destroyed by the killing formation. Once the demon god formation was activated, it would kill everyone, regardless of friend or foe. Lin Xian's expression became serious. How ruthless. This old madman was. Black Mountain, do you have a solution? Lin Xian asked. Motherf ***, how dare he activate the 8 demonic gods formation, but so what? He was only a sage king when he was alive. I was a supreme sage when I was alive, this time I will definitely kill him. Black Mountain was also angry. He said, I have heard of the 8 demon god formation and have never set it up before. Therefore, I definitely know the flaw of the 8 demon god formation. If you do as I say, you can definitely break the formation. Lin Xian nodded his head as a resolute light burst forth from his eyes. Black Mountain said. The 8 demon god formation mainly relied on the 8 demon god phantoms. To kill the demon god phantoms, the order could not be wrong. Otherwise, the 8 demon gods would be resurrected infinitely. They could not be killed at all. In the end, those who were trapped would be refined alive. Therefore, the order could not be wrong. Kill the 4th demon god first. I know. Lin Xian found the 4th demon god phantoms in an instant. The great destruction spear in his hand was like a black mountain, slashing down from the sky. Kill, the 4th demon god phantoms roared crazily. Murderous intent filled the sky. It was like a real demon god, charging quickly. At the same time, the other 7 demon phantoms also moved. This was a fatal blow. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and dodged quickly. His target was only the fourth demon god phantoms. Boom. Boom, boom. He passed through everything and arrived in front of the fourth demon god phantoms. His attack directly caused the sky to collapse. The fourth demon god phantoms was forced to retreat. It opened its mouth and spat out a demonic sound wave. Countless demonic chi in the sky turned into a pitch-black rain of swords, piercing through the void and piercing towards Lin Xian. Die, Lin Xian snorted coldly and split the rain of swords with his sword. Not only that, the fourth demon god phantoms was also split in half. Lin Xian roared to the sky like a peerless god of war. Who was next? The seventh demon god phantoms. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian chased after the seventh demon god phantoms like a dragon. Soon, the seventh demon god phantoms was also killed. Next, it was the third demon god phantoms. Old Ancestor Shadowless was very calm at first, thinking that the other party would definitely die. But gradually, his expression changed. In the end, he screamed like a madman. How was this possible? When Lin Fan had killed the fourth demonic shadow, he thought it was just a coincidence. But when Lin Fan killed the seventh and third demonic shadows, he felt that something was amiss. This was the correct sequence to break the formation. How could Lin Fan break it? How was this possible? This was an extremely ancient formation. He was sure that no one else knew about it. Who was Lin Fan? How did he know about such an ancient formation? Could it be that it was also an extremely ancient monster? Had he somehow come back to life? He didn't dare to imagine it. While he was in a daze, the last demonic shadow screamed. Lin Xian had pierced through it and nailed it to death in the air. The 8-demon god formation was indeed terrifying, but Lin Xian was strong. He also had the dragon sword Soul and He Shan, who was proficient in breaking formations. Therefore, the speed at which the array formation was deciphered was extremely fast. After breaking the formation, Lin Xian didn't attack Patriarch Shadowless directly. Instead, he went to the altar. With a single strike, he had destroyed the altar and shattered the black coffin into pieces. No. Damned brat. Patriarch Shadowless screamed like a madman. The black altar and black coffin were very important to him. Now that they were destroyed, he felt like the end of the world had come. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to escape. He turned and ran. But how could Lin Xian let him escape? The golden eyes in the sky shone even more strangely, covering the sky. 2 golden vortexes flew toward Patriarch Shadowless. No, Patriarch Shadowless was so scared that his scalp went numb. He was most afraid of the golden eyes. As expected, the death aura on his body was dissolving at an extremely strange speed. His body was also gradually shattering. Even the reincarnation orb in his body was exposed. Lin Xian grabbed it with his golden hand. Tell me your secret, or I'll destroy the reincarnation orb. I'll tell you. Patriarch Shadowless trembled and knelt on the ground. Don't crush the reincarnation orb. I'll tell you everything. Very well. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He Shan was also impatient. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's palm was repelled with a whoosh. The reincarnation pearl actually emitted countless black flames that covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the entire space. Shadowless Ancestor screamed in agony. His body was engulfed in black flames and burned rapidly. His soul was completely obliterated. Damn it, Lin Xian roared. He wanted to save Shadowless, but it was too late. The black fire was too eerie and terrifying. Not only had it killed Shadowless' forefather, it was also flying toward him. Get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly, raising his hand and slashing a few times. The terrifying sword chi could destroy everything. However, when faced with these black flames, they were actually unable to extinguish them. Those black flames were actually able to block his sword chi. This made him extremely shocked. What kind of flame was this? What exactly was this reincarnation pearl? The terrifying black flames enveloped Lin Xian. Outside, Hua Feiyu was dumbfounded. Was their forefather dead? Was Lin Xian also in danger now? She did not know. In the distance, there were still some people flying over. When they saw the mess around them, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. They all knelt on the ground, trembling. The Shadowless clan was very big. What had been destroyed was the core area. There were also some people from the periphery rushing over. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they all went crazy. Lin Xian did not pay attention to what was happening outside. He now felt a great danger. These black flames were too terrifying. His 9-yang divine body was about to be refined. Damn it, it was even more terrifying than his 9-yang divine fire. What kind of flame was this? Boom. Boom, the 9-yang divine body trembled like thunder, causing the 4 seas and 8 desolations to shake. However, these black flames were not destroyed. Was this the legendary Yama fire? He Shan exclaimed. Yama flames? What is that? Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked while resisting. The legendary flames of the 18 levels of hell could only be displayed when one opened the gates of hell or opened the 6 paths of reincarnation. This reincarnation pearl was indeed related to reincarnation. What, the flames of the 18 levels of hell? Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder it was so terrifying. Damn it, destroy it, he frantically activated the great dragon sword spirit, and began to destroy the Yama fire. But at this time, the heavenly secret divine eye suddenly turned, forming 2 golden vortexes, crazily dancing. And the surrounding black Yama fire was absorbed by the vortexes. Kid, you want to forcefully absorb these flames? You might go blind if you're not careful. He Shan exclaimed. Lin Xian said. Damn, it's not me. This eye was operating on its own, he was shocked. He originally thought that the heavenly secret divine eye could not withstand it, but he did not expect that the black Yama fire was absorbed by the vortexes, and did not explode with any power. In an instant, the black flames that filled the sky were all absorbed. The golden vortexes slowly turned, and then formed mysterious runes, blooming with light. Kid, is there something wrong with your eyes? He Shan's voice was anxious. Lin Xian felt for a while and found nothing unusual. Other than a slight swelling pain and heat, there was nothing else. He could still use his eye technique to see very far away. Lin Xian felt for a while. Indeed, his eyes were a little painful, but it was not serious. It was like a normal fire, and this kind of pain was negligible to him. Your eyes are too strange. Kid, where did you get this pair of eyes from? Li Xian said. I got it by chance. It's called the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye. I got it from a person of the Heavenly Secret race. What? Heavenly Secret Divine Eye, Heavenly Secret Race. He Shan sucked in a breath of cold air. I understand now. No wonder you can absorb the Yama fire. What was going on? Could it be that the Heavenly Secret Race was related to the Yama fire? Lin Xian frowned even more. These should be ancient secrets, or even ancient secrets, that had long been lost. The other sages did not know. It was even more impossible for him to know. He Shan said. Kid, I have heard of this matter. The Heavenly Secret Race was an extremely terrifying race. Their origins were mysterious, and they were not inferior to the Dragon race, Qilin race, and other top 10,000 ancient races. In fact, they were even more terrifying. The people of the Heavenly Secret Race all had a bloodline, and that was eye technique. However, their eyes were very special. They could only be opened and activated under certain circumstances. Once activated, the power of the eye technique was unparalleled. Not only that, their eye technique was more powerful the more they used it, and could even evolve in the end. It was rumored that the Heavenly Secret Ancestor had a pair of reincarnation eyes. At a glance, the 6 paths of reincarnation could let you live or die. It was truly terrifying. What, the Rinnegan? Lin Xian was shocked. So powerful, that ancestor Tianji, was he also a great emperor? I don't know if there was a great emperor in the Tianji tribe. But the first ancestor Tianji was said to be an immortal. What? Immortal? Lin Xian was even more shocked. Immortal, wasn't that something countless people dreamed of? Even great emperors yearned for it. However, whether there were immortals in this world was still a mystery. Because no one had seen it before. In the end, even great emperors felt despair. Now, the first ancestor of the Tianji tribe was an immortal, then wouldn't his Rinnegan be an immortal eye? These were all legends. No one knew if there were immortals. However, this was enough to show that the Tianji tribe was extraordinary. Even if ancestor Tianji wasn't an immortal, he wouldn't be any weaker than a great emperor. As for the reincarnation sword, it was said that one of the first ancestors' eyes turned into a divine sword. It was very terrifying. This reincarnation pearl was related to reincarnation. Perhaps it was related to the reincarnation sword or the Rinnegan eye. And you have the Tianji divine eyes. That's why there is such a connection. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect his Tianji divine eyes to have such a history. He already had the great dragon sword soul of the 5 swords of the world. The reincarnation sword was also related to him. There was also the heavenly punishment sword, which was related to the Sikong family. He also had the Sikong great sage's great sage pagoda. He had to admit that it was really strange. If you put it that way, the Yama flame should have been absorbed by the Tianji divine eyes. He didn't know if he could use it. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He tried to communicate with it. The golden runes in his eyes rotated slowly. Suddenly, a black flame flowed out. Whoosh, when the black flame appeared, it instantly burned the void in front of it into nothingness. So powerful, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't dare to use it too much. Although he had the Tianji divine eyes, the Yama flames were too terrifying. After using it for a while, he felt a little pain in his eyes. It seemed like he could only use it as a killing move. Lin Xian felt that this Yama fire could burn a 3rd heaven sage to death. This gave him another powerful trump card. He Shan also said, "Kid, make good use of your heavenly secret divine eyes. If you can use more Yama flame, you can even burn a true saint king to death, let alone a 3rd heaven saint." Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. However, he knew that the current him did not have the strength to do so. This was because if he did not control the Yama's fire properly, he would end up burning himself. But no matter what, he finally had another trump card. It seemed that coming to the Grand Spill planet this time had been the right choice. Not only did he meet Gu Santong, but he also learned the secrets of the heavenly secret god eyes and the reincarnation sword. Now, he even obtained the Yama's fire. However, Lin Xian still narrowed his eyes. Who had given Shadowless the reincarnation orb to revive him, this was still unclear at the moment. Black Mountain shook his head. Although he had an idea, it was too shocking and he was not sure, so he did not tell Lin Xian. "Young master, are you all right?" At this moment, Hua Feiyu quickly flew over from afar. Her face was still incomparably pale. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "I'm fine." His gaze swept past Hua Feiyu and looked at the surroundings. There were still people from the Shadowless clan around. They had all rushed over from outside the clan. Basically, the elites in the core area had all been killed by him. Although the Shadowless clan had not been completely destroyed, they had suffered a great loss. When Lin Xian's gaze swept over them, the people of the Shadowless clan trembled and their faces were filled with horror. You actually killed one of our experts." They saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood around them and immediately went crazy. "Young master, what should we do with these people?" Hua Feiyu asked respectfully. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He said, "I don't have much energy to care about the Shadowless clan. However, it would be a pity to throw them away. How about this, I'll leave them to you. From now on, you will be the new patriarch of the Shadowless clan." "Yes, young master." Hua Feiyu knelt respectfully on the ground. "Don't worry, young master. I will run the Shadowless clan well. As long as young master says the word, I will do anything." "Alright, you can get up. Next, you can take over the clan's affairs." Lin Xian was ready to leave. It was a good choice to leave the Shadowless clan to Hua Feiyu. As long as they dared to betray him, he could guarantee that their fate would be worse than those who had died. Moreover, he believed that with Hua Feiyu's intelligence and what had happened today, he would definitely not betray him. In this way, it was equivalent to him taking control of a clan. Although it was not certain what he could make the clan do, it was just based on the strength of the Shadowless clan. Although they had suffered a great loss, they still had a lot of resources in their hands. They could regularly send cultivation resources to Lin Xian. When one reached the Sage Realm, the resources needed were even more and more precious. Therefore, there were only benefits and no disadvantages for him to take over a clan. He gave Hua Feiyu a transmission array that could be used to transmit resources. If there was danger, Hua Feiyu could also use this transmission array to call for help. After that, Lin Xian left. He returned to the Gu family. Gu Santong and the others had been waiting anxiously for a long time. To be honest, Lin Xian had been gone for so long that they were very worried. However, when they saw that Lin Xian had returned, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Santong rushed over. "Brother Lin, are you all right? Don't worry, the matter has been resolved. Don't worry, the Shadowless clan will not dare to trouble you anymore." Although Lin Xian's voice was not loud, it was like thunder to these people's ears. The matter was resolved? They could not believe it. One must know that the Shadowless clan was like a huge mountain in front of them. They could not breathe under the pressure. But now, Lin Xian had resolved it so easily. Just what level had the other party's strength reached? Was he really unfathomable? After that, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked for a secret room from Gu Santong and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had just obtained a new flame, Yama's flame. He wanted to study it and master it as soon as possible. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. However, the storm did not stop. Such a big thing had happened to the Shadowless clan. The entire core area was basically shattered. Such a big shock could not be hidden. Therefore, the news quickly spread. In an instant, the entire Great Yen planet was shocked. The Shadowless clan had suffered a great loss. The core area and elite powerhouses had been killed. Such a big thing was like a gust of wind that swept through every corner in an instant. Everyone went crazy. They could not believe it. The Shadowless clan was one of the top clans. In this world, they were an overlord. How could such a clan be hurt? Could it be that the other top clans had joined forces? For a time, countless large families and forces went to investigate. They had to figure out what had happened to the Shadowless family. Who knew what was going on? What was the situation now? The Gu family naturally sent out martial artists. When they learned of this news, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this matter was related to Lin Xian? Their first thought was that this was impossible. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was only one person. The Shadowless family was a huge family with countless experts. There were many saints. How could they be beaten to such a state by a young man? But besides Lin Xian, who else had contact with the Shadowless family, and in such a short time, they didn't know. Although the Shadowless family tried their best to cover it up, too many saints and experts had died. They couldn't hide from the investigation of so many large families and forces. So soon, the situation of the Shadowless family was figured out by those people. For a time, the wind and clouds surged. Tianhe family. It was also one of the large families of the Great Spill planet. At this moment, in a great hall of the Tianhe family, the patriarch, elders, and many powerhouses were gathered together. Their eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. "You should already know about the Shadowless family," Patriarch Tianhe said in a deep voice. Inside the hall, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. They knew, of course they knew. For some unknown reason, the Shadowless family had suffered a heavy blow and their vitality had been greatly damaged. "Patriarch, this is a good opportunity for us to make a move." "That's right, Patriarch. We have always been suppressed by the Shadowless family. Now we finally have a chance to make a move. We can directly trample the Shadowless family to the ground. This way, we can become the top family. From then on, our Tianhe family will become one of the overlords of the Great Spill planet." The more everyone spoke, the more excited they became. Their eyes turned red. Patriarch Tianhe was calm. He said, "Although this is a good opportunity, we can't be too careless. After all, it wasn't just our family that had their eyes on the Shadowless family. In the entire Great Spill planet, there were 3 top overlords. Besides the Shadowless family, there was also Flowing Fire Palace and Devouring Sky Hall. Apart from that, there were 5 first-rate forces like our Tianhe family. As for the clans below them, there was nothing to be afraid of. They couldn't benefit from this storm at all, and even if they did, it would be very little. Most importantly, the other 4 great clans and 2 other overlords. The other 4 families must be like us, wanting to take over the Shadowless clan and become the new overlord. But don't forget that the other 2 overlords are also eyeing the Shadowless clan. They also want to strengthen themselves. Therefore, don't act rashly. While the Tianhe clan was discussing their next course of action, the other 4 first-rate clans were also having an intense discussion. At the same time, the 2 overlord forces were also moving in the dark. The people of the Shadowless family were extremely nervous. Before they could recover from the shock caused by the loss of their clan's vitality, many other people appeared around them. There were even conflicts that broke out. For a moment, their situation became more and more dangerous. Patriarch, what should we do? The people of the Shadowless clan all looked at Huafeiyu. At this moment, Huafeiyu was their new patriarch, and she had the highest cultivation among them. This was because the other saints and elders had all been killed, either by Lin Xian or by the Shadowless ancestors' 8 demon god formation. It could be said that they were indeed much weaker than the Gu family. Of course, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Shadowless clan still had some resources. Other than some dormant living fossils, they still had some formations and forbidden weapons that they hadn't used yet. At this moment, Huafeiyu sat at the highest position, her expression extremely cold. She didn't expect this. She had just become the patriarch, and now she was facing such a situation. Now, she had 3 choices in front of her. The first was to give up resistance and let the other clans take over the Shadowless clan. She would never agree to this even if she were to die. In that case, there was only one other option left, and that was to resist. However, with their current strength, they couldn't resist at all. The other experts, the other 2 overlords, were not any weaker than them. If they were at their peak, they could still resist. Now that their vitality was greatly damaged, they couldn't resist at all. Don't forget, there were still some first-rate clans eyeing them covetously. If they wanted to resist, there were 2 options. The first was to fully recover their resources and awaken all the dormant living fossils. This way, their current strength would be greatly improved. However, after they were awakened, she wouldn't be able to explain what had happened. She, Huafeiyu, might be captured by these living fossils and tortured. Therefore, she only had one choice left, and that was to ask for help. She asked Lin Xian for help. Lin Xian had just supported her to become the patriarch of Huafeiyu, so he wouldn't sit by and do nothing. However, she wasn't 100% sure. After all, this time, they weren't facing just one clan. They were probably the top forces in the entire Great Yen planet. Compared to these clans and sects, the Shadowless clan was much stronger. Would Lin Xian care? It was really an unknown. The atmosphere on the Great Yen planet was extremely strange. Basically, everyone knew that a great change had happened to the Shadowless clan. Their strength had been greatly damaged, and there would probably be a fight next. Those weaker clans and sects, although they couldn't make a move, they weren't idle either. First, they all moved to investigate the news. Moreover, many people were ready to watch a big show. Maybe if they were lucky, they could even reap the benefits. Heavens, what happened to the Shadowless clan? They actually suffered such heavy losses. Could it be that someone made a move against them? Impossible. If it was a battle between top overlords, it would definitely alarm everyone. We didn't receive any news before, so it should be a sudden attack. Could it be that some peerless powerhouse made a move and swept away the Shadowless clan? It couldn't be. The Shadowless clan was an overlord existence. What kind of person could sweep them away? Could it be one of those legendary existences? Everyone was discussing, guessing what the reason was. At the same time, the Tianhe clan and other first-rate clans couldn't help but begin to probe. A great war broke out in the Shadowless clan. Even the first-rate clans began to fight for territory. The flames of war were burning. Everyone's blood was boiling. They knew that this battle wouldn't end so easily. However, to their surprise, after only a few days, the battle stopped. Because the other 2 overlords had made a move. There were a total of 3 overlords on the Great Yen planet. The Shadowless clan was originally one of them, but now their vitality was greatly damaged. Therefore, the other 2 overlords reigned supreme. At this moment, the other 2 overlords attacked together. No one dared to resist. they thought that they had no hope. However, to everyone's surprise, the other two overlords didn't attack the Shadowless clan directly. Instead, they released a message. Half a month later, the Shadowless meeting would be held to discuss this matter. The world was in an uproar when the news came out. They originally thought that the two overlords would directly attack and divide the Shadowless clan. However, that wasn't the case. Instead, they were going to hold a Shadowless meeting. What was going on? No one could understand. However, the Tianhe clan and the other 4 first-rate clans were ecstatic. They knew that only the 5 first-rate clans and the 2 overlords would hold this meeting. It seemed that they were going to divide the Shadowless clan among themselves. Although they were also surprised by this move, they couldn't care less about it anymore. As long as they could strengthen their clans, they had to participate in this meeting. Patriarch, this is bad. The Shadowless clan. The warriors of the Shadowless clan had ugly faces. In half a month, would their Shadowless clan be swallowed up? Hua Feiyu's expression was also extremely solemn. She knew that there was no other way. She could only ask Lin Xian for help. Therefore, she took out the formation disc that Lin Xian had left behind and sent a message. The Gu clan. At this moment, there was also an uproar. Because the things that had happened recently were too shocking. They didn't expect that the mountain in their hearts would collapse like this. Now, it was facing the danger of being destroyed. In a secret chamber of the Gu clan, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The black flames in his eyes quickly disappeared. These days, he had been studying Yama's fire. Yama's fire was the fire of hell. Its power was extremely terrifying. His heavenly secret divine eye was related to the Rinnegan. Therefore, he could control Yama's fire. Lin Xian still couldn't release too much Yama's fire. Otherwise, it would be a great burden to his eyes. However, he could already control it stably. In other words, it could be used as a trump card. Currently, he could use Yama's fire to burn a 3rd heaven saint. In the future, as he gained more control, he could even burn a 4th or 5th heaven saint. Thinking of this, he was very satisfied. This time, it was definitely a great harvest. Kid, the Shadowless clan has news for you. He Shan said. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the disc array that was placed to the side. Was there some movement already? Could it be that some living fossil had come back to life? Lin Xian had stayed behind to consolidate his strength. Furthermore, he wanted to take a look at the Shadowless tribe and see if there were any other abnormalities. Who would have thought that his wait would come true? He took out a disc array and sent out a message. There was an anxious voice inside. Young master, this is bad. My Shadowless clan is in danger of being exterminated. Please save us. The danger of extermination? Lin Xian was stunned. He had originally thought that Hua Feiyu's personal safety was in danger, such as being suppressed by some living fossil elder. That was why he asked for help. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. It was not Hua Feiyu's personal safety, but the safety of the entire Shadowless clan. What's going on? He thought about it for a moment, and understood. It seemed that other clans and forces wanted to swallow up the Shadowless clan. Lin Xian had seen such things many times. He stood up and walked out. After going out and asking around, Lin Xian immediately sneered. As he had guessed, the entire Great Yen planet was surging with undercurrents. He had obtained more accurate information from Gu Santong. 2 overlords and 5 first-rate clans were going to convene a Shadowless meeting to discuss the fate of the Shadowless clan. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. How dare they have designs on the Shadowless clan? Now that the Shadowless clan was already in Lin Xian's hands, how could he allow others to interfere? Shadowless meeting. Fine, he would see who dared to touch his things. Lin Xian thought in his heart and had an idea. Based on the current situation, the Shadowless clan definitely had some hidden resources, but they definitely couldn't use them. Moreover, Hua Feiyu was a smart woman. She didn't use her remaining resources, but asked him for help. It seemed that this time, he had to properly intimidate the other overlords and completely seal off their hidden resources. However, this wasn't enough. After all, too many saints had died in the Shadowless clan. Hua Feiyu alone wouldn't be able to support it. It seemed that he had to find someone for the Shadowless clan to rely on. Lin Xian wouldn't consider the other overlords, and he couldn't stay here for too long. Therefore, after much thought, he thought of Gu Santong and the Gu clan. It seemed that Gu Santong's clan had settled down here for the time being. Although they weren't a top-notch clan, they had remarkable abilities and methods. As long as they were given enough resources, they could rapidly grow. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to let Gu Santong's clan join forces with the Shadowless clan to form a new force. Gu Santong was his friend. This way, he could help Gu Santong and the resources he would obtain wouldn't be reduced. Moreover, it would be enough for the Shadowless clan to survive for a long time. Lin Xian gradually formed this plan in his heart, but all of this had to be arranged properly. Now, he had to make a trip to the Shadowless clan. He would first comfort Hua Feiyu. Then, Lin Xian set off for the Shadowless clan. The Shadowless clan was very uneasy. Hua Feiyu was even more anxious. However, when she saw Lin Xian arrive, she heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that there was still hope. Lin Xian told her not to worry and that everything would proceed as normal. When it was time for the Shadowless conference, he would accompany her. After receiving Lin Xian's answer, Hua Feiyu completely calmed down. She began to strengthen the clan. Lin Xian once again came to the ancestral land. It had been reduced to ruins, but he still wanted to investigate. The Shadowless ancestors' resurrection was too strange. However, after searching for a while, he didn't find anything. The Yama's fire had burned everything. Even if there were any traces, they would have been burned to nothing. It seemed that if he wanted to know the secret of the Shadowless ancestors' resurrection, he would have to start with the reincarnation pearl or the Yama's fire. He didn't know either of these. It seemed that when he returned, he would use the information he had on the Langus star to investigate. Then, Lin Xian went back to find Gu Santong and the elders of the Gu family. He told them his plan. Gu Santong and the elders of the Gu family sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Gongzi, did you really do this to the Shadowless clan? They were too shocked. They had guessed this before, but they quickly rejected it. Because they felt that it wasn't very likely. However, looking at Lin Xian's plan now, it was very likely that Lin Xian was behind it. As expected, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I did it. But I didn't expect the situation to change like this. Hua Feiyu's current strength is not enough to support the entire Shadowless clan. So I think it's better for the two clans to merge and create a new force together. This way, we can continue to maintain our position as the overlord. Why are you helping the Gu clan? The elders of the Gu clan were bewildered. You don't have to worry too much. Firstly, Santong is my good friend. I'll naturally find a way to help him. Secondly, you know that the resources needed to reach the Sage Realm are huge. So I need a top clan to provide me with resources. When the time comes, I'll only need to take my share. The Gu clan can develop on its own. Hearing this, the elders of the Gu clan's eyes lit up. Lin Xian was right. This was indeed a good opportunity. Given the relationship between young Master Santong and Lin Xian would not cheat them. In this way, they could gain a firm foothold. It would be convenient for young Master Santong to step on the ancient road of the stars again. Alright, let's take a gamble. The elders of the Gu clan's eyes lit up. Gu Santong also said, Brother Lin, thank you so much this time. Lin Xian smiled. Brother Gu, don't be so courteous with me. Let's drink. Since the plan had been made, they just had to wait for the meeting to start. The following days were quite leisurely. Soon, half a month passed. The Shadowless meeting was also starting today. The meeting was held at the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. It was an ancient land. The aura here was very unusual. At this moment, many people had gathered at the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. The two overlords, the 5 first-rate clans, and the other martial artists were all outside, watching. They could not enter the depths of the ancient land. In the sky, a few spiritual boats rushed over and shuttled through the sky. Soon, they arrived near the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. Then, the spiritual boats all stopped. From inside, figures walked down one after another. Their expressions were solemn as they quickly descended from the sky. They were from the Shadowless clan. The martial artists outside exclaimed in shock. They were originally here to watch the show. Now that they saw the Shadowless clan, they were instantly interested. The Shadowless clan really dared to come. That's right, he was too reckless. Hee, if I were the patriarch of the Shadowless family, I would have given up long ago to seek survival. Don't worry, even if they came, it would be useless. They would definitely be wiped out this time. Even if they didn't die, their forces and territories would definitely be annexed. Many of them were from big clans, even though they weren't qualified to enter the Thunder Mountain ancient land. However, they were all famous and domineering figures. In fact, several clans had already received orders to humiliate the Shadowless clan before the Shadowless clan entered the Thunder Mountain ancient land. He wanted to give them a show of strength. These people were from the Shadowless clan. Huafeiyu had brought the remaining elite materials over. Even though they were elites, they were still lacking compared to before. Luckily, Huafeiyu was still competent this time because Lin Xian was here. Not only had Lin Xian come, Gu Santong had also brought along the elites of the Gu clan. Young master. After landing, Huafeiyu looked at Lin Xian, as if seeking his opinion. Lin Xian said lightly. Next, you can make your own decisions. You don't have to ask me about everything. Remember, you are now the patriarch of the Shadowless clan. Bring out your previous aura. Also, let me tell you a bottom line. You are not allowed to give them a share, nor are you allowed to annex them. Know this bottom line, you can do whatever you want. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for you. As soon as these words came out, Huafeiyu regained her confidence. She took a deep breath and once again regained her cold demeanor of a queen. Originally, she was a high and mighty fairy and was very famous in the entire Great Yen Star. Therefore, at this moment, after she regained her aura, it really made the people around her tremble. Was the legendary cold and elegant little princess back again? But soon, they sneered. The current Shadowless clan was no longer the same, so they were not afraid at all. Oh, isn't this Huafeiyu, Princess Hua? Why did she come so late? Yes, shouldn't she have come early to ask for forgiveness? Someone sneered. Princess Hua, your Shadowless clan is about to be destroyed. Why don't you marry me? Don't worry, I can definitely save your life here. The surrounding people all laughed. These people were also experts, and they were here to cause trouble. They were here to show Huafeiyu who was in charge. Acting recklessly. Slap them. Huafeiyu's face darkened. Buzz. Someone beside her rushed forward like a ghost and instantly shrouded the front. You dare to make a move? You are really reckless. Do you think your Shadowless clan is still the overlord now? That person sneered and directly slapped down with his palm. The terrifying palm was like a mountain, carrying a powerful force and directly blasted the person from the Shadowless clan away. That person spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Huafeiyu's face changed, and the surrounding Shadowless clan members' faces also became incomparably ugly. The other martial artists, on the other hand, burst into laughter. So trash, so useless. Is this still the overlord of the past? It was really surprising. The overlord had fallen to such a state. What overlord? Now the Shadowless clan is struggling at death's door, even worse than us. Huafeiyu, you are not qualified to enter here. If you want to enter, you have to kneel under my crotch. With that person spread his legs and laughed loudly. The others also sneered as they looked at this scene. If the current Shadowless clan was not even qualified to enter the Thunder Mountain ancient land, then they would not have any scruples. Damn it. Damn it, those from the Shadowless clan were furious. If they were at their peak, these people would have to kneel down when they saw them. They would not dare to provoke them like this. Huafeiyu's face also became incomparably ugly. To be honest, besides her, the most powerful person was only a sage to be. They could not deal with this situation at all. Unless she took action herself. But she was the leader of her clan. Unless there was no other choice, she would not personally take action. For a moment, she was stunned. Lin Xian also did not take action. He did not care to take action against such insignificant people. This time, he was here to suppress the situation. He would only take action at the most critical moment. Therefore, he looked at a handsome man beside him. Santong, it's up to you now. Gu Santong nodded, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. He looked at a middle-aged man beside him. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, he directly walked out. "How dare you block the way? You must be tired of living." As he spoke, a large palm appeared out of thin air in front of that person, and then it suddenly slammed down. There was a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was directly blown apart, and that person was instantly smashed into a bloody mist. What? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. There was actually another expert, they were all stunned. Who was it? Were there still other experts in the Shadowless clan? Could it be that Hua Feiyu had done it personally? One after another, gazes shot over like rainbows. Soon, they found that it was not. The one who attacked was not Hua Feiyu, but a man, a tall and burly man. The aura on his body was very strange. Although he was standing there, it was as if he did not exist and had merged into the void. Was that the Shadowless secret technique? They were stunned. Could it be that there were still experts in the Shadowless clan who survived? So what if there are more experts? I don't believe that you can pass today. A person walked out. This time, it was a saint with a very terrifying aura. He held a long spear and directly stabbed it over. It bloomed with an incomparable light. This person's strength was much more terrifying than the previous one. The middle-aged man from the Gu family also snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. The void fluctuated, and a large hand strangely appeared in the sky and directly grabbed the opponent's long spear. The two of them kept shaking in the sky, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The black long spear was very terrifying, more terrifying than a mountain. After that attack, the expressions of the saints of the same level would change. However, the gigantic hand of nothingness was even more bizarre. It directly guided the sound of la 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 into the void. It was swallowed up by countless dimensions. This was a true space mystic ability. It was absolutely exquisite. Therefore, the final result was not surprising at all. The person who attacked was killed again. He died again, another expert was easily killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this person? When Hua Feiyu saw this scene, she also regained her confidence. She sneered. "What, are you qualified to enter now? If you can beat me, you are qualified to enter." An old man walked out, and the others were also shocked. It was Green Lamp Saint. Obviously, this old man was a very famous saint. His name was Green Lamp. At this moment, he waved his hand, and a navy blue ancient lamp that flickered with a strange flame appeared in his hand. Hua Feiyu looked around, and the others nodded in agreement. "That's right, as long as you can defeat Green Lamp Saint, you can enter." "Very well." The middle-aged man from the Gu family strode forward. He was a powerhouse from the Gu family. At this moment, he was extremely domineering. He snatched the long spear from the previous person, and then took a big step forward, and suddenly, he suddenly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing behind the Green Lamp Sage. The long spear in his hand pressed down like a mountain. Boom, the heavens and earth. What a strange technique. Green Lamp Saint's expression changed as well. He didn't even see how the man had appeared. How could he have known that these people were not from the Shadowless clan, but from the Gu clan? This was the spatial divine ability of the Gu clan. However, he was also very strong. So, although he was panicking, he was not too afraid. He waved his hand, and the green ancient lamp in his hand danced. Suddenly, the surrounding wind howled, and countless ghostly shadows swayed. It shrouded him. The aura of the entire space changed. Under the influence of the green lamp, it seemed to have become very strange. The surrounding people also kept retreating, and there was a cold smile in their eyes. The faces of the people from the Gu family changed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Hua Feiyu said, "Young master, Green Lamp Saint is not ordinary. Legend has it that this lamp of his has an extraordinary origin." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He also saw a huge monster appearing in the countless gusts of wind. It was a demonic beast with only a single green eye. As it moved, it brought with it countless gusts of wind, and it made people's hair stand. Gu Santong said, "Brother Lin, don't worry. The saint of our Gu family can handle it." Indeed. The middle-aged man from the Gu family snorted coldly. Then, he struck out a huge crack in the space, and charged forward. It was as if he was going to devour the monster. The monster roared angrily and retaliated. The green claws reached out, and everyone's hair stood on end. They realized that the green claws were covered with green hair, and it looked very terrifying. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The battle between the two was very terrifying. Countless people retreated frantically. The cyan claws were truly too bizarre. Each strike was like a vast ocean wave. Furthermore, terrifying roars could be heard from the claws. In an instant, the middle-aged man from the Gu family was surrounded. The surrounding people sneered. That guy is dead meat. Yes, surrounded by the demonic beasts summoned by Green Lamp Saint, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had 10 lives. Humph, attack him. He's overestimating himself. Green Lamp Saint also revealed a disdainful smile. However, in the next moment, his body trembled, and he was sent flying. A figure appeared behind him. A single move landed on his body and sent him flying. How is this possible? The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. Wasn't that guy devoured by the demonic beasts? How did he appear behind Green Lamp Saint? Damn it, what's wrong with you? Green Lamp Saint was also shocked. The palm strike had smashed half of his body. He turned his head and looked at the scene in disbelief. You're not from the Shadowless family? He asked with a frown. The middle-aged man from the Gu family snorted coldly. You don't need to know that. Do you want to continue fighting? Hua Feiyu also walked out and asked in a deep voice. She could tell that the Gu family's divine ability was too powerful. No wonder their family was so determined to form a marriage alliance. And they even obtained this spatial divine ability. The Shadowless family was one of the 3 overlords. They had a lot of saints, and they even had a grand ancestor. Otherwise, other families wouldn't have dared to have designs on the Gu family. Although the Shadowless family was expelled, their strength was still very terrifying. Alright, you're qualified to enter. Green Lamp Saint didn't continue to attack. Instead, he swayed gently. The green lamp in his hand disappeared, and so did the terrifying demonic beast. The terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth in the surroundings quickly disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. It was hard to believe that the Shadowless family still had such strength. Previously, they had investigated and found that the Shadowless family had suffered serious injuries. In other words, they were very weak. They even speculated that the other party might not even be able to get through the door. Of course, they would not let the other party enter. They would just torture and humiliate the other party to show their strength. But now, they found that they were wrong. Such a huge overlord, even if weakened, was not someone they could provoke. It was better to let the other 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans fight against them. They might be able to reap the benefits from outside. Everyone retreated. Hua Feiyu led the crowd and walked in aggressively. However, their mood was even more solemn. Because they knew that those outside were just small fries. Inside the Thunder Mountain ancient land, there was a terrifying existence. They would be facing the other 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans. At that time, if they were weak, they would be devoured without leaving any bones behind. Thunder Mountain ancient land. At this moment, the 2 overlords were sitting in the north and south. Liuhua Palace and Devouring Sky Palace. The remaining 5 first-rate clans were standing in the east and west. Although they were weaker than the 2 overlords, their strength was still very terrifying. When the 5 first-rate clans were together, even the 2 overlords had to treat them seriously. At this moment, they were all talking and laughing because they knew that the Shadowless clan had arrived. And they were just outside, but they were blocked. An elder of the Tianhe clan said with a smile, wondering when the Shadowless clan would arrive. One of the people from the 4 Directions pavilion sneered. They were already here. They were outside, but they were blocked by someone. They would probably be tortured. Those people outside would not be merciful. Who would have thought that a dignified overlord would be reduced to such a state? He could not even enter the Thunder Mountain ancient land. Then, there is no need for us to hold back. Everyone laughed. In their opinion, the Shadowless clan was already in their pocket. Next, how would they distribute it? The Shadowless clan had arrived. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from outside. "Oh, they're here? So fast." The experts of the top clans in the Thunder Mountain ancient land were stunned. They did not expect the Shadowless clan to come in so quickly. It was really beyond their expectations. Sure enough, in the next moment, they saw a team coming from afar. Soon, they arrived at the ancient land of the Thunder Mountains. At that instant, the people of the two dominators and the 5 first-rate clans all glanced forward. Only the members of the Shadowless clan sneered. Although the number of people who came was not small, there were only a few who had the strength to enter their eyes. It seemed that the Shadowless clan had truly declined. Since they were able to enter, they must have some strength, but there was nothing to be afraid of. "So it's a fellow Daoist from the Shadowless race. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, take a seat." An elder of the Devouring Sky Hall chuckled as he sat there. Hua Feiyu frowned. Gu Santong and Lin Xian also narrowed their eyes. Where should he sit? The place in the valley had already been divided up by the 5 great families. There was no place left for them at all. In other words, the other party had never intended to invite them to take a seat. Saying such words now was purely to provoke and humiliate them. Hua Feiyu's face turned pale in an instant. She clenched her fists and trembled in anger. Damn it, if their clan was at its peak, these people would definitely not have dared to treat them with such an attitude. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was beside her, said indifferently. "There's nothing to be angry about. Who did the Shadowless clan not get along with and who wanted to swallow you up the most?" She walked directly in his direction. Since there were no seats, she would fight for one. As soon as she heard this, Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Then, a look of determination appeared in her eyes. She took a deep breath and looked in one direction. That direction was the Tianhe clan. Previously, the Shadowless clan and the Tianhe clan had a conflict. 2 days ago, the Tianhe clan was the first to act. Moreover, the conflict was the most intense. So now, she had to find a clan to attack. Then, she chose the Tianhe clan. Hua Feiyu took the lead and led the group forward. The people around them all had mocking expressions on their faces. Suddenly, they were stunned. They did not expect Hua Feiyu to really dare to move. Instantly, their expressions became even more interesting. They all wanted to see who the Shadowless clan would choose. No matter who they chose, it would be the same. They would be courting death. Oh, it was the Tianhe clan. The 2 overlords and the people of the 5 first-rate clans were all stunned. The faces of the people of the Tianhe clan darkened. Damn it, she actually dared to choose their direction. Was she looking down on the Tianhe clan? "Tianhe clan, give up this place." Hua Feiyu sneered. The people of the Tianhe clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were actually being looked down on. One of the elders snorted coldly. "You want us to give up this place? Sorry, this place is ours. You'd better find another place." The people of the Tianhe clan sat there and sneered. They had no intention of leaving. "What, you won't give up? Then don't blame us for using some tricks." Hua Feiyu's face darkened. The people of the Tianhe clan laughed out loud. "Using tricks? What tricks do you dare to use? The Shadowless clan is really reckless. Do you really think you're still an overlord? You want us to give up our seats? Sure, show us your strength. If you can beat us, we'll give it to you. Otherwise, you can just stand there obediently." The others also laughed. This was the scene they wanted. They could only ruthlessly suppress the Shadowless clan and completely shatter their last bit of confidence. Then, the next division would be much smoother. It seemed that they could only fight. Hua Feiyu's figure took a breath. She sent out a few experts of the Shadowless clan, but they were quickly beaten back. An elder of the Tianhe clan laughed out loud. "Your Shadowless clan is really trash. Is there no one else?" The others also shook their heads. It was really disappointing. They really didn't know how these people came in previously. Could it be that those people outside went easy on them? At this moment, a voice sounded. "I'm here." The middle-aged man of the Gu clan who attacked previously walked out again. The moment he attacked, he defeated an elder of the Xianxia clan. This caused countless people to exclaim in surprise. Who was this person? Their gazes were fixed on that figure. At this moment, another expert of the Xianxia clan made a move. However, he was still defeated. This scene was enough to move people. Was there such a terrifying saint in the Shadowless clan? However, at this moment, an expert of the Devourer Palace frowned. You're not from the Shadowless clan. What you're using is not a useless clan's ability. Who are you? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. It wasn't someone from the Shadowless family. Damn it, did the Shadowless family ally with other forces? Who was it? Which force dared to ally with them? One had to know that in the entire Great Yen planet, they represented the peak forces. The other families and sects didn't dare to play tricks in front of them. But now, a mysterious powerhouse had appeared. Could it be a powerhouse from another world? At this time, a sage from the Liuhua Palace also spoke. Spatial magic, if I'm not wrong, what you used was a spatial magic, right? What? The powerhouses of the Thunder Mountain ancient land all burst into an uproar. Their eyes were wide open. Spatial magic, it was actually a spatial magic, that was a more terrifying magic than the Shadowless family's secret technique. Moreover, it could make countless people jealous. Since ancient times, there had been legends of space being king. Therefore, those who mastered space were the kings of their peers. They could even fight those who were stronger than them without a problem. They didn't expect that there would be someone who could master a spatial magic now. Who was this person? They were all guessing. At this time, the sage from the Liuhua Palace spoke again. I heard that an amazing family came to our Great Yen planet. It's a lineage of the remote antiquity family. It should be you, right? Gu family. What? Gu family. Remote antiquity family, those people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they were also overlords, compared to the Gu family, the difference was too great. The remote antiquity family had produced a great emperor. How terrifying was that background? It wasn't something they could imagine at all. Damn it, when did the Shadowless family ally with the remote antiquity family? They couldn't believe it. One had to know that although the Shadowless family was the royal family of the remote antiquity family, it shouldn't be able to enter the eyes of the remote antiquity family. After all, the remote antiquity family was an emperor family. Only the royal family of the ancient 10,000 races could be compared to them. Therefore, they couldn't understand why such a scene would appear. But at this time, the sage from the Liuhua Palace spoke again. Everyone, don't worry. Although they are indeed from the remote antiquity family, as far as I know, their lineage was driven out. So, there's nothing to be afraid of. What, driven out? They were stunned for a moment before they heaved a sigh of relief. So that was it. The real clan of the ancients disdained to join hands with the Shadowless clan. But if it was someone who had been chased out, then it was a different story. When they thought of this, they sneered again. Amongst them, someone from the Xianxia clan snorted coldly. Hua Feiyu, you're too unruly. We didn't invite the Gu clan to this Shadowless convention. You actually dared to bring them in without permission. Do you believe that I won't suppress you right now? That's not right. Who doesn't know that I'm already married to the Gu family? Therefore, my Shadowless clan and the Gu clan naturally joined forces and became one family. Why can't I bring the Gu clan here? As soon as these words were said, everyone frowned. They had indeed heard of such news, but they did not pay too much attention to it before. Now, they did not expect it to become a problem. Humph, someone sneered. No matter. He was just a mere abandoned disciple of the Gu clan. There was no need to put him in his eyes. The person who spoke was a member of the Black Wolf race. They were also a royal race of the 10,000 ancient races. However, they didn't show any mercy to the Shadowless family. Instead, they stood up and said loudly, this Shadowless convention should be to discuss how to divide the Shadowless family. I don't think there's a need to talk nonsense. Let's discuss it directly. Of the 7 clans, the 2 overlords will take the majority. The remaining 5 clans will divide and completely eliminate the Shadowless family. What do you all think? Sure. Those clans nodded. At this moment, an expert from the Devouring Sky Palace said, we don't want the Shadowless clan's territory and resources. We only want one thing. We only want the ancestral land of the Shadowless clan. As soon as these words were said, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the devouring Sky Palace to only want the ancestral land. They thought that there must be some secret there. However, they couldn't care less about that. With a few simple words, the 5 clans were divided. Huafeiyu and the rest of the Shadowless clan were so angry that they trembled all over. At this moment, Huafeiyu recalled what Lin Xian had told her. He would not give up any benefits, nor would he cede any land. Therefore, she sneered, who dares to take the Shadowless clan's things? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to take it? Huafeiyu, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can show off just because you brought these people? The Gu clan is powerful, but we don't take them seriously. The people of the Black Wolf clan stood out. He stared at the middle-aged man and said coldly, "You're from the Gu clan? I'd like to see how magical the Gu clan's remarkable powers are." The expert from the Black Wolf clan who stepped forward was also a middle-aged man. He had black hair growing on his body. He walked upright, but his wolf head was shining with a terrifying killing intent. The next moment, he instantly attacked. His black claws were like mountains, full of killing intent, and rushed directly toward the middle-aged man from the Gu clan. This attack. It could shatter millions of miles of the starry sky. Humph! The middle-aged man sneered. His figure flashed and tore open the void. He disappeared in an instant. The terrifying palm shattered the void, but it didn't hurt him at all. The next moment, he appeared beside the middle-aged man and pointed at the void. With a terrifying aura, he passed through the void like a meteor. Get lost! The Black Wolf clan expert roared and quickly counterattacked. His palm hit the void, making a sonorous sound. Countless voids were shattered again. The Black Wolf clan expert was forced back, and his palm was pierced with a bloody hole. Go to hell! He roared, and the surrounding mountains shook. Everyone else was shocked. It seemed that he was really angry. As expected, the saint of the Black Wolf clan displayed an extremely terrifying remarkable powers. He relied on his powerful physique and unparalleled speed to fight directly. However, the man from the Gu clan was not to be trifled with. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously, constantly jumping through the void and dodging all the attacks. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. In the end, the man from the Gu clan won and directly banished the Black Wolf clan into the void. This scene shocked everyone. Banishing into the void, what kind of method was that? One had to know that the Black Wolf clan was also a terrifying saint. It wouldn't be a problem for them to come out of the void. But now, the other party didn't come out. This meant that that person had been banished to an extremely terrifying starry sky. Who else was not convinced? The middle-aged man looked around disdainfully. Now, it was no longer just a matter of the Shadowless clan, but also the rise of the Gu clan. Therefore, he would not hold back. Next, the people of the Tianhe clan and the 4 pavilions attacked one after another. But in the end, they were all swallowed by space, and their whereabouts were unknown. This scene made the people of the Gu clan laugh. The people of the Shadowless clan were also excited. Great, there was finally hope on their side. However, the people of the 5 great clans frowned. Damn it, how could this person from the Gu clan be so strong? Don't panic, he should be the strongest one this time. Defeating him should not be a problem. Hee, in that case, let me do it. A person from the 10,000 Snake Valley walked out. He was also an expert from the 5 great clans, but when he stepped out, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he looked in all directions. This was a strong enemy, and he had defeated many experts. If I can defeat him, then when the Shadowless clan's benefits are distributed, the 10,000 Snake Valley will get a bigger share. When these words came out, the expressions of the other 4 great clans changed, but the 2 overlords nodded. Good. Then many thanks to the 2 overlords. The expert from the 10,000 Snake Valley laughed. The faces of the other great clans were gloomy, but there was nothing they could do. Because the other party's space ability was really too terrifying. It came and went like a ghost, and they were not a match at all. They did not know what this old man from the 10,000 Snake Valley had to be so confident. Could it be that he could block the space ability? Would Third Uncle have a problem? Gu Santong's eyes flickered, and he was a little worried. Because the other party was too confident. Hua Feiyu became nervous, and Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. A second heaven sage? No wonder he was so confident. Although the middle-aged man from the Gu clan was powerful, he was only a first heaven sage. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was a little too big. Would he be able to win? Lin Xian thought in his heart, but he did not care too much. Because he knew that the final trump card was not the Gu clan's third uncle, but him. He was the biggest trump card. The Gu clan's third uncle felt the terrifying aura from the other party, as well as the terrifying Tao patterns between heaven and earth. He was also incomparably fierce. His entire being had completely merged with the void. Haha, it's useless. My cultivation level is one heaven above yours. You're not my match at all. Although your spatial divine ability is very terrifying, it can't do anything to me. The sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley was very confident. On the other side, the third uncle of the Gu family had already made his move. The void finger brought with it an extremely strange aura. It merged into the void and charged over quickly. The 10,000 Snake Valley saint sneered. At the same time, the lower half of his body turned into a snake's tail, which swept out. There were countless Tao runes on it that could pierce through the void. Boom! Boom! Another earth-shattering battle erupted, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Heavens, are they from the remote antiquity families? It was too scary. A first heaven sage was actually able to contend with a second heaven sage. The surrounding people were all stunned. One had to know that the gap between the sage level was extremely huge. A second heaven sage could easily crush a first heaven sage. But now, this saint of the Gu family was actually able to fight against those of a higher level. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. As expected of a spatial divine ability. If it weren't for those spatial techniques, this Gu family member would have been defeated long ago. Many people were discussing it. Their expressions were extremely solemn. It was indeed so. This elder of the 10,000 Snake Valley was a second heaven sage. A casual attack was extremely terrifying. However, the countless black holes and large cracks in the sky were able to devour these attacks. Great Void Exile. After 100 moves, the third uncle of the Gu family suddenly roared and activated his bloodline power. He tore with both hands, and an extremely terrifying spatial crack appeared. In an instant, it swallowed the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Up above, the large spatial crack slowly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, were the saints of the second heaven banished as well? They couldn't believe it. Especially those from the 10,000 Snake Valley. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it, how did this happen? They roared. Boom, at this moment, the void shattered, and a figure escaped. It was the elder of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Great, he's out. The surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, those from the Gu family revealed extremely solemn expressions. The same went for the third uncle of the Gu family. He frowned. Did he escape? The difference in cultivation realm is indeed too great. However, he wasn't afraid. Do you still want to fight? If I can exile you once, I can do it a second time, a third time, until I don't have the strength to return. The third uncle of the Gu family was extremely domineering. Hearing this, the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley had an extremely ugly expression. Damn it, this is infuriating. There had never been a first heaven sage who was so arrogant in front of him. However, the other party's methods had indeed frightened him. If it weren't for his powerful cultivation, he really wouldn't have been able to return. Therefore, for a moment, he hesitated and didn't immediately make a move. Alright, you guys from the 10,000 Snake Valley, back off. I'll do it myself. At this moment, a sage of the Devouring Sky Palace stood up. He was also a second heaven sage. However, his strength was slightly stronger than the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Seeing this, the 10,000 Snake Valley sage retreated. The other first-rate families all sucked in a breath of cold air. Is the Devouring Sky Palace going to do it themselves? The faces of the Gu family and the Shadowless family changed. The Devouring Sky Palace was the top family. This time, they would definitely be even more terrifying. The sage of the Devouring Sky Palace walked out and looked at the third uncle of the Gu family. The four families of the ancients aren't bad. You're very strong. However, your cultivation is too low. You're no match for me. I'll give you a chance. Take your Gu family members and leave immediately. I can let bygones be bygones. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you continue to tangle with the Shadowless family, don't blame the Devouring Sky Palace for being impolite. I'll wipe out your entire family. At this point, an extremely terrifying killing intent was emitted from his body. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking. The people around felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. They knew that if the Gu family didn't know what was good for them, they would really be finished. Humph. The third uncle of the Gu family snorted coldly. His figure was tall and straight. His body flickered as if he didn't exist. However, his eyes shone with unparalleled brilliance. As a saint of a clan of the ancients, he had never backed down. Why? Do you want to continue fighting with me? You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. The sage of the Devouring Sky Palace had an extremely terrifying killing intent in his eyes. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. His palm was extremely black and instantly turned into a black hole. The black Dao runes within it were extremely terrifying. It made people's scalps go numb. Everyone shrunk their necks in fear and retreated far away. Huafeiyu and the rest also kept retreating. Gu clan's third uncle was also on high alert. The opponent was too strong. He was even stronger than the sage from Thousand Snake Valley. The sage from Thousand Snake Valley was at the early stage of the second heaven. However, the one who attacked was at the middle stage of the second heaven. However, he would not retreat. He roared. He immediately used his most terrifying divine ability. Great Void Banishment. The terrifying Great Void was right in front of him. It's useless. You can't banish me. The sage from Devouring Sky Palace was very strong. More black holes appeared on his body. They could devour everything. As expected, the power of space collided with the black holes. Everyone exclaimed. He blocked it, not good. The expressions of the people from the Gu clan also changed. A single person could defeat 10 people with brute force. Although their divine abilities were powerful, especially spatial techniques, and could defeat enemies stronger than them, there was still a limit to it. They could not surpass their level indefinitely. Clearly, the Devouring Sky Saint in front of them had exceeded Gu clan's third uncle's fighting range. Therefore, he could not banish him at all. Everything was over. The Devouring Sky Palace Saint's lips curled into a cold smile. His body suddenly turned into a black hole. Then, he disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared out of thin air. The pitch-black vortex enveloped Gu clan's third uncle. Gu clan's third uncle completely merged into the void and used his spatial divine ability to escape. However, his strength was suppressed. This black vortex was too terrifying. It covered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It forcefully shook Gu clan's third uncle out of the void. Gu clan's third uncle's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was pressed to the ground by the black vortex and could not move. I've given you a chance. However, you did not cherish it. Don't blame me for being merciless. A terrifying sound came from the black vortex. The vortex seemed to have turned into a black vortex. It spun continuously and wanted to cut the Gu clan sage in half. Not good. Gu Santong's face changed. The Gu clan's elders also instantly attacked, wanting to save Gu clan's third uncle. 2 great void palms and void fingers appeared out of thin air and attacked the black vortex. The black vortex not only completely swallowed the 3 attacks, but it also forced the 3 elders back. The 3 elders vomited blood. On the other hand, the sage of Devouring Sky Hall burst out laughing. What clan of the ancients? They were nothing in front of absolute power. Today, all of you will die. His killing intent swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's over. The faces of the Gu family members turned extremely ugly. The members of the Shadowless clan were also filled with despair. Was today really the day they died? In the surroundings, the people of the two great dominators and the five great clans smirked coldly. As expected, although the Gu family was powerful, they were unable to resist in the face of absolute power. Today, the Shadowless clan would be destroyed without a doubt. Sigh. Right at this critical moment, a sigh was heard. Then, a golden palm reached out. The void trembled. The golden palm was like a sun, shining brightly as it lashed out at the black vortex. The black vortex was sent flying. With a boom, the world in all directions was shattered. The terrifying power made everyone tense up and almost kneel on the ground. The surrounding people were scared silly. What did they see? The saint of the devouring heaven shop was sent flying by someone. Heavens, who is it? Who can fight against the saint of devouring sky hall? Does the Gu family have any other experts? At this moment, they were all going crazy. Countless screams were heard as everyone looked forward. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw a young man walk out from beside Hua Feiyu. His body was shining brightly. The golden palm was sent out by him. Is he also from the Gu family? He's too young. They were stunned. The people of Devouring Sky Hall also frowned, looking very unhappy. The heaven-devouring saint roared in the sky. He materialized from the black vortex and stared ahead with a pair of cold eyes. How dare you hurt me? Go to hell. The murderous aura on his body was too terrifying. It turned into 81 black holes and swept forward. Not good. Hua Feiyu, Gu Santong, and the others' faces completely changed. Lin Xian said, all of you, step back. As he said that, he took a step forward. Light shone brightly as he activated his divine body, making him look like a peerless god of war. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. The 2 golden palms continued to expand until they covered the entire sky. They shrouded all 81 black vortexes. Then, he clenched his fist. Crack, 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 crack. Countless cracks appeared in the void. They were caused by the absolute power. The 81 black holes were also shattered by this power. Who is this person? This power was too frightening. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. How terrifying is this? The saint of Devouring Sky Hall's face also changed. He seemed to have met a peerless enemy. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. This was because he saw a golden figure of a war god rushing towards him. In an instant, it tore through countless voids and arrived in front of him. At the same time, a golden fist came crashing down on him. It was like a golden dragon. Ah! Saint Devouring Sky Hall roared and reached out with his 2 large palms. They turned into 2 black holes and grabbed forward, trying to devour the golden fist. However, in an instant, he screamed in pain. His 2 black vortexes were shattered, and his palms exploded. Blood instantly dyed the sky red. His entire body was sent flying backward, and many cracks appeared on his body. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. He waved his hand and followed up with another attack. He stomped his foot and swept out with his right leg. It was like a sharp knife that ruthlessly lashed out at his opponent's body. He kicked his opponent away. With a boom, the mountain range in the distance collapsed, and countless large cracks spread out. Ah! A crazy roar sounded. A figure rushed out of the ruins in front of him. It was Saint Devouring Sky. He reached out with both hands, grabbed the 2 mountain peaks beside him, pulled them up, and swung them at Lin Xian. The 2 mountain peaks were tens of thousands of feet tall. At this moment, they were used as weapons and danced in the sky. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He charged forward. He pierced through the 2 mountains and arrived in front of his opponent. He stomped his opponent to the ground again. Boom, boom. Boom, the entire ancient land of Thunder Mountain was shaking. Countless storms were surging. Everyone was scared out of their wits. As for the people of Devouring Sky Hall, their expressions changed drastically. They all rose into the air and stared into the distance. In the sky, countless large black holes were bobbing up and down, swallowing everything. Then, the scene in front of them appeared. In the next moment, they gasped. The other first-rate families were also stunned. Even the Gu family and the Shadowless family were dumbfounded. Saint devouring sky was being trampled under someone's foot. That person was valiant, like a peerless god of war. This is? The young man beside Hua Feiyu, they finally recognized him. When Hua Feiyu came, there were two young men standing beside him. One was Gu Santong, and they did not know who the other was. But thinking about it, it should be someone from the Shadowless clan. He should be a prodigy. But they did not take him seriously at all. Even Hua Feiyu, the clan leader, was not worthy of their attention, let alone others. Therefore, they took the initiative to ignore Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that they were completely wrong. The most powerful one was not the Gu clan's third uncle, but the young man in front of them. The other party's power was too terrifying. It swept through everything, and even a saint in the middle of the second heaven could not withstand it. What kind of physique was this, and who was this person? For a moment, they were extremely shocked. Who are you? Who exactly are you? The devouring heaven sage was being stepped on, and he roared madly. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he had been defeated by someone. Why, do you still want to know who I am? If you beat me, I'll tell you. As Lin Xian said, he exerted force with his foot again. He stepped on the other party's bones, making creaking sounds. Damn kid, let him go. The experts of the devouring heaven palace roared madly. They really could not imagine that their saint would be defeated by the other party. And now, he was being stepped on. This was a slap to their faces. Let him go? Let him go just because you said so? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and directly flicked out 3 dragon-shaped sword chi. One pierced the other party's heart, one pierced the other party's head, and the last one pierced the other party's abdomen. Then the 5 elemental laws turned into divine chains, hanging the other party in midair. Damn it, how dare you! Seeing this scene, the people of the devouring heaven palace were furious. The others were also so scared that their scalps went numb. Who was this person? His methods were so decisive. He was going against the devouring heaven palace. Why, are you very angry? Are you very sullen? Do you want to kill me? That's right, remember this feeling? When you were here, talking about dividing up the Shadowless clan, did you think about their feelings? I can tell you that their feelings are the same as yours. Now, do you understand? Damn brat, who the hell are you? You actually want to stand up for the Shadowless family, stand up for the Wuyin clan? Lin Xian smiled. You're wrong. I'm not standing up for the Shadowless family, but protecting what belongs to me. The Shadowless clan is mine. I won't allow anyone to touch it. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Shadowless clan belonged to the other party? Damn it, could it be that the other party had also swallowed up the Shadowless clan? Which power do you belong to? This time around, it was not only the people from the sky-devouring palace that spoke. The people from the Liuhua palace also spoke out. They could not tolerate the Shadowless family falling into the hands of the other party. The people from the 5 first-rate clans also became nervous. Lin Xian ignored them and said coldly, I'll give you all a chance to scram and disappear from my sight. I can spare your lives. Otherwise, if you dare to have any ideas about the Shadowless clan again, I'll slaughter all of you. Brat, you're too reckless. Do you think you can swallow the entire Shadowless clan by yourself? You're really courting death. Have you asked the 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans? The people from the sky-devouring palace looked cold. It was no longer a matter of slapping their faces. This involved their interests. Sure enough, the people from the Liuhua palace looked gloomy. The people from the 5 first-rate clans also looked cold. With so many forces joining hands, could they not take down the other party? Just with you guys? Lin Xian sneered. Whether it's a group attack or a one-on-one fight, I'll take it all on. As long as someone can defeat me, I'll give the Shadowless clan to you. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. The people from the Gu clan and Wuyin clan were shocked. Is this Lin Wudi? He's really strong. As for the 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans, their faces turned gloomy. Damn it, the other party is just one person. So what if he's strong? The people from the Tianhe clan gritted their teeth and said, let's go together and fight it out with him. I don't believe that he can stop us. Yes, that's right. Let's go together. The people from the Thousand Snake Valley and the 4 pavilions also agreed. The people from the sky-devouring palace and the Liuhua palace sneered. They had an absolute advantage, so they wouldn't fight one-on-one with the other party. Alright, let's all attack together. Let's all use our strongest attacks and scatter this brat's soul. I don't believe that he can stop us. Those people surrounded Lin Xian. Not good. Gu Santong and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect these experts to be so despicable. Lin Xian smiled. They're really shameless. Do you think I'm not prepared? Come on, let's do it. Let the whole world see the ugly faces of the 5 great clans and the 2 hegemons. What does the whole world mean? The people from the sky-devouring palace frowned. Lin Xian said, it's simple. I've already set up a few arrays to spread the news of the Thunder Mountain ancient land. As long as you guys attack together, the whole world will see it. It will even spread to the other realms. At that time, I'll see how you guys are going to hide your faces. What? They were stunned when they heard this. To be honest, although their methods were vicious, they still wanted to save face. After all, they were the overlords of the 5 first-rate families. It was definitely embarrassing for so many experts to gang up on a young man. Moreover, it might even spread to the other realms. If that happened, their faces would be completely disgraced. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. My sect will also be able to see this array formation. My sect told me about it when I came out. If it's one-on-one, they won't care. But if anyone dares to attack together, my sect will quickly destroy them. You guys better think carefully. My sect has a frightening background. Hearing this, the people from the sky-devouring palace frowned. Damn it, this young man is so terrifying. He must be from a terrifying force. If they really ganged up on him and the news spread, his sect would probably go crazy. At that time, they might really be in trouble. But if it was a one-on-one battle, it might not be so. This kind of one-on-one battle was very common in the other realms. If one died, it was because one's own strength was not enough. Thinking about it, the other party's sect would not have the face to take revenge. Thinking of this, they all sneered. A one-on-one battle? Do you think you can survive a one-on-one battle? Kid, you're too reckless. Fine, today I'll let you experience the absolute strength of our great Yen planet. The powerhouses from the sky-devouring palace smiled. One of them said, who's going first? Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. Whoever goes first will get a bigger share of the Shadowless family's benefits. As soon as these words were said, the people from the 5 families were tempted. They still had some powerhouses in their hands. Let me do it. An elite from the Black Wolf clan walked out, causing everyone's expression to change. Because it was the leader of the Black Wolf clan. Damn it, the Black Wolf clan beat us to it. The people from the Tianhe clan and the 4 Directions Pavilion were shocked. They were prepared to take action personally, but they were still a step too late. The leader of the Black Wolf clan walked out, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that swept out in all directions. This caused the Shadowless clan to retreat. Boom, the Gu clan's 3rd uncle also retreated to the back. Gu Santong asked, "Third uncle, are you alright?" The Gu clan's 3rd uncle shook his head. He was fine, but the situation was not optimistic. Although Lin Xian's performance was shocking, he knew that there were still some elites who had not shown their skills yet. If those elites attacked, would Lin Xian be able to withstand them? Even if he could withstand one of them, would he be able to withstand 5 or 6 of them? He did not dare to imagine. Buzz, the leader of the Black Wolf clan, moved. He stretched out a black finger and pointed at Lin Xian. The finger collapsed the void, as if it had traveled through time and space, and it carried a terrifying demonic aura. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an unparalleled light burst out from his eyes. The golden hand stretched out and tore through the void, as if an ancient god of war was attacking. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The golden hand grabbed the black finger and swung it forcefully. There was a crack, and the sound of bones breaking was like thunder. The black finger was broken, and blood flowed out wildly, piercing through the void. A miserable cry was heard. The leader of the Black Wolf clan screamed and retreated. His entire arm was trembling. The surrounding elites were also shocked, and their mouths were wide open in disbelief. The leader of the Black Wolf clan was injured. This was unbelievable. One had to know that he was a second heaven sage, and he was even stronger than the sage from the devouring sky hall. Moreover, he was the leader of the clan. How terrifying was he? But now, he was actually injured in a single move. Just who was his opponent? Wasn't he too strong? Trash, how dare you steal from the Shadowless clan? Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to tear you to shreds, the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe roared crazily. He rushed over again, turning into a black shadow that tore through everything. He was mad with anger. He was the chief of the Black Wolf clan. How terrifying was that? He had roamed the Grand Spill planet for so many years, but he had never been humiliated like today. Other than the two overlords, he had never been afraid of anyone. But now, an unfamiliar young man had actually injured him with a raise of his hand. This was no longer a slap to his face. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The terrifying black storm was like a heavenly blade, slicing through the void and sweeping towards Lin Xian. This attack was enough to shatter Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, he pushed his divine body to the extreme. Those black storms crashed into his body, making earth-shattering noises. His body only swayed a little, emitting crackling noises. However, it did not shatter. Instead, it rushed forward. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. What kind of physique was this? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out with the swords of laws. The terrifying five-element swords brought with them a terrifying power as they fell from the sky. One after another, they continued to fall. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch fought back. He was beaten until his entire body trembled, and many cracks appeared on his body. He was about to vomit blood from anger. Damn it, this young man was too strong. This young man was too strong. Before this, he had been swaggering around, looking down on this young man, thinking that he was an ant. He could suppress him in an instant. But now, he had been forcefully slapped in the face by this young man. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into right now. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch? You don't even have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian sneered. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. The power of his bloodline erupted, making him seem like a peerless monster. The surrounding great Tao rumbled. Terrifying laws danced between the heavens and earth. Black storm, boundless aura. With a crazy roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking. One after another, black airflows descended from the sky. These black airflows had Tao runes. They were like huge mountains hanging upside down from the sky. Countless voids were trembling, forming a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. This was the Black Wolf tribe's unique skill. It was too terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding experts and saints trembled. They knew that a second heaven cultivator would be killed instantly in the face of such an attack. This young man was definitely dead this time. The Black Wolf tribe's warriors roared crazily. They had full confidence in their patriarch. Lin Xian snorted. The dragon soul in his body roared. He formed a seal with his palms, and the 5-element law quickly appeared in his hands. A wolf head appeared in his hands, emitting an unparalleled light as if it was a peerless immortal light. The wolf head roared, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands trembled. The sky was shaking. Everyone around was stunned. A wolf head, damn it, who was he? Why did he condense a wolf head? Some others twitched the corners of their mouths. This was a provocation. The Black Wolf tribe was a branch of the wolf tribe, and the other party had used a great skill to condense a wolf head. This was definitely a slap in the face. Damn it, go to hell. Sure enough, the Black Wolf tribe's experts were furious. The other party had all kinds of skills, but he just had to transform into a wolf. This was a provocation. He couldn't stand it. So he roared crazily. As the palm fell, the black mountains in the sky kept falling. The entire space was completely destroyed. The ancient land of Thunder Mountain also shook violently. Roar, Lin Xian roared. With the wolf head attached to his fist, he also punched out. This punch was unstoppable. It was like a divine being. It directly shattered all the mountains. It hit the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe, and his body exploded. Boom, the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was smashed into pieces and retreated. Behind him, a huge black hole was completely formed. Defeated. The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was smashed into pieces. This was unbelievable. You can't compete with me. You're still too far away. Let's find someone else. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were filled with endless domineering aura. The people from the 5 first-rate families and the 2 overlords were all stunned. This person was too terrifying. Even the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was no match for him. Damn it, damn it. The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe reassembled his body. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his body. He rushed over again. However, after 3 moves, he was defeated again. Everyone had gone crazy. They knew that the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was no match for the other party. The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe did not dare to attack again. After being defeated 3 times, his vitality was greatly damaged. He was afraid that he would be completely killed by the other party. Who else? Lin Xian looked around disdainfully. Those weaker sages all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Let me do it, the patriarch of the Tianhe clan walked out. He immediately used his ultimate technique, Heaven and Earth 6 directions. A disc appeared on his body. There were unparalleled Tao patterns on it, making him look like a Buddha. Ha! With a cold shout, the mountains collapsed and the void shattered. The surrounding people fell to the ground from the shock and kept rolling on the ground. It was a sound wave attack, and it was an extremely terrifying divine wave. Lin Xian also suffered a violent impact in an instant. Not only his body, but also his soul was about to be torn into pieces. Haha, that kid is dead for sure. Yes, our patriarch used the Heaven and Earth 6 directions divine art. He definitely won't be able to block it. The people of the Tianhe clan all laughed. As long as their patriarch killed the other party, then they would have a much higher share of the spoils. Heaven and Earth 6 directions divine art was just SOSO. Break for me, Lin Xian let out a long roar, and his body shone brightly. At the same time, he let out a cold shout. His voice was like a dragon's roar, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The void within 1,000,000 miles was completely shattered, and the ancient land of Thunder Mountain was also shaking non-stop. It was almost pierced through. The Heaven and Earth 6 directions divine art was instantly impacted and sent flying. Ah, the patriarch of the Tianhe clan was bleeding from his ears, and his 7 orifices were shattered. His entire body fell to the ground. He was seriously injured in one blow. What, patriarch? The surrounding people went crazy. The people of the Tianhe clan roared crazily. Their patriarch had already fainted at this moment, everyone was about to go crazy. Another clan leader had been defeated. And it was an instant defeat. This was simply unbelievable. Who else? Lin Xian asked coldly. The powerhouses of the 5 first-rate families all felt their scalps go numb. 2 patriarchs had already been defeated. The other 3 patriarchs' strength was about the same unless they attacked together. No one was a match for the other party in a one-on-one battle. Therefore, they looked at the 2 overlords. The 2 overlords' expressions were incomparably cold. The other party's strength was beyond their imagination. Ordinary elders and sages had no chance of winning. It seemed that they could only make a move personally. Interesting, I didn't expect to encounter something like this. I haven't fought for a long time. A figure from the Liuhua palace walked over. He brought forth a monstrous flame. Immediately, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The palace master of Liuhua Palace, heavens, is this overlord finally going to make his move? The experts from the 5 first-rate families felt their scalps go numb. The faces of the Shadowless clan and the Gu family also turned ugly. This was a saint in the late stage of the 2nd celestial layer, not far from the 3rd celestial layer. His strength was extremely terrifying. As soon as the overlord appeared, he suppressed the patriarchs of the 5 great clans to the point that they had to lower their heads. One could imagine how terrifying he was. That brat definitely wouldn't survive. That's for sure. This time, it's an overlord who's making a move. I don't believe that he'll be able to survive. Kid, you're not bad, but you have no chance of winning against me. I'll give you a chance to live. Scram, or you'll definitely die. It's too early to say that. A mere saint of the second heaven is nothing in my eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if he was a saint in the late stage of the second heaven? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to exist. The Liuhua Palace Lord snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the law of fire on his body danced, and a pair of flaming divine wings appeared on his back. The flaming wings brought about a powerful storm. Like two flaming divine swords, they slashed forward. Such a slash was more than enough to split any clan leader in half. It's over. I wonder if Brother Lin can block it. Gu Santong and the others were extremely nervous. They didn't expect the two overlords to be so terrifying. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't move at all. His body shone brightly like a god of war. He stretched out his finger and drew a circle in the air. Stars transposition. A mysterious force emerged. The two flaming divine swords were flipped and slashed at each other in an even more terrifying manner. Boom, boom. Boom, the void shattered, and flames filled the sky. It was a scene of apocalypse. The Liuhua Palace Saint's pupils shrank. An unparalleled light burst out from his eyes, and a flaming meteor shot out from his body. It directly collided with the two divine swords. An earth-shattering explosion of energy. The battle swept in all directions. Everyone retreated. The Liuhua Palace Lord attacked wildly, wanting to kill Lin Xian. All kinds of laws, mystiques, and sacred domains danced in the sky. It was too terrifying. The experts of the 5 great families were watching. Even the patriarchs were shocked. They thought that they were strong enough. But compared to the two overlords, they were still too weak. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and shuttled through the countless attacks. His body blocked everything. His hands danced, and the star's transposition was used by him. It had a mysterious power. All the power was diverted away by him. One hand turned, and the other hand was like a golden dragon, constantly attacking in all directions. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Fortunately, this was the Thunder Mountain ancient land. If it were any other place, tens of millions of miles would have been destroyed. But even if it was the ancient land, the surrounding people were vomiting blood. The weaker ones had all fainted from the shock. How was it possible? He could withstand 300 blows from the palace lord. The saints of the Liuhua Palace went crazy. That was their palace lord. No one below the third heaven could stop him. Here, other than the devouring sky palace lord, no one else was a match for him. They couldn't even block a single blow. But now, the other party had exchanged more than 100 blows, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Buzz, flying fire meteor. The Liuhua Palace Lord used a peerless mystique. Hundreds of millions of lights turned into meteors and fell from the sky. Every attack could tear a sage apart. Hundreds of millions of attacks made the entire world lose its luster. Not good, this is a fatal blow. Retreat quickly. The patriarchs of the 5 great families roared crazily and retreated. The faces of the Shadowless clan and Gu family became extremely ugly. They created large spatial cracks in front of them and swallowed the aftermath of the energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands, and endless power burst out. The 5 elements law condensed in his hands, forming an ancient diagram. It was tens of thousands of dragons spiraling with an unparalleled aura. They roared in his hands, forming a diagram. The 10,000 dragons diagram. This was the illusion of an extreme weapon that he had created. At this moment, it carried a phenomenon of heaven and earth and bombarded the 9 heavens. Everyone went crazy. Even the Liuhua Palace Lord's expression changed. This aura, he was too shocked. The aura in the other party's hand made his hair stand on end. What was this thing? Boom, the 10,000 dragons diagram was pushed out, and hundreds of millions of meteors collided. An incomparably dazzling light erupted between heaven and earth. No one could see it. Their faces were filled with shock. That was because the Tao diagram that the other party had used terrified them. Gu Santong clenched his fists in excitement. Although he couldn't see, he knew that this was the great dragon sword soul, the great dragon sword soul that could evolve all things. He also knew that it was the extreme weapon of the dragon race, the 10,000 dragons diagram. After some time, the billions of rays of light were all shattered, and a dragon diagram floated above the Liuhua Palace Lord's head. 10,000 dragons pierced through him. Defeated again. Everyone went crazy. First, the 5 clan leaders had failed, and now, even the Liuhua Palace Lord had failed. That was a late-stage second heaven powerhouse. They were the top saints present, but even so, they couldn't do anything to the other party. They felt a sense of despair and helplessness. I admit defeat. The Liuhua Palace Lord said a few words with difficulty. He seemed to have aged a few thousand years in an instant. The 10,000 dragons diagram in front of him slowly disappeared. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed, but he was supported by the cultivators behind him. I've lost, I can only rely on you now. The Liuhua Palace Lord looked at a middle-aged man in a black robe in the distance. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the other party as he was the sky-devouring palace's palace master. He was another overlord. His strength was about the same as the Liuhua Palace Lord. The Liuhua Palace Lord had suffered a crushing defeat, and logically speaking, the devouring Sky Palace Lord was no match for him, but everyone had no choice. This was their last hope. The devouring Sky Palace also felt the pressure, and they were extremely nervous. Originally, they didn't care about such a person. But now, the other party was too strong, and the 5 clan leaders and the Liuhua Palace Lord were defeated. Now, only the devouring Sky Palace was left. Would their Palace Lord be able to withstand it? Palace Lord, why don't we stall for some time? I've already sent a message to the Supreme Elder, and he will probably come soon. At this moment, an elder of the devouring Sky Palace transmitted his voice. The devouring Sky Palace Lord nodded slightly, but he still stood up. I will stall for time, but I must take action in this battle. As an overlord, he had his own dignity and pride. Although the other party was very strong, and he might not be a match for him, he would still take action. Moreover, this time, he didn't think that he would be defeated. Because he brought something with him. This thing was originally prepared to deal with the Liuhua Palace Lord, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Buzz, 81 black holes appeared behind the devouring Sky Palace Lord, and he was like a peerless demon king. Was he going to make a move? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect devouring Sky Palace Master to attack. That shouldn't be the case. The devouring Sky Palace Master and the Liuhua Palace Master had similar strength. Since the Liuhua Palace Master had been defeated, why would the devouring Sky Palace Master still make a move? This was a very unwise choice. The 5 patriarchs frowned. The Palace Lord of the Flowing Splendor Palace was also surprised. Although they knew that the devouring Sky Hall Master would make a move, they did not expect him to be so decisive. Could it be? He had an idea in his mind. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. Everyone was stunned. A beam of black light streaked across the sky, illuminating the heavens and exuding a terrifying saintly aura. It was a pagoda, a black pagoda. It was incomparably dark, as if it could swallow everything in the world. Sky-devouring tower. He actually brought the sky-devouring pagoda. Screams rang out one after another. The 5 patriarchs and the palace master of the Liuhua Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. Hua Feiyu's expression changed. Oh no, it's the sky-devouring tower. That was a saint artifact. He finally understood why the other party dared to come out and fight. It turned out that the other party had brought a saint artifact, and it was the most famous saint artifact of the devouring Sky Hall. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. You actually managed to defeat the Liuhua Palace Master. But it's a pity that I brought a saint artifact, the sky-devouring tower. My strength is not something you can withstand. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand a saint artifact? The devouring Sky Hall Master laughed. The experts of the devouring Sky Hall all laughed. The 5 patriarchs heaved a sigh of relief. The palace master of the Liuhua Palace looked a little cold. He knew that the devouring Sky Hall master had won this battle. But when the rewards were distributed, the Liuhua Palace would probably be suppressed. But no matter what, there would be no exception to the outcome. The other party was undoubtedly looking down on them. A saint artifact? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party was so confident. He had to admit that a saint with a saint artifact and a person without a saint artifact were two different states. They could not be compared at all. For example, the devouring Sky Hall master and the Liuhua Palace master were evenly matched. Even if they fought, they would be evenly matched. But if the devouring Sky Hall master took out a saint artifact, he would easily defeat the Liuhua Palace master. This was the power of a saint artifact. But this was a threat to the others. But he did not care. A saint artifact? He had one too. Boom. Boom, boom. The 81 black holes on the devouring Sky Hall master's body devoured everything. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black vortex. The devouring sky tower in front of him bobbed up and down. It turned into a giant abyss and swallowed forward. Everywhere it passed, everything turned dark. The devouring sky tower was said to be able to devour even the heavens, let alone a saint in the first heaven. That kid would definitely die. He would be swallowed by the devouring sky tower. In less than half an hour, he would turn into a pool of blood and his body and soul would be destroyed. The devouring Sky Hall master was indeed powerful. He had even brought a treasure like the devouring sky tower with him. Exclamations of admiration could be heard. The people of the devouring Sky Hall and the 5 patriarchs were full of confidence. They knew that this battle was over. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A cold light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he grabbed a black spear from the void and threw it forward. The black spear exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The other half of the sky turned completely dark. At the same time, an extremely terrifying dragon roar could be heard. Boom. Boom, boom. A bolt of black lightning struck the devouring sky tower fiercely. It was as if hundreds of millions of lightning bolts had struck at the same time. The powerful force caused the saints' ears to bleed in an instant. They couldn't hear anything, those who were weaker had their bodies explode. Damn it, what happened? Not good, retreat quickly. At this moment, the saints had all gone crazy. They attacked one after another and defended themselves. The impact this time was too terrifying. It was as if two worlds were colliding. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth slowly weakened. The surrounding people also looked up at the sky in bewilderment. They were stunned. In front of them, a black spear blocked the devouring sky tower. The devouring Sky Hall master's blood was boiling. Blood flowed from his body. On the other side, the youth was like a god of war. He blocked it. Damn it, he actually blocked the devouring sky tower. The 5 patriarchs were extremely shocked. Impossible, the Liuhua Palace master screamed. He knew the power of the devouring sky tower. He did not have any chance of winning. How could the other party block the devouring sky tower? The combination of the devouring Sky Hall master and the devouring sky tower was enough to fight against a third heaven saint. Could it be that the kid was a third heaven saint? Thinking of this possibility, the Liuhua Palace master felt that he was going crazy. End of chapter 3476. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.